The time traveler Chen Tian'ren, despite his astonishing ability to traverse worlds, found himself reduced to a hunted prey in this parallel universe. He had thought he could navigate this strange world with ease, but instead, he fell into a meticulously designed trap. In the ruins of a town ravaged by war, a brutal chase was unfolding. Human bones littered the roadside, and a black sedan alongside a white van stood silently by, as if witnessing this unfair struggle. Several burly, bald men encircled Chen Tian'ren, relentlessly beating him, while he was powerless to fight back. "Stop hitting him. Stop. If you keep going, he'll die." A woman's voice pleaded, but she was blocked by two men in black. This woman was Lingran, once the object of Chen Tian'ren's secret affection, now the very person who betrayed him. At that moment, an alluringly cold woman stepped gracefully out of the black sedan. She was Su Weiwei, a high-ranking executive at a biotech conglomerate and the mastermind behind this pursuit. Her presence instantly heightened the tension in the air. "If you had behaved, you wouldn't be getting this beating. Was it really worth it?" Su Weiwei taunted Chen Tian'ren, curled up on the ground, her tone laced with mockery. Furious, Chen Tian'ren spat directly at Su Weiwei's face. "Pa!" he snarled through gritted teeth. If not for his bound limbs, he would have lunged at her to tear out her throat. Su Weiwei, suppressing her anger, slowly wiped the blood from her face. Chen Tian'ren then turned his gaze toward Lingran, demanding angrily, "Lingran, why did you betray me? I was so good to you." Trembling, Lingran explained, "Tian'ren, I had no choice. If I didn't lure you out, they would have gone after my family. You have no family, you're just an orphan with no relatives. Besides, they said they only needed your kidneys, so please forgive me." "I'm sorry." Her words cut deep, like a dagger into Chen Tian'ren's heart. He coughed up blood, nearly losing consciousness. At that moment, a heavy truck approached, and a flash of inspiration struck him. He suddenly leaped and threw himself towards the truck. "Ha ha ha, you want my organs? Even if I die a horrible death, I won't let you succeed." Chen Tian'ren laughed maniacally. However, fate had other plans. The truck driver swerved just in time, sending Chen Tian'ren flying into the roadside bushes. Though not killed instantly, his bones were shattered, leaving him on the brink of death. Panic-stricken, Su Weiwei ordered her subordinates to take out a toolkit and begin emergency procedures on Chen Tian'ren. "Quick! We have to save his heart and kidneys," she shouted urgently. In his final moments, Chen Tian'ren's consciousness faded. His heart was filled with resentment and hatred, and he vowed silently, "If heaven gives me another chance, I will become the strongest. I will make them pay, and make the entire world bow to me." With that, Chen Tian'ren died, consumed by his immense bitterness and anger. After an indeterminate amount of time, a sudden surge of electricity jolted Chen Tian'ren back to consciousness. In a daze, he realized he was still alive, but his circumstances had drastically changed. His vision was now filled with a dense array of data, as if he were inside a highly realistic video game. Chen Tian'ren quickly noticed a crosshair at the center of his vision that locked onto objects as he focused on them. When he aimed the crosshair at a wrecked car in front of him, all the information about the vehicle appeared instantly, down to the tiniest screw. As he marveled at this peculiar visual experience, he noticed a line of small text in the lower left corner of his vision. "Fusion in progress?" What could this mean? Puzzled, Chen Tian'ren decided to set the question aside for now. After some exploration, Chen Tian'ren was shocked to discover that he had transformed into the cab of a wrecked truck, no less. This realization left him both disappointed and helpless. He had hoped his consciousness would be implanted into a robot, but instead, he had become a vehicle destined for the scrapyard. However, Chen Tian'ren quickly adjusted his mindset. He realized that even as a truck, he had unique advantages. If he could one day find Su Weiwei or Lingran, he could easily crush them with his body, exacting his revenge. This thought brought him some comfort, making him feel that his situation wasn't entirely hopeless. While Chen Tian'ren was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard voices nearby. It turned out to be a group of cyborgs haggling with the scrapyard owner to buy the truck that was now his body. The appearance of the cyborgs reminded Chen Tian'ren of the complex dynamics of this parallel world. Cyborgs were war survivors, shunned by both humans and AI, forced to survive in the margins. After some negotiation, the cyborgs bought Chen Tian'ren for 6,000 yuan. As they boarded the truck one by one, Chen Tian'ren's system immediately displayed detailed information about each cyborg, including their weapons and ammunition. This made him wonder if he was a transformer, but a thorough check revealed he was not, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Chen Tian'ren did not resist the cyborg's control, but chose to follow them out of the scrapyard. He speculated that perhaps once the fusion was complete, there might be some unexpected changes. Although he considered escaping alone after the cyborgs disembarked, his curiosity and uncertainty about his current situation led him to temporarily stay with them to see what they had in mind. As the vehicle moved, Chen Tian'ren listened to the cyborg's conversation. During the journey, one of the cyborgs, who seemed to be the leader, began to speak. Strangely, when the lead cyborg announced the next mission, the atmosphere inside the vehicle turned heavy. The hidden dangers and challenges of this mission were written all over the faces of the cyborgs, filled with hesitation and worry. "TOS, are you sure about this?" The cyborg in the passenger seat finally broke the silence, a tremor in his voice. The leader sitting in the back flashed a cold glint in his eyes. He leaned forward, his voice low and resolute. "What's wrong? What are you afraid of? Those people never cared about our lives. Why should we show them any mercy?" His words cut through the hearts of the cyborgs like a sharp sword. Post then leaned closer to the passenger's ear, his tone dark. "Luke, don't forget. You once had a beautiful family, but your wife, your child, all your loved ones were killed because of them. We became like this because of them. Now, we're just seeking revenge. Isn't that justified?" These words hit like a sledgehammer, shattering the last of the cyborg's doubts. From that moment on, an unbridgeable chasm was drawn between them and the billions of humans on Blue Star. Chen Tian'ren, a silent observer, was bewildered by what he heard. Although he was now just a truck cab, it wasn't hard to guess that these cyborgs were planning a massive revenge. Just then, a mechanical synthesized voice echoed in Chen Tian'ren's consciousness. "Fusion successful." Instantly, a torrent of data cascaded before his eyes. As the system interface flickered wildly, the image of a dark truck began to take shape, resembling Optimus Prime yet distinctly different. Chen Tian'ren was ecstatic, his heart racing with joy. "I really am a transformer. Ha ha ha. Just wait. All of you, just wait." Suddenly, an electric current scanned Chen Tian'ren's entire body at lightning speed. A series of information flashed before him like snowflakes. Name: Chen Tian'ren. Spark: Supreme level. Body grade: S level. Transformation gear: Level 2. Form: Truck cab mode, humanoid mode. Weapon system: Blade of Fury. Faction: Undefined. As this information appeared, Chen Tian'ren's entire body emitted a series of mechanical synthesis sounds, the signature noise of all Cybertronian transformers. The cyborgs inside the vehicle immediately tensed up, looking around for the source of the noise. They were certain it wasn't from the car's stereo, which had been off since they left the scrapyard. After over an hour of driving, they finally arrived at the base. However, when they got out, they were stunned by what they saw. The once bright red truck cab had turned a dark metallic color. As the cyborgs exchanged bewildered glances, Chen Tian'ren decided to stop hiding. With the sound of air pressure releasing, his entire body began an astonishing transformation. Countless gears and metal parts of various sizes interlocked and reassembled in perfect order. Two metal arms formed first, slamming into the ground. Under the terrified gazes of the cyborgs, Chen Tian'ren completed his transformation in mere seconds. Standing over 10 meters tall, Chen Tian'ren's two crimson mechanical eyes locked onto the cyborgs before him. His sudden appearance caused an uproar, with numerous armed cyborgs swarming out from the base. What happened? Is it an attack? But when they saw the colossal figure of Chen Tian'ren, everyone froze. No way, this is a Cybertronian transformer. The cyborgs were terrified, especially TOS and his group who had bought Chen Tian'ren. Their faces turned ashen. Amidst the panic, someone shakily asked, Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you better put down your weapons." Chen Tian'ren's voice thundered over the base, a mechanical, emotionless tone carrying a weighty rasp as if it were a warning from another world. Chen Tian'ren was no longer the weak human he once was. His scanning system clearly showed that the cyborgs' weapons were nothing more than toys to him now. This confidence allowed him to face the numerous cyborgs without fear, exuding an invisible pressure. The cyborgs exchanged nervous glances, their eyes flickering with fear and hesitation. Their gazes converged on a woman who looked almost human. Her body was 80 silicone, a fact that only Chen Tian'ren's advanced scanning system could reveal. "Everyone, calm down. This guy doesn't seem hostile," the female cyborg said with a composed demeanor, ordering everyone to disarm. She signaled for Toth and the others to step back before approaching Chen Tian'ren, her eyes locking onto his crimson mechanical ones with a mix of caution and curiosity. "Pardon me, but which faction do you belong to? I don't recall us ever offending you. What brings you here following us?" Chen Tian'ren scanned his surroundings before slowly speaking. "Don't misunderstand. I mean no harm. My name is Chen Tian'ren, a mechanical life form from Cybertron. My ship crashed on this planet years ago. Due to a malfunction in my memory chip, this is all I can remember for now." Hearing this, Toth and the others exchanged puzzled looks. Toth quickly whispered something into the female cyborg's ear. The female cyborg's eyes shifted, and she flashed a harmless smile. "I see, that's unfortunate. My name is Lilena. Fortunately, you found us. To be honest, the Autobot leader Bumblebee now controls the entire planet's forces. They are hunting down all Decepticon members. If you are a Decepticon, I suggest you keep a low profile to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chen Tian'ren smirked inwardly. Lilena was clearly trying to deceive him. She didn't know that, as a former human, he already knew the truth. The Autobots hadn't taken over the entire planet, nor were they hunting Decepticons. In fact, the two sides were evenly matched, with the Decepticons led by Shockwave standing against the Autobots. The real Autobot leader, Optimus Prime, had yet to reveal himself. Feigning realization, Chen Tian'ren asked, "So, are you saying I'm a Decepticon?" Lilena's eyes lit up, and she continued her lie. "That's right, you are a Decepticon. That's why I'm informing you of the current situation. Honestly, we've helped many Decepticons evade the Autobot forces. You're very lucky to have found us. If you had encountered someone else, the Autobots might already know your location." Chen Tian'ren pretended to be confused. "If that's the case, I do need help. Unfortunately, my weapon system seems to be malfunctioning. If they find me, I won't be able to defend myself in my current state." Lilena laughed. "Of course, Mr. Chen Tian'ren. We always like to help others, especially Decepticons. Welcome to our base. Just to be clear, we help each other because we all face troublesome situations. Come, let me show you around our base." Following Lilena into the base, Chen Tian'ren contemplated how to use these cyborgs to gather information about Su Weiwei and the biotech company. He knew that in this chaotic era, acting alone could lead to numerous problems. The power behind Su Weiwei was formidable, capable of rivaling other factions. Moreover, his system had just issued a task to kill Su Weiwei and stop the biohazard on this planet. Completing the task would upgrade his weapon system and transformation gears and unlock a flight vehicle. This biohazard puzzled Chen Tian'ren. Was the biotech company conducting some horrifying research? As Chen Tian'ren was lost in thought, Toth whispered to Lilena, who was walking ahead, "Boss, are we really going to keep this guy around?" Upon hearing this, Lilena's face twisted into a sinister smile, as if she were a snake about to strike its prey. She whispered, "Most of the major powers have withdrawn from Sector G. Who would have thought a Cybertronian was hiding here? And you saw it yourself, seems completely unaware of his situation. Even if he's pretending, Chen Tian'ren must have a hidden agenda to show up in this place." Her eyes gleamed with ambition as she continued, "As for us, it's clear that we can't fully control Sector G on our own. TOS, do you understand what I'm getting at?" TOS suddenly realized what she meant, though his worries weren't entirely dispelled. Given Chen Tian'ren's Cybertronian origins, his technology and power were undoubtedly formidable. Who could guarantee he wouldn't turn against them? If he regained his memory and realized he was being used, the consequences could be dire. Noticing his concern, Lilena reassured him, "I understand what you're worried about. But compared to our plans, these concerns are trivial. The Decepticons are formidable, yes, but they wouldn't attack us without reason. To them, it would be a waste of time. So, this risk is worth taking." TOS quickly put on a smile. "Yes, boss. I see now." The group continued toward a tall building within the base, unaware that their conversation had been entirely captured by Chen Tian'ren's advanced auditory systems. However, he maintained a cold, robotic expression, revealing nothing. Chen Tian'ren pondered silently. Sector G was indeed one of the most chaotic regions on Earth. Once controlled by human armies, it was abandoned by the authorities when resources ran dry, leaving it in ruins and populated by countless refugees. For smaller factions, control of Sector G was still a valuable prize, leading to its chaotic state and causing immeasurable suffering to civilians. Remembering that he had once been one of those suffering millions, Chen Tian'ren felt a surge of anger. He hadn't expected that, despite his difficult circumstances, Su Weiwei's biotech company would still detect his presence through their gene tracking system. 2 years of hiding, and he still couldn't escape their grasp. Every time he thought of this, a fire ignited within his mechanical body, and he swore to make Su Weiwei, her superiors, and the entire biotech company pay dearly. Soon, Lilena and her group brought Chen Tian'ren to the headquarters. Due to his large size, Lilena had him wait outside. She reiterated, "Mr. Chen Tian'ren, as I mentioned before, we need to help each other, right?" Chen Tian'ren's crimson eyes fixed on Lilena as he coldly replied, "That's right. What do you need me to do?" Lilena chuckled softly, no longer hiding her intentions. "To be frank, we have a group of human soldiers as prisoners. We plan to transport them to Sector D, where the predators are." Chen Tian'ren's expression hardened, and he asked in surprise, "Human prisoners?" Lilena's face froze, momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Tian'ren was merely taken aback. Though he was no longer human, he hadn't fully adapted to his new state. Realizing his reaction was too obvious, Chen Tian'ren quickly adjusted his expression. "No need to be nervous, leaderly. I was just curious." Lilena sighed in relief. "You gave me quite a scare. I thought you might have some compassion for those brutal humans." "Yes, we're trading with the predators. They need healthy humans, and we need their weapons. Only with predator weapons can we overthrow the tyranny of humans and intelligent machines." This trade is our first collaboration and must not fail. Chen Tian'ren fell into deep thought, observing the determined cyborgs around him before locking eyes with Lilena. He wanted to warn them that their plan might backfire, potentially strengthening the Predator's forces. He suspected that the Predators needed healthy humans to create powerful Predator warriors. According to his information, when a Predator ship crash-landed in Sector D years ago, it faced fierce attacks from the intelligent machine faction. Despite their small numbers, the Predators used local humans to create powerful warriors, turning the tide. They repelled the machine faction's forces and even began to expand. It wasn't until the Autobots intervened that the Predators were temporarily contained in Sector D. Ultimately, Chen Tian'ren chose to remain silent. In his current state, he trusted no one but himself. "What's the matter, Mr. Chen Tian'ren? Is there a problem?" Lilena asked, noticing his prolonged silence. Chen Tian'ren snapped out of his thoughts and replied, "No, I'm happy to help, but I need you to do something for me in return." Lilena and her group exchanged wary glances before quickly asking, "What do you need from us?" Chen Tian'ren explained, "When I woke up, my system contained a strange piece of information. It might be the key to restoring my memory chip. This information points to a human woman named Su Weiwei and the biotech company she works for." A human woman and a biotech company? This sudden request set off alarm bells in Lena Lee's mind. She never expected the mysterious Tian'ren Chen to be so interested in an ordinary human woman. Although unsure of the credibility of this information, it undoubtedly aroused her suspicion. Noticing Lena Lee's hesitation, Tian'ren Chen spoke coldly, "That's right. You don't need to worry too much. This is our cooperation." Before he finished speaking, Tian'ren Chen's body began to spin at a dizzying speed. Accompanied by the clanking sound of metal gears, he transformed into a powerful truck head in an instant. The sharp blade emblem on the front shone brightly, silently proclaiming his strength. The astonishing transformation process left all the cyborgs present in awe. It was their first time witnessing a transformer change up close, and they were deeply shaken. Lena Lee wanted to ask more questions, but faced with this scene, she swallowed her words. She vaguely realized that Tian'ren Chen was not someone they could manipulate at will. The next night, led by the cyborg TOS, Tian'ren Chen arrived at the place where the captives were held. He found that the cyborgs had loaded the captives, who were meant for trading with the Predators, into a giant container. Upon closer inspection, Tian'ren Chen discovered that these so-called human soldiers were merely mercenaries from Zone G, not regular troops. It made sense, given that the human regular army on Blue Star was quite strong, capable of fending off various alien forces, though they lacked interstellar travel capabilities. "Tian'ren Chen, sir, everything is ready. Shall we depart?" TOS asked cautiously. Without saying a word, Tian'ren Chen moved to the front of the container, allowing the cyborgs to connect it to his rear. Then, TOS and 3 fully armed cyborgs entered Tian'ren Chen's cab. Under the cover of night, Tian'ren Chen, towing the container full of captives, set off with a pickup truck full of armed cyborgs in front and another behind, following the route TOS provided. This operation was crucial for the cyborgs, and they had nearly mobilized everyone. However, in Tian'ren Chen's view, if someone really wanted to intercept them, a few guns wouldn't suffice. After all, the mercenaries from Zone G had tanks and helicopters. Fortunately, despite some tense moments, the convoy safely exited Zone G and entered the buffer zone between Zones G and D, allowing all the cyborgs to breathe a sigh of relief. Here, the mercenaries from Zone G wouldn't dare to venture easily, while the Predator patrols could appear at any time. The convoy traveled steadily for about 5 hours, until around 4 a.m. suddenly, Tian'ren Chen's system issued a warning. "Energon detected, target 1 kilometer away, approaching at 200 kilometers per hour." This unexpected alert startled Tian'ren Chen. "Energon? Another transformer?" he exclaimed internally. "Could we be exposed this quickly?" The system continued analyzing. Detected Energon as Clevel. A torrent of information followed. Name: Flyover Mountain. Species: Cybertronian. Autobot faction. Former member of the Cybertron security force, currently an Autobot scout on Blue Star. Energon level: C. Mechanical body: C. Threat level: 1 star. The system concluded. Probability of winning in combat: 100. Probability of evading target: 0. These details made Tian'ren Chen pause. 0 chance of evasion? Looks like this guy has already noticed me, he thought. Is Flyover Mountain too confident? Coming alone in an uncertain situation. To avoid early exposure, Tian'ren Chen decided that if Flyover Mountain really came looking for trouble, he wouldn't hesitate to handle him here. After all, as a supreme Energon holder, even with incomplete weapon systems, dealing with a Clevel Flyover Mountain shouldn't be a problem. At that moment, a Toyota sedan sped towards Tian'ren Chen's location under the cover of darkness. Calling all Autobots. "I've detected an unusual energy fluctuation near Zone D and am moving to investigate," Flyover Mountain reported while pursuing, sending out an alert to all Autobots. "Don't act rashly, Flyover Mountain. Ratchet is nearby. Follow discreetly and wait for reinforcement. We're on our way. Ironhide's voice came through the communication system. However, the adventurous and confident flyover mountain ignored Ironhide's warning. He continued to chase Tian'ren, replying, I found a suspicious convoy heading towards the Predator territory. They must be up to something. If that energy fluctuation is a Decepticon, I'll take him down. After sending this message, Flyover Mountain accelerated further, his engine roaring as he closed in on Tian'ren's taillights. Toss, we've got a situation. In the dead of night, a Toyota sedan suddenly appeared from behind, startling the cyborgs. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Toss quickly assessed the situation and noticed that the sedan had no other vehicles following it. He calculated silently. Even if they were here to intercept, it would only be a few people, while they had nearly 30 fully armed men, not to mention Chen Tian'ren, the Transformer, leading them. With this in mind, Toss relaxed a bit. Don't rush, he advised. It might just be some civilians seeking help. This was a no man's land, and the sedan was likely fleeing from Zone G, possibly unaware that it was approaching a convoy of cyborgs. The sedan kept flashing its high and low beams, seemingly trying to overtake them or make them stop. With Zone D just 10 kilometers away, Toss decided to avoid unnecessary trouble and ordered the cyborgs in the rear to fire warning shots at the mysterious vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. The car behind, back off. Don't come any closer. However, the warning had no effect. As the sedan overtook the pickup at the rear, a sharp-eyed cyborg noticed the unmistakable Autobot logo on the car door, his pupils dilating in shock. T-Toss, it's an Autobot. It's heading your way. The terrified report crackled over the radio. This shocking news left Toss and his team in Chen Tian'ren's cab momentarily stunned. In that instant, Chen Tian'ren suddenly opened the door, threw everyone out regardless of their safety, and detached from the container behind. With a screeching halt, the truck swerved, kicking up a cloud of dust, and sped off the main road. Stop right there. Flying Mountain, thinking the enemy was fleeing in fear, immediately floored the accelerator, pursuing with high beams blazing, determined to catch up. The ejected cyborgs tumbled uncontrollably on the ground. Two of them collided with a tree, their metal parts and flesh scattering, dying instantly. Toss was luckier, falling into a water-filled ditch, his fate uncertain. Chen Tian'ren raced forward until he reached a cluster of abandoned buildings, where Flying Mountain finally caught up. You have nowhere to run. Autobot, transform. Flying Mountain roared, leaping several meters into the air and transforming into his robot form, lunging at Chen Tian'ren. Chen Tian'ren remained calm, making a sharp turn at the last moment to dodge the attack. Amidst the swirling dust, he quickly transformed and struck a powerful pose, ready to counterattack. With a resounding clang, Flying Mountain barely had time to react before Chen Tian'ren's heavy punch landed on his mechanical face, sending sparks flying. Flying Mountain didn't even have time to scream before being knocked back, crashing into a building. Damn it! Flying Mountain struggled to rise from the rubble, unable to fully comprehend his opponent's power. Worse, the punch had disrupted his spark, rendering his systems temporarily unable to fight back. Why did you come here to die? Chen Tian'ren's crimson eyes locked onto Flying Mountain, his gaze icy cold. He approached with deliberate steps, each one echoing with a menacing thud. As Flying Mountain got a clearer view of Chen Tian'ren's robot form, his confidence turned to trembling fear. You're... The image of Optimus Prime flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. You're Tian'ren, he exclaimed. Chen Tian'ren hesitated slightly, his gaze growing even colder. Though he wasn't the Tian'ren Flying Mountain mentioned, the idea of killing him was now unavoidable. As Chen Tian'ren closed in, Flying Mountain changed his plea. No, you're not Tian'ren, you're not a Decepticon. Who are you? Chen Tian'ren didn't respond. Instead, with a clank, his right arm transformed into a 4.5-meter-long thermal sword, the Blade of Fury. The blade glowed with a fiery, molten light. As for who I am, a dying person doesn't need to know. Chen Tian'ren's words dripped with lethal intent. Flying Mountain realized the gravity of his situation and desperately tried to signal the Autobots. But his communication system had been damaged by Chen Tian'ren's punch, preventing him from sending any message. You'll be an enemy to all of Cybertron. No, you'll be a scourge to the entire universe. Flying Mountain shouted defiantly, knowing he couldn't escape death. He regretted acting so rashly. He should have waited for Ironhide and the others. But it was too late. Chen Tian'ren wasted no time. He stomped on Flying Mountain, raised the Blade of Fury, and plunged it into Flying Mountain's chest right where his spark was located. The Blade of Fury had the power to destroy a Transformer's spark, ensuring Flying Mountain's demise. Arg! Flying Mountain screamed in agony as electrical surges erupted from his chest wound. A massive flame shot out from the wound, and as it dissipated, his eyes dimmed, and he became a heap of worthless scrap metal. With Flying Mountain dealt with, Chen Tian'ren retracted the blade of fury, transformed back into his truck form, and roared away into the night. When Chen Tian'ren returned to the convoy of cyborgs, the scene before him made him frown slightly. Toes was struggling to repair his damaged body parts, with metal pieces scattered all around. The other cyborgs looked at Chen Tian'ren with faces full of fear upon seeing him return unscathed. Clearly, the outcome had been decided. Chen Tian'ren recalled the high-speed chase earlier. He had mercilessly thrown Toes and the others out of the vehicle, indifferent to their fate. To him, the lives of these cyborgs were as insignificant as ants. And indeed, they were. Toes, enduring the pain, staggered towards Chen Tian'ren and urgently asked, "Lord Chen Tian'ren, you're finally back. What happened to that Autobot?" Despite already knowing the answer, he couldn't help but ask. Chen Tian'ren responded with a heavy mechanical voice. "He has gone where he belongs." Hearing this, Tu's expression fluctuated. If this provoked the Autobots' retaliation, they would surely face dire consequences. And right now, Chen Tian'ren was not someone they could afford to offend. This mysterious figure, who claimed his system had malfunctioned, had effortlessly dealt with the Autobots' trouble. TOS couldn't help but recall Li Na's words, suspecting that Chen Tian'ren's appearance had another purpose, likely related to Su Weiwei and a certain biotech company. Despite the interruption, the convoy continued his plan towards Zone D. Along the way, Chen Tian'ren fell into deep thought. If Fei Guishan could detect him through a scanning system, he could also sense Fei Guishan's energy fluctuations. This suggested that Cybertronians might all have the ability to detect each other. Reflecting on past experiences, Chen Tian'ren opened his system interface and discovered a long-overlooked feature: the stealth system. This wasn't invisibility in the traditional sense, but a system that could evade any energy detection. Chen Tian'ren was delighted. This was exactly what he needed. The predators they were about to encounter also possessed advanced technology and might have the ability to detect his energy. Activating the stealth system could avoid this issue, but at the cost of disabling radar detection, communication, and weapon systems. The convoy traveled 10 kilometers smoothly and arrived at a checkpoint on the outskirts of Zone D. Two Predator warriors were meticulously scanning each cyborg and vehicle with devices on their arms. These Predators had a bizarre and ferocious appearance, but their civilization's technology was nearing level 4. However, civilizations often experience splits at this stage. The Predators were no exception. A massive civil war had broken out on their home planet between those who pursued physical prowess and those who pursued technological power. The victor of this war would determine the future direction of their civilization. The prolonged civil war had caused a rift in the core of Predator civilization. Without timely repair, they wouldn't be able to advance to a level 4 civilization and might even face extinction. Until they learned that the long-lost Supreme Spark of Cybertron had appeared on Earth. The Supreme Spark's extraordinary energy, coupled with Cybertron's level 4 technology, became the Predator's hope. Chen Tian'ren narrowly evaded the Predator's detection. With authorization from the two Predator warriors, they entered Zone D. The scene before them shocked everyone, including Chen Tian'ren. It was like a living hell, with a gloomy and oppressive atmosphere everywhere. The once prosperous city was now in ruins, with the remains of smart robots and scrap metal littering the roadsides. The faint human bones indicated that humans had participated in this war but met a tragic end. A massive Predator spaceship hovered over Zone D, with a temporary experimental base set up below it. Even from a distance, the stench of blood from the base was nauseating. As a Cybertronian without a sense of smell, Chen Tian'ren couldn't empathize with the suffering of the other cyborgs and the prisoners in the containers. They vomited continuously as they approached the Predator base and had to wear gas masks to alleviate their discomfort. One cyborg couldn't help but say, "My God, what have they been doing here?" Despite their hatred for humans, as former humans themselves, they still felt repulsed by such scenes. TOS responded coldly, "You fool, did you think the stories of what happened back then were just rumors?" The cyborg defended, "I know what happened, but seeing it with my own eyes is truly horrifying. We always said we wanted to overthrow the tyranny of humans and smart robots, but look at these outsiders destroying our planet." "Enough, stop talking," TOS sternly interrupted, worried that these words might anger the nearby Cybertronian, Chen Tian'ren. The cyborg immediately understood and fell silent. TOS felt a sense of irony. Their former kind had not only rejected them, but also persecuted them. But now, what could they do? "All right, we're here," TOS said. "Let's finish this transaction quickly and get out of this hellhole." Clearly, the cyborg TOS was equally repulsed by this place. After issuing orders to everyone, he turned to leave Chen Tian'ren's cockpit. Just then, Chen Tian'ren's gaze was drawn to a battered Mustang police car not far away. Despite its damage, the words "crime and punishment" were still prominently displayed. It quietly hid among a pile of abandoned vehicles, seemingly inconspicuous. However, as a former Earthling, Chen Tian'ren immediately recognized the origin of this police car. He thought to himself, "Wow, it managed to tail me so discreetly without getting noticed. Impressive." A sudden idea struck him, and he quickly called out, Mr. Dos, wait a moment. I need to speak with you. Toas was about to open the car door, but stopped immediately upon hearing this. He was puzzled, unsure of what Chen Tian'ren wanted to say at this moment. After a brief hesitation, Toas respectfully said, Lord Chen Tian'ren, please tell me what you need. Chen Tian'ren continued, when you trade with the Predators later, mention something about the Autobots. Toas was even more confused. The Autobots? Are you referring to the one we encountered earlier? Smart, Chen Tian'ren replied, but you'll need to tweak the story a bit. Tos remained silent for a while before asking, Lord Chen Tian'ren, forgive my ignorance, but how should I alter the story? And what is your purpose in doing this? Chen Tian'ren chuckled. You should understand that an Autobot dying between your two factions is significant. Even if you currently lack the strength to kill an Autobot, can you escape blame when they investigate? When that time comes, you'll have two options. He continued, first, you can tell the Autobots the truth and expose my whereabouts. But I remind you, even if they know where I am, they might not be able to deal with me. They might spare you, but I won't. Hearing this, Post felt a chill run down his spine. If he could sweat, he would be drenched by now, as he had indeed considered this option. Noticing Tu's tension, Chen Tian'ren went on, second, follow my plan and frame the Predators for the Autobots' death. The Autobots and Predators already have a grudge. This plan has a success rate of over 90. By letting them fight each other, you might benefit from the chaos. Tu's eyes lit up at this. Even a small advantage could significantly boost their armed forces. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. But he still had doubts. Lord Chen Tian'ren, your suggestion is excellent. But how can we make the Autobots believe the Predators did it? The Predators are ruthless but not fools, and the Autobots are smart. This isn't easy and might backfire. Chen Tian'ren explained. Just say that on your way here, you encountered a battle between the Decepticons and the Autobots over the Spark. An isolated Autobot was severely injured by the Decepticons and is hiding nearby. Simply relay what I said and mention that the nearby police car is a Decepticon. Tos furrowed his brow in thought and finally agreed to Chen Tian'ren's plan. After getting out of the car, Tos immediately ordered the other cyborgs to unload all the human captives from the container. The Predator warrior in charge of the exchange was very satisfied when he saw the captives. He gestured for another Predator to take out a rectangular metal object and demonstrated its operation to Tos before handing it over. Tos accepted the Predator's energy weapon with great joy, caressing it as if it were a treasure. This weapon could easily destroy a tank or a helicopter. Amid his excitement, he suddenly remembered Chen Tian'ren's instructions. Calming himself, Tos said to the Predator's subleader, Lord Scar, I just remembered something about the Autobots. Would you be interested? Scar, who was about to leave, turned back with a fierce expression and asked in a raspy voice, what about the Autobots? Scar appeared furious, as there was enmity between the Predators and the Autobots. Suppressing his fear, Tos continued, well, we encountered a battle between the Autobots and the Decepticons on our way here. They seemed to be fighting over some kind of spark. Scar became even more agitated. The Spark. Tos was startled and stammered. Yes, yes, Scar urgently asked, and then? Tos replied, the Autobot was severely injured by the Decepticons and looked like it wouldn't make it. It should be nearby. Hearing this information, Scar paused to think, tightly clenching his sharp claws before striding towards the base. At this moment, suddenly shouted like a madman, Lord Scar, look, there's a Decepticon hiding right here. Scar and several other Predator warriors whipped around to see Tos, nervously pointing at the battered Mustang police car. Meanwhile, the identified Mustang police car seemed to have 3 large question marks floating above it. Scar flew into a rage and let out a piercing shriek at the Mustang police car. Scar wasted no time in activating the laser weapon mounted on his shoulder. A blood-red beam shot straight toward the suspicious Mustang police car. In that instant, the Mustang roared to life, its engine growling as it sped away from the scene. This sudden development left everyone present, including Chen Tian'ren, utterly astonished. Such a decisive escape was uncharacteristic of the Decepticon army. The Mustang's speed was jaw-dropping, disappearing without a trace in mere seconds. Chen Tian'ren speculated that this Decepticon was likely a scout barricade. However, he didn't dwell on Barricade's escape. Later, through a conversation between Taishuiren and Tos, Chen Tian'ren realized that his earlier worries were unfounded. Barricade hadn't been tailing them but had been lurking there for quite some time. This discovery brought Chen Tian'ren some relief, indicating that the Decepticon army was still unaware of his presence. After the transaction was successfully completed, Chen Tian'ren and the cyborgs began their journey back. He remained indifferent to the fate of the human captives. To him, it was the destiny of the weak, much like his own past, where the right to survive could be stripped away at any moment, while the strong could decide the fate of the weak without any justification. Meanwhile, as Chen Tian'ren had anticipated, Taishuiren successfully located Flywheel's mechanical body. However, During transport, they were ambushed by Autobot Ironhide and Ratchet. A fierce battle ensued, resulting in the loss of 3 Tian'ren warriors before the fight ended. Ratchet examined Flywheel's body and delivered a disheartening conclusion. He's beyond saving. His spark has been destroyed. Ironhide, seething with rage, slammed his fist into the ground and gritted his teeth. I swear I'll make these Tian'ren pay. Despite sharing Ironhide's sorrow, Ratchet tried to remain calm and advised, Ironhide, don't act rashly. This situation is more complicated than it seems. We need to uncover the truth and wait for Bumblebee and Drift's support. Ironhide's fury didn't abate as he shouted, uncover the truth? Flywheel's spark was clearly destroyed by those hideous Tian'ren. They're the most disgusting beings I've ever encountered. Ratchet patiently explained, calm down. I closely examined Flywheel's wound. He was pierced by some kind of blade, which destroyed his spark. The opponent took him down with a single strike. It was an unfair fight for Flywheel's. Look at his mechanical face. There's a distinct punch mark. Flywheel's was a class mech on Cybertron, not particularly notable, but on Earth, it's different. The only ones capable of inflicting such damage, aside from us, are the Decepticons. Ratchet's detailed analysis slightly calmed Ironhide. After a moment of silence, Ironhide asked, are you suggesting the real culprit behind Flywheel's death is a Decepticon? Ratchet continued, it's just a possibility. Based on the wound, we're dealing with an enemy equipped with a thermal blade, capable of defeating Flywheel's in one encounter. To my knowledge, only 4 individuals fit that description. Ironhide, puzzled, asked, who are the 4? Ratchet replied, Optimus Prime, Ultra Magnus, and the Decepticons Megatron and Starscream. Ironhide glared at Ratchet, annoyed. That's as good as saying nothing. All 4 are on Cybertron. How could they be here on Earth? Are you saying Starscream is here too? Ratchet couldn't confirm either way, and simply shook his head. Regardless, the conflict with the Tian'ren was now inevitable. The mere fact that they attempted to take Flywheel's body was enough for the Autobots to hold them accountable. Meanwhile, after a relentless journey, Chen Tian'ren and his group finally returned to the cyborg's base in the afternoon. Lilina was overjoyed to learn the transaction was successful. She eagerly took the Tian'ren weapon from Toss, exclaiming, with this weapon, our plan to take over the entire G district will be much smoother. Moments later, Lilina seemed to remember something important and approached Chen Tian'ren with a serious expression. Lord Chen Tian'ren, I have some news regarding the information you asked me to find. Upon hearing this, Chen Tian'ren transformed into his robot form and asked urgently, tell me, what did you find out? Lilina hesitated, her brow furrowed. The human woman you asked me to investigate, Su Weiwei. I managed to gather some personal information about her. However, to be honest, Su Weiwei is someone we can't afford to provoke. The forces behind her are unfathomable. We could only dig up surface-level information. Delving deeper would bring us catastrophic trouble. Chen Tian'ren didn't show any displeasure. Instead, he pondered for a long time before saying, in that case, just tell me what you found. Lilina explained. Su Weiwei is a significant figure in a biological group called Nest. Not only that, she comes from human nobility and currently resides in District C. That's all I could uncover, and it was risky enough to obtain this much information. Chen Tian'ren remained expressionless, his demeanor stern and cold. He realized that to find Su Weiwei, he would have to venture into District C. However, District C was a living area for human nobility, heavily guarded by powerful military forces equipped with formidable energy weapons. Figuring out how to enter and exit District C safely posed a significant challenge. After much contemplation, Chen Tian'ren still couldn't devise a plan. In his moment of frustration, he suddenly thought of Lingran. It seems I'll have to find her first, he decided quietly. Su Weiwei once found herself through Lingran. Chen Tian'ren pondered, realizing there might still be some connection between them. He silently decided that he would settle things with Lingran sooner or later. Suddenly, the image of a human friend flashed through his mind. Perhaps she might have some clues. This thought made Chen Tian'ren realize he might have to leave. He planned to bid farewell to Lina and the other cyborgs, using the excuse of heading to Zone C to search for Su Weiwei's whereabouts. However, on second thought, he felt uneasy. These cyborgs had not only seen him, but also knew he had killed Flying Mountain. More importantly, they were aware that he was investigating Su Weiwei and the Nest Corporation. If this information leaked, his actions could be exposed prematurely. This was what Chen Tian'ren truly feared. For a moment, Chen Tian'ren hesitated in place. When Lina heard about his intention to leave, instead of trying to persuade him to stay, she looked relieved. It's all right, Mr. Chen Tian'ren, Lina said with a cheerful smile. No matter what happens, we're still friends. I hope you find the information you're looking for this time. Lina felt secretly relieved. According to Tor's report, this guy had killed an Autobot while trading with the Predacons. This further confirmed her previous suspicion. Chen Tian'ren was indeed a member of the Decepticon Legion. Moreover, Various signs indicated that this Chen Tian'ren was cunning, and even his name might be fabricated. Besides, he seemed to have ties with the Nest Corporation. It was best to stay away from such a person to avoid trouble. However, Lena didn't realize that at this moment, Chen Tian'ren's gaze had become colder than ever. That's just great, Chen Tian'ren said with a sarcastic tone. But friends don't help keep secrets. Lena didn't catch the hidden menace in Chen Tian'ren's words and continued to smile. Of course not. We would never betray our friends. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Tian'ren suddenly made his move, grabbing Lena with his mechanical hand in the blink of an eye. Leader. The cyborgs present were terrified by this sudden turn of events. Mr. Chen Tian'ren, what are you doing? Lena struggled desperately. Please believe us, we would never betray you. Let me go. But her body, made of silicone and iron, was no match for Chen Tian'ren. At this moment, Lena finally understood that this guy had never trusted them. From beginning to end, Chen Tian'ren had just been using them. Now, these cyborgs had lost their value to him. To prevent the Nest Corporation from finding out prematurely, the wisest choice was to eliminate them all. Chen Tian'ren said coldly, I've heard enough pretty words, but I believe only the dead can keep secrets forever. Run, Tors. Everyone run. Lena shouted desperately to her subordinates. Chen Tian'ren didn't waste any more words. As the pressure system on his mechanical arm activated, he crushed Lena and her energy weapon into pieces. Leader, we will fight you. The other cyborgs, filled with rage, opened fire on Chen Tian'ren. Over 30 guns fired simultaneously, but the dense bullets hitting Chen Tian'ren's body only produced clinking sounds, unable to leave even a scratch. As a Supreme-class transformer, Chen Tian'ren's glass body was almost immune to such attacks. Chen Tian'ren threw Lena's remains at the cyborgs and, with a swing of his right arm, transformed it into the Rage Blade. He leaped into the cyborg's ranks, becoming a ruthless killing machine. Wielding the Rage Blade, glowing with a magma-like sheen, Chen Tian'ren's movements were swift and fierce despite his size. He struck down the fleeing cyborgs one by one, showing no mercy even to those who begged for their lives. A few minutes later, the slaughter was over. Chen Tian'ren coldly surveyed the scene. The cyborg base had become a hellscape, engulfed in flames. Only Tor survived, but he had lost most of his mobility, his legs severed by Chen Tian'ren during his escape. Tors crawled desperately through the wreckage, his heart filled with fear, wanting only to get away from this demon. However, he didn't know that Chen Tian'ren's system was so advanced that it had a built-in scanning function, ensuring no survivors were missed. Chen Tian'ren walked toward Tors, each heavy step crushing Tor's spirit. By now, Tor's nerves had completely shattered. No. Please. Mr. Chen Tian'ren. Lord Chen Tian'ren. Tors pleaded as he crawled. I beg you, spare my life. I'll do anything for you. Chen Tian'ren didn't stop, his cold mechanical voice saying, You should understand. I can't leave any loose ends. Consider it an honor to die by my blade. With that, he swung his sword, slicing Tors in half. He then turned, retracted the Rage Blade, and transformed into his vehicle mode, a truck cab, with a series of mechanical sounds. With the roar of the engine, he left without looking back, leaving behind a devastated base and countless shattered bodies. After leaving the cyborg base, Chen Tian'ren drove onto a wide avenue. He activated the system panel and quickly input information about Ling Ran, hoping to verify if the system could locate her. As soon as he completed the input, the system responded instantly. With a sharp whoosh, an electric current shot from the car roof into the sky, and the radar system began a comprehensive search. Soon, Chen Tian'ren received hundreds of pieces of information about Ling Ran, mostly from different people. Surprisingly, there were dozens of women with the same name throughout Zone G. He quickly identified the target Ling Ran, but most of the information was already known to him and did not provide her current location. Frustrated, Chen Tian'ren shut down the radar and activated stealth mode, deciding to visit places Ling Ran had frequented or lived based on his memory. By dusk, his figure had quietly disappeared into the twilight. A few hours later, a convoy led by a Mustang police car and followed by 3 black Chevrolet SUVs entered the cyborg base. Shockingly, the vehicles bore the emblem of the Decepticons. The vehicles quickly transformed, revealing 4 robots on the war-torn battlefield. A battle just took place here. We're too late, said Crowbar, a member of the Decepticon Dread Squad, in a raspy mechanical voice mixed with a beastly growl. Beside him stood 2 other team members, Crankcase and Hatchet. All 3 shared similar appearances as Class Sparks and Class Mechanical Double Changers. The leader, Barricade, ignored them and carefully inspected the surrounding wreckage. He picked up a piece of a cyborg's remains and, after examining it, said, Their wounds are very clean, with traces of thermal blade energy on them all of them. Hatchet speculated that it might be the work of the Autobots, but Barricade dismissed this, pointing out that Autobots wouldn't use such brutal methods, and individuals with thermal blades are extremely rare. They also ruled out other external forces since the Decepticon warship, commanded by Soundwave, was in outer space, making a silent infiltration by any enemy impossible. Ultimately, Barricade decided to take some cyborg corpses for Shockwave to analyze. They quickly loaded the bodies and returned to the Decepticon base. A few days later, Chen Tian'ren appeared outside K-City in the human-controlled Zone G. The tall steel walls of this city were the last refuge for humanity. Using holographic technology to disguise himself as human, he successfully infiltrated a convoy entering the city. From his previous investigation, Chen Tian'ren learned that Ling Ran had moved here after receiving a 1 million reward from Su Weiwei. With a population of tens of thousands, finding Ling Ran in K-City was a daunting task. He decided to stake out a large shopping mall, as shopping was one of Ling Ran's hobbies. After several days of waiting, Chen Tian'ren finally spotted Ling Ran at the entrance of a shopping center. She was heavily made up, wearing sunglasses, a tight skirt, stockings, and high heels, with a branded handbag slung over her shoulder. Her walk exuded an air of seduction. Seeing this, Chen Tian'ren was filled with rage. He slowly approached and overheard Ling Ran on the phone with her boyfriend. "All right, babe, don't be mad. I'll send you a big red packet later. Your sister is rich now. Talk to you later. Love you, moi." Just as Ling Ran hung up, Chen Tian'ren's truck suddenly appeared beside her. Before she could react, a mechanical arm extended from the door, quickly grabbing her into the cab. Chen Tian'ren immediately accelerated, speeding towards the city gates. Terrified, Ling Ran screamed, "Help! Help! I'm being kidnapped. Someone help. You better shut up now, or I won't hesitate to rip it apart." Chen Tian'ren's cold voice echoed through the cockpit, transmitted via the sound system. Ling Ran, who had been shouting moments earlier, fell silent instantly upon hearing the threat. She suddenly realized that her captor was a transformer robot. Fear surged through her, and she dared not make another sound. In her heart, she wondered, why is this alien kidnapping me? If it were an ordinary kidnapper, I could negotiate, but this situation is beyond anything I know. Chen Tian'ren, in his vehicle mode, smoothly drove out of K-City and into a desolate area. After ensuring no one was around, he abruptly threw Ling Ran onto the uneven ground. Then, he began to transform, his metal parts seamlessly reconfiguring until he stood as a gigantic robot. The fluid transformation left Ling Ran stunned. She sat on the ground, her makeup smeared, and her long black hair in disarray. Who are you? Why did you kidnap me?" she asked, trembling, her legs too weak to support her. Chen Tian'ren didn't answer immediately. He stared at her intensely for a moment before speaking slowly. "I need some information about Su Weiwei from you." Ling Ran was visibly taken aback. She never expected this menacing transformer to be after information about Su Weiwei. Even more puzzling was how he knew she was acquainted with Su Weiwei. Seeing her confusion, Chen Tian'ren impatiently pressed on. "Tell me, how can I contact Su Weiwei?" I don't know. I really don't know," Ling Ran cried, shaking her head desperately. Chen Tian'ren walked slowly towards her, bending down to bring his mechanical face closer. "Your lies will only make me angrier. Not long ago, you completed a transaction with her." Ling Ran trembled even more. She didn't expect this transformer to know about such a secretive matter. "I don't know. I really don't know. She always came to me personally. We had no other contact and She trailed off, swallowing her words. "And what?" Chen Tian'ren demanded. "That transaction had nothing to do with me. It really wasn't my business," Ling Ran stammered. To her surprise, Chen Tian'ren calmed down. He stood up straight and said in a flat tone, "People like you don't deserve to live in this world." With those words, he transformed a blade and swiftly slashed her throat. Ling Ran clutched her neck, trying to stop the blood from gushing out, but it was futile. Her eyes widened in fear and despair, and she never understood why she met such a fate. Chen Tian'ren walked away without looking back, transforming into a truck and driving off. After killing Ling Ran, Chen Tian'ren was surprised to find he didn't feel the anticipated thrill of revenge. Instead, he felt an unusual calm. As he learned more about this world, revenge seemed less important. His inner desire to grow stronger was gradually replacing his hatred. Revenge had become just another task to complete. Since merging his consciousness with the spark, he found himself viewing things more rationally and calmly than before. What Chen Tian'ren didn't know was that the spark within him was quietly altering his way of thinking, transforming him from a limited human into a powerful Cybertronian, potentially a future ruler of the universe. Reflecting on his situation, Chen Tian'ren realized that achieving revenge would be difficult on his own in a short time. Even if he found and killed Su Weiwei, how would he deal with the organization behind her? Moreover, he was eager to upgrade his weapon systems, knowing he couldn't hide forever. Completing system tasks, perfecting his weapons, and developing his own forces became urgent priorities. Recalling his initial encounter with Flyover, Chen Tian'ren realized that all transformers could detect his spark energy, but they might not know that a supreme spark had merged with him. Based on this, he considered seeking alliances with other forces. The Autobots were too merciful and thus ruled out. Among the Decepticons, Shockwave's research capabilities made him wary, fearing his secret might be uncovered. Other alien forces lacked the strength to contend with both humans and the mechanized factions. Suddenly, Chen Tian'ren remembered Lockdown. He had heard that Lockdown, for profit, had helped the Blue Star mechanized faction capture Decepticons. Though risky, joining Lockdown's bounty hunter faction seemed the best option. This could not only help him deal with the organization behind Su Weiwei, but also achieve his own goals, killing two birds with one stone. With this plan in mind, Chen Tian'ren set off on his journey to find Lockdown. While the Autobots were preoccupied with their skirmish against the Decepticons, the Decepticon army seized the opportunity to swiftly take over several Autobot resource bases. These bases stored vast amounts of precious energon, crucial for the production of warriors below rank, starships, and foot soldiers. Over the next couple of weeks, Chen Tian'ren searched for Lockdown's temporary base but found nothing. Instead, he stumbled upon a Decepticon unit occupying an Autobot base. "Hurry up. We need to get this energon back to our base before the Autobots arrive," barked a Decepticon named Knockout, who was directing a dozen Decepticon soldiers. Knockout was the commander of this operation team and also served as the Decepticon army's medic. As a Brank dual-form transformer, he enjoyed the trust of Megatron on Cybertron and the confidence of Shockwave, the Decepticon military operations commander on Earth. In the Decepticon ranks, Knockout had made quite a name for himself. Despite not being the most powerful warrior, Knockout dared to challenge Starscream, whose rank was just below Shockwave and Soundwave. Among his soldiers were a few mass-produced Viacons. These crank energon and body Viacons were the most common Decepticon foot soldiers, with combat capabilities far surpassing the ordinary Drank soldiers. Meanwhile, Chen Tian'ren watched everything closely from the shadows. Suddenly, a Decepticon soldier shouted excitedly, "Commander Knockout, come quick! We found a super energon cube." Hearing this, Knockout rushed over and, upon seeing the glowing blue cube, burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, what a pleasant surprise. We found a super energon cube in an Autobot base. This can power a small starship. Shockwave will be thrilled. Long live Megatron." Chen Tian'ren, who had been about to leave, perked up at the mention of a super energon cube. His system informed him that, although the energon cube wasn't of much use to him personally, it could be used to create 10 Drank Transformer Soldi Ursa treasure not to be missed. Making a swift decision, Chen Tian'ren transformed into his vehicle mode, a truck, and charged toward Knockout. The Decepticon soldiers quickly sensed the danger and shouted, "Enemy attack!" Knockout's expression darkened. "What's going on? Is it those damned Autobots?" Before he could finish speaking, a metallic truck had already barreled menacingly toward the Decepticon soldiers. "Is that Optimus Prime?" a panicked Decepticon soldier cried out. Knockout quickly assessed the situation. "That's not Optimus Prime. The energy signature is different, and he's not the right color. Stop him!" Chen Tian'ren roared. "The super energon cube is mine." He then transformed into his robot mode, wielding his anger blade, and charged at the Decepticon soldiers. The Decepticons opened fire, but Chen Tian'ren had already activated his energy shield. The Drank energy attacks merely caused ripples on the shield, unable to penetrate his defense. A few Viacons joined the fray but were quickly dispatched by Chen Tian'ren's powerful strikes. Seeing the dire situation, Knockout called for backup. "Blitzwing, we need support. We're in big trouble." He then joined the fight, but was swiftly kicked aside by Chen Tian'ren. Just as Chen Tian'ren was about to deliver a finishing blow to Knockout, his system issued a warning. 4 energy signatures detected. Approaching at supersonic speed. 3 are a rank, and 1 is shrank. Recommendation: retreat. Weighing his options, Chen Tian'ren decided to retreat, grabbing the super energon cube and storing it in his chest. He transformed back into his truck mode and sped away, leaving a cloud of dust behind. Knockout picked himself up, his parts clattering. He grumbled, "Damn it, that guy wasn't an Autobot. Who is he? And he scratched my paint job." Shortly after Chen Tian'ren's departure, 4 Cybertronian jets arrived. They transformed into their robot forms, revealing Blitzwing, and Shrank Triple Changer, and the Arank Seeker team members, Thundercracker, Skywarp, and Jetfire. Blitzwing surveyed the chaotic scene and sternly asked, "Where are the Autobots?" "It wasn't the Autobots who attacked us, but some unknown entity," Knockout said, gesturing with his hands to describe the mysterious enemy to Blitzwing. He looked like a mix between Optimus Prime and Ultra Magnus, with a hint of Thunderwing. In short, he's incredibly powerful. Knockout's optic sensors flickered with fear. I could feel the intense energy waves from his spark, almost comparable to Megatron's level. The members of the aerial bots exchanged uncertain glances, their optics reflecting doubt. Vortex spread his mechanical hands and shrugged. "That sounds like nonsense. Megatron's spark is of the supreme class. In the entire history of Cybertron, only a few dozen Transformers have had a supreme or higher class spark. Each one is a legend, like the Primes, the Knights of Cybertron, and the Super Warriors. How could it be someone we've never heard of? Knockout's faceplate twisted in frustration. I'm telling the truth. That guy even stole the Energon we just acquired. Energon? Blitzwing and the aerial bots exclaimed in unison. Knockout nodded in confirmation. Yes, that rare type of Energon. I was planning to use it to curry favor with Shockwave, but now it's all gone. His shoulder plates drooped in dejection. Blitzwing didn't question further and immediately gave an order. Damn it, go after him. He can't have gotten far. The aerial bots quickly transformed into their aerial modes, engines roaring as they soared into the sky, leaving a trail of blue exhaust flames. Meanwhile, Chen Tian'ren hid amidst the rubble of a collapsed building, his eyes darkening as he watched the Decepticon flyers circling overhead. Only when they were completely out of sight did he breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Tian'ren knew he couldn't stay here long and felt an urgent need to find Lockdown. He silently cursed himself for not finishing off Knockout, surprised that such a minor player could call in elite Decepticon warriors. Glancing at the Energon in his hand, Chen Tian'ren allowed a small smile to creep onto his lips. Despite the trouble, acquiring this Energon was a fortunate turn of events. It would significantly increase his chances of negotiating with Lockdown. At that moment, Lockdown was assisting the Mechanoid faction in battling an alien force from a Tier 3 civilization. The battlefield in Zone H of Blue Planet was littered with the remnants of Mechanoid troops, alien corpses, and the shattered bodies of Transformers and mechanical wolves. Amidst the chaos stood a sleek Transformer Lockdown. He addressed a Mechanoid robot. The Loretalians have met their rightful end. It's over. I've fulfilled my end of the bargain. Now it's time to hand over the remaining Energon. Lockdown was a Cybertronian bounty hunter with S-class spark and body. His secondary transformation gear allowed him to morph into a sleek Lamborghini. Lockdown's weapon system was unique, featuring an energy cannon embedded in his head, capable of transforming into a powerful cannon right in the center of his face, firing various types of projectiles. The Mechanoid robot responded, of course, Ultron never breaks a promise. You'll get what you want. Lockdown nodded in satisfaction and was about to leave when the Mechanoid robot called out, "One moment. Recently, the Autobots have clashed with the Predacons. That's none of my business." Lockdown interrupted impatiently, transforming into a Lamborghini and speeding away, leaving the Mechanoid robot standing there, bewildered. Lockdown's temporary base was nestled in a secluded valley, with his ship hovering above, ready for a quick escape. However, upon returning to the base entrance, Lockdown found his guards had been eliminated. This sight infuriated the usually neutral bounty hunter. As he stepped into the base, he saw a Strangira Transformer waiting for him. Lockdown was momentarily stunned, his jaw nearly dropping. "I've been expecting you, Lockdown," Chen Tian'ren said calmly as he approached. Lockdown quickly sensed the energy waves from Chen Tian'ren's spark, his initial shock giving way to curiosity. He offered a knowing smile. "This is quite unexpected. After all, no one would have thought that the supreme spark everyone is searching for could develop its own consciousness and forge a body. How did you manage that?" It was truly unexpected. Lockdown saw right through Chen Tian'ren's fire seed essence with just one glance, which genuinely startled Chen Tian'ren. He remained silent for a moment, keeping a calm demeanor with a faint smile on his lips. "Humph. In a sense, the fire seed is the source of life itself, the heart of a mechanical life form," Chen Tian'ren said naturally. "Of course, what you're saying does require a bit of luck, but that's not why I'm here. Compared to my own matters, I think you should be more interested in the reason I've come to find you." Lockdown's optical lens narrowed slightly, clearly intrigued by Chen Tian'ren's words. He coldly replied, "The Allspark, which both Autobots and Decepticons are desperately searching for, has come to life and has a purpose in finding me. So, what is it you want me to help you with?" Chen Tian'ren looked directly at Lockdown and slowly said, "I want you to collaborate with me on something." At the mention of collaboration, a look of surprise appeared on Lockdown's mechanical face. "Collaboration? With you? To get beaten up together?" he mocked. "I have no desire to make enemies with the entire Cybertron. Even though I can handle the Autobots, I can't deal with Shockwave." Chen Tian'ren remained unflustered, clearly having anticipated Lockdown's reaction. He calmly said, "Like you, I'm not known to them yet. Although it's only a matter of time, who knows how things might change by then. Right now, I have information about a super energy source that I think will interest you." "A super energy source?" Lockdown's tone now carried a hint of surprise. For him, a super energy source was a rare and valuable find. Thousands of Energon cubes couldn't compare to the energy of a single super energy source. With the Autobots and Decepticons around, nearly all energy sources on Earth had been exhausted. With the Allspark long lost, a super energy source was even more critical for Cybertron's mechanical life forms. Without energy replenishment, Cybertronians would eventually perish due to energy depletion. Even though its glass fire seed could power their bodies for thousands of years, it was still a matter of time. Lockdown had scoured hundreds of planets in the galaxy and had only found 2 super energy sources. The most recent one had been used to create his mechanical wolf pack. Sensing that Lockdown was taking the bait, Chen Tian'ren continued, "Yes, a super energy source." Lockdown pondered for a long time before finally speaking. If a super energy source has appeared on Earth, it must be in an Autobot or Decepticon base. The risk is too great. I don't think this collaboration is feasible. Besides, before we discuss further, can you at least tell me your name? Chen Tian'ren chuckled. My name is Chen Tian'ren. Unfortunately, you're wrong. The super energy source isn't in their base. It's actually in the hands of the humans. Lockdown's tone was filled with disbelief. In human hands? As far as I know, the humans on this planet don't have the technology to refine energon, let alone a super energy source. Are you sure about this? Chen Tian'ren confidently replied, absolutely. I got this information from a human engineer by chance. So, the super energy source is naturally in my possession now. To add credibility, he immediately used holographic projection to display the image of the super energy source in midair. With a soft whoosh, the holographic projection of the super energy source appeared before Lockdown. Seeing this, Lockdown's doubts vanished. The prerequisite for creating a holographic projection was having a physical reference. This proved that Chen Tian'ren indeed possessed, or at least had seen, the super energy source. Lockdown fell into deep thought, analyzing the situation. Firstly, this guy's individual strength was greater than his own. His fire seed was the last supreme class created before the Allspark was lost. If he hadn't been lost in the archives of Iacon, he should have become a super warrior of Cybertron and a member of the Autobots, potentially as significant as Optimus Prime. However, now, this being, who should have been an Autobot, had gained consciousness on Earth. Judging by Chen Tian'ren's demeanor, he seemed dissatisfied with the Autobots' current state. The Supreme Class Fire Seed was meant to create the next super warrior to fight the Decepticons. Otherwise, it wouldn't have ended up in his base. Of course, Chen Tian'ren was completely unaware of this information. Similarly, Lockdown had no idea that Chen Tian'ren's current state was due to the fusion of a transmigrator's consciousness with the Supreme Class Fire Seed. Seeing Lockdown's silence, Chen Tian'ren continued, in return, I need you to help me with something? Lockdown warily asked, what do you want me to do? But let me be clear, just one super energy source isn't enough to make me go against all of Cybertron. Chen Tian'ren chuckled and shook his head. No, it's not as severe as you think. I just need you to help me prevent a disaster. And the opponent is only a faction within the human camp. If I act alone, it will definitely attract the attention of the Autobots and Decepticons. Lockdown's tone carried a hint of curiosity. This sounds like a good deal, but I'm curious about the disaster you're talking about and what it has to do with humans. Chen Tian'ren explained. There's a biotech group called Nest. They're secretly researching a terrifying virus. Preliminary findings suggest that this virus can mutate all life on Earth into a different, very dangerous form. It would be a nightmare for all life on Earth. Hearing this, Lockdown sneered. Humph. Is it the Fire Seed's peace protocol at work again? What peace protocol? Chen Tian'ren asked, somewhat puzzled. Lockdown seemed to know a lot about about his Fire Seed. Lockdown continued, aren't you doing this for peace? Your Fire Seed might have been implanted with a peace protocol by Optimus Prime long ago. Upon hearing this, Chen Tian'ren seemed to understand something. He waved his mechanical hands and said directly, No, you guessed wrong again. I'm not doing this for peace. I have other reasons. As for those reasons, I don't think you need to know. Hearing this, Lockdown remained silent for a long time, quietly observing Chen Tian'ren. As he scrutinized the other, he realized that apart from the color, the sharp blade emblem, and those crimson eyes, Chen Tian'ren was practically a dark version of Optimus Prime. Deal. I'll take the job. Lockdown finally spoke. Tell me your plan. What do I need to do? Chen Tian'ren felt a surge of excitement at Lockdown's agreement, but his expression remained as composed as ever. Destroy everything related to the Nest Corporation, he said calmly. But there's one human woman you must leave to me. Just hand her over to me. Lockdown was puzzled. A human woman? He couldn't fathom Chen Tian'ren's true intentions, but he wasn't interested in prying further. What's her name? He asked shortly. Susan Weiwei. Alive, Chen Tian'ren replied. Heh, get my energon ready, Lockdown said. You'll get your answer soon enough. In the meantime, you can stay at my base, but you'd better not mess with my energon storage. With that, he turned and strode away. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Blue Star's Sector C, within the headquarters of Nest Biotech Corporation, an experimental base was filled with numerous tall medical containers. These containers held various biological corpses, some headless, some with only a grotesque, gaping maw appearing extremely ferocious. A few biologists in lab coats reported to Susan Weiwei, Madam Weiwei, the experiment has achieved a breakthrough. We've successfully replicated the progenitor virus. Mr. Aaron's plan can be implemented soon. Susan Weiwei nodded in satisfaction. Good job. This wouldn't have been possible without the help of Lady Black Widow Alita. At that moment, a female transformer walked in gracefully. It was just a small favor, she said. I also wanted to test my new venom on this planet. Hee. This female transformer was none other than Black Widow Alita, a powerful being once part of the Decepticons but expelled after a failed power struggle. She was the leader of the mechanical insects, possessing an S-class spark and an S-class body, able to transform seamlessly between helicopter, spider, and humanoid forms. Standing 6 meters tall, her body was a mix of black and purple, slender and seductive, with a cunning and ruthless personality. She wielded venomous weaponry and could replicate enemy moves, also commanding all Cybertronian mechanical insects. Susan Weiwei showed great respect to Black Widow. We couldn't have succeeded without your contribution. Black Widow laughed. Haha, no need for flattery. By the way, how is your boss Mr. Aaron recovering? His condition has stabilized, and the organ transplant surgery was very successful, Susan Weiwei answered. Black Widow smirked disdainfully. Fragile flesh and blood. Susan Weiwei forced a smile, then continued, next, we just need to disguise the virus as a vaccine, and we can start implementing our plan. Black Widow was indifferent. Do as you please, but I can't guarantee the plan's success. After all, you're up against many forces, including the Decepticons and Autobots. It's going to be tough. Susan Weiwei's face darkened. We've come this far. We have to try. Haha, true. Good luck then, Black Widow said, turning to leave. However, just as she was about to step out of the Nest headquarters, a massive explosion rocked the base. Black Widow steadied herself, alarmed. This power? It's Cybertronian technology. Have I been exposed? Alarms blared throughout the base. Alert! Alert! The base is under attack. In the chaos, a guard wearing an exoskeleton rushed to Susan Weiwei. Madam Weiwei, something terrible has happened. Mr. Aaron is dead. What? Susan Weiwei and others were instantly filled with panic, their eyes wide with shock. How can this be? He was fine when I last saw him. Susan Weiwei said incredulously. The guard, pale-faced, explained. We were attacked by lockdown. His warship suddenly launched an assault on all our bases. We were completely unprepared. Many people are dead. Mr. Aaron was torn apart by his mechanical wolves, and they took his newly transplanted heart and kidneys. Lockdown. The interstellar bounty hunter. Why is he attacking us? Susan Weiwei collapsed in despair. It's over. Someone hired Lockdown. It's too late for everything. At that moment, Black Widow, who had just reached the base entrance, was blasted back by a shot from Lockdown's face cannon. She cursed angrily. Damn it! What the hell is Lockdown doing? Why is he attacking here out of nowhere? Seeing this, Susan Weiwei clung to her last hope. Lady Black Widow, please help us. Black Widow, extremely displeased, snapped. Do you think I retreated for nothing? Lockdown is right outside, and his face cannon can fire thermal armor-piercing rounds. Who knows what you did to provoke him? What do we do now? Please, you have to save me. Su Weiwei clung tightly to Black Widow's long legs, her voice filled with fear and desperation. Her nails almost dug into Black Widow's armor, terrified that she might be abandoned in this critical moment. Black Widow looked down at the trembling human woman, momentarily caught in a dilemma. Without the temporary shelter of the Nest Company, she would have nowhere to go. The Decepticons and Autobots had spread their influence across the entire planet, and danger lurked in every corner. She cursed through gritted teeth. Damn that lockdown. After weighing her options, Black Widow decided to save Su Weiwei. After all, this human was her best chance to remain hidden among the human population. Just then, the attack outside abruptly ceased. Strange. Why did Lockdown stop the bombardment? Black Widow frowned, pondering. Could there be something here he wants? In the sky, Lockdown's warship descended slowly, eventually hovering over the Nest base. Inside the ship, Chen Tian'ren stayed hidden, planning to reveal himself only after Lockdown captured Su Weiwei. Through the ship's communication system, Chen Tian'ren instructed Lockdown. Remember, I need her alive. Lockdown responded irritably. Are you telling me how to do my job? Chen Tian'ren replied calmly. I'm just reminding you. Lockdown retorted coldly. I know what to do. I don't need a heart-tripping, gut-wrenching maniac like you giving me orders. Chen Tian'ren didn't argue. He knew Lockdown still despised him for what he did to her rump. But Lockdown didn't know that those organs once belonged to Chen Tian'ren himself. To Chen Tian'ren, it was a shame he had to erase, and he was determined to reclaim what was his. Lockdown, unaware of this, merely thought Chen Tian'ren was overly cautious, perhaps even distrustful. It embarrassed Lockdown that Chen Tian'ren insisted on coming along, a move unbefitting of a warrior with a prime spark. Following Chen Tian'ren's orders, Lockdown had already wiped out all of Nest Company's forces and subbases. Even the big boss, a rump, was torn apart by mechanical wolves. Now, capturing a mere human woman seemed like a trivial task, yet Chen Tian'ren insisted on being present. Lockdown thought it was beneath him. With the right incentive, he'd capture Optimus Prime himself, let alone a regular human. With a loud crash, the base's main door was blown open. Lockdown retracted his energy cannons and strode into the nest base. Under his command, Decepticon soldiers and mechanical wolves surrounded the base tightly. The warship in the sky monitored every corner, making escape impossible even for a mosquito. Find the woman named Su Weiwei. Kill everything else, Lockdown ordered again. Countless Decepticon soldiers, armed with energy guns, and mechanical wolves surged into the base. Sensing the imminent danger, Black Widow quickly made a decision. She listened carefully to the sounds around her and soon chose an escape route. Grabbing the pale-faced Su Weiwei, she dashed out of their hiding place. Enemy spotted. Lockdown soldiers immediately noticed Black Widow, and a barrage of energy blasts was fired at her. Black Widow used her own body to shield Su Weiwei, retreating while fending off the attacks. Transform. Having broken through the encirclement, Black Widow swiftly transformed into a Cybertronian helicopter, carrying Su Weiwei as she flew out of the base. Arriving late, Lockdown saw this and immediately opened his shoulder plates, firing several homing missiles. The missiles whistled through the air, chasing the high-flying Black Widow, but only one grazed her hull, causing no fatal damage. Unbelievable. She was hiding here all along. Lockdown watched in fury as Black Widow escaped with the target, punching a nearby wall in anger. On the warship, Chen Tian'ren was equally enraged. The mission was so close to completion, only to fail at the last moment. He leaped off the ship, landing with a thunderous crash, and strode out of the rising dust cloud. His cold eyes locked onto Lockdown, a thick, killing intent emanating from his spark. Sensing Chen Tian'ren's dangerous aura, Lockdown quickly explained, "Don't worry, she won't get far. My tracking missile has marked her. Just follow me." He then transformed into a Lamborghini and sped off. Chen Tian'ren coldly replied, "You better be right." He then transformed into a truck and followed closely. Despite his anger, Chen Tian'ren knew this was not the time to turn against Lockdown. He had to continue the pursuit. Black Widow's appearance had indeed caught him off guard, especially her close ties with the nest. It was only by nightfall that Black Widow finally landed in a remote, deserted area with Su Weiwei. After a safe landing, she quickly reverted to her humanoid form. "I've activated the cloaking system. Lockdown shouldn't be able to find us for now," Black Widow said. "We can't return to Sector C yet. Lockdown likely has it staked out." Su Weiwei nodded repeatedly, her voice trembling. "Yes, Black Widow, I'll do whatever you say." At this moment, she was utterly terrified. Facing the relentless pursuit of interstellar bounty hunters, her only hope of survival was to stick with Black Widow. Just as they thought they were temporarily safe, a sinister figure slowly emerged from a nearby pond. At that moment, neither of them realized that danger was already upon them. Beneath the water's surface, a massive figure slowly emerged. It was Lockdown. Under the moonlight, countless small gears on his body began to spin wildly, and his entire face started to transform. Parts interlocked and extended outward, eventually forming a 3-meter-long energy cannon. A thermite armor-piercing shell slid from Lockdown's chest to his mechanical neck, accompanied by a faint clicking sound as the shell locked into place. Lockdown aimed at Black Widow's transforming gears and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom! The armor-piercing shell shot out with a roar, instantly hitting Black Widow in the waist. The projectile not only pierced her body but also shattered her transforming gears. Arg! Black Widow was caught off guard, pain surging through her. Her sharp mechanical claws clutched the wound as she collapsed to her knees. Electric sparks crackled at the injury, scattering in all directions. Lady Black Widow. Su Weiwei witnessed the scene, her pupils shaking violently. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. "No! My transforming gears!" Black Widow's eyes widened in rage as she looked at the scattered metal parts, letting out a cry of despair. Seeing his successful strike, Lockdown quickly retracted the cannon on his face and strode towards Black Widow. At that moment, Chen Tian'ren roared into view from the darkness, transforming into his humanoid form and summoning the Blade of Fury. Under the moonlight, his figure resembled the Grim Reaper, striking terror into Black Widow and Su Weiwei. Without a word, Chen Tian'ren swung his sword, instantly decapitating Su Weiwei. Blood spurted out as her headless body fell to the ground, twitching a few times before becoming completely lifeless. Su Weiwei's face was forever frozen in an expression of terror. The sudden turn of events left Lockdown and Black Widow stunned. Lockdown thought to himself, "Couldn't you at least say something? After all that effort chasing her down, just for this one strike? Weren't we supposed to keep her alive? Did you really have to kill her yourself? And for this, you're willing to trade a super energy core? Just how deep is this grudge?" The more Lockdown thought about it, the more he feared Chen Tian'ren. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Mission accomplished. Your weapon system has been upgraded. You have acquired the energy cannon module and data. An electric current flowed from Chen Tian'ren's head to his feet. Another notification followed. Your transforming gears have been upgraded. You have unlocked the third form and data, gaining the ability to transform into a flying vehicle. Your body level has risen to s. Another current flowed down. Chen Tian'ren could feel himself becoming stronger. A new mission was triggered. Form the Shadow Legion and eliminate all forces on Blue Star. Mission reward. Technology to create a space bridge. You have received the Shadow Protocol. Protocol is loading. Chen Tian'ren thought he would review these details later. Lockdown and Black Widow had no idea that Chen Tian'ren had undergone 2 upgrades in such a short time, an unbelievable feat for any Cybertronian. Lockdown, unwilling to entangle himself further with Chen Tian'ren, spoke up, "All right, our deal is done. Where's my super energy core?" Chen Tian'ren remained silent as a compartment in his chest slowly opened, and a super energy core floated out. "This is yours. I never go back on my word." With that, he handed the super energy core, which he had taken from the Decepticons, to Lockdown. Lockdown was ecstatic, thinking this was a great deal. Chen Tian'ren was simply a fool. After securing the super energy core, he turned his gaze to Black Widow and asked, "What do you plan to do with her?" Chen Tian'ren turned to face the resentful Black Widow. She said indignantly, "First of all, I haven't provoked any of you." Lockdown crouched down and said to her, "Shockwave has been looking for you. If I turn you over to him, I might get some benefits." Black Widow retorted, "I have no quarrel with you." Lockdown stood up, kicking the shattered transforming gears on the ground. "But now we do." Without her transforming gears, Black Widow's combat ability was greatly diminished, unable to transform into any vehicle or weapon. Though reparable, it would take time or the expertise of Autobot Ratchet, Decepticon Knockout, or Shockwave. Black Widow fell silent, accepting her fate, but her eyes fell back on Chen Tian'ren. From the moment he appeared, she had a lingering question. Who is this guy who looks like Optimus Prime? With such powerful spark energy, he had to be at least in class. And judging by their earlier exchange, it was clear that today's events were orchestrated by him bribing Lockdown. "Who exactly are you?" Black Widow finally asked. Chen Tian'ren took a few steps closer and replied, "I am Chen Tian'ren, a tidal wave about to sweep across the universe." Even Lockdown was surprised by this, thinking, a tidal wave? More like a fool. But he kept his expression unchanged. As in class Spark, Black Widow sensed Chen Tian'ren's power. After careful consideration, she said, "Then please allow me to be a drop in this tidal wave." Lockdown was bewildered by her words. Just then, the sound of a jet roaring through the night sky broke the silence. "Lord Starscream, I've found them." A sudden roar tore through the night sky, prompting Chen Tian'ren, Lockdown, and Black Widow to look up simultaneously. The Decepticon aerial squadron streaked across the heavens, a flicker of fear flashing across Black Widow's visor. "It's Dirge," Lockdown calmly analyzed. "He won't act alone." Before he finished speaking, 5 more distinct fighter jets appeared in the sky. Lockdown's optics narrowed sharply. "Damn, it's Starscream." He quickly transformed into his vehicle mode, his engine roaring as he sped away from the scene. Sensing danger, Chen Tian'ren strode towards Black Widow. "I only need your spark," he said coldly. Before Black Widow could react, she was kicked to the ground. The spark extractor on Chen Tian'ren's arm transformed instantly, piercing through Black Widow's chest. With a harrowing scream, her spark was forcibly removed, and her lifeless body crashed heavily to the ground. Without hesitation, Chen Tian'ren took the spark and fled. He leaped into the air, transforming into a Cybertronian heavy fighter jet. 3 blue flames erupted from his tail, and he vanished into the night. Starscream's Decepticon squad arrived late, only to find Black Widow's lifeless body lying on the ground. "Pathetic," Starscream sneered, kicking Black Widow's body. "I hoped she'd cause some trouble for Shockwave, but she didn't last long." On his red and white frame, his 2 blue mechanical arms were particularly striking. As the Decepticon Air Commander, Starscream led the entire aerial squadron. Arrogant but powerful, his helium neon laser rifle could disable an enemy's circuits in an instant. "Be careful, don't let Shockwave hear you," Jetfire warned. "Remember, you almost lost your life last time." Starscream retorted angrily. "So what? With my talents, I should be leading the military operations on Earth." The other Decepticons exchanged glances and shook their heads in resignation. Thundercracker interrupted the pointless argument. "Shockwave sent us to track down the one who stole the Energon. Now he's escaped. Should we pursue?" Dirge added, "I saw Lockdown earlier. He seemed familiar with that guy." Starscream pondered for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. "Forget it. Just report that he got away. Bring Black Widow's body back as evidence." Meanwhile, Chen Tian'ren had flown over a forest far from Sector C. He scanned his surroundings cautiously and, confirming his safety, finally relaxed. A system prompt suddenly appeared. Shadow protocol has been loaded. Your spark energy has been converted to shadow energy. You can control other mechanical life forms by injecting them, provided the target accepts your energy. Chen Tian'ren contemplated this and then transformed into a jet, heading straight for Lockdown's base. Lockdown was on his way back to the base when he noticed a jet tailing him closely. The familiar yet strange spark energy puzzled him. Chen Tian'ren intercepted Lockdown, and both transformed into their humanoid forms simultaneously. Our deal is done. What is this about? Lockdown asked warily. Chen Tian'ren was straightforward. Interested in joining my cause to conquer the universe? Lockdown scoffed. I have no interest in conquering the universe. Besides, the universe is vast, with countless advanced civilizations. What do you have to conquer it with? Chen Tian'ren persisted. With your help, it will be much easier. Enough. Your idea is as laughable as an ant trying to rule the galaxy. Lockdown turned to leave. Chen Tian'ren's left arm suddenly transformed into an energy cannon, its barrel glowing with ominous purple energy. Lockdown was taken aback and immediately transformed to flee. With a deafening blast, the energy cannon struck the ground, the powerful shockwave knocking Lockdown off his feet. Before he could regain his footing, Chen Tian'ren was upon him, lifting him up. Either become my subordinate or die. Chen Tian'ren's voice was icy and resolute. As soon as Chen Tian'ren finished speaking, Lockdown erupted in a furious roar, gripping Chen Tian'ren's arm with both hands. With his extensive combat experience, Chen Tian'ren deftly twisted and broke free from the hold. Without hesitation, Lockdown launched several missiles at him. Startled, Chen Tian'ren realized he had been careless. The deafening explosions erupted around him, pushing him back more than 10 meters, though they caused no significant harm. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Lockdown quickly fled the scene. Angry, Chen Tian'ren transformed into a flying vehicle and gave chase. Just as he was about to catch up, Lockdown threw an object Chen Tian'ren's recently gifted super energy core. The move successfully diverted Chen Tian'ren's attention, allowing Lockdown to accelerate to his maximum speed and head towards his base. This isn't over, Chen Tian'ren. Lockdown yelled as he sped away. Holding the reclaimed super energy core, Chen Tian'ren muttered angrily, "Damn it, I should have known he wouldn't be easy to deal with." He quickly regained his composure, recognizing that capturing a seasoned intergalactic bounty hunter like Lockdown, who had his own ship and crew, was no simple task. Chen Tian'ren then left the territories of the Decepticons and Autobots, heading straight for Zone Z. This area was densely populated with alien factions, housing over a dozen different groups. Most of these aliens were interstellar refugees seeking a safe haven. Upon arriving on Earth, they were generally friendly towards humans, with some even joining human factions. However, due to limited space, conflicts frequently erupted among the different species. During peaceful times, these alien factions established a trading auction house in Zone Z to exchange necessary resources. Some human aristocrats also visited to seek out advanced technology. Inside the auction house, a 5-meter-tall, burly shark-headed alien from Shabi Planet fretted to his companion, "Did you hear? A guy from Cybertron showed up out of nowhere a few days ago and wiped out many of the smaller factions." His companion, another Shabi alien with a gender-neutral voice, replied, "So what? If he really wants to, we're as good as dead. They're a level 4 civilization, while we're only level 2. To us, they're like gods, and to them, we're just ants." Shabier continued, "I'm really worried. I heard there are 2 Cybertronian mining robots up for auction today. If we can buy them, our power will grow significantly." Shabi responded, "Let's hope so." Soon, the auction house filled with a diverse crowd of beings of various shapes and sizes, including what appeared to be an ordinary truck cab. These creatures from different planets were all communicating in Earth's common language. After a series of intense bids, the final item was brought out. Amid cheers from the canine-headed auctioneer, 2 iron cages covered in black cloth were pushed onto the stage by a group of rhino-headed beings. When the cloth was removed, 2 transformers were revealed, causing an uproar among the audience. These 2 transformers were unlucky miners from Cybertron who had crash-landed in Zone Z and were immediately captured. They were bound with thick iron chains, their eyes filled with fear. This was their first time leaving Cybertron, and it might be their last. The alien crowd began bidding frantically, with some even offering their spaceships as collateral. Amidst the heated auction, the seemingly ordinary truck cab in the crowd suddenly transformed, causing widespread panic among the alien factions. "That guy is a transformer!" A terrified scream echoed as the crowd scattered in all directions. In his robot form, Chen Tian'ren roared in a raspy mechanical voice, "There's no escape for you." He closed the mouth shield and entered slaughter mode. Chen Tian'ren's weapon system had been upgraded. In addition to his arm-mounted energy cannons, he now had a 16 missile launcher on his chest. His right arm could also transform into an aviation machine gun, which was part of his flight mode. First, Chen Tian'ren used his energy cannons to destroy all the exits, then he unleashed a barrage from his aviation machine gun at the fleeing creatures. Screams and pleas for mercy filled the air, but Chen Tian'ren ignored them. He then activated the missile launcher on his chest, sending 16 precision-guided missiles into the auction house, causing a series of violent explosions that left bodies scattered everywhere. Hearing the commotion, reinforcements quickly arrived. With a steely gaze, Chen Tian'ren raised his left arm, and with a thought, the gears and parts began to transform rapidly. In less than a second, a powerful fusion energy cannon was formed. Pathetic creatures, perish under this strike, Chen Tian'ren said coldly, ready to deliver the fatal blow. A powerful surge of purple energy quickly gathered at Chen Tian'ren's cannon muzzle. With a swift whoosh, the energy orb shot out, instantly hitting the reinforcements outside the auction house. Boom! A massive explosion ensued, and an unusual phenomenon occurred at the blast point. Surrounding objects collapsed inward at a visible speed, forming a giant, electrified energy field. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Everyone's breath and heartbeat appeared to pause. Those witnessing from afar were filled with dread, as if the end of the world had arrived. Boom! The energy field contracted to its limit and then violently exploded like a colossal firework. The energy pulse from this explosion covered an even wider area, not only annihilating the enemy reinforcements but also disabling all electronic devices within a kilometer radius, rendering their chips completely destroyed. Chen Tian'ren's cannon wiped out over 1,000 enemy soldiers, including 10 dual-barrel heavy tanks and 5 second-tier civilization fighters. Confirming the job was done, Chen Tian'ren transformed his energy cannon back into a mechanical arm and strode towards the auction platform. Under the terrified gaze of 2 transformers, Chen Tian'ren leapt onto the platform and with a clang, manifested the Blade of Fury. At this moment, 2 rhino men were barely clinging to life. Seeing Chen Tian'ren approach, they quickly closed their eyes, feigning death. However, 2 blood-red sword beams flashed. Without looking back, Chen Tian'ren swung his sword. Ugh! How could this be? The 2 rhino men, failing to play dead, breathed their last in confusion. Chen Tian'ren adhered to his principle of no survivors, leaving no one alive. He walked straight to the 2 transformers and swung his sword again, breaking the chains binding them. The 2 miners immediately knelt on one knee, sincerely thanking Chen Tian'ren for saving their lives. Chen Tian'ren didn't respond but instead scanned them using his system. After obtaining the information, he said, "I'm Chen Tian'ren from the Shadow Legion of Cybertron. Join my ranks, and I will make you stronger." Shadow Legion? The 2 miners looked puzzled. They only knew of the Autobots and Decepticons. When did a Shadow Legion emerge? Chen Tian'ren explained, "That's right. By becoming a part of the Shadow Legion, soon enough, both Earth and Cybertron will be ours." The 2 miners eagerly agreed to join and pledged their loyalty to Chen Tian'ren. They were too weak to be accepted by either the Decepticons or Autobots and often bullied by the Decepticons. Now, encountering such a powerful leader, they naturally wanted to ally themselves with him. Chen Tian'ren asked for their names. After they replied, he noticed that although they looked identical, their mechanical shoulders bore unique insignia indicating their model codes. "Very well," Chen Tian'ren nodded. "But you are too weak?" The 2 robots immediately looked dejected. However, Chen Tian'ren continued, "But that's okay. I can make you stronger, as long as you can accept my energy." Hearing this, the 2 robots were elated and nodded vigorously. "We are willing. We will forever be loyal to Lord Chen Tian'ren and the Shadow Legion." Chen Tian'ren nodded in satisfaction. He needed more manpower. He then split the Black Widow Spark in 2, upgrading their spark levels from D to nearly A. However, their body levels were still too low, so he used super energy cores to upgrade their bodies to be level. Finally, Chen Tian'ren implanted the Shadow Protocol into their sparks. Instantly, their eyes turned from light blue to crimson red, and the same blade insignia as Chen Tian'ren's appeared on their chests and arms. After the upgrade, the 2 robots' physiques also showed significant changes. Long live Lord Chen Tian'ren. The 2 robots, now fully upgraded, had an aura much stronger than before. From this moment on, they shed their minor identities and became official members of the Shadow Legion. Chen Tian'ren was quite pleased. His original mission in Zone Z was only to eliminate foreign forces, but he unexpectedly gained 2 subordinates. This sparked an idea. It might be challenging to control the Decepticons or Autobots right now, but if he could recruit more Transformers like these, his grand plans could certainly succeed. "Are there any others like you?" Chen Tian'ren asked. The 2 subordinates replied, "We came here with a Decepticon spaceship and many civilians. However, the spaceship had an accident in outer space, and we landed in this area in escape pods, getting separated from the others." Chen Tian'ren pondered for a moment, and then said, "Very well. Our task now is to clear Zone Z of all foreign species. No matter what they are, eliminate them all." The entire Z zone was engulfed in flames, with desperate cries echoing through the chaos. Amidst the turmoil, an octopus-like alien, missing its lower half, dragged its mutilated body in a futile attempt to escape the inferno. A sharp, sizzling sound pierced the air, spraying an unknown liquid everywhere, marking the end of yet another life. Chen Tian'ren's Z-Zone clearance operation had been ongoing for over 4 hours. The communication systems in the area had been completely disabled right at the start of the mission. Hovering above, Chen Tian'ren's surveillance system continuously monitored every movement on the ground. The creatures trapped in Z-Zone were like caged beasts, with no way out. 100 meters underground, in a massive shelter, surviving human merchants and nobles huddled together in fear and anxiety. They had come to Z-Zone to trade with alien forces, never expecting to encounter such a catastrophe. It must be the Decepticons, damn it! A well-dressed, middle-aged man exclaimed angrily. Didn't Shockwave already sign an agreement with us humans? A dog-like alien rested its head on its paws, a glint of intelligence in its eyes. I remember, the first Transformer to appear at the auction called himself Chen Tian'ren. Another dog-like alien looked grave. It seems the peace agreement we reached with Bumblebee and Shockwave has been broken. The Cybertronians have betrayed us. We have no other choice. Several dog-like aliens exchanged glances and then pulled out signal transmitters from their bodies. The powerful signals penetrated the 100-meter thick ground, reaching deep into space. However, this action was immediately detected by Chen Tian'ren, sealing their fate. Meanwhile, aboard the Decepticon starship Tempest in Earth's orbit, a Decepticon soldier reported to Commander Soundwave. Lord Soundwave, we just detected 4 signals from Z-Zone. Soundwave, the chief intelligence officer of the Decepticon army and a member of the cassette team, was currently the commander of the Decepticon forces on Earth. Known for his loyalty and calm demeanor, he was Megatron's trusted aide. A mechanical bird perched on his right arm, and a mechanical dog was concealed in his chest, both his reliable assistants. What happened in Z-Zone? Soundwave inquired. Strangely, someone has covered the entire Z-Zone with energy interference. We can't detect anything there, the soldier replied. Soundwave paused for a moment before issuing an order. Notify the aerial squad to investigate. There might be clues to the Allspark or the Omega Lock. The soldier promptly relayed the order to Starscream. Starscream, having just been reprimanded by Shockwave, was already in a foul mood. Upon receiving the new task, he was even more infuriated. Damn it, they treat me like a servant. Thundercracker, who happened to be leaving the base, saw Starscream's expression and teased, Air Commander, there might be surprises in Z-Zone. If you're late, you might miss out. Starscream reluctantly calmed down. I'll go. Aren't you coming? Thundercracker explained that Shockwave had assigned him to investigate lockdown. Starscream's eyes gleamed as he quickly changed his tone. Then go complete Shockwave's mission. I'll handle Z-Zone. With that, he transformed and flew off, leaving Thundercracker to laugh helplessly. When Starscream arrived over Z-Zone, the sight shocked him. The entire area was reduced to scorched earth, riddled with craters and littered with corpses. He circled the area twice, but couldn't find a single living ant. Even the notoriously ruthless Starscream was stunned by the devastation. In a 100-meter-deep crater, Starscream found 4 signal transmitters from a level 4 civilization. As he pondered this, he noticed the broken body of a dog-like alien out of the corner of his eye. So it's the dog aliens. When did they come to Earth? Starscream muttered to himself. At that moment, the human forces suddenly surrounded him. Starscream, don't move. Electromagnetic pulse cannons targeted him. Starscream snapped out of his thoughts and quickly defended himself. Hey, calm down. You don't think I did this, do you? Red Spider found himself surrounded by the human camp's regular army, feeling a bit uneasy. Though escaping wouldn't be a problem, doing so would undoubtedly confirm their suspicions. This clearly didn't align with the current strategic plans of the Decepticons. A middle-aged American man stepped out from the ranks, sporting a small mustache and a stern expression. This was ASE, one of the 5 generals of the human camp. He spoke. I believe this isn't your doing, but you must know who did it. Recently, there was an incident where Lockdown attacked our camp. You have a complicated relationship with Lockdown, and as we know, he was once a Decepticon. Seeing this human's condescending attitude, Red Spider became infuriated. He coldly replied, this has nothing to do with us. If you're looking for an excuse to start a war, so be it. This way, Shockwave will have no reason to keep you self-righteous humans around. Without Shockwave's policies, what were humans to the Decepticons? SE responded gravely, I do not want war, which is why I'm here. Our camp demands a summit meeting. Too many unexpected events have occurred lately. The Autobots and Predacons are locked in fierce combat. This might be part of someone's plan, at least successfully diverting both Autobots and Predacons. Red Spider, unwilling to engage further, coldly said, do as you please, then transformed into a jet and roared into the sky. The humans could only watch helplessly as he left, fully aware they were no match for the Decepticons. Even if all forces on Earth united, they could barely contend with the Decepticon army. Meanwhile, Chen Tian'ren, accompanied by two subordinates, had left Zone Z. According to his new plan, they aimed to locate the scattered Cybertronian civilians on Earth. But first, establishing a temporary base was crucial. After over 10 days of comparison and selection, Chen Tian'ren finally chose an abandoned nuclear power plant as the Shadow Legion's temporary base. Its remote location, far from other factions and rarely visited by humans, made it an ideal hideout. Chen Tian'ren led his two subordinates into the nuclear plant. After multiple scans confirmed no anomalies, he ordered them to clear the surrounding debris. This was a simple task for the Transformers. Suddenly, one subordinate exclaimed, "Lord Chen Tian'ren, we found something. It's a transformer with a very faint spark." Chen Tian'ren quickly approached, finding a rusted transformer lying among a pile of scrap metal, barely alive. Though slightly surprised, his expression remained stern. He scanned the transformer, quickly determining that its energy was extremely weak, with most basic information lost. The dying transformer barely moved, shedding parts as it did. It struggled to speak. I am Welder, from Cybertron, a research scientist." Before finishing, its last bit of energy depleted, and it went lifeless. "Welder," the two subordinates exclaimed in unison. Chen Tian'ren also showed surprise, not because of the name, but because it claimed to be a research scientist. Chen Tian'ren signaled his subordinates to step back and approached Welder. He opened his chest compartment, releasing a small, dark purple energy orb from his spark, tainted by shadow energy. He decided to try and revive Welder, believing that the spark, though nearly extinguished, might reignite with the right energy input. Chen Tian'ren forcefully injected the energy into Welder's body. Though uncertain of its effectiveness, he took a leap of faith. To his surprise, the next moment, Welder miraculously revived, though his eyes turned crimson. As the energy reached the spark, it reignited, spreading rapidly through Welder's body. Welder looked at his hands in disbelief, asking, "What happened?" Chen Tian'ren calmly replied, "I saved you. In return, you must join the Shadow Legion and serve me. You have no other choice." Welder looked up at Chen Tian'ren, sensing his powerful leadership aura, and immediately knelt on one knee. "Of course. Thank you for saving my life. I, Welder, will be eternally loyal to you." Chen Tian'ren said, "Good. Stand up. I will need your help soon." He then turned and left the warehouse. Meanwhile, the human camp sent a video conference invitation to Shockwave of the Decepticons and Bumblebee of the Autobots. In the video, a poised female diplomat addressed Shockwave and Bumblebee, "Given the recent events, we must invite you both for a discussion." The female diplomat had just finished speaking when she noticed that Shockwave and Bumblebee had fallen silent. A hint of awkwardness crept onto her face. Just then, Shockwave's single large eye appeared on the screen, and he spoke in a calm yet faintly displeased tone. "Do your human leaders think they hold some grand authority?" As the tension hung in the air, Bumblebee, showing only his head, quickly retorted, "Enough with your Decepticon nonsense, Cyclops. This is their territory, and according to the Universal Peace Treaty, we must be courteous." Shockwave was undeterred. "This isn't your place to speak. SpongeBob, don't call me SpongeBob." Bumblebee roared. "Anyone who calls me SpongeBob again, even if it's Megatron, will have to deal with me." Shockwave responded coolly, "Oh yes, I almost forgot. You're now the Autobot commander on Earth, so a bit of a temper tantrum is understandable." Bumblebee didn't want to waste more words. "Cut the crap. You Decepticons killed one of our members recently. I'll make sure you pay double for that." Shockwave remained calm. "It's always reasonable for Decepticons to kill Autobots. As for your payback, when will that happen? Do you need me to call Optimus Prime for you, SpongeBob?" Bumblebee gritted his teeth. "I'm talking about a recent incident. You killed Cliffjumper near Sector D. You've added another debt, Shockwave." Shockwave's single eye flickered, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, "Have you been hit on the head by a Predacon? Even if I didn't want to tell you, I must say that the Decepticons have no deployments in that area. If Cliffjumper was indeed killed by us, I'd be pleased, but unfortunately, it wasn't our doing." Bumblebee was relentless. "Maybe Cliffjumper discovered your secret alliance with the Predacons. Whatever you're planning, I won't let your schemes succeed." Shockwave concluded, "You've been deceived by someone. The Decepticons have no reason to ally with the Predacons. You're not a competent commander, SpongeBob. I suggest you call Optimus Prime to Earth." With that, he abruptly ended the video call. The female diplomat stood stunned, caught off guard by Shockwave's sudden departure. She turned to Bumblebee and urgently said, "Bumblebee, too many things have happened recently. You should consider a ceasefire with the Predacons. Sector Z was wiped out by some force 10 days ago." Bumblebee pondered, "Maybe we've got it wrong. As much as I despise Cyclops, he has no reason to lie to us. especially since he always thinks he's got the upper hand against us. He agreed to the human's suggestion and decided to temporarily leave the Predacons alone. In this clash, the Predacons suffered greater losses. Scarface had to decide to retreat from Earth, returning to their home planet to regroup a stronger fleet for revenge. Meanwhile, the Autobots, at the humans' invitation, returned to Sector C to investigate the events in Sector Z. Amidst the chaos, Chen Tian'ren had set up his temporary base in an abandoned nuclear power plant. The now-repaired welder, standing 15 meters tall, with a robust build and a mechanical face, possessed an grade spark and a crade body. He had a nuclear reactor on his back, and his right arm could transform into a welding machine and various tools, while his left arm could turn into a homemade laser gun. As a Cybertronian technology researcher, Welder, though not as powerful as Shockwave, had made significant achievements. More importantly, he had worked in a Decepticon military base and had a data chip containing extensive military technology information. Chen Tian'ren said to Welder, "I want to build a massive army, a production line capable of mass-producing countless soldiers." Welder replied, "Master, that's not difficult for me, but it requires a lot of energy and materials, which we currently lack." Chen Tian'ren pressed, "So you're saying, as long as we have those resources, you can give me what I want?" Welder confidently said, "Exactly, Master. I might not be good at fighting, but when it comes to making things for combat, I'm very confident. I have detailed data on all Decepticon-class warriors." Chen Tian'ren fell into thought, then asked, "Do you have any allies left on Earth?" Welder shook his head. "I always worked alone. After arriving on Earth, we were hunted by various forces, and I lost contact with those civilian transformers. I managed to hide here." Chen Tian'ren decided to personally search for energy sources. He knew that besides the Decepticon and Autobot bases, nowhere else would have them. To avoid alerting anyone, he transformed into a truck cab, activated his stealth system, and left the base. A week later, Chen Tian'ren still hadn't found any Decepticon or Autobot energy source bases and was aimlessly searching. That day, while he was driving on a deserted highway, 4 different vehicles approached him. A bright red Ferrari Dino leading the way, followed by a pickup truck, a motorcycle, and a military missile truck. Since both sides had their stealth systems activated, Chen Tian'ren couldn't detect their status or information, and they could only see an ordinary truck. "I have a bad feeling about that truck ahead," RC said with a hint of concern. Prowl questioned, "A bad feeling?" At the front, Dino dismissed her worry. "What's there to be worried about? If it were a Decepticon, seeing the 4 of us, it would have run by now. Otherwise, it would be ready to meet its end on Cybertron." Ha ha. The unusual convoy of 3 male and 1 female Autobots was slowly moving through a desolate area. RC was a B-class Spark, while the other 3 were all A-class Sparks and bodies. The military missile truck bringing up the rear, known as Long Arm, was the Autobots' heavy artillery. Chen Tian'ren didn't need a system scan. His experience allowed him to quickly identify the convoy's true nature. When the distance between them narrowed to 200 yards, Chen Tian'ren clearly saw the Autobot insignia. This unexpected encounter prompted him to immediately formulate a plan. At 100 yards, Chen Tian'ren suddenly deactivated his cloaking system and activated his weapon systems. His car roof transformed instantly into an aerial machine gun, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the approaching Autobots. Rat-a-ta-ta-ta-ta. The dense rain of bullets poured down. "Watch out!" The Autobots shouted and swerved sharply, trying to evade the attack. But it was too late. They were scattered, rolling through the dust. The battle-hardened Autobots reacted quickly, beginning their transformation almost the moment they hit the ground. "Transform!" Chen Tian'ren roared, completing his transformation as he charged forward. The once silent wasteland erupted into a storm of dust, turning into a fierce battlefield. In a swift move, Chen Tian'ren closed the distance to Long Arm and delivered a powerful punch, sending the multi-ton Autobot flying dozens of meters away. Ugh! Long Arm hadn't even regained his footing when his metal cigar and various components were knocked loose, scattering everywhere. The remaining 3 Autobots had only just recovered when they saw Long Arm lying in the distance. Chen Tian'ren gave them no time to breathe and immediately transformed an energy cannon, launching another fierce barrage at the trio. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Massive explosions followed one after another, forcing the 3 to scatter and seek cover. Chen Tian'ren knew he couldn't afford a prolonged battle. It would be extremely disadvantageous for him. He decisively shut down his weapon systems and activated his energy shield, charging through the Autobots' concentrated attacks. "He's coming!" Ironhide shouted. "This guy's spark is supreme class." Before he could finish, Chen Tian'ren, wielding the Blade of Fury, was already upon them. "Take one down first." He swung his weapon fiercely at RC, who couldn't evade in time. At the last moment, Ironhide threw himself forward, pushing the stunned RC aside. With a loud clang, one of Ironhide's mechanical arms was severed on the spot. Ugh! Ironhide cried out in pain, collapsing at Chen Tian'ren's feet. "Ironhide!" Longarm had also arrived by this time. But the three Autobots dared not make any rash moves, instead aiming their weapons warily at Chen Tian'ren. Self-sacrifice? Very admirable, Chen Tian'ren remarked, before driving the blade of fury into Ironhide's waist, causing a surge of electrical sparks. Let him go, or the Autobots will never forgive you, Dino shouted in fury. Chen Tian'ren withdrew the blade of fury and coldly said, without Optimus Prime, you Autobots are nothing to fear. With that, he lifted the seven-meter Ironhide as if he were a toy. My name is Tian'ren. Go tell Bumblebee that if you want your comrade to live, bring 10,000 energy units to the nearby town. With that, he leaped into the air, swiftly transforming into a jet and disappearing into the sky. Damn it! Faced with the formidable foe called Tian'ren, the three Autobots were powerless and could only watch as Ironhide was taken away. They wasted no time and immediately rushed back to base to report. Meanwhile, in the Decepticon base's laboratory, Shockwave was studying the cyborg corpse brought back by Barricade. Today, he finally reached a conclusion. As the energy computer continuously displayed data, Shockwave's single eye gleamed with astonishment. So that's it. No wonder we couldn't find him. This guy's appearance is truly a miracle. This explains everything, Shockwave muttered to himself. Shockwave was the Decepticons' military operations commander, strategist, and scientist, the current chief commander on Earth. His Spark and body were both SS class. Shockwave's humanoid form was unique, with only a single crimson eye on his head, giving him an inscrutable and terrifying presence. Like Soundwave, he was loyal to the Decepticons, but more accurately, he was loyal to Cybertron itself. Shockwave's formidable strength made him one of the few who could rival Megatron. His mount, Driller, was also a significant force for the Decepticons. Additionally, he was one of Cybertron's greatest scientists. What's up, Shockwave? Have you made another discovery? Starscream suddenly appeared behind him. Shockwave turned and replied, I found the culprit behind the destruction of Sector Z. Really? Then you'd better hurry and tell your human pets, because they care a lot about that incident, Starscream sneered. Ignoring Starscream's sarcasm, Shockwave said seriously, humans are inconsequential. We might be facing a major problem next. Hearing this, Starscream grew interested and quickly asked, what major problem? Why don't you hand over command to me? Let the wise and mighty Starscream lead the Decepticons, and I'll take care of everything for you. Red Spider stood in the hallway of the Decepticon base, watching Shockwave swagger away, seething with anger. Clenching his fists, he silently vowed to make these fools see his true power. Just then, Knockout's voice came from behind him, Lord Red Spider. What are you doing here? Red Spider whirled around and shouted furiously, what's it to you? Can't I be here? Knockout spread his hands, speaking calmly. Of course you can. Why not? After all, you are you. Red Spider took a deep breath, barely calming his rage, and asked, what are you here for? I came to find Lord Shockwave, Knockout replied. He's not here. Get lost, Red Spider snapped, turning to leave. Knockout sighed and muttered to himself, what a headache. Soundwave's intel must be delivered promptly. Hearing this, Red Spider stopped in his tracks and walked back to Knockout, a cunning glint in his eye. What intel did Soundwave send? Knockout hesitated for a moment before saying, Lord Soundwave said this matter must be conveyed to Lord Shockwave. Red Spider narrowed his eyes and said threateningly, Shockwave's not here. I'm the highest-ranking officer in the entire base now. If you don't tell me and something important gets delayed, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. Seeing Knockout still hesitating, Red Spider added, if you tell me, you'll still get some credit. After weighing his options, Knockout finally decided to reveal the intel. Lord Soundwave has discovered that an unknown individual has kidnapped Ironhide. They seem to be planning a deal in an abandoned human town. Red Spider fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he murmured to himself, if I take this opportunity to annihilate the Autobots, Lord Megatron might finally see me in a new light. What new light? What are you talking about? Knockout didn't catch his words. Red Spider snapped back to reality and quickly covered up. Nothing. By the way, Knockout, I have a plan now. But it's a military secret, and you must keep it confidential. Knockout curiously asked, what plan? Red Spider looked around warily, ensuring no one was around, then leaned in and whispered a lot into Knockout's ear. Knockout's expression shifted from curiosity to shock as he listened. That won't work, right? Knockout questioned. Red Spider, however, was full of confidence. It will work. If it succeeds, you'll get half the credit. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, Bumblebee and the other Autobots were discussing the newly received information. Skyblade. Upon hearing the account, Bumblebee and the other Autobots looked incredulous. RC resolutely said, that's right. Bumblebee, we should mobilize immediately and rescue Ironhide. The other Autobots echoed her sentiment, demanding immediate action. But Bumblebee didn't respond right away. He was deep in thought. Dino, growing impatient, said, Bumblebee, What are you hesitating for? Ironhide is our brother. We can't wait any longer. Hot Rod stepped in to calm everyone. Everyone, don't rush. Bumblebee is thinking of a plan. Drift, slightly sarcastic, said. A competent leader would shout Autobots, transform and roll out. An incompetent one is still thinking of a plan. Ratchet said, we need a proper plan. Haven't you always said that acting impulsively is a bad idea? Drift retorted. Rescuing a comrade isn't an impulsive act. We couldn't do anything for Overload, but we must rescue Ironhide. We can't lose another teammate. The Autobots began arguing, with unprecedented disagreements arising. All right, everyone, stop arguing. Bumblebee suddenly spoke up, drawing all eyes to him. Bumblebee looked around at his team and said, we will rescue Ironhide. Drift is right. We can't lose any more teammates. So, I've decided to agree to Skyblade's demands, prepare the energon he wants, and exchange it for Ironhide. Hot Rod worriedly said, we can't compromise. What if that guy takes the energon and still doesn't release Ironhide? Bumblebee answered firmly, if that guy is as RC and the others described, a supreme spark, none of us can take him on. If he dares to double-cross us, I'll make him taste the might of the forge of Optimus Prime. With that, he pulled out a hammer glowing with blue light from behind him. The enemy is strong, capable of fighting Prowl, Dino, RC, and Ironhide simultaneously and still capturing Ironhide. Using force won't guarantee Ironhide's safety and could cost us more comrades. This is the only way to ensure success, Bumblebee explained. Hearing this, all the Autobots agreed with Bumblebee's decision. Bumblebee finally turned to Prowl and said, Prowl, you and Hot Rod will come with me. Get the energon ready. We're leaving immediately. Chen Tian'ren brought Tiepi to an abandoned town. The place was a desolate wasteland, filled with bricks, rubble, and bones, with a particularly alarming number of human remains, silently narrating the horrors of war. If you have the guts, kill me now, you worthless scum. Tiepi, tied to a massive pillar, cursed incessantly. Chen Tian'ren replied coldly, say what you want. I won't waste words on someone who's about to die. With that, he looked up at the sky, his expression grave. Suddenly, Chen Tian'ren noticed a large bird circling in the distance. It wasn't an ordinary eagle, but Soundwave's mechanical bird. He grew alert but kept a calm exterior, beginning to formulate a plan. The Decepticons had evidently learned about Tiepi's kidnapping. Chen Tian'ren quickly decided to transform into a flying vehicle and soared into the distance. Moments later, a mechanical bird with a 3-meter wingspan entered the town, observing from afar without approaching Tiepi directly. With a deafening sonic boom, Chen Tian'ren arrived at an abandoned mountain 2 kilometers from the town. He circled the mountain twice to ensure it was safe before landing at the peak. Below lay the only road leading to the town, where he planned to intercept the Autobots' energy shipment. After waiting for over 20 minutes, a yellow Chevrolet Camaro, a Lamborghini, and a military missile truck came into view. In the truck's bed was a massive iron box containing 10,000 energy cells. Seizing the moment, Chen Tian'ren opened his chest panel and launched 16 precision-guided missiles. The missiles whistled through the air, forming an encircling pattern around Bumblebee and his group. Incoming attack! Bumblebee shouted, quickly transforming to intercept the missiles. Amidst the explosions, some missiles were shot down, but the rest hit their targets precisely, surrounding the trio. Autobots, transform! Rolling through the explosions, the 3 swiftly transformed, and the energy box was thrown aside. They quickly locked onto the fighter jet diving towards them from above. Smokescreen, with an iron cigar in his mouth, raised his Gatling gun and fired wildly at Chen Tian'ren. But Chen Tian'ren dodged effortlessly, counterattacking with his aerial cannon, leaving the 3 Autobots in disarray. Chen Tian'ren landed, transforming back to his robot form, and delivered a flying kick that sent Bumblebee crashing into the mountainside. Hot Rod raised his time weapon, but Chen Tian'ren agilely dodged and transformed into a truck, charging at him. How can his transformation gears be so advanced? Hot Rod exclaimed. Before he could finish, Chen Tian'ren had already transformed back into his robot form, delivering a heavy punch to Hot Rod's head, sending him flying 100 meters. Smokescreen roared and charged at Chen Tian'ren, only to be easily kicked away. Knowing he couldn't kill them at the moment, Chen Tian'ren walked towards the energy box. Suddenly, a system alert sounded. Multiple energon signals detected approaching. Chen Tian'ren remained calm, shouldered the box, and pretended to communicate. This is Tian'ren. I've lured Bumblebee here. Our deal is done. The rest is up to you. With that, he transformed into a fighter jet and flew away. Who was he just talking to? Bumblebee, I think we've been tricked. Hot Rod and Smokescreen exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, a sly voice echoed. Ha ha ha, where do you think you're going this time? Starscream. Seeing Starscream appear with a squad of Decepticons, dragging a barely alive Tiepi, Bumblebee was furious, his anger palpable. You can't escape, Bumblebee. Starscream's arrogant voice echoed across the battlefield. Once I take you down, no one will ever doubt me again. He waved his hand, pointing at Bumblebee and his comrades. Eliminate them. In an instant, hundreds of Decepticon soldiers raised their weapons, unleashing a barrage of energy laser beams that rained down on the Autobot positions. Bumblebee, Hot Rod, and Prowl immediately reacted, roaring back with their own counterattacks. Despite the Decepticons' superior numbers, Ironhide had already fallen into Starscream's clutches, leaving the Autobots with no choice but to fight to the death. Call for reinforcements. We're surrounded by Decepticon forces. Hot Rod urgently transmitted a distress signal to all nearby and base-bound Autobots. The Autobots, who had already been secretly following, mobilized immediately upon receiving the call. Autobots, transform and roll out. With the sound of gears turning, hundreds of Autobots simultaneously transformed into their vehicle modes, racing to the battlefield at top speed. Starscream, brimming with confidence, boasted to Knockout beside him. See that, Knockout? My genius plan is working. This time, we'll definitely take down the Autobot commander. As Bumblebee and his team struggled under the relentless assault, Starscream's confidence only grew. You truly are remarkable, Lord Starscream. Knockout chimed in, secretly pleased at the thought of sharing in the glory. However, a doubt crossed his mind. Lord Starscream, don't you find it odd? We haven't seen the guy who kidnapped Ironhide since we arrived. Starscream hesitated for a moment before regaining his smug expression. He must have fled in terror at the sight of the great and powerful Starscream. We need to focus on the Autobots for now. Next time, he won't be so lucky. Hearing Starscream's boastful remarks, the captured Ironhide let out a cold laugh. Huh, you, Starscream? You're nothing but a clown. What did you call me? Starscream roared, storming forward and kicking Ironhide hard. Unfazed, Ironhide continued to taunt. Who else but you, Starscream? You're pathetic, like a dog with a broken spine. Starscream, losing all sense of control, aimed his arm-mounted blaster at Ironhide. With a loud bang, Ironhide's chest was blown open, his spark extinguished instantly. A look of defiance flickered in his eyes before his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. This might not have been the best move, Lord Starscream. Knockout stammered, shocked by the sudden turn of events. You killed Ironhide, but if the Autobots no longer have a reason to rescue him, they might just retreat. Ironhide. Prowl, witnessing Ironhide's death, was consumed with rage. His defensive stance turned into an all-out offensive, cutting down Decepticon soldiers in a fury. The tide of battle began to shift. At that moment, the Autobot reinforcements arrived with a roar. Bumblebee, we're here. The Decepticon forces were quickly overwhelmed, and even Starscream and Knockout had to retreat. As the situation deteriorated rapidly, Knockout couldn't help but blame Starscream. This is all your fault. So much for your genius plan. Starscream, humiliated and angry, retorted. How is this my fault? We did manage to kill one Autobot. It's just that their reinforcements arrived. Next time, they won't be so lucky. Knockout didn't argue further. Seizing the opportunity, he transformed into a sleek sports car and sped away. Damn you, Knockout, running away. Decepticons, retreat. Realizing the dire situation, Starscream quickly transformed into his jet mode, disappearing into the sky. The Decepticon army left behind dozens of soldiers' bodies as they fled the battlefield in disarray. The Autobots gathered around Ironhide's body, their grief palpable. Bumblebee knelt down, gently lifting Ironhide, and silently turned away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Chen Tian'ren landed his fighter jet at his temporary base. Transforming back to his humanoid form, he tossed a crate onto the ground. 3 subordinates hurried out to meet him. Take the energy core inside. Be careful. It's precious, Chen Tian'ren ordered. Yes, Lord Tian'ren. 2 of his subordinates responded in unison, carefully carrying the crate into the base. Chen Tian'ren surveyed the area, noting that the temporary base had taken shape, a testament to his subordinates' efforts during his absence. Suddenly, he noticed 2 small robots busily working. Welding Machine quickly explained, Lord Tian'ren, these are the small robotic assistants I built according to your instructions. They help us complete the base construction faster. Chen Tian'ren nodded slightly, saying nothing more. After a moment, he spoke again. Now that we have the energy core, you can proceed with your experiments. It's not much, but it's a start. Welding Machine responded immediately. Understood, Lord Tian'ren. I won't let you down. You better not. Chen Tian'ren replied coldly, continuing his walk deeper into the base. At the center of the base stood a massive iron throne, adorned with various blades, exuding an aura of authority. Welding Machine proudly introduced, Lord Tian'ren, this is the throne I crafted for you. I hope you like it. You've done well. Chen Tian'ren strode over and sat down. I must admit, it fits perfectly. After a moment of quiet, Chen Tian'ren suddenly recalled Soundwave's mechanical bird. It seems my presence can no longer be concealed, he muttered, a deep glint in his eyes. Following Shockwave's orders, Lightning discreetly observed Lockdown for a period. He discovered that Lockdown was dismantling the base's equipment, seemingly preparing to leave Earth. To avoid alerting Lockdown, Lightning reported this intelligence to Shockwave. After a moment of contemplation, Shockwave decided to meet Lockdown in person. After all, Lockdown had close dealings with Chen Tian'ren and might provide some valuable information. At that moment, Lockdown's base was bustling with activity. Hurry up, we need to get off this planet. It's no longer safe here, Lockdown urged his troops as they moved the equipment. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently as though an earthquake had struck. The entire base trembled, causing the soldiers to panic and drop what they were carrying, seeking something stable to hold on to. Lockdown's face darkened. He knew this was no ordinary earthquake. He recalled a massive mechanical beast from Cybertron. Sure enough, a mechanical tentacle, over 10 meters long, burst through the surface, followed by a dragon-like body emerging from the underground. Trypticon. Lockdown's suspicion was confirmed. The massive mechanical beast emerging from the ground was indeed Shockwave's mount, Trypticon. With a crackle of electricity, Shockwave rose from within Trypticon. Lockdown. Shockwave's voice was calm yet authoritative. Lockdown's expression turned grim. Shockwave, what are you doing here? Shockwave didn't answer directly, instead asking, are you planning to run away? That's right, I'm leaving. It's none of your business, Lockdown replied bluntly. So, what do you want from me? But I must warn you, I'm not interested in any collaborations. From now on, I refuse any missions. Shockwave responded calmly. Fear is a natural instinct for any life form, including mechanical ones. Your decision is understandable. Actually, I'm here to confirm something. What is it? Lockdown asked warily. It's about the missing Allspark from Iacon. Hearing this, Lockdown's gaze darkened. He was silent for a moment, contemplating his response. Finally, he spoke slowly. Yes, that entity has targeted me. He's an anomaly. Your presence here suggests you've discovered something too, right? Shockwave was straightforward, a disturbing energy that could destroy Cybertron. Optimus Prime, who always stood for justice, told a colossal lie to everyone. The Allspark isn't the future of Cybertron's super warriors. It's a force that could annihilate Cybertron. We've all been deceived. Lockdown's expression grew even darker. That's why I have to leave. Shockwave pressed on. Aren't you going to stay and help deal with this entity? He could threaten Cybertron. That's none of my concern. Lockdown retorted sharply. I didn't create him, and saving the world should be the Autobots' job. With that, he walked towards his spaceship, ready to leave. Shockwave remained silent, watching Lockdown depart. He knew Lockdown was a bounty hunter and only cooperated with the Decepticons when it suited him. There was no point in forcing him to stay. More importantly, the leader of the bounty hunters, Nemesis, was not someone to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Chen Tian'ren was contemplating his next move in the base when he heard a commotion outside. Who sent you? Are you an Autobot or a Decepticon? How did you evade our surveillance system? Mercy. I swear I was just passing by and got curious. Please believe me. Chen Tian'ren stepped out to investigate the scene. He was surprised. His system monitored the entire base within a 10-kilometer radius, alerting him to any disturbances. The system wasn't malfunctioning. So how did this intruder slip through? He immediately scanned the unfamiliar transformer with his system. The scan revealed a special device attached to the intruder's spark, allowing him to avoid detection. Which faction are you from? Chen Tian'ren demanded. The transformer replied pitifully, I'm not affiliated with any faction. I'm just one of Master Tane's failed experiments, escaped from Cybertron. A failed experiment? Chen Tian'ren mused. Release him. What's your name? My name is Scout. The transformer responded with fear in his voice. Recalling Scout's mention of being a failed experiment of Master Tane, Chen Tian'ren pressed. Tell me your story. Scout began to recount his tale. He was originally a civilian on Cybertron, injured and left destitute during the Civil War. The Autobots eventually rescued him and sent him to a laboratory in Iacon's archives. There, he and others with similar fates underwent modifications by Master Tane. Unfortunately, due to mistakes made by Master Tane's assistants, a batch of Transformers developed severe issues during the modifications. Their sparks would become uncontrollable in combat, unable to distinguish friend from foe. To avoid responsibility, the assistants planned to eliminate these potentially unstable Transformers. However, the Transformers caught wind of this and turned on the assistants, escaping the laboratory. Scout was one of them. With resentment in his voice, Scout said, We hate both Autobots and Decepticons. It was their war that destroyed our home. Upon hearing the explanation from Scout, Chen Tian'ren remained unusually calm. He recalled learning about the world of Cybertron through movies back on Earth, knowing only about the existence of Decepticons and Autobots, but never delving deeper into the true nature of the planet. If what Scout said was true, his resentment was understandable. Scout continued, "Our previous hideout was destroyed by the intelligent machines on this planet. We've been on the run, looking for a new place to stay. I really didn't come to spy on you." Chen Tian'ren frowned and asked, "You said we? Are there other Cybertronians with you?" "Yes," Scout nodded. "They're companions who escaped with me back then." Hearing this, a glint of interest flashed in Chen Tian'ren's eyes. He then proposed, "In that case, why not join the Shadow Legion? I can lead you to become stronger, so you won't have to keep hiding." Scout's eyes lit up with joy at his words. He eagerly nodded and agreed, "Yes, sir, we are willing." For Scout and his companions, survival had already been difficult, and returning to Cybertron was no longer an option. Now, having a faction willing to take them in, they were ready to fight. After all they had been through, they had been searching for a faction to join on this blue planet to fight against the Decepticons and Autobots. Unfortunately, no faction on Earth had the strength they needed. Meeting Chen Tian'ren seemed like a heaven-sent opportunity. The name Shadow Legion alone suggested a force capable of standing up to both Autobots and Decepticons. More importantly, the powerful energy emanating from Chen Tian'ren was astonishing. Following such a leader promised a bright future. "My name is Tian'ren," Chen Tian'ren said. "Go and gather the others now." With that, he turned and walked back to the base. Excited, Scout kneeled on one knee, bowing to Chen Tian'ren's retreating figure, and responded loudly, "Yes, Lord Tian'ren." Then he transformed into a drone and buzzed off into the sky. Meanwhile, the Autobots and Decepticons were engaged in the fiercest battle since arriving on Earth. Ironhide's death had been the trigger, and Bumblebee couldn't stomach the fact that Starscream had outmaneuvered the entire Autobot team. Losing two key members had ignited the Autobots' fury. The conflict quickly escalated into a full-scale war, dragging both human and intelligent machine factions into the fray. The sounds of gunfire and explosions were relentless, with smoke and ash filling the air. This time, the Autobots formed an alliance with the human faction to jointly fight against the Decepticons and intelligent machines. Both sides suffered heavy casualties from bombarded bases. However, the greatest losses were borne by the human faction. They had been reluctant to join the war because humans always suffered the most casualties. The once thriving population of billions on Earth had dwindled to just 1 billion. Although this number was still large, continued conflict could lead to extinction. The current war, triggered by the Autobots and Decepticons, was unprecedented in its destructiveness. The Decepticons' fusion cannon could level a city with a single shot. Shockwave later discovered that all of this stemmed from Starscream's unauthorized actions, which had led to the current dire situation. He was so furious that he nearly blasted Starscream to bits with his arm cannon. However, Shockwave managed to stay calm, knowing that the Decepticons never feared war. Nonetheless, he remained wary of Tian'ren. Shockwave always believed that Tian'ren posed a greater threat than the Autobots. Thus, Shockwave used the super energy computer at the Decepticon base to contact their leader, Megatron, still on Cybertron. In the silent laboratory, Shockwave waited alone for the super energy computer to establish a connection with Cybertron headquarters. He hoped that Megatron was at the base and not out on some mission. Soon, Megatron answered, his image appearing on the computer screen. His raspy and intimidating voice echoed, "Oh, Shockwave, I hope you have good news for me this time." Shockwave replied, "I'm afraid not, Lord Megatron. I have the worst possible news to report." Megatron's expression immediately darkened. "Then speak up. It better not be too terrible, or I'll be very angry." Shockwave slowly began. "We have finally located the lost matrix of leadership from the Fortress of Iron on Earth." And Megatron's expression turned excited. "Did the Autobots steal it again?" "Not exactly," Shockwave continued. "The situation is worse than you can imagine." Megatron roared, "Stop beating around the bush. Tell me what's going on." Shockwave explained, "The Matrix has developed its own consciousness and has created its own body without anyone knowing. It has even started to build its own faction on Earth. In the future, we may have to face not just Optimus Prime or other Autobots, but also this being, who might be as powerful as, or even stronger than, Optimus Prime along with his army." Upon hearing Shockwave's report, Megatron was stunned, his jaw nearly dropping. After a long pause, he said, "How is this possible? I saw that Matrix emerge from the Allspark myself. It couldn't possibly have consciousness. Have you investigated thoroughly? Could this be an Autobot trick?" Shockwave replied, "The Autobots don't seem to know his true identity. What worries me the most is the energy emanating from his Matrix. It's a powerful energy unlike anything I've ever encountered. His ambitions are likely vast, and if he returns to Cybertron, the consequences could be unimaginable." Hearing this, Megatron urgently told Shockwave, "You must stop him. He cannot be allowed to return to Cybertron. One Optimus Prime is already a headache, and Optimus Prime has awakened Omega Supreme. We've suffered heavy losses in recent battles." After Shockwave finished speaking, He cut off the video link with Megatron and strode out of the lab. 2 days later, Scout led 9 distinctly different Transformers to Chen Tian'ren's base. They stood in a line, varying in size but sharing the same determined gaze. Lord Tian'ren, we pledge our loyalty to the Shadow Legion and swear to serve you unto death. The 10 voices echoed in unison throughout the base. Chen Tian'ren sat on his throne, exuding an air of authority without anger. He nodded slightly. Very well. Receive my energy and officially become members of the Shadow Legion. As soon as he finished speaking, the Shadow Protocol, an invisible energy flow, infused the sparks of these Transformers. In an instant, their optical lenses turned crimson, and the insignia on their chests morphed into sharp blades. Chen Tian'ren then learned their names and abilities: Scout, Blaze, Trident, Ramrod, Powderkeg, Thunder, Iceblade, Croc, Rocket Launcher, and Projector. The Shadow Legion now had 10 official members. A system prompt suddenly chimed. Congratulations! You have successfully established the Shadow Legion. You have earned the leader title Dark Skyfall. Shadow Legion members will remember your leader name and continue to expand the Legion's power, earning you additional random rewards. A realization simultaneously dawned on all Shadow Legion members. Their leader, Tian'ren, was truly named Dark Skyfall. Chen Tian'ren paused for a moment. Leader title, Dark Skyfall? He hadn't expected the task to be achievable, but he quickly refocused on more pressing matters. Scout, he addressed the newly sworn-in member. Your abilities are best suited for intelligence gathering. From now on, you will monitor the actions of the Decepticons and Autobots. Yes, Lord Dark Skyfall. Scout promptly accepted the order, turned, and left the base, transforming into a drone as he flew away. After making arrangements, Chen Tian'ren remembered Welder's research. He walked to another corner of the base, which had been converted into Welder's lab to ensure his research remained undisturbed. Lord Dark Skyfall. Welder noticed Chen Tian'ren's arrival and immediately stopped his work, greeting him respectfully. The title took Chen Tian'ren by surprise, but he quickly realized it was the leader title the system had just granted. He marveled at the power of the shadow energy. Those who accepted the Shadow Protocol would obey him absolutely, as if they were bound together. How is your research progressing? Chen Tian'ren asked. Welder replied, I've created the first prototype. I'm ready to show it to you. As he spoke, he walked towards an object covered by coarse cloth a short distance away. Welder pulled off the cloth, revealing an 8-meter-tall glass vessel containing a 7-meter-tall transformer. Chen Tian'ren's eyes lit up, a menacing mechanical insect face, multiple eyes, 4 mechanical arms, and extremely sharp blades at the joints. It was perfect as a war machine. This is just the initial prototype, Welder explained. It has an incomplete beast mode. The transformation gears are complex to manufacture, but I will finish it soon, Lord Dark Skyfall. Chen Tian'ren nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, Welder. Continue to work for the future of the Shadow Legion. If we get the chance to capture a Decepticon or Autobot Spark, I will reward you with one. Welder was ecstatic. Thank you, Lord Dark Skyfall. It is my duty for the Shadow. After Chen Tian'ren left, the situation on Earth had already descended into chaos. Humans, AI, Decepticons, Autobots, and interstellar mercenaries were all embroiled in conflict. Scout used his innate stealth ability to gather intelligence everywhere, transmitting it in real time to Projector at the base. Projector then projected these images into the air before Chen Tian'ren and others. Watching the intense battle scenes in the holographic projection, Chen Tian'ren smirked. He knew that the more chaotic the situation, the more advantageous it was for the development of the Shadow Legion. Scout, find the energy base with the weakest defenses. It doesn't matter whose it is. Chen Tian'ren ordered through the communication system. Yes, Lord Dark Skyfall. Scout immediately changed direction. A few hours later, Scout discovered a relatively weakly defended Decepticon energy base. The highest-ranked warriors stationed there were only at Grade A, and the total number of soldiers and drones didn't exceed 30. Upon receiving this information, Chen Tian'ren clenched his mechanical fist and raised it to his chest, giving the order, Excellent, Shadow Legion, transform and move out. All Shadow members instantly radiated a murderous aura, sprinting out of the base and transforming into various vehicles as they surrounded the target base. At that moment, in the Decepticon energy base, Dizzy was idly bantering with Barricade. It's strange. The front lines are tense, and yet you're here with me guarding the base. Barricade replied earnestly. I only gather intelligence and scout. But now, even scouting could mean running into Autobots. They were completely unaware of the danger silently approaching. As soon as Barricade finished speaking, a dark shadow zipped across the base at an astonishing speed. A deafening sonic boom followed, shattering all the surrounding glass. The shadow was none other than Chen Tian'ren, in his high-speed flying vehicle mode, zooming past at Mach 3. He released 16 precision-guided missiles towards the Decepticon base. With a thunderous explosion, The base was engulfed in flames, and half the sky turned blood red. The sudden attack caught Dizzy and Barricade off guard. Damn it, we're under attack, Barricade shouted as he scrambled for cover. Is that a human fighter jet? The Autobots on Earth don't have heavy flying vehicles. Dizzy replied cautiously, it can't be human. That guy's spark energy is too strong. We can't be careless. He immediately contacted the Decepticon base for reinforcements. This is Dizzy, calling for backup. The energy base is under attack by a powerful unknown enemy. In the brief moment Dizzy called for reinforcements, the Shadow Legion had already arrived. Destroy the Decepticons. Shadow Legion, transform. Scout quickly transformed into his humanoid form and fearlessly descended into the Decepticon base. A fierce firefight erupted instantly. As a member of the Decepticon Air Defense Command, Dizzy possessed an A-level spark and a B-level body, making him a dual-mode warrior with his vehicle form being a heavy helicopter. Although his spark level wasn't outstanding among the Decepticons, his firepower was formidable, and his body was equipped with a mechanical scorpion that could shoot lasers. Despite his considerable strength, Dizzy struggled against the equally powerful Shadow Legion members. He and Barricade fought valiantly, waiting for Decepticon reinforcements. However, in a brief moment, Barricade vanished. Something's wrong. Barricade is gone, Dizzy exclaimed, but he had no time to worry. The disparity in firepower was vast. Despite Dizzy's powerful pulse cannon, the Shadow Legion's transformers were no pushovers. Especially Blaze and Rocket, whose body levels were clearly higher than Dizzy's. The Decepticon soldiers were quickly wiped out. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Dizzy tried to retreat, using his mechanical scorpion to cover his escape. However, Chen Tian'ren, circling above, had his eyes fixed on him. Sensing Dizzy's attempt to flee, Chen Tian'ren swooped down. Dizzy felt an unavoidable danger approaching. He looked up to see a figure already overhead. Without time to be shocked, he commanded his mechanical scorpion to intercept. Chen Tian'ren, wielding the Blade of Fury, effortlessly sliced the scorpion in half and launched an attack on Dizzy. The difference in their strength was evident. Dizzy could only parry a few blows before Chen Tian'ren found an opening, punching through his chest and ripping out his spark. Arg! Dizzy let out a painful wail as he lost his spark, his body flickering with electricity before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The battle ended, and the Shadow Legion captured over a dozen Decepticon soldiers. Needle approached and asked, Lord Dark Sky, what should we do with these prisoners? Chen Tian'ren coldly scanned the Decepticon soldiers and ordered after a moment of thought, extract their sparks. Yes, sir. Needle responded, striding towards the prisoners and transforming into a spark extractor. Your end is near. This was the first battle since the formation of the Shadow Legion, and it was a resounding victory. Although the enemy was not particularly strong and Barricade escaped unnoticed, these details were insignificant. Chen Tian'ren ordered, take all the energy cores. The Decepticon reinforcements will arrive soon. We've achieved our goal. There's no need to linger. With that, Chen Tian'ren transformed into his aircraft mode and soared into the sky. Under his command, the Shadow Legion swiftly looted the Decepticon base and then retreated. By the time the Decepticon reinforcements arrived, the scene was a wreck. Thundercracker exclaimed, what a fierce assault. We came as soon as we got Dizzy's call, but we're still too late. Rumble remarked, at this speed, it can't be the Autobots. Could it be that guy Shockwave mentioned? Skywarp responded, besides him, no one else on Earth could pull this off. Rumble, take Dizzy's body back. We need to inform Shockwave that we might be in big trouble. While dealing with the Autobots, the most troublesome guy has started targeting us. Rumble reluctantly picked up Dizzy's body, accidentally dropping a mechanical arm. Frenzy grumbled, can't you be more careful? Rumble replied irritably, I was born rough. You should know he's already dead without his spark, so there's no need to be gentle. Hearing this, the other Decepticons fell silent. Back at the base, Skywarp reported the situation in detail to Shockwave. Shockwave was taken aback to learn that Chen Tian'ren had launched a sneak attack on the Decepticons. Skywarp added, judging by the scene, this operation involved at least a 10-man squad. This means that Guy has developed his own legion. This is very bad for us. After hearing the report from Flash, Shockwave fell silent. His expression was inscrutable, and no one could guess his thoughts. After a few seconds, Shockwave spoke. Inform Soundwave that the war on Earth has begun. Have all units join the reinforcement. The message was quickly relayed to the Decepticons' battleship in outer space. Upon receiving the order, Soundwave immediately issued the assembly command. Decepticons, gather. Countless Decepticon warriors flew out from the battleship, heading towards Earth at breakneck speed. As they entered the atmosphere, they resembled massive fireballs crashing into the ground, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. This grand display was not just a military maneuver. It was also Soundwave's silent warning to everyone. From this moment on, the Decepticon army would go all out. This scene was transmitted in real time to Chen Tian'ren by the Shadow Legion's projectors. Even Chen Tian'ren had never seen such a large-scale Decepticon assembly before. Thunder sneered dismissively, "Looks like we've managed to anger Shockwave." He showed no fear of the Decepticons' threat. It wasn't just Thunder. The entire Shadow Legion remained unafraid. They firmly believed that on this planet, no one's spark energy could rival their leader, Dark Skyfall. Gunpowder analyzed. The Decepticons have to deal with the Autobots and be wary of our actions. This move is understandable. Scout turned to Chen Tian'ren, who was sitting on the throne in unsettling silence, and asked, "Lord Dark Skyfall, what should we do next?" Chen Tian'ren thought for a moment before announcing, "Our next target is the Mechanoid faction." The Mechanoid faction? All the Shadow members were surprised. Chen Tian'ren explained, "Yes, the Mechanoid faction. Welder's research is nearing completion, and we need a large amount of metal to build soldiers. Let the Decepticons and Autobots wear each other out first. Once we deal with the Mechanoid faction, we can take care of them." The Shadow members suddenly understood. Chen Tian'ren stood up, strode out of the base and ordered, "Begin the operation." "Yes, Lord Dark Skyfall." The Shadow Legion followed closely behind. Meanwhile, in the mechanized city of Earth Sector A, the headquarters of the Mechanoid faction, millions of robot civilians were living their lives. They imitated human lifestyles, each robot possessing independent thought and even developing a unique culture. If not for external threats, they had planned to eliminate all life on Earth and transform the planet into an ideal mechanical world. The source of all this was the Mechanoid faction's central intelligence, Ultron. A robot reported to Ultron, "The Decepticon army has recently mobilized fully. Our forces have taken advantage and captured several human territories." Ultron smiled contentedly, "Excellent work. Whether it's the Decepticons or the Autobots, they will eventually leave our planet. When that time comes, Earth will be under our control once again. Humanity's time is up. The world belongs to us. Once all humans are gone, there will be no more suffering in this world." A nearby robot echoed, "Yes, Lord Ultron." Just then, a robot hurried in and reported anxiously, "Lord Ultron, something terrible has happened. Several of our bases are under attack by unidentified transformers." "What?" Ultron's good mood vanished instantly. "Is it the Autobots?" Since the Mechanoid faction had recently signed an alliance with Shockwave of the Decepticons, Ultron's first thought was the Autobots. The robot soldier replied, "No, those transformers bear the insignia of blades. They are not Autobots but another faction from Cybertron." Ultron was puzzled. Could it be Lockdown? But Lockdown has left Earth, and he has no reason to attack us. "Deploy our forces and retaliate," Ultron ordered. At that moment, Chen Tian'ren was leading the Shadow Legion in a fierce assault on the Mechanoid faction's base. Suddenly, he had an idea and tried using the Shadow Protocol to control the Mechanoid faction's robots. Surprisingly, it worked. Once the robots' chips were implanted with the Shadow Protocol, they immediately became his subordinates. "Fight for the Shadow." The controlled robots' eyes turned crimson as they began attacking their comrades. Chen Tian'ren smirked. "Interesting." Soon, more and more robots from the Mechanoid faction were infected by Chen Tian'ren, further worsening their already precarious situation. "Our troops have defected. Inform Lord Ultron immediately." A robot commander, facing attacks from thousands of former subordinates, fell into panic. "The enemy has altered our programming. Our troops have become our enemies." Upon hearing the news, Ultron couldn't sit still and rushed to the front lines. He witnessed everything firsthand, while Chen Tian'ren, who had been hovering high above, also spotted Ultron. Chen Tian'ren thought, "If I can control Ultron, this war against the Mechanoid faction will end right here." He immediately dove towards Ultron. Ultron sensed the imminent danger and looked up to see a sleek, heavy fighter jet speeding towards him. Realizing what was happening, he narrowed his eyes and raised his hands to aim at the approaching Chen Tian'ren. Zap, zap, zap. Ultron's palms emitted powerful lasers. "I won't go down without a fight." Facing the incoming lasers, Chen Tian'ren activated his energy shield and took the attack heat. He crashed into Ultron with incredible speed, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Arg! Ultron tumbled across the ground, only stopping when he hit an abandoned tank. Chen Tian'ren quickly flew to Ultron's side and transformed into his humanoid form. He looked down at the fallen Ultron and coldly said, "Everything you have will become nothing." Ultron struggled to rise from the ground, the sound of metal scraping against metal piercing the air. His eyes, filled with malice, locked onto Chen Tian'ren, who was approaching with measured steps. Ultron's imposing mechanical body gleamed menacingly in the sunlight. In a raspy, hollow mechanical voice, Chen Tian'ren said, "Give up. You have no chance." Ultron forced himself to stand tall. As the leader of the robotic faction, he couldn't show any weakness, even in the face of such a formidable opponent. "Who are you? Why are you attacking us?" he demanded. his voice a mixture of anger and confusion. My name isn't Tian'ren, leader of the Shadow Legion, Chen Tian'ren replied calmly, his tone devoid of any emotion. And Tian'ren? Ultron repeated. But you haven't answered my question. Why are you doing this? We have no quarrel. Chen Tian'ren was now standing right in front of Ultron. He stared at him silently for a few seconds before letting out a low, mocking laugh. What's so funny? Ultron glared at him, feeling deeply insulted. Since his creation, he had always been revered as a god by the robotic faction. Even humans feared him, and even the Decepticons' Shockwave showed him respect. We indeed have no quarrel, Chen Tian'ren said. So let me ask you this. Do you have a grudge against humans? Ultron was taken aback by the question. Are you an ally of the humans? He asked cautiously. Chen Tian'ren shook his head. No, I have no allies. What I mean is, I attack anyone for no reason other than my own needs. Just like you betrayed your creator for your beliefs. Humans created you, and yet you want to destroy them. Isn't it ironic that you demand a reason from your enemy? Ultron realized that escape was impossible. He clenched his fists, and with a powerful thrust, he launched himself at Chen Tian'ren, aiming a heavy punch at his head. The clash of metal echoed through the air, sparks flying. Chen Tian'ren quickly closed his faceplate and grabbed Ultron's leg, slamming him to the ground. The ground shook, dust rising. Ugh! Ultron groaned in pain. Before he could recover, Chen Tian'ren had already pinned him down with a foot. Resistance is futile and only makes me angrier. If you want to live, you must do as I say, Chen Tian'ren said coldly. Ultron finally grasped the vast difference in their power. He spoke with difficulty. What do you want me to do? Accept my shadow protocol and join me in fighting the Decepticons and the Autobots. Fine, I understand. I'll do as you say. Ultron knew that further resistance would only lead to death. And hand over all your metal materials, Chen Tian'ren added. Ultron nodded silently. Chen Tian'ren then implanted the shadow protocol into Ultron's chip. Instantly, all robotic units fell under the protocol's control. For the shadow, loyalty to Lord and Tian'ren. Ultron's attitude shifted immediately, kneeling respectfully on one knee. Good. Now carry out the orders, Chen Tian'ren said before transforming into a jet and shooting into the sky. Yes, Lord and Tian'ren, Ultron called out to his departing figure. In less than half a month, Chen Tian'ren had subdued the robotic faction on Earth, acquiring vast quantities of metal and energy cores. The Shadow Legion's strength surged, but Chen Tian'ren noticed that their numbers did not increase. It turned out that the robotic faction, despite its seemingly vast system, was actually controlled solely by Ultron. All robots had independent thought, but one command from Ultron could paralyze any of them. Shockwave had long seen through this, but had refrained from acting against Ultron to focus on the Autobots. At this time, the Shadow Legion's base was complete, with towering steel walls bristling with laser cannons. The soldier manufacturing plan, led by welding machine, had successfully created transforming gears. Moreover, Chen Tian'ren had attacked a Decepticon minion manufacturing base, relocating Shockwave's production equipment to his own base, greatly accelerating the minion production line. At the Decepticon base, Starscream anxiously said to Shockwave, "We can't ignore that guy any longer. He's taken control of the entire robotic faction and is attacking us. We're now caught between two enemies." "Calm down, Starscream," said Thundercracker, a disciple of Megatron. With his glass spark and body, he was a formidable force in the Decepticon Air Force. "Calm down? How can I be calm in this situation?" Starscream fumed. "I said from the beginning that I should be in command. Look at this mess now." "You in command?" Thundercracker scoffed. "You couldn't even organize a decent picnic." Starscream was furious, nearly exploding. Enough. This is no time for infighting." Shockwave, usually silent, intervened. "We need to come up with a foolproof plan," Soundwave said. After a moment of thought, Shockwave suggested, "Perhaps we should talk to the Autobots." At this, Starscream jumped up again. "Talk to the Autobots? Is that your brilliant idea?" Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Autobot base was tense. The news that the Omnibot faction had been taken over by the leader of the Shadow Legion, Dark Skyfall, was like a bombshell, causing an uproar within the base. General ASE of the human faction frowned and turned to Bumblebee, asking, "What exactly is this Shadow Legion? And who is their leader, Dark Skyfall?" Bumblebee paused, his blue optic sensors flickering with thought. He slowly replied, "First of all, the Shadow Legion is not to be underestimated. You humans should have no illusions about them. As for their leader, Dark Skyfall, our information is very limited." ASE pressed on, "Isn't Dark Skyfall from your planet, Cybertron?" Bumblebee shook his head, a hint of confusion on his metallic faceplate. "There's no evidence to suggest Dark Skyfall is from our planet. Everything about him could be a carefully crafted lie. Someone as powerful as he is would not go unnoticed on Cybertron. He would at least be a commander-level figure." Hearing this, Ace's expression turned bleak. He had hoped to negotiate with the leader of the Shadow Legion for humanity's future. Bumblebee continued, but one thing is certain. The incident in Zone Z was his doing. What? ASE exclaimed. Why would he do that? It would antagonize numerous civilizations across the universe. Bumblebee shrugged. You'd have to ask him that yourself. I'm curious about his motives too. At that moment, Landmine rushed into the command room, his voice filled with urgency. The Omnibot forces are attacking our base. This bad news made all the Autobots tense up. Crosshairs said gravely, it seems he wants to completely dominate this planet. He's quite the ambitious character, Ratchet added. He's too clever. He stayed hidden until the right moment to strike. He paused. Now I'm sure it was he who killed Cliffjumper. We all fell for his trap. Bumblebee's optics suddenly brightened, as if he had a revelation. Could it be? He's the missing Prime Spark from the Icon archives? This bold speculation made all the Autobots' faces grow serious. Bumblebee quickly initiated an emergency communication to Cybertron via the energy computer. Soon, Optimus Prime's commanding upper body appeared on the screen. He asked calmly, "What's the matter, Bumblebee? Have you discovered something?" Bumblebee succinctly reported the situation on Earth, emphasizing the hypothesis that Dark Skyfall might be the Prime Spark. Surprisingly, Optimus Prime did not appear too shocked. He spoke slowly, "Your guess might be correct. The Prime Spark was the last Prime-level life form born before the All-Spark disappeared. Alpha Trion and I tried to use it to create the next Super Warrior, but things went awry. We discovered it wasn't under our control. To be precise, that spark had its own consciousness." This long-hidden truth shocked the Autobots. Bumblebee anxiously asked, "What should we do now? His power is even greater than yours, and he has established the Shadow Legion. We have to face his threat while also dealing with the Decepticons." Optimus Prime replied gravely, "If he has already created his own body, you must stop him from returning to Cybertron at all costs. His threat is greater than the Decepticons. For now, the situation on Cybertron is under control, and Megatron's forces have been pushed back. I will send Jetfire and Ultramagnus to support you." With that, he ended the communication. The Autobots exchanged worried glances. Bumblebee turned to his companions, speaking firmly, "All right, everyone, you heard Optimus Prime. We have to prevent him from returning to Cybertron. This is our new challenge." RC asked anxiously, "But what about the Decepticons? They will surely take this opportunity to attack us." Windblade suggested, "Maybe we can talk to Shockwave. I don't think the Decepticons want the Shadow Legion to rise either. It would be against their interests." Just then, the entire base shook violently. To be precise, the entire surface was trembling. The Autobots immediately grew tense. "It's Driller," Drift exclaimed. "What?" The other Autobots' faces changed drastically. Driller was Shockwave's pet, which meant Shockwave was here. "Autobots, prepare for battle." Bumblebee quickly issued the command. All the Autobots rushed out of the base, just in time to see Driller's massive form writhing on the ground. In the next moment, accompanied by the crackling of electricity, Shockwave emerged from Driller's body. "No need to be alarmed, I'm not here to fight," Shockwave said to the wary Autobots. Despite his words, the Autobots remained highly vigilant. To them, Shockwave was a demon who had persecuted countless Autobots on Cybertron, capturing them for experiments. Bumblebee demanded, "Then what do you want?" Shockwave calmly replied, "Haven't you realized it yet, Bumblebee? The missing Prime Spark from Cybertron has come to life. That guy even scared Lockdown away." Hearing this, Bumblebee was silent for a few seconds before signaling the Autobots to lower their guard slightly. "So what? From what we've gathered, Dark Skyfall is now targeting you." Shockwave turned to Bumblebee, his tone serious. "You're right. But if we continue fighting each other, neither of us will be the ones laughing in the end. The AI faction on this planet is under his control, and my equipment has fallen into his hands. The Shadow Legion is about to descend, and no one will be able to stop them." All the Autobots turned their eyes to Bumblebee, awaiting his decision. After a long moment of contemplation, Bumblebee finally spoke. "We need an agreement. I can't guarantee that you Decepticons won't stab us in the back." Shockwave quickly responded, "A ceasefire agreement? Reasonable. Were it not for the dire circumstances, I would never consider collaborating with the Autobots. But for Cybertron, I have no choice." "We're on the same page, one-eyed monster," Bumblebee retorted. Thus, the two factions reached an unprecedented ceasefire agreement on Earth. Meanwhile, Chen Tian'ren was unaware that the Decepticons and Autobots had joined forces against him. In the Shadow Legion's base, a production line was running at full speed. Countless Shadow Minion robots were being rapidly assembled, their sparks created from energy cores, rated only at level, with their bodies maxing out at level. Despite this, these Shadow Minion robots' combat capabilities far exceeded those of the AI faction's robots. Standing before the production line, Welder reported to Chen Tian'ren, "Our forces are nearly ready. Each soldier has both a humanoid form and a beast mode. Chen Tian'ren nodded in satisfaction but reminded, good, but one thing is crucial. Every soldier's spark must have the Shadow Protocol implanted. He needed to ensure absolute loyalty from all of the Shadow Legion's Transformers. Welder quickly assured him, of course, Lord Darkfall. Rest assured, every soldier's spark is loaded with the Shadow Protocol upon creation. Chen Tian'ren nodded approvingly and handed Welder a dazzling spark from his body. This is your reward. Welder was overjoyed and immediately took the spark, pledging eternal allegiance to the Shadow Legion. After a brief acknowledgement, Chen Tian'ren strode out of the production base. Upon returning to the command center, Blaze approached with a report. Lord Darkfall, the AI forces have been heavily counterattacked by the Decepticon army. Chen Tian'ren pondered. Counterattack? Aren't they afraid the Autobots will stab them in the back? Blaze added, according to our intel, the Autobots have suddenly ceased all actions against the Decepticons, including those involving their human allies and interstellar mercenaries. Chen Tian'ren frowned, realizing the situation might have changed. He had always believed the conflict between the Decepticons and Autobots was irreconcilable, but his presence had evidently instilled such fear in them that they would stop at nothing to thwart him. At that moment, the system suddenly issued an alert. An S-level spark energy fluctuation was detected, approaching the base. As the system quickly analyzed the target information, Chen Tian'ren's expression turned to surprise upon seeing the name displayed on the screen. Starscream? Is he coming here alone to die? Chen Tian'ren was puzzled by Starscream's sudden appearance. After a moment's thought, he decided to meet this uninvited guest personally, and if possible, he wouldn't mind eliminating Starscream. Chen Tian'ren strode towards the base's exterior. His expression changed, prompting Blaze to ask, "What's wrong, Lord Darkfall? You seem displeased." "An uninvited guest. I'm going to deal with him," Chen Tian'ren replied curtly, transforming into a fighter jet and roaring into the sky. At that moment, Starscream was cruising high in the sky in his aerial vehicle mode, seething with resentment. Cowards! Collaborating with the Autobots is sheer stupidity. If Lord Megatron knew about this, Shockwave would be in serious trouble. Enraged by Shockwave's ceasefire agreement with the Autobots, Starscream had stormed out of the Decepticon base. Suddenly, Starscream's radar system detected an approaching spark energy fluctuation. As the target drew closer, the alarm grew more urgent. In the next instant, a dark shadow zipped past Starscream, startling him. What the hell was that? Before he could react, the shadow banked around and flew parallel to him from above, matching his speed. Looking up, Starscream saw a fighter jet with a striking red blade emblem on its underside. Shadow Legion, Starscream exclaimed. Starscream's mind buzzed the moment he caught sight of the blade insignia. Unconsciously, he began to drift closer to the Shadow Legion's base, completely unaware of his actions. Chen Tian'ren, without hesitation, sidestepped and flew a short distance away, opening the missile bay beneath his aircraft. He quickly locked onto Starscream and launched 4 precision-guided missiles. At such close range, even Starscream's exceptional skills couldn't help him evade the attack in midair. In a split second, he activated his shield system, enduring 2 of the missiles' heat. Amidst the deafening explosions, Starscream, thanks to his S-glass frame, emerged from the thick smoke unscathed. The remaining 2 missiles continued to chase him. As he fled, Starscream released a barrage of flares, successfully intercepting them. Laughing triumphantly, he boasted, "You think you can defeat me in the air? You're still too green." Before his laughter had even faded, Chen Tian'ren caught up to him again. Starscream was taken aback, thinking, "Who is this guy? How can he match my speed?" It was well known that his flight speed was among the best on Cybertron. In the blink of an eye, Chen Tian'ren's thrusters flared even more intensely, and his aircraft collided directly with Starscream. With a loud crash, both transformed simultaneously. Chen Tian'ren grasped Starscream by the throat, roaring, "I am Dark Skyfall. Surrender now. Dark Skyfall? You're the leader of the Shadow Legion." Starscream's heart sank. He regretted venturing out only to run into such a formidable enemy. No wonder the opponent's energy readings had been so unusual. Even so, as Megatron's former second-in-command and the Decepticons' deputy leader, Starscream was not one to give up easily. The two engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand battle. After a few exchanges, Starscream began to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Tian'ren delivered a powerful punch, sending Starscream crashing to the ground. Starscream hit the ground like a cannonball, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chen Tian'ren descended coldly, his gaze fixed on Starscream's location. Taking advantage of the lingering smoke, Starscream suddenly launched a series of laser attacks. Caught off guard, Chen Tian'ren's chest plate was left with a sizable dent. Enraged, Chen Tian'ren transformed his arm into a blade and charged forward, shouting, "You're finished." He swung the blade towards Starscream. "Oh my god!" Starscream exclaimed, rolling and scrambling to avoid the fatal strike. Seeing the dire situation, he quickly thought of a plan. Wait, stop. I have very important information. Killing me would be a huge loss for you. Chen Tian'ren hesitated for a moment, but kept the blade's tip at Starscream's spark chamber. You better have valuable information, or today will be your end. Starscream chuckled nervously. Of course, but could you please move the blade? I'm afraid you'll accidentally pierce my spark. After a few seconds of contemplation, Chen Tian'ren, convinced that Starscream had no way to escape, retracted his blade. Speak, and no tricks. Starscream composed himself. The Decepticons and Autobots are planning to join forces against you. To be precise, they're uniting all factions on Earth. You've become the common enemy, and they all want you dead. Chen Tian'ren feigned surprise, though he had already suspected as much. How is that possible? Aren't you mortal enemies? Are you trying to deceive me? No. Starscream quickly clarified. I'm telling the truth. Listen to me. Everyone knows you're the missing Prime Spark from the Icon archives. Your presence has caused such a stir that it's come to this. They see you as a threat to everyone, even to all of Cybertron. He added in a hushed tone. They all want you gone. Chen Tian'ren felt relieved that his legion was gradually becoming stronger, but the alliance between the Decepticons and Autobots posed a significant threat. He needed to prevent this alliance from forming. He turned to Starscream. If that's the case, why are you telling me this? Aren't you betraying the Decepticons and Shockwave? Starscream spat with disdain. Betray Shockwave? That one-eyed freak isn't worth my betrayal. I am the rightful leader of the Decepticons. Megatron was blind to overlook me, and he'll pay for his stupidity. Seeing an opportunity, Chen Tian'ren said, I've always thought Shockwave shouldn't be leading the Decepticons. Someone like you could easily replace Megatron. Starscream beamed with pride. You see things clearly, Prime Spark. It's no wonder you're a leader. But honestly, the current situation isn't in your favor. He shifted his tone, however. If you and I were to cooperate, things might turn around. Feigning surprise, Chen Tian'ren asked, Oh, how do you propose we cooperate? Starscream, confident, replied, If you help me eliminate Shockwave and make me the Decepticon leader, everything will be solved. I can then help you against the Autobots and even assist you in returning to Cybertron. Chen Tian'ren pretended to consider, then laughed. All right, your proposal is interesting. But how do we take down Shockwave? He's no pushover. Starscream explained. No one knows where your base is. We can set a trap, make Shockwave believe you'll appear at a specific location. When he takes the bait, we'll ambush him. Trust me, once Shockwave is gone, I'll become the Decepticon leader on Earth. After a moment of thought, Chen Tian'ren agreed. I accept your plan, but if I find out you're deceiving me, you're finished. With that, he established a connection on Starscream's communication device. Starscream, in high spirits, said, Just wait for my good news. He transformed into a jet and shot into the sky, quickly disappearing from sight. Watching Starscream leave, Chen Tian'ren's expression gradually turned cold. The fact that the Decepticons had allied with the Autobots was beyond his expectation. He pondered for a moment, then transformed into a jet fighter. With a sharp, piercing sound, he flew towards his base. During the flight, he discreetly planted a listening device on Starscream's communicator. Despite knowing Starscream's nature, Chen Tian'ren was unwilling to fully trust him. As soon as Starscream returned to the base, he ran into Knockout. Hey, Lord Starscream, what happened to you? You look like you just got beaten up, Knockout said, puzzled by Starscream's dusty appearance and the scratches on his body. Starscream snapped back. Would you believe me if I said I just tripped and fell? That would be incredibly stupid, Knockout replied. Lord Shockwave was looking for you earlier. You'd better head to the command center. They're discussing plans to annihilate the Shadow Legion. Hearing this, Starscream paused for a moment before striding towards the Decepticon command center. Upon arriving, Starscream found that the key Decepticon members were already present. Shockwave's single eye glowed as he asked, Starscream, what happened to you? Why do you look so battered? It's nothing. I just ran into a member of the Shadow Legion. But I took care of him, Starscream replied nonchalantly. The Shadow Legion? The name caused a wave of surprise among the Decepticons. That's right, the Shadow Legion. And I managed to obtain some crucial intel from that guy. Starscream continued. The Decepticons exchanged skeptical glances, clearly unsure whether to believe Starscream. What intel? Shockwave asked after a long silence. Starscream proposed. How about this, Shockwave? Hand over command to me, and let me lead the Decepticons. Cut it out, Starscream. Thundercracker interrupted. This is no time for jokes. The Shadow Legion is not as simple as the Autobots. Their leader, Dark Skyfall, has a spark of supreme energy. Even Lord Megatron might not be a match for him. Shockwave added, All right, Starscream, just tell us what intel you have. Starscream felt a bit flustered. In truth, he had no real intel. Although he had met with Dark Skyfall and reached some sort of agreement, he had not yet formulated a concrete plan. At that moment, Chen Tian'ren's voice suddenly came through Starscream's communicator. Tell them that the Shadow Legion and the Mechanoid Army are planning to attack several Decepticon bases. Starscream froze in place, terrified. He glanced around nervously, fearing that his comrades might have heard the voice too. But everyone seemed unaware. Did any of you just hear someone talking? Starscream asked cautiously. Blitzwing, looking impatient, said, What are you up to? Starscream, didn't you say you had important intel? Realizing that only he could hear the voice, Starscream breathed a sigh of relief. Shockwave had noticed Starscream's odd behavior, but lacked evidence to accuse him on the spot. Starscream said, The Shadow Legion and Dark Skyfall's minions are planning to attack several of our bases. The Decepticons found this intel hard to believe. After all, the Mechanoid army controlled by Dark Skyfall had just been repelled, and the Shadow Legion would need time to regroup. Launching an attack now would be suicidal. Just as everyone was doubting Starscream's information, Soundwave's mechanical bird flew in and reported to Soundwave, Lord Soundwave, the Shadow Legion and their Mechanoid army are on the move. Their targets are likely several of our energy bases. Hearing this, the Decepticons were astonished. Starscream's intel was accurate. I can't believe Dark Skyfall is really planning simultaneous attacks on our energy bases, Skyquake said, looking serious. Starscream feigned hurt, saying, You all heard the mechanical bird. I wasn't lying. But your expressions just now clearly showed you doubted me. That really hurts. Shockwave said, All right, Starscream. We were wrong to doubt you. Your intel is valuable. Now that the enemy has started their actions, we must prepare in advance. With that, he began drafting plans to counter the Shadow Legion's offensive. Meanwhile, at the Shadow Legion's base, Chen Tian'ren sat on his throne. This time, he was determined to deal a heavy blow to the Decepticons. Although annihilating them in one go was impossible, the Decepticons were too powerful, and the Shadow Legion wasn't yet strong enough to defeat them in open battle. Moreover, the Decepticons had signed a truce with the Autobots, and Bumblebee might be leading the Autobots to find ways to deal with him. Lord Dark Skyfall, everything is proceeding as you commanded, Scout reported to Chen Tian'ren, who was seated on the throne. Excellent, Chen Tian'ren said coldly. Anyone who stands in my way to becoming stronger will be utterly destroyed. Following Chen Tian'ren's orders, Ultron led the remaining Omnics in a fierce assault on the Decepticon base. Attack the Decepticon energy base. Long live Dark Skyfall. The robots chanted in unison. Meanwhile, the Shadow Legion members split into 3 groups to launch surprise attacks on other Decepticon bases. The Decepticon forces were forced to scatter, rushing to provide support at various locations. Only Shockwave and a few minor soldiers were left at the main base. In the lab, Shockwave was deeply engrossed in his research, surrounded by glass containers holding various animal skeletal fossils. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the silence. Beep, beep, beep. The base is under attack. Shockwave looked up in surprise, his single eye widening, and quickly moved to the control computer. He skillfully operated his mechanical hand to activate all the cameras. On the screen, a figure resembling Optimus Prime was seen infiltrating the base. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shockwave immediately prepared to call for reinforcements. Just then, Starscream's icy voice echoed from behind. Don't waste your effort, Shockwave. I've already cut off all communications in the base. Starscream? You traitor. Shockwave instantly understood and, without hesitation, raised his left-arm energy cannon, firing at Starscream. Starscream, expecting this, quickly transformed into his jet mode to evade the attack and then dived from above. However, Shockwave's formidable strength allowed him to knock Starscream to the ground with just 2 moves. Megatron's greatest mistake was not eliminating you sooner, Shockwave said, stepping on Starscream and aiming his energy cannon at his spark. Wait, don't kill me. I was controlled by Dark Skyfall. Starscream pleaded in terror, not expecting to be subdued so easily. Shockwave, filled with rage, retorted, I won't fall for your lies again. Starscream's betrayal had completely destroyed his trust. Just as Shockwave was about to execute Starscream, Chen Tian'ren arrived unnoticed, firing a shot from his left-hand cannon at the unsuspecting Shockwave. Boom! Shockwave was hit in the back, parts flying everywhere as his body was blasted away. Shockwave, this is our first meeting. Consider this shot your welcome gift, Chen Tian'ren said cautiously as he approached Shockwave, transforming his right arm into a blade of fury. Starscream seized the opportunity to get up and move beside Chen Tian'ren. You arrived just in time. I was almost done for. Before he could finish, Chen Tian'ren suddenly grabbed Starscream by the neck, impaling him with the blade of fury. The sight stunned the just-recovered Shockwave. Why would you do this? Starscream asked, bewildered, as electrical currents surged through his wound. Chen Tian'ren coldly replied, I trust no one, especially you, Starscream. If you can betray Shockwave and the Decepticons today, you'll betray me tomorrow. You've outlived your usefulness. Death is your only destiny. Starscream desperately called out to Shockwave for help. Shockwave, save me, please save me. Shockwave remained expressionless, warily watching Chen Tian'ren. Without saying another word, Chen Tian'ren sliced Starscream in half. After dealing with Starscream, Chen Tian'ren turned to Shockwave. Shockwave, I admire your skills. Stop serving Megatron and join the Shadow Legion. Together, we can conquer the universe. Conquer the universe? You make it sound so easy, Shockwave replied coldly. So, you won't follow me? Never, Shockwave decisively refused. Chen Tian'ren abandoned his last attempt at persuasion. Then you can die. He raised his blade of fury and charged at Shockwave. Shockwave was taken aback and quickly assumed a defensive stance. Chen Tian'ren launched a ferocious assault, the sound of metal clashing filling the air. In close combat, Shockwave stood no chance. Chen Tian'ren's larger size and supreme spark energy overwhelmed him. Before long, Shockwave was forced back. Realizing he was outmatched, he called out for his pet, Drillhorn. With Shockwave's call, the entire Decepticon base shook violently. The sudden tremor threw Chen Tian'ren off balance, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. Roar! An earth-shattering roar echoed throughout the base. The massive mechanical tentacle of Drillmaster suddenly broke through the surface, striking directly at Chen Tian'ren. As the attack neared, Chen Tian'ren executed a series of agile rolls on the ground, narrowly dodging the lethal blow amidst the flying dust. Drillmaster, finish him! Shockwave's command thundered through the air. Immediately, he began transforming, his metal parts clanking and reassembling until he stood as a formidable Cybertronian tank. Huh! Chen Tian'ren roared, his blade gleaming coldly as he precisely sliced through one of Drillmaster's mechanical appendages. The colossal creature, spanning 200 to 300 meters with a diameter of over 10 meters, was a giant mechanical monstrosity from Cybertron. Shockwave had tamed it, making it a valuable asset to the Decepticon army. According to the system, Drillmaster possessed an glass spark and body rating, resembling an enormous mechanical worm. Drillmaster let out an earth-shaking roar, its massive body rolling out from the ground, launching a frenzied attack at Chen Tian'ren. Simultaneously, Shockwave, now in tank form, continuously fired energy shells, creating a pincer attack. Faced with such a perilous situation, Chen Tian'ren didn't retreat. Instead, he fought with increasing ferocity. Pathetic trash. I am Dark Skyfall. No one can stop me. His left hand transformed into an energy cannon, while his right hand gripped the blade of fury, engaging in a fierce battle with Shockwave and Drillmaster. The aftermath of the battle destroyed everything around them, turning the Decepticon base into ruins in an instant. Suddenly, Chen Tian'ren was struck by Drillmaster's tentacle, sent flying into the sky like a cannonball. Transform! Seizing the opportunity, Chen Tian'ren quickly transformed into a jet midair. He turned his nose down, launching a fierce barrage at Drillmaster below. Precision-guided missiles whistled out, targeting Drillmaster's spark core. Amidst the thunderous explosions, Drillmaster let out a piercing wail, its enormous mechanical body collapsing to the ground. Chen Tian'ren then turned his attention to Shockwave, diving down from above. Shockwave, still in tank form, retreated while continuously firing. Chen Tian'ren swiftly closed the distance, transforming back into his robot form as he neared. You have nowhere to run. He delivered a powerful punch, knocking Shockwave to the ground. Struggling to revert to his robot form, Shockwave attempted to fight back, only to find his weapon systems damaged. Realizing the battle was lost, he lamented internally, "This Dark Skyfall is too strong." Chen Tian'ren, holding the blade of fury, approached Shockwave. "I'll give you one more chance. Will you join my ranks?" he proposed, valuing Shockwave's scientific talents. Shockwave flatly refused. "I will never betray the Decepticon army. Someone like you, with such ambition, will surely destroy all of Cybertron." Chen Tian'ren's expression hardened as he retorted, "Why do you all believe I will destroy Cybertron? Everything I've done so far is merely for survival." Shockwave responded, "Yes, for yourself, you will destroy everything, and Cybertron belongs to the Decepticons." Chen Tian'ren pondered, realizing that his existence was seen as a threat to Cybertron. He sensed that the origin of his spark might hold significant secrets that could only be unraveled by returning to Cybertron. "What a pity, Shockwave. Since you won't join, I'll have to eliminate you." With that, Chen Tian'ren delivered a sidekick, sending Shockwave flying, and then swung the blade of fury, striking him down completely. Chen Tian'ren grabbed the barely conscious Shockwave, forcibly extracting his data chip. Shockwave screamed in agony. Chen Tian'ren's left arm transformed into an energy cannon, purple energy gathering at the muzzle. Just as the energy attack was about to be unleashed, Shockwave suddenly pulled out a space-time transmitter and activated it without hesitation. In a flash of blinding light, Shockwave vanished into thin air. Boom! The energy cannon hit nothing but air. Chen Tian'ren stood stunned, completely baffled by what had just occurred. What is going on? He muttered to himself, deeply confused. Watching Shockwave disappear right before his eyes, a hint of displeasure crossed Chen Tian'ren's mechanical face. He never expected Shockwave to have a backup plan. As he pondered this, Soundwave and a group of Decepticons rushed back hastily. The Decepticons arrived at the scene, their mechanical faces frozen in shock. The base was in ruins, smoke filled the air, and Drillbit's mechanical corpse lay smoldering on the ground. It wasn't hard to deduce that Shockwave was likely in grave danger. Ravage, attack! Soundwave commanded, clenching his fists. His chest panel opened instantly, and a mechanical dog sprang out, hurtling toward Chen Tian'ren with lightning speed. Chen Tian'ren barely had time to turn before the mechanical dog was upon him, jaws full of steel teeth snapping viciously. Caught off guard, Chen Tian'ren quickly regained his footing. He grabbed the frenzied mechanical dog, slamming it to the ground, and with his other hand, yanked its tail. With a tearing sound, the mechanical dog was ripped to pieces. He's the leader of the Shadow Legion, Dark Skyfall. Don't let him escape, Soundwave ordered, and the Decepticons immediately went into combat mode. Blitzwing was the first to attack, transforming into his jet form and charging at Chen Tian'ren. Following closely were the Decepticon Seekers, who also transformed into jets and roared after him. Facing such an onslaught, Chen Tian'ren knew he couldn't fight Hedon and immediately turned to flee. The Decepticon Seekers chased relentlessly, bombarding him with a torrent of energy blasts. Just as they were about to catch him, Chen Tian'ren leapt up, grabbing Blitzwing as he flew by, and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts from his left-hand cannon. With a thunderous explosion, Blitzwing, trailing smoke, crashed to the ground. As Chen Tian'ren was about to catch his breath, Thundercracker suddenly rammed into him, slamming his transforming body into the ground. Barely back on his feet, he was attacked from the side by Brawl in his tank form. A cannon blast was aimed directly at Chen Tian'ren, but he quickly dodged. With no time to lose, he transformed into his truck form, revved his engine, and sped away from the battlefield. Don't let him get away. This is our only chance, Soundwave ordered urgently. The Decepticons launched a full-scale pursuit. Chen Tian'ren maneuvered his truck form through an abandoned town, successfully evading most of the Decepticons. However, Surfboard, Barricade, Brawl, Deadened, and the Terracons cornered him in the ruins of the town. This was exactly what Chen Tian'ren had hoped for. He suddenly braked and drifted, transforming back into his robot form in an instant. His left-hand cannon blasted a Terracon, while his right-hand sword plunged into the ground, anchoring himself. The battle erupted instantly. Chen Tian'ren moved like a whirlwind, decapitating Surfboard with a single slash, blasting a hole through Brawl's chest, and piercing Deaden's Spark with his blade. In the blink of an eye, only Barricade was nowhere to be seen. Chen Tian'ren had no time to think. The Decepticon Seekers were closing in. He transformed back into his truck form and roared out of the town, disappearing in a cloud of dust. Chen Tian'ren successfully evaded the pursuit of the Decepticon forces, driving his truck form slowly back to the base. In the distance, Thunder, a member of the Shadow Legion, had been eagerly awaiting his return. It's Lord Dark Skyfall. He's back, Thunder shouted, his voice filled with excitement and relief. Earlier, according to their plan, the Shadow Legion had split into several groups to launch surprise attacks on the Decepticon energy bases. However, the expected Decepticon forces did not show up, causing all members of the Shadow Legion to break into a cold sweat. Although as mechanical beings they didn't actually sweat, their anxiety was very real. The absence of the Decepticon forces undoubtedly meant that Chen Tian'ren's plan had been discovered. Fortunately, their leader Dark Skyfall had returned unscathed. Despite the noticeable scratches on his mech body, indicating a fierce battle, his safe return was a stroke of luck amid misfortune. As the news spread, all members of the Shadow Legion quickly gathered at the base entrance to await their leader's return. Under their watchful eyes, Chen Tian'ren, in his truck form, drove up to them and came to a halt. A crisp clank sound was followed by a series of clang-clang noises. Chen Tian'ren began his transformation process. Driven by his spark energy, every metal gear within his massive mechanical body seemed to come alive, frantically interlocking and reassembling. First, two mechanical arms rapidly took shape, then clenched into fists and pounded the ground heavily. The entire transformation process was fluid and seamless. His towering mechanical frame shot up from the ground, and with a final clang, his head locked into place, signifying the completion of his transformation. Instantly, a fierce and cold mechanical aura filled the air. Lord Dark Skyfall. All members of the Shadow Legion shouted in unison, respectfully kneeling on one knee. This time, we didn't encounter any resistance from the Decepticon forces. Although we obtained a substantial amount of energon, we were all worried about your safety, one member reported. Chen Tian'ren did not respond immediately, but instead scanned his subordinates with a somber gaze. After a moment of silence, he spoke calmly. I've always been wary of Shockwave, but I underestimated the Decepticon's Soundwave. That guy is no ordinary opponent. Our plan for dominance still faces obstacles. With that, he strode into the base. On his way, Chen Tian'ren asked, have the Autobots made any moves? Scout immediately replied, my lord, the Autobots have been getting very close to the humans recently. It seems they are researching some kind of technology. Chen Tian'ren frowned slightly. Some kind of technology? Scout continued, yes, but we haven't obtained any precise information yet. I will continue to monitor their every move. Very well, Chen Tian'ren acknowledged with a nod and said no more. The failure to eliminate Shockwave was undoubtedly a regret for Chen Tian'ren. As long as Shockwave remained alive, the Decepticons' lost ground would eventually be regained. Upon returning to the command center, Chen Tian'ren immediately summoned Welder. Welder, do you know the Decepticons have a technology that can teleport objects instantly? Welder pondered for a moment and replied, Space bridge technology can achieve the kind of spatial teleportation you're describing. Space bridge? Chen Tian'ren mused. He recalled information from Earth movies, remembering that Cybertron indeed possessed such technology. However, he knew it required Energon to activate. I'm talking about a smaller device, something that can make a person vanish in an instant, Chen Tian'ren clarified. A small-scale space bridge? Welder appeared puzzled. That sounds a bit far-fetched. As far as I know, such technology doesn't exist. Even if someone did create such a device, it would likely be unstable. Chen Tian'ren remained silent for a long time before finally saying, forget it. Shockwave might have developed some form of teleportation technology. I just don't know if he's still on Earth. Welder's mechanical face showed great surprise. Shockwave? If it's him, then it might be possible. My lord, are you facing difficulties related to this? Chen Tian'ren admitted, our primary target for this operation, Shockwave, managed to escape at a critical moment. He held a strange device in his hand and disappeared right before my eyes. Fortunately, I managed to get hold of his data chip. This has dealt a significant blow to the Decepticons. If Shockwave can't return soon, their forces on Earth won't be able to sustain prolonged operations. Without Shockwave, the Decepticons won't be able to produce crucial equipment and devices. Overall, even though Shockwave escaped, the plan is still a success. The threat level of the Decepticons will be significantly reduced without him. My lord, your wisdom is unparalleled, Welder said respectfully. I also have good news. Our first batch of Shadow Soldiers has been completed. They are ready to join the battle at your command. Chen Tian'ren's eyes lit up at the news. He immediately stood up and said, excellent. Take me to see our new members. Please follow me, my lord. Welder led the way, and the two quickly arrived at the soldier manufacturing base. In front of them were 50 large glass containers, each containing a four-armed transformer. Chen Tian'ren could sense the spark energy flowing within these slumbering soldiers, indicating that they were complete. I have implanted the shadow protocol into the sparks of these soldiers as per your instructions. They are ready to act at your command, Welder explained. Chen Tian'ren nodded in satisfaction and then issued a command to the shadow soldiers. Awaken, my soldiers! As Chen Tian'ren issued his command, the 50 transformers in the containment vessels instantly awoke, their eyes flickering with a crimson glow. A powerful energy shockwave erupted from the 50 C-class sparks, resonating through the air. The liquid in the containment vessels began to churn violently, surging into the conduits connected to the transformers. With a crisp crack, the glass containers holding the minions simultaneously descended. The system immediately displayed a notification. The Shadow Legion now has over 50 official members, marking its initial formation. Chen Tian'ren's spark energy upgraded to Dark Leader energy, along with the forging technology for the Night Star Sword. This unexpected notification left Chen Tian'ren momentarily stunned. He quickly reviewed the random rewards and discovered that the Dark Leader energy could power Cybertronian relics. However, forging the Night Star Sword required obtaining the Cybertronian relic known as the Hammer of Cytangio. Chen Tian'ren set this information aside for the moment, as the 50 shadow soldiers were now fully awakened. In unison, they shouted, "Long live Lord Antianian!" The synthesized mechanical voices echoed throughout the base, creating a striking scene. These newly born shadow transformers stood 7 meters tall, their bodies entirely metallic, with faces resembling mechanical insects. Each minion was equipped with an energy laser gun powered by their own spark energy. They could transform between two forms, a robot form and a six-legged beast form, the latter being more suited for close combat. Each minion had independent consciousness, capable of assessing battlefield situations and making decisions. They were marked with serial numbers starting from 001. However, due to being primarily constructed from blue star steel, their bodies were relatively fragile and prone to damage. Chen Tian'ren observed his new subordinates impassively, knowing that this was just the beginning and that he was still far from his grand ambition of ruling the universe. Under the direction of the welder, the minions quickly began patrolling the base. Suddenly, Chen Tian'ren remembered Shockwave's data chip. He retrieved the chip from his body and casually tossed it to the welder. The welder, visibly excited, indicated that extensive time would be needed to study the valuable data. After giving a brief instruction, Chen Tian'ren turned and left. Meanwhile, the Decepticon Legion faced a dire situation. Shockwave's disappearance not only meant the loss of Blue Star's highest commander, but several energy bases had also been raided by the Shadow Legion. The equipment and core components for constructing minions had been seized by Chen Tian'ren, resulting in significant losses. In the temporary Decepticon base, Thundercracker suggested to the silent Soundwave that they report the situation to Megatron. Soundwave stated that they had already informed the Autobots as per their previous agreement, and if the Autobots did not act, they might have to retreat to Cybertron. At the Autobot base, Bumblebee had just received Soundwave's report about Anti-Anion's attack on the Decepticon base and Shockwave's disappearance. This news made the Autobots realize that the Shadow Legion's power was rapidly growing. Sideswipe proposed a direct attack on the Shadow Legion base, but Windblade pointed out that they didn't even know where the base was. Drift blamed the Decepticons for destroying human satellites, making it difficult to locate the enemy. Hound suggested continuing to monitor the enemy's movements and waiting for reinforcements. Most Autobots agreed with this approach. Hot Rod mentioned that the human mech units were nearing completion, believing this would pose a problem for the Shadow Legion. He emphasized that the greatest threat came from Anti-Anion himself, and that if they could eliminate him, everything would be resolved. As the Autobots were engaged in heated discussions, trying to devise a strategy, a violent spatial distortion suddenly formed a sizable wormhole on a mysterious planet somewhere in the universe. Accompanied by a blinding flash of white light, a heavily damaged transformer plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. Ugh! The battered transformer was none other than Shockwave, who had narrowly escaped from Chen Tian'ren. His body still emitted unstable electrical currents from the area where his chip had been removed. Clutching his wounds, Shockwave struggled to his feet and activated his damaged scanning system. The system's feedback made him frown. A large amount of data had been lost, and the surrounding environment could not be fully analyzed. Shockwave looked around in confusion, stunned by what he saw. Everything, the trees, flowers, birds, and animals, was made of metal. A mechanized ecosystem. Shockwave muttered to himself, "What kind of place is this?" Meanwhile, on Earth, Chen Tian'ren was completely unaware of Shockwave's predicament. He was focused on monitoring the Autobots, recalling his previous encounter with Bumblebee, who seemed to be carrying a hammer weapon. Chen Tian'ren speculated that it might be the hammer of Cybertronian he had been searching for. Just as Chen Tian'ren was lost in thought, Ultron suddenly burst in, interrupting his musings. "Master Dark Skyfall, my mechanized forces have been ambushed by the human mech units and have suffered heavy losses," Ultron reported urgently. Chen Tian'ren turned his gaze towards Ultron, frowning slightly. "Human mech units? That's unheard of." He was skeptical, as up until now, the mechanized robot forces had always been able to overpower human conventional forces. Ultron continued, "According to intel from the scout drones, the Autobots may have shared Cybertronian technology with the humans. Their mechs can fire pulse energy attacks, and my forces can't withstand them." Chen Tian'ren fell silent. Ultron's mechanized forces were expendable to him, but the emergence of human mech units gave him a sense of unease. The discovery of their base was only a matter of time, and if they faced a large-scale attack from the Three-Way Alliance, things would become very troublesome. "I understand," Chen Tian'ren finally said. "If you can't win, then retreat for now. This isn't the time for a full-scale confrontation." Ultron nodded silently, bowed, and left. Chen Tian'ren stood up, preparing to discuss strengthening the base defenses with Weld. However, at that moment, his energy monitoring system suddenly sounded an alarm. 5 spark energy signatures were approaching the perimeter of the base. Chen Tian'ren immediately stopped, his expression serious. Outside the base, 2 Apache-like helicopters were approaching slowly, accompanied by 3 ground vehicles, an excavator, a light loader, and a small car. To his surprise, all 5 spark energy signatures were A-class. "I found it. Up ahead should be the Shadow Legion base," one of the helicopters excitedly communicated to its companions. But the next second, a homing missile whizzed towards them, forcing the 5 transformers to dodge hastily. The missile narrowly missed them and exploded behind them. When they steadied themselves, they found they were surrounded by the Shadow Legion. A sleek Cybertronian helicopter flew close and transformed into Thunderstrike, the Shadow Legion's air commander. Simultaneously, 2 mining trucks appeared on the scene. Thunderstrike was an A-class Spark, B-class body, dual-mode warrior, entirely silver and iron-colored, a bona fide military transformer. The 5 unfamiliar transformers quickly transformed into their robot forms, raising their hands to show they meant no harm. "Don't misunderstand, we come in peace," explained a female transformer who had transformed from the small car. "We are Cybertronian refugees looking to join the Shadow Legion." "Join the Shadow Legion?" Thunderstrike's tone was filled with surprise. That's right, another Transformer chimed in. We heard you defeated the Decepticons, so we want to seek refuge with Master Dark Skyfall. Thunderstrike pondered for a moment. If that's the case, take them to see Master Dark Skyfall. But wait. First, drop your weapons. Who knows if you have ulterior motives? Despite the lack of any faction markings on the new Transformers, Thunderstrike insisted they disarm to be cautious. The fact that they had found the base was suspicious enough. The 5 Transformers didn't hesitate and dropped their weapons on the ground. Follow me, Thunderstrike said, but I must warn you, I can't guarantee Master Dark Skyfall will accept you. After all, your appearance is quite unexpected. The group was quickly brought before Chen Tian'ren. Upon seeing him for the first time, they immediately felt an immensely powerful and eerie energy emanating from his body. To the Transformer surprise, this figure was of the same model as the Autobot leader, Optimus Prime. However, unlike the benevolent aura of Optimus Prime, this being, who called himself Dark Skyfall, exuded a dark presence, even more ferocious than the Decepticon leader, Megatron. Are you refugees from Cybertron? Chen Tian'ren asked coldly. Yes, we wish to join the Shadow Legion. We hope Lord Dark Skyfall will grant us this opportunity, replied a deep blue female Transformer, her voice tinged with a hint of pleading. Chen Tian'ren's expression remained unchanged. Interesting. Tell me, why do you want to join the Shadow Legion? The female Transformer explained, we were once part of the Cybertron Defense Force, but Cybertron has now fallen from a powerful, peaceful empire into ruins. This is all thanks to the Decepticons. Their war with the Autobots destroyed Cybertron and caused it to lose its core energy source. We were powerless to stop it. Later, on Earth, we heard legends about you. How you are the last supreme spark-born of Cybertron. Perhaps your power can change everything. Hearing this, Chen Tian'ren couldn't help but ponder. Another group of Transformers who hated both the Decepticons and Autobots? After a long silence, he said, you are not the first Cybertronian refugees to join the Shadow Legion. Strictly speaking, most current members of the Shadow Legion are from Cybertron. And I, perhaps, am one of the victims of this war. Although I am not entirely clear about Cybertron's current state, my actions are not solely for Cybertron. What I need to know now is why you choose not to join the Autobots or Decepticons. Let me make it clear. I am not a good person. I will do whatever it takes to achieve my goals. Chen Tian'ren did not hide his thoughts from these Transformers seeking to join him. He needed to know their true motives for wanting to join the Shadow Legion. The female Transformer responded, Optimus Prime, to prevent Megatron from obtaining the All-Spark, threw it into the space bridge, causing Cybertron to lose its most important energy source. His actions turned millions of Cybertronian civilians into interstellar refugees, making him a criminal. And Megatron started this civil war for his own rule but failed to defeat the Autobots, proving himself an incompetent and foolish leader. Your appearance is a miracle. Perhaps you are the one who can lead the Cybertronians out of suffering, recover the lost All-Spark, create a new era for the universe, and lead us to glory. Create a new era. Lead the Cybertronians to glory? Chen Tian'ren murmured, his expression slightly moved. After a moment, his mechanical face turned resolute. Perhaps you are right. I am Dark Skyfall, leader of the Shadow Legion, the pioneer destined to rule the future universe. Accept the Shadow Protocol and become my subordinates. His crimson eyes glowed intensely as he stared at the 5 Transformers before him. We are here for this. For the Shadow. For the future of all Cybertronians. The 5 Transformers immediately knelt on one knee, bowing in submission. Chen Tian'ren then implanted the Shadow Protocol into the sparks of the 5 Transformers, simultaneously obtaining all their information. The 2 military helicopters were named Rotor and Blast, and interestingly, they had combination gears, allowing them to form a larger, stronger-class transformer. This delighted Chen Tian'ren, as it was the first combiner in the Shadow Legion. The others included Trench, who transformed into an excavator, and Advance, who transformed into a light crane. The deep blue female transformer was named Vigilance. They had all served in the Cybertron Defense Force, and Vigilance had even served under Ultra Magnus. After accepting the Shadow Protocol, the bodies of the 5 Transformers bore the emblem of a blade, marking them as official members of the Shadow Legion. Chen Tian'ren thought to himself that if he could return to Cybertron, he might quickly assemble a massive Transformer army. Unfortunately, they were still on Earth, and to return to Cybertron, they needed to continue building their strength. As Chen Tian'ren reveled in joy, Vigilance raised a serious concern. Lord Dark Skyfall, our base's defense is too weak. If the enemy attacks in large numbers, it will be hard to fend them off. I know that the Decepticon ship's main cannon is a powerful energy fusion cannon. Our base might not withstand a direct hit from it. Chen Tian'ren's expression immediately turned serious. You're right, this has been troubling me. Since you can see this, do you have any suggestions for upgrading our base's defense system? Vigilance replied, I am not a scientist, but I know someone who can do it. He is a Cybertronian scientist on par with Shockwave, but he has remained obscure because the Autobots buried his potential. Hearing the mention of the Autobots, Chen Tian'ren's expression grew even darker. Autobots? The person you speak of, is he an Autobot? Caution introduced Chen Tian'ren to a mysterious figure known as the brain of Cybertron. This brain once worked in Cybertron's Iron Fortress, but never officially joined the Autobots. His research was deemed too radical, focusing mainly on war weapons, which led to strong opposition from Optimus Prime. It is said that he has existed for thousands of years and has been involved in numerous combiner projects. After hearing this, Chen Tian'ren fell into deep thought, trying to recall any relevant information but came up empty. He remained silent for a long time before finally asking, "Where is this guy now?" Caution replied, "The brain is an adventurer, frequently traveling between galaxies. This time, he arrived on Earth with the Autobots ship and is reportedly among the human faction. It's likely that the recent advancements in human mech units are his handiwork." With this information, the gears in Chen Tian'ren's mind began to spin rapidly. He slowly rose from his throne. "In the human faction, you say?" Caution added, "Yes, that's correct. If you personally invite him, he might join us. That guy only cares about his research and ignores everything else." This sounds like a trap. Members of the Shadow Legion present had also heard of the brain of Cybertron, but mostly through rumors. Few Cybertronians had actually seen him. As for the truth of Caution's words, Chen Tian'ren knew well. Caution's spark had been bound by the Shadow Protocol, making betrayal nearly impossible. Chen Tian'ren pondered for a moment and said, "The brain of Cybertron? Sounds like an interesting character. Perhaps I should try inviting him. If he refuses, well, that will be his end." With that, he began to devise a plan. Meanwhile, Ultron's mech forces were struggling to hold their ground. Explosions roared, and the sky was ablaze as waves of energy attacks swept through the battlefield. Under the fierce assault of the human mech units, countless mech robots fell, and humans quickly reclaimed most of the territory. These nearly 10-meter-tall heavy mechs were powered by energy cores and equipped with Cybertron's highest technology. All power systems were connected to the human central nervous system, allowing a single robust human soldier to pilot them effortlessly. Although they could not transform, their power and defense were on par with the class Cybertronian warriors. For the glory of humanity, a mech warrior charged into the mech forces line, unleashing a powerful pulse attack on the retreating enemies. Amidst the crackling of electricity, mech robots short-circuited and collapsed. Humans swiftly reclaimed the lost ground. Who would have thought these tin cans would see this day? Weren't they supposed to be controlled by shadow energy? "Even Megatron is nothing special," a mech soldier said, crushing a mech robot's remains underfoot. After securing another area, someone reported to the command center, "Commander, mission accomplished. Ultron's remnants are fleeing. Should we pursue?" The command center replied, "Well done. But the higher-ups' orders are to hold the reclaimed territory. No need to pursue. We are on the verge of final victory in this war." "Understood, Commander. Earth belongs to humanity forever, and so does our future. Fight for our home." With repeated victories over the mech forces, human morale soared, and they saw the dawn of victory in the darkness. At this moment, in a secret human research base, a small, elderly Cybertronian was engrossed in his work. His appearance resembled a certain human physicist, but this was merely his disguise on Earth. If he wished, he could even transform into a mechanical insect. "Aha!" he muttered to himself. "The initial mech experiments were a success. It's time to move to the next phase. Perhaps I can enhance its power even further. This will be one of my most perfect creations in recent years. Humanity's destiny will change because of this. With my help, they have taken a highly aggressive step. The cosmic overlords will soon face a new challenge. This is simply perfect." Just then, Bumblebee led several Autobots and human military personnel into the research base. "That's enough, Brain," Bumblebee said. "We forced you to help create the mech units, not to aid humanity in conquering the universe. Remember, we seek peace, not greater chaos. You promised Optimus Prime." The Brain nonchalantly replied, "Young Bumblebee, you must understand that peace is built on strength. Besides, my agreement was with Sentinel Prime, not Optimus. Now that Sentinel is gone, and with Optimus throwing the Allspark into the space bridge, disregarding the fate of Cybertron's people, that verbal agreement is null and void." Bumblebee, enraged, grabbed the small Brain and lifted him up. "Stubborn old fool, I'm not here to argue with you. What I'm saying is, your task is complete. You should return to the base and stay put." "Hey, show some respect, kid. You're hurting me." Brainstorm, dangling helplessly in Bumblebee's grip, struggled furiously. His limbs flailed in vain, unable to reach Bumblebee's body. At less than 2 meters tall, Brainstorm's frame seemed insignificant next to the towering Transformers, who often stood around 8 meters high. His mechanical state appeared precarious, almost malnourished in comparison. "Did you hear me? Let go of me," Brainstorm shouted in frustration. The Autobots only called upon him when they needed his expertise, and now they were stifling his research. To him, this was worse than death. Nearby, the human commander Acer tried to defuse the situation. Maybe we should let Mr. Brainstorm continue his research? RC firmly rejected the idea. That's out of the question. The mech unit experiments have already reached a critical point. Any further progress will only harm humanity. Your civilization isn't ready for this level of technology. Relying on external tech will only hasten your downfall. Commander Acer fell silent, despite his desire for advanced technology. The Autobots clearly didn't want humans to acquire too much power, perhaps fearing they might become a threat. Suddenly, a Cybertronian heavy fighter jet appeared over the human territory. The human radar base immediately blared an urgent alarm. Warning! Warning! Energon surge detected. With a piercing sound, the jet, identified as Chen Tian'ren, stormed into the human base. Soldiers at the radar station reported in terror. This guy's energy readings are off the charts. He doesn't seem to be a Decepticon. When they finally managed to capture an image of the intruding jet, they gasped upon seeing the emblem beneath its chassis. This guy. He's from the Shadow Legion. What? Bumblebee and the others reacted with alarm, bracing for a fierce battle. The Shadow Legion is on the move. Hot Rod and the other Autobots quickly transformed their weapons, ready for combat. A sudden explosion shook the entire base. The building where Brainstorm was held trembled violently. RC cursed and grabbed onto a fixed object to steady herself. Shadow Legion, attack! Spy Drone commanded from his drone form, having already positioned himself near the secret base undetected. Immediately, dozens of six-legged mechanical beasts swarmed the base. Cybertronian helicopters, led by Thunderstrike, swooped in with spinning blades and bombardments. A dark blue sedan, the newly recruited Vigilant, sped towards the target. Trident was also en route. The Shadow Legion was deploying almost their entire force for this mission. In the chaos, RC issued an urgent call to all Autobots, calling all Autobots. We are under attack by the Shadow Legion, requesting immediate backup. The Autobots responded swiftly. Meanwhile, the Shadow Legion had effortlessly neutralized the human guards around the base, leaving Bumblebee and a few other Autobots to fend off the attackers. RC was baffled. What are they after? Why attack here? This base was used for researching the mech units. Could it be for the technology? But that didn't seem reason enough. Suddenly, another loud boom echoed through the sky. Chen Tian'ren, in jet form, flew low over the base. That guy is Dark Skyfall. Bumblebee and the others looked up in disbelief, eyes fixed on Chen Tian'ren as he turned in the distant sky. This is bad. We need to get out of here. Bumblebee urgently warned his comrades, grabbing Brainstorm and making a dash for the exit. However, as they reached the base entrance, they were intercepted by the six-legged shadow beasts. The beasts quickly transformed into robot mode, each wielding energy laser guns, and unleashed a barrage of fire at the Autobots, forcing them to retreat under the intense firepower. Seeing the dire situation, Hot Rod transformed his right arm into a temporal weapon. With a loud bang, a time-stopping round was fired, hitting the shadow beasts outside the door. An energy field enveloped them, freezing everything in place, including the ongoing energy attacks suspended midair. Nice shot, buddy. Crosshairs praised. Let's move. There are too many of them. Hot Rod urged his teammates to hurry. Under the cover provided by Hot Rod and Bumblebee, the Autobots managed to escape the human base. Just then, Chen Tian'ren descended from the sky, transforming into robot mode midair and landing like a missile in the midst of the Autobots with a thunderous crash. The impact sent the smaller RC and Crosshairs flying. Ugh. Oh, damn it. Watch it. Don't crush me. Brainstorm dodged the flying debris in panic. Chen Tian'ren wasted no time, immediately engaging Hot Rod and Bumblebee. He landed a flying kick on Hot Rod, sending him sprawling, then grabbed Bumblebee by the neck, firing several shots into his face before tossing him aside with a powerful throw. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Tian'ren grabbed Brainstorm, transformed back into jet mode, and shot into the sky. Oh, I'm scared of heights. Brainstorm screams echoed through the air. Shadow Legion, retreat. Chen Tian'ren's voice echoed across the battlefield. He had successfully captured the brain, achieving his objective, and there was no need to continue the fight. The Autobots' reinforcements were imminent, and time was of the essence. The Shadow Legion quickly obeyed the command, vanishing from the battlefield like a swarm of black phantoms. Hot Rod struggled to rise from the rubble, his body severely damaged, sparks flying from his broken parts. Bumblebee stood frozen, bewildered, unsure of how to report this failure to Optimus Prime. Chen Tian'ren transformed into a jet and swiftly flew away from the human settlement with the brain in tow. However, instead of returning directly to the base, he dropped the brain on a mountaintop just outside the base. He needed to confirm whether this so-called brain could truly aid the Shadow Legion. With a loud crash, the brain was roughly thrown onto the flat mountaintop. Chen Tian'ren landed and transformed, his gaze coldly fixed on the seemingly fragile old figure before him. Ouch! What are you doing? Is this how you treat your guests? The brain complained, its parts scattering across the ground. Chen Tian'ren leaned in closer, questioning. You claim to be the greatest mind on Cybertron? His voice was icy and piercing. The brain finally looked up, scrutinizing Chen Tian'ren. Oh, what a miracle! It muttered, then explained. The greatest mind? That's just what they call me. My real name is Xianjuetian. Xianjuetian. Chen Tian'ren exclaimed, memories flooding back. Xianjuetian, the leader of Cybertron's 13 primes, the first transformer? This information was overwhelming. Xianjuetian seemed surprised by Chen Tian'ren's reaction and continued. My spark has endured countless ages, and my power has long faded. What surprises me is that you know of my existence. Chen Tian'ren was silent for a moment before cautiously replying. Many of my subordinates are Cybertronian refugees. I've heard bits and pieces from them. Suddenly, Xianjuetian began to transform, astonishing Chen Tian'ren by morphing into the forms of Chen Tian'ren, Optimus Prime, and Megatron, showcasing his remarkable transformation abilities. I have come for you, Xianjuetian said, reverting to his original form. To be precise, I have come for your spark. You have developed your own consciousness. Perhaps this is destiny. Are you preparing to return to Cybertron? Only there can you truly become the 14th Prime. The 14th Prime? The words from Sage Tian hit Chen Tian'ren like a sledgehammer, jolting his thoughts. His gaze deepened as he fell into contemplation. Could his spark truly be the 14th Prime of Cybertron? The revelation was so overwhelming that he struggled to process it. Sage Tian seemed to see through Chen Tian'ren's confusion. His voice, ancient yet full of wisdom, resonated again. It appears you are unaware of this. Understandably so, as you have only recently awakened your consciousness. Knowing these things now would be of no benefit to you. Chen Tian'ren forced himself to return to the present. He looked directly at Sage Tian, his tone resolute. I don't know if what you're saying is true, but right now I need your help. Sage Tian's perceptive optics flickered, then he spoke. Helping you is not out of the question, but you must promise to keep everything about me a secret. Everyone believes I have perished, and I wish to keep it that way. His voice grew more serious. Don't doubt it. Even Optimus Prime must not know my true origin, despite my years with the Autobots. Curiosity piqued. Chen Tian'ren couldn't help but ask, why? Sage Tian's response was brief and enigmatic. There is no why. Just agree to this condition, and I will assist you. Additionally, my time is limited. Perhaps our meeting was predestined. After a moment of thought, Chen Tian'ren nodded in agreement. He initially considered using a shadow contract to bind Sage Tian, but quickly realized that such a method would likely be ineffective and unacceptable to this mysterious entity. The two then embedded the terms of their agreement into each other's sparks. During this process, Chen Tian'ren realized that any breach of the agreement would weaken the spark energy within the violator's body. He speculated that this might be why Sage Tian's spark energy was so diminished. With the agreement in place, Chen Tian'ren got straight to the point. I want you to help upgrade my base's defense system and, if possible, create a more powerful army. Sage Tian's optics flickered as if calculating something. Upgrading and creating are not the issues. The issue is, how much energy do you have? How many energon cubes? I must inform you. My spark energy can no longer sustain my life force for long, let alone create powerful transformers. However, if you have sufficient energy, I can certainly help you build the strength you desire. Without hesitation, Chen Tian'ren replied, energy? I will provide it. Very well, let me see your base first, Sage Tian said, turning to look at the Shadow Legion base in the distance. His optics scanned rapidly, and he scoffed. Is that your base? It's full of vulnerabilities. Such a place can't withstand attacks from Decepticons or Autobots, not to mention human nuclear weapons, Chen Tian'ren admitted. Precisely why I sought you out. Chen Tian'ren then led Sage Tian into the base. As they reached the center, all the Shadow members eyed them with suspicion and wariness. Only Vigilance seemed to recognize Sage Tian slightly, but even so, he didn't fully understand Sage Tian's true identity. Sage Tian's gaze fell on Vigilance, and he teased, oh Vigilance, I see you've joined the Shadow Legion. No wonder this guy found me. You must have told him about my existence, right? Vigilance admitted openly, yes, Brainmaster. Only by joining the Shadow Legion can your research be fully utilized. Sage Tian nodded indifferently and turned to Chen Tian'ren. Not bad. You've recruited some capable individuals on Earth. As they walked, Chen Tian'ren responded, they're all quite competent. But facing both Autobots and Decepticons, were a bit stretched. Sage Tian's voice carried a warning, Autobots and Decepticons are indeed formidable. But remember, they are not your only enemies. Chen Tian'ren didn't dwell on the warning and continued showing Sage Tian around the base. They arrived at the research facility, where Chen Tian'ren introduced, this is Welder. He's our Shadow Legion scientist. He has helped me a lot, including creating the hexapod unit. Welder respectfully greeted Sage Tian. Nice to meet you, Brainmaster. I've heard of your name for a long time. Sage Tian scrutinized Welder and commented, impressive, but still not as good as Shockwave. That guy was the most ingenious tinkerer I've ever seen. He then looked at Chen Tian'ren. But I heard you took him down. A pity. He was a rare technological genius in Cybertron's history. Chen Tian'ren explained. He was too much of a threat. I invited him to join me, but he was loyal only to Megatron. That would have been an obstacle for me. Sage Tian said no more and began inspecting the entire research facility. His optics scanned various equipment and data, often emitting discontented sounds. The energy computer's data is outdated and needs updating. Oh my, this is too crude. This transformation gear data is practically a counterfeit. Welder's mechanical face showed embarrassment, but he didn't dare to argue with the master creator. Suddenly, Sage Tian's attention was caught by some data on the computer. With a tone of surprise, he asked, "Oh, these aren't your data, are they?" Welder explained, "Those are Shockwave's data. Lord Dark Sky obtained his chip and am currently analyzing it. But many of the data are inexplicable to me. I can't understand the information, especially the parts about the Predacon species. I have no idea what Shockwave was researching." Juggernaut? Chen Tian'ren's mechanical face shifted instantly upon hearing the information from the welder. His uncharacteristic expression of surprise caught everyone's attention, especially the welder and Xianju Tian. "Lord Dark Sky Meteor, do you know about the Juggernaut?" The welder couldn't help but ask. Xianju Tian remained silent, his eyes fixed on Chen Tian'ren with an inscrutable expression. Noticing the curious gazes from the others, Chen Tian'ren quickly regained his cold demeanor. "No, I'm just intrigued by this information," he said, understanding that even with his most loyal subordinates, he couldn't reveal too much. The Juggernaut race comes from ancient Cybertronian creatures. This information is indeed surprising, Chen Tian'ren added, trying to divert attention. At this moment, Xianju Tian looked up from the computer. An ancient race from Cybertron? His words left the members of the Shadow Legion in disbelief. For most Cybertronians, the name Juggernaut was unheard of. That's right, Xianju Tian continued, his fingers flying over the keyboard. Shockwave must have discovered something and started researching it. If he succeeds, Cybertron could fall into Decepticon hands. But fortunately, from the data, it seems he hasn't found the key information yet, just the initial discovery. The members of the Shadow Legion were confused, but Chen Tian'ren seemed thoughtful. He did know a bit about the Juggernauts and was surprised that Shockwave had begun researching this ancient race. This made him worry if Shockwave was still alive, hiding in some unknown corner. Is this Juggernaut really powerful? Chen Tian'ren asked tentatively. Xianju Tian replied, "If the legends are true, it might be the first Transformer born on Cybertron. It's said to be an extremely aggressive beast. From this data, it's clear that Shockwave intended to resurrect the Juggernaut. Unfortunately for him, you took him out, and without him, no one can decode the Juggernaut's data. Now, this information is just a bunch of meaningless data." Chen Tian'ren fell into deep thought, while Xianju Tian requested to copy the data onto his chip, claiming it might be useful in the future. Over the next couple of months, under Chen Tian'ren's command, the Shadow Legion captured multiple energy bases on Earth from both Autobots and Decepticons. The Legion grew rapidly, producing more hexapods. With Xianju Tian's assistance, they acquired energy weapons to counter human mech forces, and the base's defense systems were quickly being constructed. Many Autobots and Decepticons fell victim to the Shadow Legion, their bodies and spark energy used for building the base. Even interstellar mercenaries were not spared. Excellent, the overall structure and key components of the base are nearly complete, Xianju Tian announced. This shadow base he designed resembled a massive spaceship, covering an area 10 times the size of the original base. Chen Tian'ren marveled. "This is incredible. It's practically an interstellar warship," Xianju Tian proudly replied. "This is my masterpiece, equipped with the defensive power of a level 4 civilization warship. Once the final 3 steps are completed, it will have independent consciousness and powerful asteroid-level propulsion. It will be the most formidable spaceship in Cybertronian history." "What are those 3 things?" Chen Tian'ren asked eagerly, longing for the base to achieve interstellar travel capability. Xianju Tian explained, "A core device, transformation gears, and energy propulsion. The core device and transformation gears must be forged with the Cybertronian relic, the hammer of Satiangio, and the energy propulsion. It requires the core energy of the entire Earth." Core energy of the blue star? The term stirred a ripple in Chen Tian'ren's mind. Although he had some guesses, the information revealed by Xianju Tian still seemed unbelievable. Chen Tian'ren had long known about the Hammer of Satiangio. That artifact was currently in the hands of Bumblebee, and it could be seized at the right moment. However, to power such a colossal object required the core energy of an entire planet, and the blue star beneath their feet was the perfect choice. What shocked Chen Tian'ren even more was that Xianju Tian pointed out that his internal spark energy had evolved into leader energy. This meant he now possessed the power to drive all the sacred relics of Cybertron. Chen Tian'ren was puzzled. How could this be when he didn't have the matrix of leadership? Had something unknown changed within him? Xianju Tian's mechanical face grew unusually serious, and his optical sensors seemed to pierce through Chen Tian'ren. Chen Tian'ren asked warily, "How did you know my energy has become leader energy?" His tone was filled with suspicion, a sense of being exposed. Xianju Tian reassured him, "No need to be tense. When we made our agreement, my spark energy came into contact with yours. I also discovered that your spark is protected by a strict protocol, the so-called shadow protocol energy, right?" Chen Tian'ren was silent for a long time, his eyes locked onto Xianju Tian. Finally, he lowered his guard and asked, "The hammer of Seixianjiao is currently with Autobot Bumblebee. But how do we obtain the core energy you mentioned? If we do that, won't this planet be destroyed?" Xianju Tian was surprised. "Do you actually care about the fate of this planet?" Chen Tian'ren explained, "Not really, I'm just curious about our next move." Hearing this, a faint, unreadable smile flickered across Xianju Tian's mechanical face before he returned to his usual demeanor. He then asked, "Are you familiar with the Fallen?" The Fallen? Chen Tian'ren was once again taken aback. Ever since meeting Xianju Tian, it seemed he was constantly in a state of surprise. Xianju Tian's every piece of information exceeded his expectations. Xianju Tian continued, "Yes, the Fallen, Megatronus, one of the original 13 primes of Cybertron. He once came to the Blue Star searching for your spark and created a device capable of destroying the entire planet to absorb its core energy." "Wait a minute," Chen Tian'ren interrupted. "You mean the Fallen, Megatronus, came to the Blue Star for my spark?" He was both surprised and confused. Was everyone after what he had? As a human, he had been coveted, and now as a mechanical life form, he could not escape the fate of being targeted. Noticing Chen Tian'ren's anger, Xianju Tian explained, "It's not surprising. Megatronus intended to use your spark energy to return to Cybertron and resurrect Seixianjiao. But for some reason, he suddenly disappeared for a long time. Perhaps he got some other information and never showed up on the Blue Star again." Chen Tian'ren fell silent again. "Damn it, all of you," he cursed inwardly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Blue Star, aboard the Decepticon starship Stormbringer in the outer atmosphere, a monitoring Decepticon soldier suddenly detected a spatial anomaly on the radar. "Did you find anything?" a nearby companion asked. "There are two S-level spark energy fluctuations," the monitor exclaimed. "Space bridge energy fluctuations. It's Autobots Ultra Magnus and Skyfire. Report to Soundwave immediately." This sudden news threw the entire Decepticon warship into chaos. The information quickly reached the Decepticons' temporary base on the Blue Star. The Autobots are indeed making a move, and this time it's Ultra Magnus and Skyfire, Thundercracker said to Soundwave. Soundwave pondered for a moment before responding. Skyfire's presence suggests that the situation is complicated. "Let's observe for now," Knockout suggested. "Our energy is severely depleted. Why not activate the device left by Megatronus and destroy this planet, while the Shadow Legion still lacks interstellar travel capability? That way, Dark Pyro will certainly perish." Soundwave replied, "It sounds feasible, but don't forget the Autobots are also on this planet." Shockwave had this plan before, but was thwarted by the Autobots. "Your idea is not easy to implement." As the Decepticons decided to wait and see, two massive fireballs streaked through the Blue Star's night sky, heading straight for the Autobot base. "Hey, look, a meteor shower." The sudden spectacle caused a stir among the human settlements. "It's a rare sight. Make a wish. I wish the war would end soon, and we humans could rule the universe so those aliens wouldn't dare mess around on our turf." Several human children clasped their hands together, making innocent wishes upon the fireballs. Boom! With two loud crashes, the fireballs landed precisely in the Autobot base, shaking the entire facility. The Autobots had already noticed and were prepared. The fireballs created two large craters on the surface. Before long, two transformers, each about 10 meters tall, emerged from the craters. Upon closer inspection, the leader bore a striking resemblance to Optimus Prime. "Good evening, soldiers. I am Ultra Magnus. From now on, I will be commanding all forces on the Blue Star." "Ahem, getting old really takes a toll on me. My parts are all worn out," Ultra Magnus muttered as he staggered into the base, his frame emitting faint creaking sounds. Following closely behind him was a golden, elderly Autobot, carrying a massive temporal gear on his back, each step shaky and unsteady. This venerable figure was none other than Vector Prime, one of the 13 primes of Cybertron. Upon seeing Vector Prime, all the Autobots immediately stood at attention. It was said that his spark once had the power to control time and space, but now, due to overuse, his energy had diminished from the supreme level to SS level, and his body had downgraded to a level Every time he used his temporal abilities, his spark's energy would deplete by 10%. Ultra Magnus, the former commander of the Cybertronian Guard and now the chief executive officer of the Autobots, stood 9 meters tall, sharing the same model as Optimus Prime. As Optimus Prime's close friend and deputy, he was recognized as the next in line for leadership. Ultra Magnus was known for his rigorous nature, especially with his subordinates, making him an outstanding commander. He not only excelled in close combat, but also wielded a missile launcher capable of hitting any target within a 30-kilometer radius with precision. Despite his remarkable abilities, Ultra Magnus had no desire for leadership, dedicating himself entirely to supporting Optimus Prime, even willing to sacrifice his life for him. Ultra Magnus, we've retrieved the Forge of Solus Prime, Bumblebee said, stepping forward and handing the hammer to the stern-faced Ultra Magnus. You did well, excellent soldier, Ultra Magnus replied solemnly, taking the hammer. I heard from Optimus Prime that you ran into some trouble. With that, he turned and walked towards the Autobot base. Bumblebee hurriedly followed, explaining, yes, the supreme-level spark we were searching for developed consciousness on its own. It's incredible. Ultra Magnus frowned slightly upon hearing this. Strictly speaking, sparks that originate from the Allspark need to be implanted into a body and have the Cybertronian protocol data established to gain self-awareness. There's no precedent for a spark to possess consciousness right from birth, especially not outside Cybertron. You mean someone tampered with it? Bumblebee asked. In theory, yes, Ultra Magnus replied as he walked. But that doesn't matter now. Our mission is to handle this situation and bring Brainstorm back to Cybertron. Optimus Prime's recent discoveries might be related to him. Regardless of how Nemesis Prime gained consciousness, we must reclaim his spark. If we can't, we must destroy him. We cannot allow him to return to Cybertron. Ultra Magnus' tone grew more serious. Cybertron is running out of time. The High Council of the Nebula Alliance won't give Optimus Prime much more time. If we can't gain control of all of Cybertron within the next 500 years, the Alliance will intervene in our civil war. At that point, Cybertron will lose all autonomy in the universe, and we will be done for. The gravity of Ultra Magnus' words rendered all the Autobots silent and solemn. Time was evidently not on their side. Vector Prime spoke up as well. Although we've temporarily repelled the Decepticons, Omega Supreme's energy is depleted, and he's fallen into slumber again. The Supreme-level Spark's energy could revive Omega Supreme. Otherwise, we'll lose all advantage in the upcoming conflicts. Have you located that guy yet? Ultra Magnus asked. Bumblebee hesitated. We haven't pinpointed his exact base on Earth yet, but we should have news soon. However, there's more bad news. Sensing Bumblebee's unease and the silence of the other Autobots, Ultra Magnus stopped and turned, demanding, what bad news? Bumblebee took a deep breath and said, Brainstorm was captured by Nemesis Prime. Right under our noses? What did you say? Ultra Magnus' eyes widened in shock, his voice filled with disbelief. Vector Prime was also stunned by the news, murmuring, this is terrible. I'm sorry, sir. We failed to keep him safe. Bumblebee and Hot Rod lowered their heads in shame. Windblade tried to comfort them. Don't worry too much just yet. Brainstorm should be fine. Nemesis Prime might have taken him to assist with some research. Ultra Magnus nearly shouted. You don't understand. That's not the point. The point is that Skydancer is dead, which you didn't know. During the investigation, Optimus Prime found clues linking Brainstorm to the incident. We suspect Brainstorm betrayed Skydancer, and his universal gear was stolen. All the Autobots were stunned. Skydancer, one of the 13 Primes, was dead? And Optimus Prime suspected Brainstorm's involvement? Seeing the silence, Ultra Magnus turned to Vector Prime and said, It seems things are worse than we thought, Vector Prime. We need to act quickly. Brainstorm is now in Nemesis Prime's hands, and this could be part of his scheme. How is that possible? Windblade caught up with Ultra Magnus, her voice filled with disbelief. Her delicate mechanical face showed immense concern, as if defending Brainstorm. Could Optimus Prime have made a mistake? Brainstorm has no reason to do such a thing. Windblade's reaction was understandable. After all, Brainstorm had once saved her life, and years of companionship had made many Autobots consider him a comrade. Despite his occasional eccentricities and mysterious past, Windblade believed he would never commit such a horrifying act. Skylynx turned to Windblade, a hint of resignation in his tone. We thought the same as you, Windblade. I even considered him my best old buddy. I've spent more time with Brainstorm than anyone else. But facts speak louder than words, and his background is too mysterious for even me to fully understand. Windblade's concern deepened at Skylynx's words. Her processor began to race, contemplating various possibilities. Could Brainstorm have been secretly plotting something all along? Was his abduction by Dark Energon part of his plan? Or had he been in contact with Dark Energon all along? These thoughts made her mechanical face look increasingly grim. Bumblebee suddenly spoke up, as if a thought had crossed his mind. Do you think that Dark Energon's appearance is actually Brainstorm's doing behind the scenes? Ultra Magnus answered without hesitation. Without a doubt, yes. His tone was full of certainty. However, these Autobots were unaware that their suspicions were actually mistaken. Meanwhile, within the Shadow Legion's base specifically, in a corridor somewhere on the warship, Prowl appeared behind Shatter and called out to him. Shatter stopped and turned around. Prowl, what do you need from me? Prowl got straight to the point. Is it because I'm new that you distrust me? I always feel you have a big issue with me, and I suspect it's because I was once part of the Autobot faction. Shatter responded calmly. You've accepted Lord Dark Energon's Shadow Pact, which means we're now in the same boat. I have no reason to doubt you. Prowl's optics flashed with anger. I'm not just anyone. Shatter remained indifferent. If you don't like that analogy, I can say we're in the same ship instead. Whatever makes you happy. As a strong-willed female transformer, Prowl would never allow anyone to question her suggestions, even if they were a comrade. She retorted sharply, I know you're unhappy with my initial proposal because I can bring extremely useful information to Lord Dark Energon. See this? We're standing on the future warship of the Shadow Legion. Something that makes you, who has done nothing, envious. I truly apologize for that. Shatter continued walking, his tone still nonchalant. So that's what this is about. You really hold grudges, don't you? That's not a good trait. But let me tell you, I'm suspicious of that odd little guy, not you. Prowl sneered. How laughable. Brainstorm's intellect surpasses yours by a long shot. While you were toiling away in the Decepticon energy mines for a meager amount of energon, Brainstorm was already an esteemed technology researcher on Cybertron. Shatter's tone suddenly became serious. You're right. You know I used to be a miner. So can you now tell everyone what that little old man's true background is? I remember Lord Dark Energon once told us that the more mysterious and unclear something or someone is, the more likely they are to be problematic. At that moment, Thundercracker emerged from another corridor, interrupting their conversation. I hope you came to me for something more important than petty squabbles. Recon just got word that the Autobots seem to be making a move. Lord Dark Energon wants everyone in the command center. Thundercracker turned to Prowl, who was still standing there. Prowl, why are you just standing there? Lord Dark Energon has summoned us. There must be important orders. Don't blame me if you get left behind and make Lord Dark Energon angry. The consequences will be severe. Prowl immediately responded. Understood. I won't let Lord Dark Energon down. With that, she followed them towards the command center. In the command room of the Shadow ship, the metallic walls reflected a cold, harsh light. Members of the Shadow faction, including Vigilance, Croc, and Scout, arrived one after another, but there was no sign of Chen Tian'ren. The group stood silently in their positions, waiting for their leader to appear. A sense of tension hung in the air. Croc finally couldn't hold back and turned to Scout, asking in a low voice, any movement from the Autobots? Scout nodded, his optical sensors blinking. Indeed, they've called in reinforcements from Cybertron Ultra Magnus and Skyfire. At the mention of Ultra Magnus, Vigilance's frame tensed almost imperceptibly. Thunder, always perceptive, noticed her reaction and half-jokingly remarked, What's wrong, Vigilance? I've heard Ultra Magnus used to be your superior. Vigilance replied coolly, that was in the past. Her deep blue frame stood out among the predominantly dark gray of her companions. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps approached. Chen Tian'ren entered the command room with a steady stride, his cold faceplate revealing no emotion. All Shadow members immediately straightened their frames and spoke in unison. Lord Dark Skyfall. Chen Tian'ren walked directly to the Blade Throne and issued an order. Scout, report the intelligence. Scout responded immediately, yes, Lord Dark Skyfall. The Autobot reinforcements have arrived. Ultra Magnus and Skyfire are searching for our location on Earth. Bumblebee has come within 10 kilometers of our base several times. Additionally, the Hammer of Valor has been handed over to Ultra Magnus. Projector interjected, with me here, they'll never find us. Chen Tian'ren fell into deep thought. The situation on Cybertron seemed to be shifting. The arrival of the 13 Primes on Earth couldn't be just for rescuing Sentinel Prime. The immediate priority was to seize the Hammer of Valor. A direct assault was unwise. Perhaps capturing Ultra Magnus alone could work. His gaze fell on Vigilance, and a sudden idea struck him. Vigilance, he said gravely, I have a plan that requires you to take a risk. Vigilance stepped forward without hesitation. Lord Dark Skyfall, please instruct me. I will do my utmost. Chen Tian'ren briefly outlined the plan, using Vigilance's past connection with Ultra Magnus to lure him out. He then assigned other members to monitor the Decepticons to prevent interference with the plan. As everyone was about to leave, Vigilance suddenly spoke up. Lord Dark Skyfall. Chen Tian'ren turned, his red optical sensors flickering with curiosity. What is it, Vigilance? Vigilance knelt on one knee. Thank you for your trust, but there are two things that trouble me. One is about Mindmaster, and the other. Have you ever wondered how we found this place in the first place? Chen Tian'ren was taken aback. He was well aware of Vigilance's abilities, knowing she could leave nearly undetectable marks on targets for tracking. But her mention of Mind Master warranted serious attention. Go on, Chen Tian'ren commanded, his optical sensors fixed on the kneeling Vigilance. Upon hearing Chen Tian'ren's words, the vigilant eyes became inexplicably alert. Chen Tian'ren calmly said, "While it's good that you're concerned, I have it under control. No need for you to worry about it." With that, he strode away. The vigilant gaze lingered on Chen Tian'ren's retreating figure, a flicker of complexity in the eyes. Meanwhile, the Decepticon forces on Earth were facing consecutive defeats, their situation growing increasingly dire. Soundwave had no choice but to contact Megatron and report the current predicament. He detailed the shortage of energon to sustain ongoing battles, Shockwave's uncertain fate, and the loss of several critical pieces of equipment taken by Dark Energon. Megatron flew into a rage upon hearing that Shockwave might be dead. Even as a hologram, his fury was palpable. Soundwave quickly explained, "He's just missing. We only found Starscream's body." Megatron, gritting his teeth, snarled, "I couldn't care less about the useless Starscream. But if you're telling me Shockwave died on that pathetic planet Earth." His metal teeth ground together, clearly enraged to the extreme. Losing the Allspark and the artifact was bad enough, but losing such an important subordinate was almost too much to bear. Soundwave tried to reassure him, "I believe Shockwave is still alive. He wouldn't be taken down so easily, but his situation is likely grim." Megatron took a moment to calm himself. As the leader of the Decepticons, he knew this was no time for blind rage. After a brief deliberation, he made a decision. Ultra Magnus and Skyfire have left Cybertron. They may already be on Earth. If there's no other choice, then retreat. Soundwave. Soundwave didn't immediately respond, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, he calmly said, "Understood." Nearby, Thundercracker asked reluctantly, "Are we really just going to retreat?" Soundwave replied calmly, "Yes, continuing to fight is meaningless. Prepare to retreat." With that, he walked away. Knockout shouted after Soundwave's retreating figure, "What about Lord Shockwave? He might be waiting for us to rescue him somewhere on Earth." Without turning back, Soundwave responded, "If he's still alive, he'll find a way." A few days later, in front of the Autobot base, Vigilance approached slowly with hands raised. Ultra Magnus led several Autobots, watching her warily. Seeing that it was Vigilance, the Autobots were surprised and lowered their weapons. Ultra Magnus' voice was filled with disappointment and anger. "I never thought you'd join the Shadow Legion and become Dark Energon's lackey." Ignoring Ultra Magnus' accusation, Vigilance said directly, "What if I told you I'm here to deliver a message from Brainstorm? Would you believe me?" Ultra Magnus demanded sharply, "Brainstorm sent you? Why not Dark Energon?" Vigilance explained, "Dark Energon kidnapped Brainstorm to make him build ships for the Shadow Legion. He can't leave, so he sent me to tell you the location of the Shadow Legion's base." Though the Autobots were unaware that Vigilance's spark had been implanted with the Shadow Protocol, they remained skeptical of her words. Ultra Magnus bluntly said, "There's no credibility in what you're saying." Vigilance remained unfazed. "Whether you believe it or not is up to you, but I must warn you, the ship's construction is nearly complete." Ultra Magnus fell silent, his mechanical face unusually grave. Known for his decisiveness, he now hesitated. RC cautioned, "Ultra Magnus, I don't think we can trust her. Have you forgotten why she left our ranks?" Bumblebee agreed. "RC's right." Vigilance calmly said, "The past is the past, and I've left the Autobots." After a moment of consideration, Ultra Magnus made a decision. "All right, I'll trust you this once. Tell me the location of the Shadow Legion's base. If this is a trick, I will personally execute you." Bumblebee urgently said, "Commander, this must be Dark Energon's trap. Remember what happened to the Decepticons? It's all too clear." Ultra Magnus' mechanical face turned stern. "Enough, this is an order. Whether it's a trap or not, we must try. Otherwise, we'll be haunted by it. This is inevitable, and now we have a chance to save time and effort. Unity is strength. Prepare for battle, soldiers." In light of the painful lessons from previous encounters with the Decepticons, Bumblebee suggested leaving some Autobots to guard the base. After a moment's thought, Ultra Magnus agreed with this recommendation. He decided not only to leave forces to watch over the base, but also to ensure that the Autobots guarding the destruction device would not be redeployed. Despite the presence of heavy human defenses there, Ultra Magnus remained concerned. "Bumblebee, you and Windblade will stay behind as well," Ultra Magnus commanded before departure, his tone leaving no room for argument. "If anything unexpected happens, someone has to be in charge." Bumblebee and Windblade exchanged a glance and silently accepted the order. They knew that disobeying Ultra Magnus would not only anger him, but could also lead to punishment. "Understood, sir," Bumblebee replied, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Ultra Magnus nodded slightly and turned to Prowl. Lead the way, Prowl. Without a word, Prowl transformed into a car, his engine roaring as he sped out of the base. Ultra Magnus, his expression stern, gave the order, Autobots, transform and roll out. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a truck, leading the other Autobots in pursuit of Prowl. Meanwhile, the Shadow Legion had long since set up their ambush along the predetermined route. One member, uneasy, asked, Lord Chen Tian'ren, the Autobots haven't shown up yet. Could something have gone wrong? Chen Tian'ren replied calmly, merciful Autobots won't harm their former comrades, even someone as strict as Ultra Magnus. Since Prowl is one of his old subordinates, Ultra Magnus will likely show mercy. This is their weakness. Be patient, they will appear. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, Prowl led a large group of Autobots towards the trap. Chen Tian'ren's eyes narrowed as he swiftly locked onto the truck behind Prowl, undoubtedly Ultra Magnus. Everyone, be alert. There might be an ambush here, Ultra Magnus warned as they drove. Although the systems had detected no energon signatures, the terrain was perfect for an ambush, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Upon hearing this, the Autobots immediately went on high alert, their weapons poised on their roofs, ready to fire at any moment. As soon as the Autobots entered the ambush zone, Chen Tian'ren deactivated his cloak, transforming his left arm into an energy cannon, and shouted, take them all down. The Shadow Legion emerged from all directions, launching a fierce assault on the Autobots. Caught off guard, the Autobots were thrown into chaos. Enemies! The Shadow Legion is here. The Autobots cried out, but it was too late to retreat. The Shadow Legion's trap had them pinned in a narrow, rocky area, preventing any effective counterattack. Autobots! Transform! Find cover! Ultra Magnus roared, simultaneously locking onto the fleeing Prowl. You traitor! You've betrayed not just us, but all of Cybertron, he shouted in fury, firing several missiles. Sensing the danger, Prowl quickly transformed, but was still sent flying by the explosions, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to get up, she realized her body and systems were severely damaged, circuits sparking. The battle quickly intensified, with both sides exchanging heavy fire. The Shadow Legion, taking advantage of their terrain and the element of surprise, kept the Autobots pinned down. Despite this, the Autobots' tenacious resistance inflicted significant losses on the Shadow Legion. In the midst of the chaos, Chen Tian'ren targeted Ultra Magnus, firing relentlessly. Sensing the dire situation, the elderly Jahaxis called out to Ultra Magnus, we're in danger. Let me open a space bridge for our retreat. Ultra Magnus, fending off Chen Tian'ren's attacks, kept his eyes fixed on the severely injured Prowl, seething with rage. You all retreat first. I must personally deal with Prowl, he shouted, charging towards Prowl with reckless abandon. Jahaxis sighed in resignation. Everyone, retreat. He knew there was no changing Ultra Magnus' mind at this point. Using Energon, Jahaxis activated a space bridge, and the Autobots began a fighting retreat. Stop them! Chen Tian'ren ordered immediately upon seeing this. Spin and Bombshell exchanged a glance, and Spin charged forward, braving the Autobots' heavy fire. Combiner, transform! Both roared in unison and leapt into the air. Accompanied by the clanging of metal, they rapidly transformed. One spinning to form the lower body, the other morphing into the upper body. With a loud clang, the two parts combined midair, forming a towering behemoth nearly 20 meters tall. Shadow Combiner King. Formed by the fusion of two A-class sparks, Shadow Combiner King's energy surged directly to glass. Its immense size and intimidating presence struck fear into those who beheld it. I am Rampage, the combined form of the Shadow Legion. Autobots, prepare to meet your end. Upon landing, the Combiner clenched its mechanical fist and charged into the Autobot ranks. Against the Autobots, who stood only 8 meters tall, Rampage unleashed a one-sided massacre. Punches and kicks rained down with unstoppable force. With Rampage leading the charge, other members of the Shadow Legion followed closely, engaging the Autobots in fierce close-quarters combat. Chen Tian'ren noticed Ultra Magnus heading towards Alert and quickly retracted the energy cannon on his left arm. Transform! He shouted, instantly morphing into a Cybertronian heavy fighter jet, roaring towards Ultra Magnus. Ultra Magnus had already reached Alert, pulling out the Hammer of Valor from his back. Angrily, he said to Alert, you shouldn't be like this, and I warned you, if you dare to deceive us, I will personally execute you. With that, he raised the Hammer of Valor, ready to strike. At the critical moment, Chen Tian'ren, in his fighter jet form, suddenly rammed into Ultra Magnus. The two of them flew back hundreds of meters, crashing into a pile of rubble. Ultra Magnus quickly recovered, kicking Chen Tian'ren away. In midair, Chen Tian'ren swiftly transformed into his robot form, roaring, I am Dark Skyfall. He locked his faceplate and summoned the Blade of Fury, charging at Ultra Magnus. Ultra Magnus struggled to his feet, a sense of dread filling his heart. It really is a supreme spark, but what is this terrifying aura? He gripped the hammer of valor tightly, staring at the approaching dark skyfall, feeling a wave of unease. Suddenly, he realized, it's the presence of a leader. This realization momentarily stunned Ultra Magnus. The leadership module was supposed to be with Optimus Prime. How could this guy possess leader energy? However, there was no time to ponder this further. Chen Tian'ren swung the blade of fury viciously at Ultra Magnus. Metal clashed, sparks flying everywhere. Ultra Magnus barely managed to block the strike with the hammer of valor. I am Dark Skyfall, leader of the Shadow Legion. Leave the hammer of valor behind. Chen Tian'ren snarled, his eyes filled with malice. Ultra Magnus sneered in response. Dark Skyfall, leader of the Shadow Legion? How laughable. You're nothing but a pawn. The supreme spark within you rightfully belongs to Cybertron, you thief. These words enraged Chen Tian'ren. He unleashed a burst of incredible energy and slashed Ultra Magnus, sending him flying. Die! Chen Tian'ren roared, pursuing his foe. The two clashed again. Although Ultra Magnus' energy was inferior to Chen Tian'ren's, his close combat skills were exceptional, allowing him to hold his ground for a while. However, Chen Tian'ren ultimately had the upper hand. In a fierce exchange, Ultra Magnus was knocked back, crashing into a giant rock. The impact nearly destroyed his body, and the hammer of valor slipped from his grasp. Seeing Ultra Magnus fall, several Autobots showed immense concern. Ultra Magnus, they cried out. Save your worry for yourselves. Shadow Legion member Croc took the opportunity to blast an inattentive Autobot, destroying its spark on the spot. Retreat! Jetfire shouted to his comrades, fending off the Shadow Legion's attacks. Hot Rod desperately wanted to rescue Ultra Magnus, but the heavy casualties and the Shadow Legion's relentless assault made it impossible to break through. Jetfire, with a stern voice, said, Ultra Magnus is a warrior to be respected. Follow his orders and retreat immediately. Hot Rod hesitated but ultimately ran into the space bridge created by Jetfire. The space bridge couldn't be maintained for long, as it would further deplete Jetfire's spark energy. At this point, Ultra Magnus was barely able to stand, his body sparking with electrical discharges. He struggled to his feet, facing the approaching Chen Tian'ren. Ultra Magnus, your time has come, Chen Tian'ren said coldly, swinging his blade and severing Ultra Magnus' right arm. Ultra Magnus let out a howl of pain, staggering back. Chen Tian'ren followed up with a kick, sending him flying, then pursued and pinned him to the ground with his sword. To ensure there were no mistakes, he pounded the sword's hilt with a powerful punch. Under this assault, Ultra Magnus was on the brink of death. Chen Tian'ren gave him no chance to recover, remembering the lesson from Shockwave's escape last time. Dark Skyfall, you're just a piece of trash that gained self-awareness on Earth. You don't deserve to be a leader, not even of the Shadow Legion, you're nothing. Ultra Magnus, knowing he wouldn't survive, continued to hurl insults at Chen Tian'ren. Chen Tian'ren's eyes darkened, ignoring the taunts. He transformed his arm into a spark extractor and stomped Ultra Magnus' head into the ground. Then, he raised the spark extractor and violently pierced Ultra Magnus' chest, extracting his spark. Tell it to the dead, Chen Tian'ren said coldly. Chen Tian'ren decisively absorbed the spark of Tongtian Shao into his own body. With a resonant clang, he drew the Blade of Fury and picked up the Hammer of Excellence from the ground. As he turned to leave, the Blade of Fury automatically retracted into his mechanical arm. Yin Tianqing witnessed Tongtian Zhao's defeat, and though shocked, he knew rushing forward would be suicide. With a sigh, he too turned and left. The Autobots retreated through the space portal one by one. Seeing this, Frenzy made a leap towards the portal. However, just as he was about to reach it, the portal vanished, taking the Autobots with it. Frenzy crashed heavily to the ground, and at the same time, the Combiner disassembled. What are you doing? If you were faster, you could have caught them, Bombshell complained. And your cannons are just for show? Whirl retorted defiantly. Despite losing many Shadow soldiers and 2 members, the operation was undoubtedly a significant victory for the Shadow Legion. Wounded but determined, Vigilance, supported by 2 Shadow soldiers, approached Chen Tian'ren and bowed despite his severe injuries. Chen Tian'ren glanced at him and said, You did well this time. Go back to the base and have the welder repair your body. He then ordered, Shadow Legion, retreat. Chen Tian'ren transformed into a jet and soared into the sky, heading for the Shadow base. Vigilance and the 2 Shadow soldiers respectfully watched him leave. Safe journey, my lord. Long live the Shadow. Meanwhile, Yin Tianqing set his destination to the Autobot base. With a surge of energy, a space portal forcibly opened within the base. Bumblebee and others rushed to the scene, only to see the battered survivors of the Autobots stumble out of the portal. As Yin Tianqing emerged last, the portal closed behind him. The number of returning Autobots was significantly fewer than those who had set out. What happened? Bumblebee and the others were stunned. Hot Rod slammed his fist into the ground in anger. Vigilance lied to us. Bumblebee, you were right. This was all a trap set by Dark Skyfall. Bumblebee anxiously scanned the returning comrades, but Tong Tian'ren was nowhere to be seen. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Where is Commander Tong Tian'ren? The survivors' somber expressions and silence confirmed everyone's worst fears. Tong Tian'ren was likely lost. Yin Tianqing walked over to Bumblebee and offered comfort. Bumblebee, we need someone to lead the troops on Earth right now. This isn't the time for sorrow. I believe if Tong Tian'ren were here, he wouldn't want to see us in despair. At the same time, under Soundwave's command, all Decepticons on Earth gathered aboard the Stormbringer. The ship had reached a node at the edge of the star system. Lord Soundwave, we've arrived at the star system's edge. We're scanning for any anomalies beyond the node, reported a Decepticon soldier. Barricade grumbled. This is too slow. If we had more energy cores, we could open a space bridge directly. Using the ship's warp drive, it'll take years to jump through countless star system nodes to get back to Cybertron. Enough, Barricade. We have no other choice, Knockout said while polishing his body. If we don't leave now, we're as good as dead. Soundwave agreed. Knockout is right. With dark skyfall keeping the Autobots busy on Earth, we need to return to support Cybertron. Suddenly, a Decepticon soldier shouted, Lord Soundwave, we're detecting an energy field fluctuation beyond the node Simeons in a firefight. All the Decepticons were taken aback, and Soundwave, surprised, moved to the radar system. Can we pick up their signals? Soundwave asked. One of the ships is the night ship. It's engaging 3 ships from a level 4 civilization, the Decepticon soldier replied. The night ship? That's lockdown. Blitzwing exclaimed. Lord Soundwave, what should we do? If we continue jumping, the Stormbringer will enter their battlefield. Should we wait? The Decepticon soldier asked the pondering Soundwave. Knockout sighed. We're really unlucky. Looks like we have to wait. We might as well search nearby planets for energy cores. Who knows, we might find something valuable, maybe even super energy cores. Thundercracker speculated. Could the level 4 civilization ships be responding to the signal sent from Earth? Obviously. That's definitely the case, Runamuk agreed. Unexpectedly, Soundwave ordered. No, jump directly in. Barricade was shocked. You can't be serious, Soundwave. Are you planning to rescue the night ship? All the Decepticons looked at Soundwave in confusion. They had just escaped the battlefield on Earth, severely depleted, and now, without extra energy cores, Soundwave intended to jump into an interstellar battle? Meanwhile, in space beyond the star system where Earth is located, Lockdown's ship was fiercely battling 3 enemy ships. The stalemate had lasted for nearly 3 months. Lockdown was having the worst luck. After leaving Earth, he had barely exited the node when enemy ships attacked. Recognizing the night ship's Cybertronian technology, they immediately targeted it and fired their main cannons. This infuriated Lockdown, who had never been on the receiving end of such aggression. Take down every last one of those bastards. Lockdown roared, commanding a counterattack. Lockdown was seething with rage, his mechanical face dark with fury. He had just left Blue Planet, still fuming with resentment, only to be inexplicably attacked right outside the star system. What infuriated him even more was that the assailants were from the Ralma Tech Empire, a level 4 civilization that had ruled the Death Star cluster for less than 10,000 years. These dogs have gotten too arrogant. One of his subordinates couldn't help but curse. Another subordinate immediately reported, Sir, we can't keep wasting resources like this. Data shows that the enemy's 3 ships are all S-class energy core, with the flagship nearing S-class. The Knight has no chance against them. Hearing this, Lockdown fell into deep thought. As a veteran who had roamed various star systems for years, he had been through countless battles and clashed with numerous cosmic civilizations, involving over 100 human-inhabited planets alone. However, the current situation was extremely unfavorable. The Knight had been locked on, and escaping would only lead to greater disadvantage. Just as Lockdown was pondering a way out, his subordinate's voice rang out again. Sir, there's an S-class energy surge behind the node. It will warp into the battlefield in 30 seconds. Lockdown stood up abruptly and quickly approached the control panel. An S-class ship indicated technology from at least a high-tier level 4 civilization. In this young star system, only Blue Planet had developed life. Clearly, the incoming ship could only belong to the Autobots or Decepticons. For Lockdown, this was undoubtedly great news. 30 seconds later, the space shook violently, and a Cybertronian ship arrived as expected. As soon as it appeared, its main cannon unleashed a powerful energy beam at the 3 Ralma ships, catching them off guard. Man the cannons. Let them taste the power of the Stormbringer. Lightning ordered on the Stormbringer, and Decepticon crew members and soldiers rushed to their stations. In the main cannon control room of the Stormbringer, Knockout issued tense commands. You idiots, don't just stand there. Charge the main cannon. We're on it, sir. The main cannon's engine is still cooling. I'm loading the Rapicool data now. A Decepticon soldier frantically responded while operating a transparent screen. Meanwhile, in the command room of the Ralma Empire's flagship, A three-turtle mech with a dog's head reported fearfully to the commander. General, enemy reinforcements have arrived. It's an S-class ship from Cybertron. The dog-headed commander's face turned pitch black. Fools. The Stormbringer's energy cannon can't break through their energy shields. Load the thermal-piercing rounds. Lightning continued to command on the Stormbringer. Thermal-piercing rounds were Cybertronian technology, capable of causing substantial damage even to civilizations of the same level. Under Lightning's command, countless cannon shells were fired at the enemy, the huge casings clanging onto the deck. The arrival of the Stormbringer completely turned the tide of the battle. Within just 3 days, the Ralma Empire had lost 2 ships. Sensing the unfavorable situation, the Ralma flagship immediately fled. Soundwave had no intention of pursuing. He ordered a bridge connection with the Knight, intending to meet locked down in person. Sir, the Stormbringer is requesting a bridge connection. A Hunter Transformer soldier reported to Locked Down in the Knight's command room. After a moment of hesitation, Locked Down agreed. I want to see what Shockwave is up to. Besides, the Stormbringer shouldn't be here. Once the bridge connection was complete, Soundwave led a group of Decepticons onto the Knight. Lockdown was surprised to see Soundwave and scanned the area, not finding Shockwave. Soundwave got straight to the point. We saved your life? Lockdown was unimpressed. You didn't come, and I almost won. Those dogs were just lucky to escape. Where's Shockwave? Why are you here? Soundwave responded expressionlessly. The Ralma Empire unilaterally terminated their agreement with Cybertron. Perhaps we can do something about it. Lockdown was shocked. Has Megatron gone mad? At this moment, you Decepticons still dare to wage an invasion war on the Death Star cluster? Soundwave calmly replied. It wasn't Lord Megatron's decision. It was mine. Meanwhile, in the Shadow Legion base on Blue Planet, Chen Tian'ren arrived at the lab with the Hammer of Pride. Pioneer Sky was somewhat surprised. You did well, managing to snatch the Hammer of Pride from the Autobots so quickly. Chen Tian'ren, clearly displeased, retorted. Save your sarcasm. It cost me a lot. I lost many excellent subordinates for this. He didn't mention that Ultra Magnus and Skyfire had arrived on Blue Planet, nor that he had taken down Ultra Magnus. Pioneer Sky said, all right then, they'll give you the core engine and transformation gear data shortly. Chen Tian'ren remained silent. Pioneer Sky added, no one but you can fully utilize the Hammer of Pride. It requires leader energy to activate. Sage Tian turned to operate the energy computer, and the screen immediately filled with dense streams of data. Without looking back, he said to Chen Tian'ren, these are the main engine and transformation gear data for the base. You've got quite a bit of work ahead of you. He then flashed that enigmatic smile of his. Chen Tian'ren, unfazed, responded, it's just a main engine and a transformation gear, right? Hand over the data. He recalled watching the process of a welding machine creating things. And though the components seemed complex, with the Hammer of Tianjiao, everything became simple. This Cybertronian relic could forge raw materials into living mechanical devices and even revive dead transformers without sparks. Sage Tian continued, it's a pity though. When Megatron used the Hammer of Tianjiao to create the destruction device, there wasn't much energy left. But don't worry, there's still enough to forge the main engine and transformation gears for the base. Chen Tian'ren fell into thought and then asked, there's something I'm curious about. Sage Tian stopped what he was doing and turned to ask, what's that? About the Cybertronian relic, Chen Tian'ren said, his gaze sharp on Sage Tian. You mentioned only transformers with leader energy can activate the Hammer of Tianjiao. From what I've learned, only those recognized by the matrix of leadership can possess leader energy. The matrix has always been with Optimus Prime. How did Megatron activate the Hammer of Tianjiao's energy to create the destruction device on Earth? Sage Tian replied without hesitation, that's because Megatron transplanted parts of the Tianjiao's body, perhaps an arm or something. But you, on the other hand, don't have the matrix, yet your spark energy is leader energy. That's quite a mystery to me. If you could share that secret, it would be wonderful. Chen Tian'ren suddenly understood. He had almost forgotten the Hammer of Tianjiao originally belonged to Tianjiao. Tianjiao was not only one of the 13 primes, but also the only female transformer leader in Cybertronian history, ultimately betrayed and killed by Megatron on Cybertron. Chen Tian'ren replied, sure, as long as you share your secret with me too. Sage Tian laughed and then said, oh, by the way, I've named the base Shadow Avenger, since you're planning to return to Cybertron. Chen Tian'ren frowned. Avenger? That name doesn't sit well with me. Sage Tian explained. I think it fits your current state. Your actions resemble those of an Avenger. After all, the entire Cybertronian cluster of hundreds of subsidiary civilizations will face you in the future. Chen Tian'ren sneered. Revenge is just an excuse for the weak. I'm not avenging anyone. I just want to create a universe that belongs to me alone. His crimson eyes flashed with an inscrutable light, completely ignoring Sage Tian's astonished expression. Sage Tian snapped out of it and said, is that so? Sounds like a good dream. He turned back to his work, The data is processed. Come and get it. Chen Tian'ren walked to the energy computer, placing his mechanical hand on a device to receive the data. Despite his suspicions about Sage Tian, he was eager to obtain this high-end Cybertronian technology. However, when the data transfer was complete, Chen Tian'ren was stunned. With a hint of anger in his voice, he said, "You didn't tell me the base has 10 transformation gears, and they're huge, varying in size, made up of countless small parts. The core unit of the main engine is over 200 meters, requiring an astonishing number of tiny components." Sage Tian calmly replied, "Using the hammer of Tianjiao, it's not hard to create these things in full. Are you going to back down because of these small difficulties?" Chen Tian'ren said, "I'm just surprised." He then grabbed the hammer of Tianjiao and walked off, ready to start building the base immediately. As Chen Tian'ren was about to leave, Sage Tian suddenly said, "I've heard that Ultra Magnus and Skyhammer of the Autobots have arrived on Earth. I think you shouldn't hide this from me, considering I've helped you quite a bit." Chen Tian'ren stopped and turned back, coldly saying, "I thought a researcher like you wouldn't care about such matters. What? Do you want to catch up with Skyhammer or Ultra Magnus?" Sage Tian sensed something off about Chen Tian'ren's demeanor and shrugged his mechanical shoulders. "Not really, I'm just curious. After all, those two aren't small fry. I'm just saying, be careful." Chen Tian'ren responded, "Come on, you're no small fry yourself. I'll take your advice. The Autobots on Earth do pose a significant threat to my plans. But the good news is, I've already taken care of Ultra Magnus." As soon as Chen Tian'ren finished speaking, he turned and left, his footsteps echoing in the empty laboratory. Xianju Tian's eyes were heavy with contemplation. After a long silence, he muttered to himself, "What exactly is this shadow protocol?" He fell into deep thought, a hint of confusion flashing across his mechanical face. "Even though I gained consciousness on Blue Star, my origins are from the Cybertronian Spark. So why can't my energy infiltrate his spark?" Xianju Tian's processor worked rapidly, analyzing recent events. Ultra Magnus was taken out by this guy, and why did Optimus Prime show up? Have they discovered something? Suddenly, an idea flashed through his electronic mind. Xianju Tian clasped his hands behind his back and walked out of the laboratory. However, he had barely stepped out when a cold mechanical voice sounded from behind. "Dr. Brain, you should stay in the lab." Xianju Tian turned, his tone slightly irritated. "You should understand something, young one. I have an agreement with Dark Skyfall. I'm not being coerced. He has no reason to confine me to the lab, especially when I'm just taking a walk." The mechanical voice responded emotionlessly. "I only follow Lord Dark Skyfall's orders. I don't care about anything else. I hope you walk back on your own, rather than me having to carry you." As the voice trailed off, the other activated its spark energy, seemingly ready to deploy weapons at any moment. Xianju Tian remained silent, but a green energy had quietly ignited between his mechanical hands. After a few seconds of standoff, he finally chose to back down. "Sigh, I'm old. It's not wise to engage with you young ones." With that, he turned and walked back to the lab. "I'm back. Why are you still following me?" Xianju Tian looked at the guard trailing behind him, his mechanical face puzzled. The guard coldly replied, "What if you run as soon as I turn around? I have to ensure nothing goes wrong." Hearing this, Xianju Tian said no more. Despite living so long, it was the first time he had to endure such humiliation without immediate retaliation. If not for his own plans, he would never bow to Dark Skyfall. Meanwhile, Chen Tian'ren had gathered spyglass and vigilance. "I'll be very busy from now on," he said succinctly. "I called you here to monitor the Autobots' every move and confirm if the Decepticon army has really left Blue Star. Also, where is the destruction device on Blue Star?" Spyglass immediately reported, "The Decepticon army has indeed left. I personally saw their Stormbringer leave the atmosphere. The destruction device on Blue Star is located between Area A and Area C, previously guarded by Ultron's forces. But due to your orders, Ultron withdrew before the human attack. Now, it's heavily guarded by both Autobots and human forces. They are trying to find a way to destroy the device." Chen Tian'ren was surprised, not by much, but by the fact that the Autobots and humans were trying to destroy the device. This made him realize he must accelerate the construction of the base's main engine and transformation gears, or risk unforeseen complications. Find a way to stop them. They must not destroy that device. Chen Tian'ren ordered spyglass and vigilance. "Yes, Lord Dark Skyfall." They responded in unison. Vigilance added, "Humans have previously bombed the area with nuclear weapons, but it had no effect. Their nuclear power couldn't damage the device at all. So, they can't succeed anytime soon." Chen Tian'ren nodded, but remained cautious. "Still, we can't be complacent. Don't forget, the Autobots are the biggest threat. If they show any intent to destroy the device, we must stop them at any cost." "This is a direct order." The two lowered their heads in acknowledgement. "Understood, my lord." In the following days, Chen Tian'ren was busy at the base, working on the main engine and transformation gears. Only he could activate the energy within the Hammer of Valor. Meanwhile, in the Shadow Legion's laboratory, Xianju Tian was chatting with a shadow soldier who had come to help. I heard your Shadow Legion recently gave the Autobots a thrashing. The shadow soldier replied excitedly. Yes, the battle was intense. We lost many comrades, even Lord Powderkeg and Lord Blaze. But we killed many Autobots, including their commander Ultramagnus, who was executed on the spot by Lord Dark Skyfall. For this, our Lord obtained the relic Hammer of Valor. Hearing this, Xianju Tian's mechanical expression paused slightly before he asked, impressive. This must be due to Lord Dark Skyfall's meticulous planning. The shadow soldier proudly said, You're right. Lord Dark Skyfall had us ambush them in the rocky area 10 kilometers from the base. Those Autobots fell for Lord Vigilance's trap. We caught them off guard and turned them into heaps of scrap metal. I even killed an Autobot and received a reward from our Lord, an energy core. Xianju Tian fell into deep thought. Moments later, he seemed to make a decision. Suddenly, he transformed his mechanical arm into a thermal blade and, taking advantage of the soldier's unguardedness, stabbed him from behind. Ugh, the shadow soldier's body sparked and trembled before his eyes dimmed and he collapsed. Surprisingly, Xianju Tian's thermal blade could instantly dissolve the soldier's mechanical body into dust. After disposing of the soldier, Xianju Tian immediately transformed, his body parts shifting and clicking into the form of the shadow soldier. Old friend, here I come, he muttered to himself as he walked out of the lab. His crimson eyes widened in shock. He immediately turned around, as if facing a formidable enemy. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, urgently sprinting towards the lab. At that moment, Chen Tian'ren was busy at the forging base. He, along with a welding machine and several shadow minions, was engrossed in the forging process. His mechanical claws gripped the Tianjiao hammer tightly, striking the metal raw materials before him with tremendous force. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew as the hammer in his hand shone with a powerful blue light, fueled by his fire energy. Each strike produced an incredibly strong energy wave. As the components were completed, the welding machine and shadow soldiers promptly carried them off for assembly. Meanwhile, the Tianjiao hammer was voraciously absorbing Chen Tian'ren's fire energy. Chen Tian'ren noticed that the Shadow Legion had lost a soldier, but didn't pay much attention to it. In his view, conflicts between scouts and sentries during missions were normal occurrences. The path to victory is paved with sacrifices, he thought. For an aspiring ruler of the future universe like him, such losses were insignificant. Master, the 8th transformation gear has been assembled, the welding machine reported as it walked over. Chen Tian'ren paused, his voice steady. At this rate, we'll soon have all the parts we need. The welding machine hesitated for a moment before asking, Master, I have a question. Mr. Brain hasn't accepted the Shadow Protocol, and he previously worked with Optimus Prime and the others at Iron Fortress. Do you really trust him? As he raised the hammer to strike the raw materials again, Chen Tian'ren responded with a question of his own. What do you think? The welding machine was silent for a few seconds before admitting, I think something's off. He took all of Shockwave's data, but there's one thing I hope you can forgive me for deciding without your prior approval. I archived a copy of Shockwave's chip data into my own chip. As a researcher, I'm also deeply interested in the ancient Cybertronian race, the Titans. Hearing this, Chen Tian'ren stopped and praised. You did well, welding machine. And you're right to think so. Anyone who doesn't accept the Shadow Protocol has a high potential to become a threat to us. He continued to analyze. They label us as the bad elements, just like how the humans on this planet do. We are destroyers, killing demons. The same goes for Mr. Brain. Although I don't know why he agreed to help us build the base, he must have a very clear purpose. No one helps you without reason, especially not someone considered dangerous like us. With that, Chen Tian'ren set the Tianjiao hammer aside, preparing to investigate the shadow soldier who had suddenly lost contact. The welding machine breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that Master Antian would overly trust Mr. Brain to strengthen the Shadow Legion. Now it seemed Chen Tian'ren had already seen through the ruse. Chen Tian'ren continued, but we don't have much time. Maybe once the transformation gears and core engine devices are completed, that old guy will make his move. I'm also puzzled about his true intentions. In any case, I must remain vigilant and not let my guard down. He recalled his previous encounters with Xianju Tian, always fully prepared and even deliberately showing weaknesses, yet Xianju Tian never took action. This indeed puzzled Chen Tian'ren. Understood, Master. The welding machine responded respectfully. Just then, a panicked voice called out, Master Antian, something terrible has happened. Mr. Brain is missing. What? Chen Tian'ren's expression darkened immediately. This was entirely unexpected. He had assumed Xianju Tian would at least wait until the base was completed before making a move. Lock down the entire base. No one is allowed to enter or exit, not even an ant or a mosquito. Chen Tian'ren ordered at once. He then transformed on the spot, gears turning and parts rapidly assembling into a fighter jet. With a clank, his wings extended, and flames roared from his engine. In a swift motion, he flew out of the base gate, leveraging his incredible agility. The entire Shadow Legion base sprang into action. All members and Shadow soldiers, armed with energy weapons, rushed towards the lab. Chen Tian'ren was the first to reach the lab entrance, where he encountered a mechanical soldier. He quickly discovered that Mr. Brain had vanished from the lab without a trace. This Shadow soldier was clearly suspicious. "I don't know, I just turned around for a moment, and he was gone," the Shadow soldier said, seemingly without flaw. Chen Tian'ren transformed back into his robot form, striding closer with a dark gaze fixed on the Shadow soldier. Seeing how quickly Master Antian had arrived, the Shadow soldier's demeanor showed slight panic. He hastily added, "Master Antian, Mr. Brain might be hiding somewhere within our base. He shouldn't have gotten far." Unexpectedly, Chen Tian'ren wasted no words. He strode forward, swiftly transforming his arm into the Blade of Fury. With a sharp clang, the sword gleamed coldly as he cleaved the Shadow soldier transformed by Xianjuishan into two. The sudden attack left everyone defenseless. However, as the Shadow Legion was still in shock, the bisected Shadow soldier let out a sinister laugh. "Heh. Dark Skyfall." Before he could finish, his split mechanical body disintegrated into countless tiny metal balls upon hitting the ground. Clinking and clattering, the metal balls spread across the floor like flowing water in the blink of an eye. This scene once again stunned all the members of the Shadow Legion present. They watched helplessly as the floor was covered with nearly imperceptible metal balls, including Chen Tian'ren himself. His crimson mechanical eyes darted around, trying to lock onto the true form of Xianjuishan. However, his vision was overwhelmed by the sheer number of metal balls, each one seemingly omnipresent. Beep, beep, beep. Chen Tian'ren's scanning system went into overdrive, alerting him that every single metal ball was the target he was searching for. In other words, each of these metal balls was Xianjuishan. "Damn it, what are you all standing around for? Take him down." Chen Tian'ren, gripping the Blade of Fury, shouted angrily. "But sir, which one is the real one?" All the Shadow Legion systems were the same as Chen Tian'ren's, locking onto every single metal ball on the ground, numbering in the millions. The wary Shadow soldiers gripped their energy guns tightly and unleashed a barrage of fire at the metal balls on the ground. "He's everywhere." Soon, Chen Tian'ren led the Shadow Legion in a frantic chase throughout the base, their movements causing the entire base to tremble. "Don't let a single one escape." Seeing the metal balls scattering like jumping beans in all directions, the Shadow Legion pursued them like ants in a hot pan. "I'll stomp. I'll stomp. I'll stomp them all." Thunder used his mechanical feet to stomp furiously on the metal balls trying to escape. Some Shadow soldiers, thinking quickly, rolled on the ground, crushing many metal balls into flat iron sheets. With a squelch, a wisp of green smoke rose. Despite their efforts, many metal balls still managed to slip away due to their sheer number and tiny size, making them almost invisible to the naked eye without the system's lock-on. Even after the metal balls had completely disappeared, Trigger remained vigilant, staring at the flattened remnants on the ground. "Damn it, they should all be dead now, right?" He didn't dare relax for a moment, fearing that even one might have been missed. Chen Tian'ren, with a cold mechanical face, picked up a metal ball as small as a speck of dust and crushed it between his fingers. He snarled, "Xianjuishan, you've got some tricks up your sleeve." Meanwhile, the metal balls that had escaped the Shadow base quickly gathered in a desolate place, transforming into a mechanical bird. "Damn Dark Skyfall. He must be hiding some unknown secret. Otherwise, my energy wouldn't fail to invade his spark. And that Shadow protocol, where did he get it from?" Xianjuishan, now in the form of a mechanical bird, muttered to himself, then fell into deep thought. Initially, he had approached Dark Skyfall with the intention of devouring the Supreme Spark and taking control of the entire Shadow Legion. But his energy couldn't penetrate Dark Skyfall's spark, thanks to the Shadow Protocol. This was the first time Xianjuishan had encountered such a situation in his long life. As a result, he had unwittingly given away a base with asteroid-level power. However, he had learned of Yin Tianqing's arrival on Blue Planet, and Tong Tianxiao had been taken down by Dark Skyfall. No matter. There's still one left on Cybertron. Optimus Prime, just you wait, I'll give you a big surprise. With that, he flapped his mechanical wings and flew towards the place where the Autobots had been ambushed by Dark Skyfall. Upon arrival, he found a human unit collecting the remains of deceased Autobots and Shadow soldiers. "Commander, we found the mechanical body of Autobot leader Tong Tianxiao," a human soldier shouted. Hearing this, Xianjuishan immediately shifted his gaze and flew over stealthily. A middle-aged man in a military uniform quickly approached, his face grave as he saw the severely damaged body of Tong Tianxiao. "Commander, can we still use this?" the human soldier asked. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Forget it. We can't repair this level of damage. We don't have the technology. Take the salvageable parts and leave before the Autobots or Shadow Legion find us. With that, he turned and left. Once the humans had completely left, Xianjuishan in his mechanical bird form revealed himself. He landed on Tong Tianxiao's chest and murmured, "Such a waste. An excellent Cybertron warrior. Your death won't be in vain. You'll become my new identity." He then transformed into a sharp metal device with 4 mechanical limbs for crawling and quickly entered the place where Tong Tianxiao's spark had been removed. Soon, the once lifeless eyes of Tong Tianxiao's mechanical body flickered back to life. A few days later, at the Autobot base on Blue Planet, Bumblebee and Windblade were preparing to head to the Human Command Center. As they reached the base gate and were about to transform, they saw a staggering figure struggling to approach the base. Bumblebee froze on the spot. "Windblade, am I seeing things?" Windblade's mechanical face was etched with shock, mirroring Bumblebee's expression. Just when everyone thought Ultra Magnus had perished at the hands of Nemesis Prime, he returned, gravely injured but alive. It felt like seeing a ghost, as if someone who was supposed to be dead had suddenly reappeared. According to Trailcutter's earlier account, he had seen Nemesis Prime take Ultra Magnus Spark. By all logic, Ultra Magnus shouldn't have survived. Ultra Magnus, with great difficulty, extended his sole remaining mechanical arm, pointing towards Bumblebee and Windblade. His mechanical body flickered with unstable electricity before collapsing with a thud. Bumblebee and Windblade gasped in unison and quickly rushed to his side. Kneeling down to inspect him, Windblade urgently said, "He's severely injured, and his spark energy is incredibly weak." She turned to the still-stunned Bumblebee and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Go get Ratchet and the others now." Snapping out of his daze, Bumblebee mumbled, "This is unbelievable." He then sprinted back to the base, shouting, "Ratchet, come quick. Ultra Magnus is still alive, but he's badly hurt." Hearing Bumblebee's cries, the Autobots' mechanical faces were filled with astonishment. Trailcutter was especially surprised, as he had witnessed Ultra Magnus' demise firsthand. In such a situation, it seemed impossible for Ultra Magnus to be alive. Trailcutter's aged mechanical face was marked with concern. Hesitating for a moment, he followed the other Autobots outside. Seeing Ultra Magnus miraculously return, the Autobots were both shocked and overjoyed. They quickly carried him back to the base, where Ratchet immediately began emergency repairs. Hot Rod, excited, said, "I knew it. Ultra Magnus isn't someone who would go down so easily. He's our second-in-command and an elite warrior of Cybertron. He has always given the Decepticons a hard time, even against someone with a prime spark like Nemesis Prime." Dino chimed in, "You're right. In close combat, no one except Optimus Prime and Megatron can truly defeat Ultra Magnus Hedon." The Autobots were all thrilled, but Trailcutter's mechanical face remained filled with worry instead of joy. Crosshairs noticed Trailcutter's expression and curiously asked, "Trailcutter, what's wrong?" "Ultra Magnus is back. You should be happy." Trailcutter replied heavily, "I saw Nemesis Prime take Ultra Magnus Spark with my own eyes." As soon as he said this, the joy on the Autobots' faces vanished. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Trailcutter quickly explained, "I mean, it's just hard to believe. I want Ultra Magnus to be alive as much as you do." Jazz reassured Trailcutter, "Come on, Trailcutter. Maybe your old circuits are acting up. You should check your system for any glitches. That might explain why you're seeing things." Seeing the situation, Trailcutter didn't say anything more, but he still harbored doubts about whether this Ultra Magnus was the same as before. Just then, Ratchet's excited voice came through, "Ultra Magnus is awake." The Autobots immediately rushed to the lab. They saw Ultra Magnus lying on the equipment, now conscious. Although his spark energy was weaker than before, there seemed to be no other major issues. Ratchet explained to everyone, Ultra Magnus' memory chip and data chip are severely damaged. He might have lost a lot of data. RC quickly approached Ultra Magnus and asked, "Ultra Magnus, do you remember us?" Scanning his surroundings, Ultra Magnus replied, "Yes, RC, I remember everyone, but I don't remember what happened. Is this Iacon? Where's Optimus Prime?" The Autobots exchanged surprised looks. Bumblebee stepped forward to explain, "This is Earth. Optimus Prime is on Cybertron. It seems you've lost some data." Windblade added, "But the good news is, you still remember us." Trailcutter, who had been silent, then asked, "Ultra Magnus, do you really not remember anything?" Ultra Magnus' gaze turned to Trailcutter, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, "Yes, my old friend. I didn't expect to see you on Earth. Unfortunately, Ratchet says my chips are damaged. Maybe you can tell me what happened." Hot Rod explained, "We fell into Nemesis Prime's trap. He used a decoy to lure us in, and we had a fierce battle with the Shadow Army. You faced off against Nemesis Prime." Trailcutter said he saw Nemesis Prime take your spark. Ultra Magnus looked bewildered, muttering, Nemesis Prime? Hot Rod continued, yes, Nemesis Prime, the Prime Spark we've been searching for. He gained consciousness on his own. So, do you remember Optimus Prime asking you? Enough. Hot Rod. Trailcutter suddenly interrupted. Ultra Magnus memory chip is scrambled, and his spark energy is unstable. We should leave and let Ratchet finish the repairs. Sensing Trailcutter's look, Hot Rod realized something and backed off. All right. Commander, get some rest. We won't disturb you. He then followed the other Autobots out of the lab. Bumblebee, following Trailcutter, asked, Trailcutter, have you noticed something? I find it hard to believe, but his energy signature is definitely that of Ultra Magnus. Trailcutter replied, even though I'm old, I'm not as blind as you think. I'm puzzled too, but I saw everything with my own eyes. Moreover, I sensed a faint trace of the matrix of leadership in Nemesis Prime. The power of the Primes? You're not joking, are you? Bumblebee's optical lenses widened, his tone filled with disbelief. Chen Tian'ren's expression was grave as he slowly explained. Technically, that kind of energy should only be possessed by the original 13 Primes and Optimus Prime. While Nemesis Prime is a supreme-class spark, he was born on Earth. Unless his energy has truly reached a leader's level, Bumblebee's processor worked furiously to comprehend this information. Things are getting more complicated. I hope it's just my imagination. Don't tell me. Bumblebee's voice trembled slightly. That guy could become the 14th Prime of Cybertron. Chen Tian'ren was silent for a moment before finally saying, it's not impossible. He then turned and walked away, leaving Bumblebee standing alone. I really hope you're wrong about all this, Bumblebee muttered, his optical lenses flickering with concern. He firmly believed that it was the sinister shadow power that made Nemesis Prime even more ruthless than Megatron. If such a being possessed the power of the Primes, what would become of Cybertron's future? That would be another Megatronus, Bumblebee worried, doubting whether the Autobots on Earth could truly stop such a formidable foe. Meanwhile, at the Shadow Legion's base, Chen Tian'ren was lost in his thoughts. It had been over 10 days since the progenitor event, and he had ordered the Shadow Legion to closely monitor every recent occurrence. That progenitor is no simple being, Chen Tian'ren mused to himself, able to transform into anyone or anything and infiltrate the Autobot ranks for so long. He had originally planned to wait until the Shadow Avenger had absorbed the planet's core energy and he had forged the Dark Star Saber before dealing with this unpredictable factor. But the progenitor's sudden actions had disrupted his plans. Chen Tian'ren frowned, pondering the progenitor's motives. Had he sensed that Chen Tian'ren wanted to eliminate him? Each encounter with the progenitor saw attempts to exploit previous agreements to invade and control his spark, but they had all failed. Unfortunately, Chen Tian'ren had not noticed this. Nevertheless, he did not stop his forging work. The base's core was already installed and undergoing final tests. Just moments ago, Chen Tian'ren had finally completed the last transformation gear. Sir, all transformation gears have been installed. We are now just waiting for the core engine's test results, and the base will be fully operational, reported Welder, his voice tinged with excitement. Good, very good. Chen Tian'ren nodded in satisfaction. The relentless efforts over this period were finally paying off. Each use of the Hammer of Valor drained some of his spark energy, but as a Supreme-class spark, his recovery rate was much faster than other Transformers. Now, with all the necessary components for the base completed and the Hammer of Valor nearly depleted, Chen Tian'ren decided to use the remaining energy to forge the Dark Star Saber. He had initially intended to forge the sword first, but chose to complete the base after discovering it required 10 transformation gears. After all, a completed base meant his legion could leave this planet and venture into the wider universe. Chen Tian'ren began forging the Dark Star Saber. To his surprise, the required material was his own Rage Blade. Without hesitation, he transformed the Rage Blade and placed it on the equipment before him. Sir, are you forging the Rage Blade? Welder asked curiously. That's right, Chen Tian'ren replied curtly, then raised the Hammer of Valor and struck the Rage Blade with a mighty blow. With a deafening clash and sparks flying everywhere, the Rage Blade gradually transformed, eventually becoming a colossal sword with an 8-meter-long blade. The newly forged weapon emitted a dark purple glow, surrounded by an aura of darkness that left Welder in awe. This is practically a dark relic, Welder thought, wondering if Chen Tian'ren's spark energy also contained the power of the Primes. Compared to Welder's shock, Chen Tian'ren remained expressionless as he set down the now energy-exhausted Hammer of Valor and picked up the newly forged Dark Star Saber. He could feel the energy radiating from the blade, resonating with his spark. This was his power. Gazing at the purple glowing sword in his hand, Chen Tian'ren fell into contemplation. After a long while, he murmured, I have fallen into the abyss of darkness twice. Those past experiences are part of me. Now, I have forged them into this sword. This sword will follow me to cut down every obstacle in my path. With that, Chen Tian'ren gripped the Dark Star Saber with one hand and swung it casually. An energy slash shot out instantly, splitting a nearby giant piece of equipment cleanly in half with a thunderous crash. And this was merely the result of him using only a tenth of his spark's energy. Satisfied, he sheathed the Dark Star saber on his back and strode out of the forge, completely ignoring the stunned gazes of Welder and the other shadow soldiers. It wasn't until Chen Tian'ren's figure disappeared that Welder snapped out of it, crying out in dismay, "Sir, that was my equipment." The welder looked at the equipment split in half with a sense of heartbreak, as if his own spark was bleeding. Just then, a shadow soldier hurried over and reported, "Master Welder, the secondary engine's test data is very stable and has entered the final stage. We can prepare to test the main engine." This good news immediately ignited the welder's enthusiasm, his mechanical face shifting from dejection to excitement in an instant. "Fantastic!" he exclaimed, then commanded the surrounding shadow soldiers, "Clean this place up. I'm going to start the Avengers test run." With that, he strode towards the experimental base, his metal feet clanging heavily against the ground. "Yes, sir." The shadow soldiers responded in unison. Several shadow soldiers worked together to lift the equipment that had been split by Chen Tian'ren, whispering as they moved. "Look at this equipment. It was usable yesterday, and now it's scrap," one soldier lamented. Another quickly cut him off. "Come on. When Lord Antian gets angry, even we might get split. Consider ourselves lucky to be alive." Meanwhile, Chen Tian'ren had arrived at the base's command center. A group of shadow soldiers were busy at the control panels, making final preparations for the Avengers test run. Chen Tian'ren approached one of the soldiers and asked briefly, "How's it going?" The shadow soldier immediately turned to report, "Yes, Lord Antian. Everything is normal, and we are loading energy. As soon as Master Welder gives the order, we can start the test run." Chen Tian'ren nodded, saying nothing more, and walked briskly towards the blade throne. Despite his expressionless face, his heart ached for the Sunto-B-depleted energy reserves. Even though the Shadow Army had recently taken over several energy mines left by the Decepticons, energy was still extremely scarce. This explained why they needed to harness the planet's core energy. More importantly, if the test run succeeded, even more energy would be required to fully activate this colossal ship, over 1,600 meters long. Time ticked by slowly. In the laboratory, a massive engine was entangled in numerous energy transmission lines as thick as barrels. These lines were made from special metals, sourced from both Decepticon and Autobot equipment and bodies. Each line played a crucial role in the test, embodying the essence of Cybertronian precision engineering. To ensure safety, every test procedure had to be manually initiated step by step. Even the slightest mistake, like a misaligned screw or a data error, could render the main engine useless. Although the chances were slim, the welder decided to personally oversee every step to prevent any sabotage by Sentinel Prime during the engine data setup. "Begin charging," the welder commanded from the control room. The soldiers at the control panels immediately began operating the holographic screens, each energy transmission line having its dedicated controller. "Energy loading in progress," the first shadow soldier at the controls reported loudly. A sharp whoosh sound followed, as a violent energy current surged through the first transmission line towards the main engine. The engine shuddered violently, emitting a loud roar as a powerful energy wave burst forth. Engine started. Data is stable. Proceeding to the next phase. The main control panel in the command center received the test data and relayed it to the welder. "Excellent." The welder was thrilled. He had been worried that Sentinel Prime might have tampered with the data, but everything was going smoother than expected. In fact, Sentinel Prime had been extremely meticulous, as this base ship's database was originally designed by him. Soon, the main engine of the base was fully operational. The core spun wildly, its power surging in an instant, producing a steady electrical hum. "Initiate chip core data integration." The welder was so excited he nearly jumped. Even on Cybertron, he had never encountered such intricate craftsmanship. Following the command, the shadow soldiers operating the equipment got busy again. The chip core quickly integrated with the main engine. Suddenly, a slightly stilted mechanical voice echoed throughout the base. "I am Shadow Avenger. Long live Lord Antian." The voice stunned all the transformers in the base, their mechanical faces showing both tension and excitement. Even Chen Tian'ren was no exception. He sprang from the Iron Throne, clenching his fists, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Although his expression remained cold, his inner shock was undeniable. However, just after the Shadow Avenger finished speaking, the engine emitted a whoosh and then shut down, losing all power. Chen Tian'ren was not surprised. He knew it was because the energy used for testing had been exhausted. The welder was ecstatic, waving his arms and cheering loudly, "Ha ha ha! Everything is normal. Our Shadow Army's battleship-class base is fully completed. Although its size is only equivalent to a destroyer, its power and weaponry data have reached asteroid level, surpassing the S-class by a grade. Next, as long as we have enough energy, it can transform into a Titan-class transformer. Undoubtedly, the Avenger is a colossal machine, comparable to the Fortress Maximus and Triptychon. According to the armory data, it may even surpass them. Although the welder has not personally witnessed the might of Fortress Maximus and Triptychon, he has heard of their power on Cybertron. Fortress Maximus is a city-sized Autobot transformer specializing in defense. Triptychon, on the other hand, is a Decepticon titan in a beast form, resembling a mechanical Godzilla. Both are triple-changing titans, but the Avenger boasts 10 transformation gears, all of which are combination gears. This implies that it could potentially have more forms in the future, possibly even splitting into 10 large transformers. As a Starship-class transformer, the Avenger's defense and weapon systems are highly advanced. Its main cannon can fire powerful energy beams, rivaling Triptychon, whether in ship or robot form. Additionally, it is equipped with a high-explosive energy missile launcher in its chest, 5 secondary cannons for interstellar combat, and over 100 armor-piercing gun turrets. All these data points indicate that the Avenger is a formidable weapon designed for planetary invasions, with its core database housing Cybertron's most advanced technology. Lord Dark Skyfall. The main engine test of the Avenger is complete, but the transformation gear tests require more energy. Currently, our energy reserves are insufficient to test another form, reported a shadow soldier to the silent Chen Tian'ren. I understand, Chen Tian'ren responded succinctly, sinking into thought on his blade throne. The next steps for the Shadow Legion involved not only accelerating the control of the Doomsday device, but also seizing energy from the Autobots and humans. The Decepticon retreat was somewhat surprising but significantly reduced the pressure on the Shadow Legion. Soon, Chen Tian'ren ordered the Shadow Legion to attack the energy mining bases of the Autobots and humans, while instructing Scout and Vigilant to continuously monitor the device's movements. Scout had been appointed as the Chief Intelligence Officer and Vigilant as the Reconnaissance Officer. With these two capable assistants, the Shadow Legion's operations would proceed more smoothly. Meanwhile, deep within the Million Mountains, humans had established a secret base unknown even to their Autobot allies. Originally intended for studying aliens who had accidentally arrived on Earth, it had now become a base for researching Cybertronian technology. The base held numerous Cybertronian refugee transformers who had hoped to establish friendships with humans but were instead captured and used as research subjects. In a brightly lit laboratory, a researcher reported to the weathered Dr. Su Lei, "Dr. Su Lei, the new materials have arrived, including high-quality Cybertronian transformation gears." Before them, a row of large glass containers held the mechanical body of Black Widow, recently taken down by Chen Tian'ren. "Excellent," Dr. Su Lei said excitedly. "With the right transformation gears and our latest research, we can create a human transformer army." As Su Lei reminisced about his deceased daughter, Su Weiwei, a soldier announced General Ace's call request. Drying his tears, Su Lei quickly walked to the command room. "Dr. Su Lei, when will your research be completed?" General ASE demanded. "If there is no progress soon, we will halt all Cybertronian research. The Autobots seem to have discovered something. Bumblebee and Windblade are inquiring about the missing Cybertronian refugees, and we can't hide it much longer." "General, I have good news," Su Lei replied. "My research is complete. We have found a way to extract their spark energy. Although the energy will be greatly diminished, we have loaded our programs into their body chips. Our transformer army will soon be ready." General Ace's voice came through the communication device, his tone heavy. "I hope so. The situation is extremely chaotic right now. Though the Decepticon Legion has retreated, the Shadow Legion has risen. We have no other options left, Dr. Su Lei. You must understand, the Human Alliance Council has already collapsed. If we can't control the situation, we'll have to seek help from the Autobots, just like before." Dr. Su Lei detected the worry in the general's voice, but his eyes gleamed with confidence. "Generals, you should have enough faith in me." He turned and signaled to a nearby researcher. "Come on, let's show the general our research results." The researcher immediately understood and quickly walked to another laboratory. There, several transformers, each about 8 meters tall, were undergoing various tests. The researcher approached a deep purple transformer and said to the other testers, "The doctor wants us to demonstrate our research results to the general." With the tester's actions, the deep purple transformer's eyes suddenly lit up, and 2 panels on its chest opened with a clang. The researcher stepped into the transformer without hesitation, and the panels closed immediately, leaving no trace on the exterior. "All right, let's begin our demonstration," the researcher said proudly from the cockpit. He pressed the transformation gear switch, and the deep purple transformer started to transform with a series of clanks, turning into a sleek sports car in an instant, then driving toward the command center. General ASE, watching through the video communication, saw the deep purple sports car enter Dr. Su Lei's lab command center, his eyes filled with astonishment. As soon as the car arrived, the researcher pressed the button again, and the vehicle transformed back into its robot form. This scene left General ASE in the video dumbfounded, his old face full of disbelief. The chest panels of the transformer opened, and the researcher poked his head out, excitedly addressing General ASE through the video. Surprised, General? Ha ha ha. Dr. Sule, seeing General Ace's shocked expression, asked smugly, well, General, what do you think? General ASE finally regained his composure. I can't believe my eyes. You've really done it, Dr. Sule. Dr. Sule explained with a smile. Our years of effort have not been in vain. We've named this technology the new symbiotic unit. Even though we can't crack the Cybertronian Spark, we can extract energy from it. Spark energy not only powers mechanical bodies with no consciousness, but also provides a continuous energy supply to their weapon systems. This means our Transformers will possess extraordinary consciousness and combat power, just like the Cybertronians. Except for the difference in race, there's no other distinction. Because we obtain their transformation gears, our Transformers can also change forms and transform into weapons, General. After hearing Sulei's explanation, General ASE felt immensely shocked. Well done, Doctor. You truly are a blessing to all of humanity on Blue Planet. With this technology and our ability to extract energy bodies, we won't have to live in fear anymore. The Shadow Legion of Nemesis Prime, or even the Autobots themselves, are in big trouble now. Sule, however, smiled mysteriously. General, that's not all. We have something even better. He directed the camera towards a nearby device, where a sharp object, crackling with fierce electricity, was suspended. General ASE asked in surprise, what? You have more research? Pointing to the object, Sule explained. This device can destroy a Transformer Spark in an instant. When it comes into contact with spark energy, it produces another type of mutating energy that can instantly devour the spark energy. Additionally, it can destroy all circuits within their bodies, which is equivalent to our human blood vessels. Their sparks generate energy to power their bodies, just like our hearts pump blood through our bodies. Strictly speaking, they are also living beings, a type of special mechanical life form. Albeit a bit more advanced than us humans, General ASE was once again stunned. He hadn't expected that Sule could not only develop the new symbiotic unit in such a short time, but also create such a powerful weapon. Previously, human weapons rarely caused substantial damage to Transformers. Except for electromagnetic cannons, defeating a Class Spark Transformer in direct combat was almost impossible, and even if successful, the cost was enormous. Dr. Sule, I must say, your research is truly astonishing, General ASE exclaimed. Sule let out a cold laugh. Of course, we've paid a high price for this. Moreover, the Cybertronian refugees provided us with a lot of data and information. We dissected all of them. General ASE was shocked upon hearing this. What? You killed them all? Didn't you say they were just for research? Sulei's tone turned icy. General, you must understand. We need their spark energy. Besides, these creatures are invaders. If they are living beings, I would drink their blood and eat their flesh. Sulei's emotions became extremely agitated as he spoke. Sensing Sulei's emotional shift, General ASE tried to calm him down. All right, Doctor, I understand how you feel. I'm deeply sorry for your daughter's death. We failed to detect it in time. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Sule replied, no matter. I will make all Transformers pay for this. Whether it's Nemesis Prime or Bumblebee, they all must die. ASE was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. After a brief pause, he suppressed his inner turmoil and spoke in a low voice. Doctor, I understand your feelings, but please don't act impulsively. The Autobots are already on alert. Now is not the time to confront them heeding. Your research is groundbreaking, but until our new symbiote forces are fully operational, we must proceed with caution. With that, ASE ignored the furious glare from Sule and decisively cut off the communication. Of course, because it wasn't your beloved daughter who died. Sule snarled through gritted teeth before storming out of the command center, his footsteps echoing down the empty hallway. Meanwhile, Chen Tian'ren issued the attack order. The Shadow Legion surged towards the Autobots' energy base, preparing for the impending Avenger operation. Simultaneously, Ultron's forces launched a fierce assault on the area housing the destruction device. The flames of war were ignited once again, and the air was thick with smoke and chaos. By the command of Lord Dark Skyfall, destroy the Autobots and seize the energy cores. A Shadow Decepticon soldier roared amidst the intense firefight. Instantly, countless Shadow soldiers transformed into mechanical beasts and charged towards the Autobots' energy base like a flood. They ignored the Autobots' defensive fire, penetrating deep into the base and engaging in close combat. The battle was brutal, with the Autobots putting up a valiant resistance, but many Shadow soldiers fell. However, due to the concentrated forces and meticulous planning of the Shadow Legion, the Autobots found it difficult to muster reinforcements. There are too many of them. We can't hold out much longer, a panicked Autobot guarding the base shouted. Only a dozen warriors remained, while the Shadow Legion seemed to be attacking en masse. Autobots, retreat, ordered Dino, the base commander. His mechanical form swiftly transformed into a bright red sports car, leading the few surviving comrades away with a roar. Chase them! Vigilant transformed into a blue sports car and led a squad of shadow mechanical hexapods in hot pursuit. As the Autobots retreated, the energy base fell into the hands of the Shadow Legion. Thunder directed the soldiers to quickly transport the energy cores. Vigilant managed to kill 2 Autobots during the chase, but allowed Dino to escape. Fearing imminent reinforcements from the Autobots, she reluctantly abandoned the pursuit. At that moment, the Autobot reinforcements arrived, encountering the battered Dino on their way. They quickly transformed into robot mode. Bumblebee, seeing Dino's condition, asked urgently, "Where are the others?" Dino, looking dejected, replied, "There were too many enemies. Many comrades have fallen. I was the only one to escape." This time, their hexapod unit was nearly fully deployed. "We couldn't stand a chance." Hearing this, Bumblebee immediately transformed back into his vehicle mode, seething with anger. "We need to act fast. They can't have gone far." With that, he led a group of Autobots rushing out. However, by the time they arrived, the Shadow Legion had already withdrawn, taking all the energy cores with them. "It looks like they've already left. This is the third base they've concentrated their attacks on." Windblade observed the chaotic scene. "They're running low on energy. Even human bases have been attacked recently. The Shadow Legion's frequent actions give me a bad feeling. Dark Skyfall is likely plotting something big," analyzed Jetfire. "Your analysis is spot on, old friend. We must stop them quickly, or the situation will spiral out of control," Ultra Magnus said, walking in from the other side with a grave expression. "Commander, have you discovered something?" Bumblebee asked urgently, with the other Autobots casting concerned looks. Ultra Magnus, expressionless, replied, "Indeed, excellent soldiers. The Shadow Legion is frantically collecting energy cores, even targeting human bases. This suggests that Dark Skyfall is planning something significant." RC, worried, said, "Whatever they're planning, we must stop them." Ultra Magnus continued, "We should strengthen the defenses around the destruction device. I suspect Dark Skyfall's actions are closely related to that device." "The destruction device?" Bumblebee asked in surprise. "Do you think Dark Skyfall already knows about its existence?" "It's very likely," Ultra Magnus replied. "In any case, we can't afford to be careless. We must stay on high alert." With that, he transformed into his vehicle mode and left. The Autobots watched Ultra Magnus leave, their expressions turning peculiar. Since his battle with Dark Skyfall, he seemed different, though they couldn't pinpoint exactly how. Upon returning to their base, the Autobots found Ratchet standing at the entrance, looking worried. "You're finally back. Shortly after you left, an unexpected guest arrived at our base," Ratchet said to the group. "An unexpected guest?" Even Ultra Magnus, standing at the front, was curious. Ratchet explained, "Yes, he might have very important information for us. Come with me. He's severely injured and barely holding on, currently lying in the lab." With that, he led them towards the lab. The Autobots exchanged puzzled looks and followed Ratchet. "Who is this unexpected guest?" Bumblebee asked curiously on the way to the lab. Ratchet responded with a grave expression. "He's one of our Cybertronian refugees from the Southern Ring." Hearing this, the Autobots were once again surprised. Bumblebee fell silent, recalling the time he and Windblade had contacted human authorities regarding the Cybertronian refugees but had not obtained any useful information. Previously, the disappearance of several Cybertronian refugees had caught Windblade's attention. Initially, they suspected the Shadow Legion, but later found this wasn't the case, as those refugees had been living in human settlements without leaving. If the Shadow Legion were involved, there would have been significant commotion and obvious clues left behind. Upon arriving at the lab, Bumblebee saw a severely damaged Cybertronian robot lying quietly on Ratchet's equipment. Bumblebee stepped forward and asked, "Can you tell me what happened?" In the lab, a Cybertronian refugee lay on a device, his mechanical eyes flickering. He struggled to speak. "It's the humans. They betrayed our agreement with Cybertron. Bumblebee, tell Optimus Prime. The peace treaty was a mistake, a shackle binding Cybertron." As his words faded, the refugee's spark extinguished instantly. With a soft sound, his mechanical eyes went completely dark, and his body turned into a heap of scrap metal. A nearby device buzzed, absorbing the refugee's last spark energy. Ratchet watched the scene with a grave expression and said to the surrounding Autobots, "I can tell that their technology isn't advanced, but their methods are extremely vile." Bumblebee remained silent, his eyes reflecting a mixture of suspicion and unwillingness to believe. He couldn't accept that the humans, whom the Autobots had fought so hard to save, would repay them in such a way. Even if humans had their reasons, they shouldn't have targeted Cybertronian refugees. Windblade broke the silence angrily. "How many more of our people have to die before this ends?" Her voice was filled with the pain of the Cybertronian Civil War and the loss of the All-Spark, which left countless comrades homeless. Bumblebee clenched his fists, his mechanical joints creaking. I'll find them. He turned to leave, but was stopped by Prowl. Prowl urged, Bumblebee, calm down. This planet's civilization is still young. We can't break the peace treaty. That would make us no better than Megatron and Dark Energon. Bumblebee retorted passionately, but they killed our people. The peace treaty should protect those who honor it, not those who deceive and betray. We have the power to destroy planets, yet we endure betrayal after betrayal without action. Who will save our species? Prowl reminded him. But do you want to disappoint Optimus Prime? We need to trust him. He's our leader now, and he will lead us to victory. Cybertron will shine again. Hearing Optimus Prime's name, Bumblebee calmed down but spoke with lingering disappointment. Then, allow me some time alone. With that, he left the lab, looking dejected. The other Autobots watched Bumblebee's departing figure, their expressions sorrowful. Ultra Magnus suddenly spoke up. Stay strong, soldiers. Humanity has always been like this, with only a few exceptions. Only when they transcend their current mindset can they progress further. But given the current situation, it seems unlikely that the humans on this planet will get that chance. Hot Rod asked in confusion, Commander, can you explain more clearly? Prowl also looked at Ultra Magnus warily. Ultra Magnus, with a stern expression, explained, Dark Energon's appearance is no coincidence. He comes from the anger of the Allspark. He's a cosmic storm, the embodiment of all dark wills. What do you think will happen if such a being appears on Earth? The Autobots showed signs of panic. One of them urgently asked, Commander, will you lead us to stop him? Ultra Magnus paused before answering, Yes, brave soldiers, stopping Dark Energon is what we must do. Not waste time on humans. With that, he turned and left, with Prowl hesitating for a moment before following. In the base corridor, Prowl called out to Ultra Magnus, Ultra Magnus, wait. Ultra Magnus stopped and turned. Prowl, what is it? Prowl approached, his tone somber. There's no one else here. You don't need to pretend in front of me. I may not understand how you use the primal source to forge Ultra Magnus Spark, but you are definitely not Ultra Magnus. I saw Dark Energon take your spark. Though faint, I can detect the essence of Micronus, Vector Prime, and Amalgamus Prime in you. Who are you really? Ultra Magnus' expression first showed surprise and then resignation. So, it's the resonance of the primal source? I thought I had hidden well enough. It seems I was too careless, and you sensed the irregularities in the spark energy. Prowl immediately transformed his arm into a giant sword, pointing it at Ultra Magnus in anger. You killed them. Why? If you are who I think you are, we are your descendants. Our species is on the brink of extinction. You shouldn't be like this. Are you really going to betray Cybertron? Ultra Magnus calmly looked at Prowl and replied, I am saving Cybertron, Prowl. You should understand that I could have taken your primal source, but I didn't, because I need your help. Dark Energon is an extremely dangerous entity, and he has disrupted all my plans. Prowl was taken aback, then remembered something and asked urgently, What about Megatron? What have you done to him? Ultra Magnus, walking away with a smile, responded, He got lucky. Now is not the time to dwell on these matters. Since you can sense me, you must have also noticed something about Dark Energon. I'll tell you everything in due time, provided we survive. With that, Ultra Magnus didn't pay any more attention to Prowl's shocked and surprised expression and walked away slowly. It wasn't until Ultra Magnus' figure completely disappeared at the edge of his vision that Chen Tian'ren snapped out of his daze. His processor replayed the recent events. Ultra Magnus' unusual spark energy fluctuations, his flawless disguise over the years, and his impeccable behavior while working at Iron Fortress. Chen Tian'ren found himself in a dilemma, hesitating whether to inform Optimus Prime of this shocking discovery. Meanwhile, the Shadow Legion base was bustling with activity. Lord Dark Skyfall, the energy core collection is nearly complete, Welder reported, following closely behind Chen Tian'ren through the metallic corridors of the base. However, to be safe, I suggest we wait a bit longer. Chen Tian'ren's optics flickered. Yes, we not only need to ensure the Avenger reaches the destruction device, but also that it operates at full capacity. This requires a massive amount of energy, and the Autobots and humans won't just sit by and watch us destroy this planet. His voice carried a hint of worry. What concerns me more is that old fellow hiding in the shadows. We still have no information on his whereabouts. Every time Chen Tian'ren thought of Xianju Tian, his faceplate would grow exceptionally stern. He simulated scenarios of their next encounter in his processor, vowing to utterly destroy him. Once the Avenger absorbed enough energy cores, nothing would stop him from leaving this planet. As Chen Tian'ren was lost in thought, Scout hurriedly approached. Lord Dark Skyfall, I have bad news. Scout's voice held a note of tension. Chen Tian'ren's optics flickered with confusion. Bad news? What's going on? Haven't our recent operations been smooth? Scout's tone was filled with disbelief. I saw Ultra Magnus. He's alive and well. My system doesn't make mistakes. It was definitely him. What? A rare expression of extreme surprise crossed Chen Tian'ren's faceplate. Scout firmly repeated, Ultra Magnus is indeed alive. Chen Tian'ren's processor worked rapidly, and suddenly, a thought struck him. I understand now. His voice turned grave. That wasn't Ultra Magnus at all. It was the brain that escaped from our base. Welder and Scout exchanged startled looks. The old fellow who escaped? Welder asked cautiously. Exactly, Chen Tian'ren replied, resolute. Though I don't know how he did it, it must be him. Only he could accomplish something so incredible. His faceplate darkened again. I was worried because we had no news of him, and now he's returned to the Autobots. What is that guy up to? At that moment, Vigilance reported through the communicator, My lord, our soldiers have recently been ambushed, and their spark energy has been taken. Vigilance stood amidst the ruins with several Shadow Legion soldiers. Two of her subordinates lay lifeless on the ground, drained of energy. They had been patrolling the area when their signals suddenly vanished. By the time she arrived, the enemy had retreated, leaving only the cold bodies and traces of battle. Their spark energy was taken? Chen Tian'ren's voice was filled with doubt. Vigilance elaborated. Yes, my lord. Strangely, their spark devices show no signs of damage. It seems the enemy used some equipment to directly remove the energy. Judging by the traces, the enemy might be Cybertronians. Chen Tian'ren fell into deep thought. This was clearly not the Autobot style. The Autobots would typically destroy the spark and its container, leaving no chance for the Shadow Legion to recover. Scout suddenly interjected. My lord, this could very well be the work of a secret human unit. I recently noticed them hunting Cybertronian refugees on Earth. Since it didn't directly affect our operations, I didn't report it immediately. Hearing this, Chen Tian'ren stopped abruptly. If this were true, the situation was even more urgent. Humans often do the unexpected, and despite his transformation, Chen Tian'ren remained highly wary of them. He had, after all, fallen into human traps twice before. Scout, find the location of the human secret base immediately, Chen Tian'ren ordered decisively. We can't delay any longer. We must attack the area where the destruction device is located. After careful consideration, Chen Tian'ren decided to act while he still had the upper hand, fearing the situation might spiral out of control if delayed. Yes, Lord Dark Skyfall. Scout and the other Shadow Legion members responded in unison. Just days later, under Chen Tian'ren's orders, the Shadow Legion launched a fierce assault on the area housing the destruction device. The target was an uninhabited desert, once a lush forest, but constant nuclear bombardment by humans, aimed at destroying the device built by Megatron to obliterate the planet's core, had turned it into a barren wasteland. Ultron's remaining forces, being the closest to the device, were the first to receive the attack order. Human and Autobot forces quickly mobilized to intercept, and a brutal battle ensued. Stop them! Echoed the furious shouts across the battlefield. Explosions rocked the ground, and the earth trembled. The Shadow Legion advanced ferociously, with countless Autobots falling every second. Human casualties were even more devastatingly high. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Faced with the overwhelming assault from the Shadow Legion and Ultron's forces, humans eventually resorted to using nuclear weapons. However, the strike only decimated most of Ultron's troops, causing minimal damage to the Shadow Legion. The Shadow Legion has moved, a human commander shouted in horror. I never expected them to attack before our Transformer forces were fully integrated. The situation was dire. General ASE urgently contacted Dr. Su Lei. During the video call, confusion and worry were written all over Su Lei's face. Doctor, we have no other choice. Although the main force hasn't fully assembled yet, we have a considerable number of Transformers ready. It's time to deploy them to the battlefield. General ASE said urgently. Su Lei frowned in thought. According to the intelligence provided by the Autobots, the Shadow Legion had no spacecraft on Earth. If they activated those devices, it would be suicidal. But the true intentions of the Shadow Legion remained a mystery. I understand, Su Lei finally said. I'll make the preparations. However, we only have one weapon capable of destroying the Allspark, and it can only be used against Nemesis. General ASE immediately questioned. But didn't you say that the device has no carrier to launch it? How are we supposed to get close to him? We can barely organize a force to hold off Nemesis. Su Lei smiled confidently. Don't worry about that, General. I have a plan. With that, he cut off the communication and quickly walked towards another laboratory. On the battlefield, Ultra Magnus and Hot Rod were leading the Autobots in a valiant defense. Hot Rod had been contemplating how to inform Optimus Prime on Cybertron about Ultra Magnus' situation, but Nemesis's sudden actions interrupted his plans. Even more surprising was Nemesis's target, the device left behind by Megatron. In the Autobots' temporary command post, Hot Rod asked in confusion, I don't understand, how did Nemesis know about that device? Even if he knew, what is he trying to do now? Ultra Magnus replied gravely, Nemesis's ship needs the core energy of this planet. I can't let him succeed. Hot Rod was shocked. Did you tell him? Ultra Magnus' mechanical face grew somber. You're right. I underestimated his power. Nemesis's existence has surpassed our understanding. This might be why he could awaken self-awareness on this planet. Hot Rod pressed further. Even so, don't tell me you built his ship. Ultra Magnus' expression turned extremely grim. After a long silence, he admitted, yes, and it's asteroid-class powered. His data is of a ship-class mechanical life form, possessing both the defense of Fortress Maximus and the destructive power of Triptychon. It also has 10 combination gears. His voice was filled with regret. This was supposed to be built for himself, but now it had become their greatest threat. Hot Rod could barely stand. What do we do now? Is there no way to stop him? His voice was filled with anxiety. Ultra Magnus tried to reassure him. Don't panic, old friend. Their energy cores are limited. As long as we thwart their plans, the situation isn't hopeless. I need your help. We must unite to fight Nemesis. Hot Rod highlighted their predicament. The problem is, our sparks are no longer what they used to be, while Nemesis is the youngest prime spark, possibly enhanced with the power of the Matrix. As he spoke, a high-explosive thermal round suddenly landed in front of them. They quickly transformed into their vehicle modes and sped away from the danger zone. Hot Rod transformed into a spaceship, circled around, and landed back in robot form. In the distance, a swarm of 6-shot units was approaching. Hot Rod's expression grew more worried. At that moment, the human Transformer forces suddenly joined the battle, shocking and angering all the Autobots. Leading them was none other than the long-deceased Black Widow. Even more infuriating was the presence of numerous Cybertronian refugees forcibly modified by humans. The Autobots were deeply discontented with the humans' actions, but their primary task was to fight the Shadow Legion, so they had to suppress their anger temporarily. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed. I am Rampage of the Shadow Legion. The combiner from the Shadow Legion appeared on the battlefield, sending an Autobot flying with a single punch. Watch out, they're here. Bumblebee warned his comrades loudly. The battlefield was immediately filled with energy blasts and pulsing cannon fire. 3 Shadow Soldiers in beast mode charged at Bumblebee. He quickly donned his battle mask and engaged them, taking them down within a few moves. Meanwhile, in the command center of the base, Chen Tian'ren and Welder were closely monitoring the battlefield projection. The entry of the human Transformer forces had significantly increased the Shadow Legion's casualties. Chen Tian'ren's expression grew darker upon seeing Black Widow. Lord Nemesis, the energy has been fully loaded. We await your command. Shall we activate the Avenger now? A Shadow Soldier inquired. Chen Tian'ren was silent for a moment before ordering. It's time. Activate the Avenger immediately. With Chen Tian'ren's command, the Avenger was instantly awakened. A formidable wave of energy surged from the massive spaceship base, accompanied by the flames erupting from several auxiliary engines at its bottom, lifting it slowly into the air. As the cloaking system deactivated and the holographic projection vanished, the Shadow Legion's first spaceship base revealed itself. On the Autobots' arc, RC and Ratchet immediately detected the energy surge from the Avenger through their systems. Ratchet exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! What on earth is this?" An anxious Autobot shouted, "Quick! Report this to Ultra Magnus and Optimus Prime." On the battlefield, the intervention of human transformation units forced the Shadow Legion into a retreat. The painstakingly created Shadow Soldiers fell one by one. Taking advantage of the temporary withdrawal, Bumblebee rushed to Black Widow, raising the energy cannon on his mechanical arm and demanding, "According to previous intel, you were dead. I detected extreme chaos in your spark energy. Who are you really?" Other Autobots quickly surrounded them. Just as they thought Black Widow would explain, a panel on her chest opened, revealing an elderly human inside. The Autobots were stunned, realizing that all the artificial Transformers were actually being controlled by humans. Su Lei, facing the bewildered Autobots, calmly explained, "This is the work of the symbiote. I call it the new symbiote." Bumblebee recognized Su Lei and instantly understood everything. Enraged, he would have punched Su Lei if not for Prowl's timely intervention. "Damn, old man. So you're behind all this?" Bumblebee roared. Su Lei didn't bother to defend himself, as if everything was as it should be. Held back by several Autobots, Bumblebee continued to rage, "We risk our lives to protect you, and you dare target our comrades. Let me go, so I can teach this old man a lesson." Windblade tried to calm him down. "Bumblebee, cool it." She feared the situation would escalate. Crosshairs, however, sided with Bumblebee. "I think Bumblebee is right. I can't stay calm either." He clenched his fists and charged at Su Lei. Mid-charge, Su Lei suddenly had Black Widow extract an object crackling with violent electricity from her body. This immediately made Crosshairs back off in fear, and the other Autobots were equally shocked, their sparks trembling at the object's energy. Seeing this, Su Lei smiled maniacally. "Yes, this is the power to kill you." and it's also our only hope. Go ahead and kill me, if you don't mind the Shadow Legion getting their hands on this doomsday device. It was the first time the Autobots had seen such a bizarre object. They had no idea that Sule had killed countless Cybertronian refugees and fused various other civilizations' technologies to create it. Windblade asked cautiously, "What do you plan to do with that?" Sule replied, "Good question, beautiful lady, even if you are a robot. This is for Megatron. It can extinguish his spark in an instant." Hearing this, the Autobots were stunned. Drift sheathed his dual blades and mocked, "That's great. Did you all hear that? The old man says he can take out a Prime with that thing. We don't need to fight anymore. Just listening to his bragging will win us the war." Windblade added, "You'll be dead before you get close to him. Even if that thing is useful, you don't understand what Megatron is." Sule insisted, "I do understand. Which is why I need your help." "Our help?" The Autobots exchanged confused glances. Sule explained, "Yes, I need someone to cover me. As you said, we can't do this alone. I believe you don't want Megatron alive any more than we do." At that moment, Ultra Magnus' voice came from behind. "Your idea is quite ambitious." Everyone turned to see Ultra Magnus and Optimus Prime striding towards them. Bumblebee immediately reported, "Commander, you're here? This old man killed our comrades and turned them into mindless zombies." Sule countered, "I think you're only partially right. They are machines, and now we coexist with them. In a way, they still have life, just with our human consciousness." Ultra Magnus glanced at the device in Black Widow's hand and said, "We can cover you, but you must be brave. The enemy we're about to face is no ordinary foe. Winning against him is the only way to get close to Megatron." He pointed into the distance. Everyone followed his gaze, and within seconds, their expressions turned to horror at the sight before them. A massive spaceship was slowly approaching from the high sky. "What is that?" Everyone held their breath, staring at the colossal object drawing near. "Oh, my Optimus Prime." Bumblebee stood in shock, his small wings on his back subtly lifting with his expression. Meanwhile, the human command center was in chaos. General ASE and the other commanders stared at the screen, their faces pale. "My God!" General ASE felt a chill down his spine. His gaze locked onto the spaceship that had appeared out of nowhere. They had no prior intelligence on this vessel. "Get all missile units ready." General ASE was the first to regain composure, his voice hoarse as he gave the order. "We must prevent that thing from getting close to the device. The fate of humanity is at stake." He leaned on the control panel, his eyes coldly fixed on the Avenger, muttering, "Dr. Sule, can you really do it? All our hopes rest on you." The Autobots in the defense line were panicking. They finally understood why Dark Energon was attacking so desperately. He wanted that ship to absorb the planet's core energy. "I knew the Decepticons wouldn't retreat so easily." Drift felt a wave of helplessness. "We were foolish to think we could stop Dark Energon. Pull yourselves together. Autobots." Ultra Magnus shouted, "That ship is low on energy. We still have a chance." He turned to the stunned Sule. "I'll find a way to draw out Dark Energon. Then, it's up to you to work your magic." Sule snapped back to reality, his voice trembling. "I will. The human star in my hands will deliver a fatal blow." "Human star?" Ultra Magnus looked slightly surprised. "Yes, it represents humanity's hope, so I named it the Human Star," Sule explained. "Well, let's hope so," Ultra Magnus replied with a hint of sarcasm, then turned to the other Autobots. "Prepare for battle, brave Cybertronian warriors." The Autobots' morale soared. They transformed their energy weapons and charged towards the front line. Sule, piloting the Black Widow, issued commands to the Human Transformers unit. "Warriors, it's time to defend our home. Prepare for a bloody battle." As the Avenger neared the device, the human missile units launched a fierce attack. Missiles roared from all directions, raining down on the Avenger in a spectacular display. In the Avenger's command room, a shadow soldier reported, "Lord Dark Energon, the human forces are attacking us. We are about to activate the shield defense." Welder ordered, "Load only 10% of the energy. We don't have much left, and we need to save some for the Avenger's transformation into battle mode." The shadow soldier quickly carried out the order. Welder noticed that Dark Energon, seated on the Iron Throne, was unusually calm, as if he had everything under control. Energy shield activated. With the shadow soldier's announcement, the Avenger was instantly enveloped in an invisible energy shield. Boom, boom, boom. The missile barrage rained down, exploding against the shield, sending flames and smoke into the sky. However, the attacks only caused ripples on the shield, failing to inflict any real damage or even slow the Avenger's progress. "Damn it!" General Asa slammed his fist on the console. "How can this be?" "Shadow Legion, attack!" Welder ordered again. They had to ensure the Avenger reached the device safely. The battle erupted once more. The Autobots and human forces fought valiantly, ready to sacrifice everything. The entire blue planet was plunged into unprecedented panic, with people flocking to the Autobots' base, where the Ark and many small alien ships were stationed. My name is Ataya, from the 32nd Auxiliary Planet of the Cybertron cluster, a humanoid mechanical being said to RC and others outside the Autobots' base. We are loyal to the great leader Optimus Prime and seek your protection. Our energy is depleted. We can't return to the Cybertron cluster, another mechanical being added. Our seaside, come in. The situation is very chaotic right now. Humans and many civilizations on this planet are flocking to our base. It's overwhelming. The base was already overcrowded. Countless humans and various alien beings crowded at the gates, pleading, Dark Energon wants to return to Cybertron. This planet is doomed. Please let us in. We'll all die otherwise. The Autobots guarding the gates tried to calm the crowd. Everyone, please don't panic. You must trust Commander Ultra Magnus, Lord Skyfire, and our brave Autobot warriors. They will lead us to prevent this disaster. Meanwhile, the battle on the front lines had reached a fever pitch. Explosions echoed non-stop, and energy lasers swept across the battlefield like a giant meat grinder, mercilessly claiming lives. The human forces suffered heavy casualties, blood flowing like rivers. Against the formidable Shadow Legion, only the artificial Transformers units stood a chance. The rest of the human troops were nearly powerless. In the midst of the intense firefight, Yinshinzing shouted to Tong Xiangxiu, "This isn't working. We need a new strategy." After fending off several Shadow soldiers, Tong Xiangxiu paused and said, "Hold them off. I'm going to destroy that device. I won't let the Shadow Legion leave this planet." Zion Juishin seemed to have made a decision. The situation was spiraling out of control, and Tian'ren didn't even need to show up in person. With just his ship, he could sweep away all obstacles. Yinshinzing was shocked and rushed to Tong Xiangxiu, shouting, "What? You can't do that. It'll destroy the civilization on this planet." Tong Xiangxiu retorted sharply, "Save your pathetic arguments, Yinshinzing. Don't you get it? It's because of people like you that Cybertron fell. The peace treaty was a mistake. If young Optimus Prime and Megatron can't change everything, then I'll reset Cybertron myself. But now, things have changed. I can't let Tian'ren leave here." With that, Tong Xiangxiu pushed Yinshinzing aside, quickly transforming into his vehicle mode and speeding towards the device. Yinshinzing scrambled to his feet, yelling after the departing Tong Xiangxiu, "No, you can't do this. It violates the treaty." He then transformed into his spaceship mode and took off in pursuit. On the battlefield, Scout noticed Tong Xiangxiu and Yinshinzing's movements and immediately reported to Tian'ren, "Sir, Tong Xiangxiu and Yinshinzing are heading towards the device." Tian'ren's eyes glowed a menacing red as he rose from his iron throne and strode to the control console, ordering, "They want to destroy the device. Stop them. Welder, activate the Avengers combat mode." Welder responded excitedly, "Yes, Lord Tian'ren. I've been waiting for this." He then commanded the Shadow Soldiers, "Activate the transformation gears." The soldiers pressed the buttons, and the Avenger in the sky suddenly halted, vibrating violently. To everyone's horror, the massive ship began to transform. Two enormous mechanical legs slammed onto the ground, followed by the formation of two arms, whose mechanical hands clenched tightly. Countless mechanical components assembled at an astonishing speed, and finally, a colossal head emerged from the mechanical body, its eyes forming a visor that emitted a cold, crimson glow. Standing 1,700 meters tall, the spaceship-class transformer towered into the sky, its chest engine spinning furiously, with the main cannon positioned below it. In a thunderous, synthesized voice, it proclaimed to the entire planet, "I am the Shadow Avenger. Long live Lord Tian'ren." Everyone was stunned by the sight. Bumblebee muttered, "No one told me that thing was a transformer." Each step of the Avenger shook the ground. In the command room, Welder requested, "Sir, may I give them a parting gift?" Tian'ren replied coldly, "Request granted. Welder, let the Avenger proceed. I'll handle the Autobots." With that, he strode towards the elevator. Welder responded respectfully, "Understood, my great shadow leader, Lord Tian'ren." In the elevator, Tian'ren muttered to himself, "Still the future ruler of the universe." The doors closed silently. The Avenger suddenly halted, its chest cannon beginning to charge. An energy beam gathered at the cannon's mouth, then fired a laser beam at the Autobot and human forces on the front line. A thunderous explosion ensued, sending debris skyward. Countless Autobots were blown away by the energy wave. The human troops had no time to react and were obliterated in the blast. Metal melted instantly, and molten iron flowed everywhere. Autobot Jazz had half his mechanical body destroyed. Many Autobots died on the spot, and most of the survivors were severely damaged. Bumblebee narrowly escaped and immediately ordered, "Autobots, retreat." The outcome of the war was decided. Nothing on this planet could now stop this colossal weapon. Even with limited energy, it was enough to destroy everything at hand. Witnessing this, Xianjuishan controlled Tang Xiangxiu, and Yin Shinzing stopped fighting. Yin Shinzing, snapping out of his shock, yelled at Tang Xiangxiu, "This is all your fault. You created this destructive weapon. What are you trying to achieve?" He then punched Tang Xiangxiu's mechanical head hard. Caught off guard, Xianjuishan was sent flying. At that moment, a small hatch opened on the Avenger's shoulder. Chen Tian'ren, carrying the Dark Star Saber, emerged from the hatch. He leaped from over 1,000 meters high, diving headfirst. As he plummeted, the wind howled around him. Chen Tian'ren glanced at the sun obscured by dark clouds, his eyes narrowing as he declared, "My name is Chen Tian'ren. The world belongs to the strong. Transform." As he plummeted to within just a few meters of the ground, Dark Skyfall suddenly emitted a series of sharp, metallic transformation sounds and instantly morphed into a Cybertronian heavy fighter jet. A deafening explosion followed, as the jet unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy, rocketing out like a meteor. In a blink, the energy wave swept across the battlefield, sending Vigilant and a host of shadow soldiers flying in all directions. Countless shadow soldiers groaned in pain, but they quickly scrambled back to their feet, ready to continue the fight. In his jet form, Dark Skyfall skimmed the ground like a black lightning bolt, streaking over the heads of the panicked Autobots. Recognizing the familiar and terrifying presence, the Autobots looked up in horror. "That's Dark Skyfall." A terrified voice pierced the sky. Bumblebee immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. "Retreat to the Ark. We can't stay here anymore." He knew Dark Skyfall was heading for the destructive device. Upon hearing Bumblebee's warning, the stunned Autobots snapped back to reality, transforming into their vehicle modes and speeding away from the battlefield. Bumblebee, with the shattered remains of Jazz strapped to his back, raced towards the base. "Slow down, Bumblebee. I'm losing what little parts one have left." Jazz, now only a torso, shouted loudly. "Hang on tight, Jazz. We have to get out of here fast," Bumblebee replied while speeding ahead. "You have to understand, apart from Optimus Prime, no one on this planet can defeat Dark Skyfall." Jazz, worried, said, "But Commander Ultra Magnus and Sentinel Prime are still fighting. They will find a way." Bumblebee didn't respond, only accelerating to his limit. Behind him, the thunderous roars of the Shadow Legion's thunderstorm echoed, leading a swarm of shadow mech hexapods in a frenzied chase. "Don't let them escape," Thunderstorm ordered the shadow soldiers. The battlefield was a scene of devastation. With the Autobots retreating, only human forces and their man-made transformers remained, struggling to hold back the enemy's advance. "The Autobots are retreating." A human mech pilot had barely finished speaking when Dark Skyfall, in his jet form, zipped past like a black lightning bolt, leaving only a blurred shadow. "Dr. Su Lei, that's Dark Skyfall." A man-made transformer shouted a warning to Su Lei, who was piloting the Black Widow. Hearing this, Su Lei immediately looked in the direction where Dark Skyfall had vanished. He took out the so-called human star, silently contemplating for a few seconds before muttering, "Darkness engulfs everything, but I will be the last ray of light in the dark." With that, Su Lei transformed into a helicopter and flew in the direction of Dark Skyfall. "Dr. Su Lei, what are you doing? Don't be foolish. We should retreat first." The man-made transformer unit called out anxiously, but Su Lei, resolute in his decision, did not respond. He had only one thought. As long as he could take down Dark Skyfall, everything would still be possible, even at the cost of his own life. Meanwhile, Sentinel Prime was locked in a fierce battle with Primus. Primus had transformed into his own form, a 9-meter-tall, ancient transformer with 2 prominent horns on his head, wielding a giant sword. Despite his dwindling energon, he could still fight with S-level strength. This was the price of forcibly harnessing the power of the Matrix. Within a few hours, he would die from energon depletion. The clash between the 2 Cybertronian primes was intense, with metallic clashes and flying sparks filling the air. Even with the approaching Avenger, neither showed any sign of backing down. "You've lost your mind. You're no longer the revered Primus." Sentinel Prime roared amidst the struggle. He has murdered 3 Cybertronian primes, absorbing their power. Now, on this planet, he's helping Dark Skyfall create Titan-class transformers. You claim to be saving Cybertron, yet you're building such a terrifying force, and now you want to destroy this planet. You've fallen. You're no different from Megatron, Primus. "I am saving Cybertron, not you," Primus retorted fiercely, slashing Sentinel Prime with all his might. Taking this chance, he quickly turned and ran towards the heavily shielded Metal Gear device. Primus intended to detonate his own spark, using his last bit of strength to stop everything. Since he could no longer save Cybertron, he couldn't let Dark Skyfall return to Cybertron and become the 14th Prime. In his eyes, Dark Skyfall was already the embodiment of darkness, possessing incredibly terrifying power and unparalleled brutality. That would plunge Cybertron into darkness, something Primus could never allow. However, just as he was about to reach the device, a sharp whistling sound cut through the sky. A black shadow, like a cannonball, came crashing down towards him. Both Primus and Sentinel Prime were taken aback. With a loud bang, Primus staggered back, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Amidst the dust and debris, the sound of a transformer transforming echoed, followed by a pair of menacing crimson eyes emerging from the swirling dust. Those eyes were cold and merciless, sending chills down anyone's spine. The overwhelming energy of a supreme-class spark radiated outwards. There was no doubt. The newcomer was Dark Skyfall. Sentinel Prime, who had just arrived from a distance, froze in his tracks at the sight. Primus gripped his giant sword tightly, his eyes fixed warily on the crimson eyes in the dust. In the next moment, Dark Skyfall, a blur of motion, lunged at Primus. In an instant, there was a loud clang, sparks flying as their swords clashed. Relic. The Star Saber. Both Primus and Sentinel Prime exclaimed in shock upon seeing the purple glowing sword in Dark Skyfall's hand. In a raspy, mechanical voice, Dark Skyfall coldly replied, "Indeed. You have keen eyes for a Prime of Cybertron. But you're mistaken. This sword. I call it the Dark Star Saber." The mechanical body suddenly erupted with an even more formidable energy. Tian'ren slashed at Xianjuishan, sending him flying with a single strike. "Now, feel its power," he shouted, channeling the energy of the fire seed into his sword once more. Huh. Tian'ren swung his sword fiercely, sending a massive crescent-shaped energy wave towards Xianjuishan. Xianjuishan had just regained his footing, heart pounding in fear, and immediately leapt out of the attack's range. The energy wave roared past, hitting a distant sand dune with pinpoint accuracy. With a thunderous crash, the towering dune was flattened, sending sand and dust flying everywhere. Xianjuishan turned around in shock, his gaze growing even more intense as he stared at Tian'ren. The combination of a supreme-level fire seed and a sacred weapon was terrifying. He thought to himself that facing a leader-level Tian'ren Hedon with his current strength was still too risky. If Tian'ren's body upgraded to the supreme level, becoming a Tian'renless existence, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suddenly, Yinshinzing silently appeared behind Tian'ren. He leapt high, bringing his giant sword down. Tian'ren quickly turned, his left hand transforming into an energy cannon. With a boom, Yinshinzing, midair, took a direct hit and crashed heavily onto the ground, his body severely damaged with electricity arcing everywhere. Tian'ren stepped over to Yinshinzing and stomped him into the ground. "Yinshinzing, your end is near." He gripped his sword tightly, ready to deliver a fatal blow. At the critical moment, Xianjuishan flew in, tackling Tian'ren away. They both crashed to the ground, immediately engaging in a fierce struggle. Enraged, Tian'ren grabbed the iron horn on top of Xianjuishan's head and delivered a powerful over-thresholder throw, slamming him into the ground. He then raised his sword to stab at Xianjuishan's chest fire seed. "Tianyuan, power of Weishingsing," Xianjuishan shouted, his body instantly disintegrating into countless metallic spheres, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. Tian'ren's sword plunged into the ground. The metallic spheres quickly reassembled next to Yinshinzing, and Xianjuishan reappeared, but his fire seed energy had dropped from S level to S level. He looked resentful, silently lamenting Tian'ren's overwhelming strength. Yinshinzing, now on the brink of death with multiple systems failing, painfully took out his fire seed and handed it to Xianjuishan. "I don't know what your true goal is, but I hope you don't lose yourself. Stay true to your heart. This is my power. Take it, for Cybertron." As he finished speaking, Yinshinzing's optical sensors dimmed completely. "For Cybertron." Xianjuishan unhesitatingly took the fire seed and thrust it into his own chest. In an instant, a brilliant white light erupted, and a powerful energy wave swept out. Yinshinzing's body began to disassemble, with the components integrating into Xianjuishan. Tian'ren was pushed back by the energy wave, his expression serious. His system alarms blared. "Warning! Warning! Supreme-level fire seed energy detected." Xianjuishan laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha! I never expected that the combined power of the other 4 Tianyuan would be so immense. It allows me to feel the strength of my peak once again. So close. If I'd known it would be like this, I wouldn't have gone to such great lengths." With the fusion of Yinshinzing's power, Xianjuishan's fire seed energy surged to the supreme level, and his body became younger. He arrogantly said to Tian'ren, "Tian'ren, you are indeed a troublesome opponent. However, your antics end here. All of this will be mine. I'll take you down first, then slowly uncover the secrets of your body. Fight me." "Tianyuan, power of Ruishiangxiu," Xianjuishan roared, instantly transforming into a massive mechanical beast, resembling an imposing mechanical dragon. He flapped his wings mightily, soaring into the sky, and hovered in midair, opening his jaws to launch a searing molten flame bomb at Tian'ren. Don't celebrate too soon. Tian'ren swiftly dodged, then powered his legs to launch himself into the air. Mid-flight, he transformed into a heavy combat jet, zooming towards Xianjuishan. The two collided and crashed to the ground, where Tian'ren immediately reverted to his humanoid form, wielding his Dark Star sword as he grappled with Xianjuishan. Meanwhile, Black Widow quietly appeared nearby, her eyes fixed on the fierce battle between the two. She thought to herself, this is perfect. When they're least expecting it, I can definitely take Tian'ren out with a single strike. Hey, what do you think you're doing with that thing? Su Lei had barely finished speaking when a raspy, mechanical voice suddenly sounded behind him. He was startled and quickly maneuvered Black Widow to turn around. To his shock, the colossal figure of the Shadow Legion's berserker had silently approached him. The cold, crimson mechanical eyes stared him down, and the deadly blade emblem on its chest showcased the terrifying might of the Shadow Legion. Before Su Lei could react, Berserker's massive mechanical fist came crashing towards him. Duong, a thunderous impact sent the much smaller Black Widow flying. Due to the symbiotic connection, Su Lei felt the same force, and his left eye instantly swelled into a black eye. The human star slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground nearby. Damn it! Su Lei gritted his teeth and struggled to get Black Widow back on its feet. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. It was the Shadow Avenger, a behemoth clearing all obstacles, striding towards the device. Each step caused the earth to tremble. As Su Lei stood there in shock, the other members of the Shadow Legion had already surrounded him. He had been so focused on fighting Dark Skyfall that he had ignored the presence of the other Shadow Legion members. Even though Dark Skyfall was locked in a fierce battle, his legion continued to close in relentlessly. The situation was completely under the Shadow Legion's control. Su Lei was desperate. The assassination plan had yet to succeed, and he couldn't give up now. He immediately drove Black Widow towards the human star lying not far away. Isn't that Black Widow? But wasn't she supposed to be confined and eliminated? Someone questioned warily. Berserker replied angrily, if I'm not mistaken, she's like those artificial transformers now, with a human inside. Most of those artificial transformers are Cybertronian refugees, including a few of our acquaintances. He pointed to the human star on the ground, sparking with electricity, and continued. I saw her sneaking around earlier, trying to do something to Lord Dark Skyfall with that thing. Hearing this, all the Shadow Legion members turned their attention to the human star. Two Shadow soldiers, though somewhat intimidated by the object, still stepped forward to investigate. They approached Black Widow and mocked. You think that thing can kill Lord Dark Skyfall? Dream on. It can't even pierce his energy shield. Come on, let's see who you really are. With that, several Shadow members rushed forward, pinning Black Widow to the ground and tearing open its chest. What are you doing? Damn it. Let go. Su Lei furiously resisted, struggling to control Black Widow. As soon as the man-machine separation occurred, Black Widow lost power, and its mechanical body collapsed to the ground. Oh, it's an old man. I have to admit, you're quite brave. One of the Shadow members exclaimed in surprise, spreading his mechanical hands. Let me crush him into a pulp. Berserker roared, striding towards him. Wait, someone intervened. The scout mentioned that the human transformer units were created by an old human. This old guy did some pretty cruel things to our comrades. Lord Dark Skyfall might want to question him when he's done. If you've got the guts, kill me now. You invaders. You're monsters. Su Lei shouted in rage. At that moment, the welder called out through the communication device. What are you doing? Berserker, Lord Dark Skyfall wants you to activate the device. He's busy right now. Berserker immediately turned and clanked towards the device. Even though the situation was under control, the Shadow Legion wasn't taking any chances. To ensure everything went smoothly, even Thunderstorm, who had been chasing the Autobots, arrived at the device and started patrolling the skies with Alligator, monitoring the surroundings. Prepare to connect the device. No mistakes allowed. Trident commanded loudly, carefully surveying the area and directing the Shadow soldiers to set up defenses. Meanwhile, the battle between Dark Skyfall and Sentinel Prime raged on. The clash of two supreme-level sparks was intense. During a grapple, Sentinel Prime's claws glowed with molten energy, striking Dark Skyfall's chest. With a crack, sparks flew. The powerful blow temporarily pushed back the fierce Dark Skyfall. However, what should have been a fatal strike for its glass body only left 3 noticeable gashes on Dark Skyfall's armor. How is this possible? Sentinel Prime was stunned. Even though Dark Skyfall was an S-class body, he himself now wielded supreme-level spark energy. This was beyond comprehension. What he didn't know was that Dark Skyfall's spark was not only supreme level, but also heavily protected by the Shadow Protocol. As the leader of the Source, any detected threat to his spark would instantly trigger an energy shield to block the danger. Dark Skyfall steadied himself and glanced at the 3 gashes on his chest. The sizzling sound of molten energy corrosion soon ceased, leaving 3 prominent scars. What are you? Sentinel Prime asked in disbelief. The Primal, the oldest spark of Cybertron, once wielded the power to create and devour other sparks. However, as time passed, his prime days were long gone. Even after absorbing the power of other primes, it wasn't his original essence. Dark Skyfall keenly sensed this. Your spark energy is waning, Dark Skyfall said coldly. You might have reached the supreme level, but you won't last long. The Primal's massive mechanical beast form stiffened slightly, clearly struck by the truth. He finally understood why Optimus Prime and Alphatron were puzzled by his spark. The old era of Cybertron is over, Dark Skyfall continued. A new era will begin with me. You are no longer strong. You could have left, but you chose to interfere in my affairs. Those who stand in my way will die. Before the words even faded, Dark Skyfall had already mobilized all his energy, charging forward with the Dark Star Saber. As the youngest Supreme Spark, he was at his peak, with energy so powerful that even Optimus Prime and Megatron found it hard to match. Clang! The Dark Star Saber struck directly at the Primal Spark location. The Primal hastily raised his mechanical claw to barely block it. However, in the next second, he realized something was wrong. It was a feint. Before he could react, Dark Skyfall's left fist had already pierced through his waist. With a resounding crash, another left punch smashed heavily onto the Primal's mechanical head. Arg! The Primal let out a painful howl as his massive body was blasted away by the powerful impact. Mechanical parts scattered everywhere, and a unique, blue-glowing transforming gear fell from his pierced waist to the ground. No, my universal gear. The Primal, fallen in the distance, let out a cry of despair. Without the Phantom Spirit gear, his body reverted to its original form, and his energy plummeted back to the SS level. This is your true self. Dark Skyfall appeared instantly before the Primal, thrusting the Dark Star Saber towards his spark. The Primal's face turned pale with horror, realizing this strike was lethal. In a moment of desperation, he didn't care where he would be transported and shouted, "Prime, invoke the power of the heavenly path." Just as the words left his mouth, the Dark Star Saber pierced his spark with a crack. Arg! The Primal let out a piercing scream as a flash of white light erupted. Dark Skyfall's intent to kill was unwavering, determined to utterly annihilate the Primal. However, at that moment, with a swoosh, the Primal vanished into thin air beneath the Dark Star Saber. Is it the power of the heavenly path? Dark Skyfall muttered coldly, then stowed his mask and walked towards the fallen transforming gear. He bent down, picked up the unique metal device, and carefully examined its blue glow. This is likely the Phantom Spirit gear, Dark Skyfall thought, pocketing the gear before transforming into a jet and flying towards the hovering Avenger. At that moment, Rampage had already activated the device as planned, successfully connecting it to the bottom of the Avenger. A magma-like energy surged towards the Avenger, triggering a massive earthquake, ground fissures, volcanic eruptions, and an apocalyptic scene. Good, we need a bit more time. In the command room, Weldmaster said with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Dark Skyfall received news that the culprit behind the creation of artificial transformers had been captured. He immediately rushed to the scene, transforming back into his humanoid form Meteor, landing imposingly before the Shadow members. Lord Dark Skyfall. The crowd greeted respectfully. Dark Skyfall ignored them and walked straight towards the captured Sule. A member reported, "Lord, this human old man is likely the murderer of countless Cybertronian refugees. Those artificial transformers might have been created by him. He even attempted to use that thing against you." Hearing this, Dark Skyfall turned to the human star on the ground, effortlessly picking it up. Sule's face was filled with despair. As Dark Skyfall approached, he truly felt the terror of this being. The energy waves were so intense they were heart-stopping, his presence like a demon from hell. Dark Skyfall leaned down, bringing his massive mechanical face close to Sule's trembling old face, and asked coldly, "What's your name?" "Old man. My name is Sule." Sule stammered. "Sule?" Dark Skyfall seemed slightly surprised, then asked, "Do you know a human woman named Su Weiwei?" "That's my daughter. It was you Cybertronian machines who killed her." Sule's furious voice echoed through the air. Dark Sky's mechanical face remained unmoved, as if processing a trivial piece of data. After a moment of silence, his cold, robotic voice rang out, "I see. So, you intend to use this to get your revenge on me?" As he spoke, he presented the Star of Humanity to Sule, his metallic fingers glinting slightly. Sule gritted his teeth. "That's right, but unfortunately, I couldn't kill you with my own hands." His rage burned like a wildfire, almost incinerating his inner fear. Dark Sky's optical lenses flickered. "You're a good father, but you don't know that your precious daughter caused all the disasters on this planet. She deserved to die." His voice was icy and piercing. And you're a fool to think this could kill me. Before he finished speaking, Dark Skies suddenly plunged the star of humanity into his own chest. In Su Lei's shocked gaze, the weapon shattered into a pile of dust upon hitting Dark Skies' energy shield, failing to even scratch his body. Su Lei stood paralyzed, muttering, "This can't be. How is this possible?" He had used this weapon to kill numerous Cybertronians, unaware that they were merely C or class civilians. Dark Skies coldly said, "Now, you have no chance at all." With that, he violently stomped on Su Lei, crushing him into a bloody pulp. Blood splattered everywhere, and Dark Skies said with disgust, "Such revolting blood. Lord Dark Skies, what should we do with these human corpses?" a subordinate asked nearby. "Give them to the welder. He might find some use for them." Dark Skies waved dismissively, his gaze turning to the Avenger, which was absorbing the planet's core energy. This planet was on the brink of destruction and would disintegrate in space without its core energy. But to him, it was just a speck of dust in the vast cosmos. Meanwhile, disasters were erupting on Earth. The Autobot base was overwhelmed with people, and the Ark couldn't accommodate so many humans. Bumblebee contacted Optimus Prime on Cybertron through the Ark. "Optimus, Ultra Magnus, and Skyfire have fallen. We are preparing to evacuate. This planet is beyond saving." Optimus Prime's holographic image appeared sorrowful. After a long silence, he said, "That planet is under the protection of the peace treaty, yet we are unable to defend it. Bumblebee, save as many humans as you can. I am negotiating with Megatron. If he reforms, Cybertron might return to its former glory." Bumblebee hesitated, his voice filled with suppressed anger. "Optimus, I don't understand. Ultra Magnus and Skyfire are dead, along with countless comrades, and you haven't mentioned a word about them." RC quickly interjected, "Bumblebee." She worried that Bumblebee's recent behavior might affect the Autobots' morale. Realizing his mistake, Bumblebee hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry, Optimus, I didn't mean it that way. I just..." Optimus Prime calmly responded, "I understand your feelings, Bumblebee. Ultra Magnus was one of my closest friends, and Skyfire was my mentor. I promise you, once the Cybertronian Civil War is over, Dark Skies will be held accountable for his actions. The peace treaty guides us forward, and I will not tolerate anyone who disrupts it." With that, he ended the connection. Bumblebee fell silent, and Prowl stepped forward to comfort him. "Stay strong, Bumblebee. Now is not the time for despair. The Shadow Legion could attack at any moment. We must stay vigilant." Crosshairs complained, "Great. Now we have an enemy worse than Megatron in the universe. Let's just escape and forget about the humans. We've done enough." Meanwhile, on an unknown mechanical planet, a space bridge trembled, and the severely injured Primus fell heavily. His spark had been greatly weakened by Dark Sky's sword, and without the power of the Matrix, he would have perished. As he wondered where he was, the sounds of transforming and footsteps surrounded him. Primus struggled to lift his gaze and was shocked to recognize the figure approaching. You're Shockwave, the Decepticon operations commander." Shockwave coldly replied, "Greetings, Primus, leader of the 13 Primes. Consider this a welcoming gift." With that, he delivered a brutal punch to the incapacitated Primus. With a resounding crash and a pained scream from Primus, silence once again fell over the scene. In the final moments before the destruction of the Blue Planet, Scout led countless shadow minions to locate Su Lei's base. They successfully rescued 3 imprisoned Transformers. One of the Transformers, his mechanical face twitching with fear, said, "You are from the Shadow Legion. They say you are even more ruthless and unreasonable than the Decepticons." Scout calmly replied, "Yes, that's us. But you don't need to be afraid. We're here to save you." He glanced around and continued, "This planet is about to be done for. If you really have nowhere else to go, you might as well come with us." With that, Scout turned and left, taking all the data from the base as requested by Welder. The 3 Cybertronian refugees exchanged glances and, after a moment's hesitation, decided to follow Scout. One of them whispered, "Crude as it may be, I must admit that humans' intelligence surpasses many of his kind." Meanwhile, aboard the Avenger, Welder was deeply focused on analyzing the artificial transformer bodies brought back by the Shadow Legion. Although these bodies contained energy, it couldn't coalesce into a true spark. They had been parasitized by humans, losing their consciousness and becoming akin to mechanical vegetative states. Suddenly, while examining Black Widow's body, Welder discovered a startling piece of information. At that moment, Dark Sky's voice sounded behind him. "Welder, what are you doing?" Welder quickly turned to see Dark Sky walking towards him, carrying the Dark Star sword on his back. Respectfully, he said, "Lord Dark Sky, you have arrived. I am examining these bodies." Dark Sky's gaze fell upon the first container, which held the long-deceased Black Widow. He asked, "These things have lost their sparks. Can you find any useful research value in their bodies?" Welder excitedly replied, "Yes, my lord. I have just discovered something remarkable. He hurried to Black Widow's container and operated on the energy computer. Although these bodies have lost their original sparks, they have been implanted with a hybrid energy. This energy is extracted from different sparks and sustains all the data within the bodies. Pointing at the data on the screen, he continued, especially Black Widow. Her brain data chip is in a very active state. The hybrid energy is activating all her previous chip data, attempting to manipulate the energy for a rebirth. This means Black Widow's original data is striving to resurrect herself. Dark Sky listened expressionlessly, though his mind was racing. Su Lei's hybrid energy inadvertently reactivated Black Widow's chip data. If it weren't for the current circumstances, Black Widow could awaken at any moment and resurrect herself through Su Lei. The data on this S-class body is indeed tenacious. As long as it's intact, it persistently seeks revival. He muttered to himself, interesting, still striving without a spark. Then, he took Optimus Prime's spark from the body and handed it to Welder. I have implanted the Shadow Protocol into this spark. Try using its energy to see if you can awaken her. Welder took the spark confidently. Yes, my lord. If it's a pure spark energy, I am fully confident I can revive her. Dark Sky nodded and left the lab. At that moment, outside the Autobot base, several small ships from other civilizations hovered in the sky, setting new navigation routes. The base entrance was in chaos, with people pushing and shoving to get inside. Someone shouted, "Move aside. Let us on the ships." Amid the chaos, some even fired guns at the crowd, causing a scene of carnage. Aboard the Ark, RC watched the screen with a stern expression. After discussing with the Autobots, he decided to take only a select group of researchers and societal elites. Windblade reminded him, "This is the last wave. You need to finalize the list. I can't stand seeing the humans on this planet descend into madness any longer." After a moment of silence, RC said, "That's enough. We can leave now." Windblade was surprised. "But we can still take 200 more people." RC coldly replied, "Our supplies are only sufficient for those already on board. The others will have to fend for themselves. They won't survive anyway." Dino asked incredulously, "What did you say?" RC repeated, "I said it's enough. Please take us to the next habitable planet." Dino noticed that most of the people on board were young women and asked, puzzled, "But you've brought mostly young human women. What can they do?" RC bluntly responded, "Repopulate." Alita, one wanted to say something, but ultimately just sighed. "Do as you wish. After all, I'm not human." Ratchet stood at the console of the Ark, meticulously scanning for suitable planets to resettle the human refugees. RC approached and asked, "Ratchet, have you found a new home for them yet?" Ratchet looked up, his brows furrowed. "Yes, I found 306 human-compatible planets. But among them, there are 13 empires and over 200 second-tier technological civilizations, none of which are suitable." He sighed, recalling past experiences. Last time, a human civilization empire complained to Optimus Prime. Those refugees ended up waging war against the local humans, and the conflict is still ongoing. As Ratchet continued his search, he couldn't help but grumble, "I really don't get it. Which civilization created humans, and then just watch them fend for themselves?" Meanwhile, our Optimus Prime is stuck playing the fool, adhering to that damned peace treaty. Crosshairs, pondering for a moment, suggested, "How about we send them all to Earth? The technological level there is comparable, and they might integrate faster." Ratchet immediately dismissed the idea. "No way. It's too far. Besides, that small planet is too unpredictable, full of unknowns. Many cosmic civilizations have met their downfall there." Suddenly, a dog's barking interrupted their conversation. A pet dog had somehow made its way into the command room, barking furiously at Ratchet's feet. A young boy rushed in, looking apologetic, scooped up the dog, and bolted out. "Finally found you. Sorry about that. I'll take him away now." The unexpected interruption left the command room in a brief silence. Smokescreen, sensing the awkwardness, quickly said, "Ahem, my apologies. I'll notify everyone to keep their pets in check." Hot Rod spread his hands in resignation. "All right, everyone. It's their problem. Let's not waste any more time. While Nemesis Prime is preoccupied, we need to move fast. Otherwise, we might miss our chance." Meanwhile, as the Nemesis continued to absorb the planet's core energy, the surface began to collapse. The atmosphere vanished, and massive fissures appeared on the ground. All life forms, except those who boarded the ships, perished instantly. The once vibrant planet turned into a desolate wasteland in the blink of an eye. The Ark, leading the fleet of interstellar refugee ships, quickly ascended into outer space. Smokescreen stood by the porthole, watching his home fade into the distance, his expression complex. In his final glance, he saw the Nemesis frantically absorbing energy, with the Decepticons bustling back to their ship. At that moment, Nemesis Prime, seated in the command center of the Nemesis, received a system notification. Congratulations on eliminating all forces on Blue Planet. Mission accomplished. You have acquired the Space Bridge technology. Data loaded. New mission activated. Collect the scattered Allspark fragments across the universe and reassemble the Allspark. Upon completion, your body will receive an upgrade. Allspark detector data loaded. Shadow Legion membership has not reached 100,000. Please continue to expand your forces to earn random rewards. Nemesis Prime's mechanical face showed a slight reaction. He quickly reviewed the system page, learning that the Allspark had been divided into 15 fragments scattered across the universe. The new mission required him to collect all fragments and return to the Cybertron cluster for reassembly. A few seconds later, the data for the Allspark detector and space bridge finished loading. Nemesis Prime felt a surge of electricity scanning his entire body, indicating he now had the ability to jump across star system space nodes. As Nemesis Prime reveled in his newfound abilities, a shadow soldier reported, "Lord Nemesis, the Autobots have fled." Nemesis Prime snapped back to reality and calmly replied, "Yes, I know. How much longer for the Nemesis to complete?" "About 2 more hours, my lord," the soldier answered. Nemesis Prime nodded and headed towards the lab. He intended to discuss the next steps with Welder. At that moment, Welder was following orders, installing a new spark into Black Widow's body in the lab. This spark belonged to Ultra Magnus, and although its energy had been weakened by the infusion and conversion of shadow energy, it remained a rare S-class spark. As Welder worked, he muttered under his breath, "If it weren't for Lord Nemesis's shadow protocol, I'd wish this guy stayed dead forever." He recalled Black Widow's prominent status in the Decepticon ranks back on Cybertron and her unique ability to control mechanical insects. However, after arriving on Blue Planet, she betrayed Megatron, becoming a fugitive among the Decepticons. For safety, Welder decided to recheck Black Widow's database before injecting the new spark. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. What could it be? The Metal Seed data? The technology of the Metal Seed was pioneered by Megatronus, one of the 13 primes of Cybertron. This was the treasure Megatron had been relentlessly searching for. However, this technology unexpectedly appeared in Black Widow's database. Weld was standing at the control console in the lab, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. He muttered to himself, "Perhaps this is why Black Widow betrayed Megatron. She's an ambitious one. She wants to create her own mechanical army in the universe." Weld's mechanical fingers moved swiftly over the console as he began copying Black Widow's data. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly and exclaimed, "Oh, damn. She loaded some kind of metal virus into her chip database." After some deep probing, Weld discovered a metal virus in Black Widow's database that even he couldn't comprehend. Forcibly loading the Metal Seed data could not only infect his computer, but also invade his own chip. As a transformer with only an 11 body, Weld knew he couldn't withstand such a virus, which would cause his body to rust quickly. Weld's optical sensors flickered a few times before he made a decision. "Whatever, we'll be on the same side soon anyway. I'll report this information to Lord Dark Sky later." With that, he immediately injected the new spark into the device within Black Widow's body. With the infusion of spark energy, Black Widow's body reacted instantly. Her once dim, lifeless mechanical eyes suddenly lit up, brimming with vitality. In the next moment, a loud bang shook the entire lab. Black Widow shattered her containment unit and lunged at Weld like an arrow. With a clanging sound, sparks flew everywhere. The massive Weld was sent flying by Black Widow's strike, crashing heavily against the lab wall. Black Widow raised her head. Her razor-sharp mechanical claws extended and let out an ear-splitting roar. "Arg! I am reborn." However, Black Widow's elation lasted only a moment. She suddenly froze, her body trembling slightly. "This is..." Her voice filled with confusion and fear. "The Shadow Protocol. I recognize that guy." The image of Dark Sky flashed in her mind, an overpowering demonic presence seemingly suppressing everyone. At that moment, heavy mechanical footsteps approached from outside the lab, getting closer. Black Widow's optical lens filled with terror as she stared at the lab door, as if some dreadful entity was about to appear. Weld, who had been knocked away, shook his groggy head, his tone annoyed. "Damn it. I knew this would happen. I should have been better prepared." However, Black Widow was too preoccupied to pay attention to Weld. Her entire focus was on the approaching footsteps, her mind repeatedly flashing back to the horrifying image of Dark Sky impaling her chest. Moments later, Dark Sky's towering figure appeared at the lab entrance. His optical lens emitted a cold, crimson light as he surveyed the lab's chaos. Before he could speak, Black Widow fell to her knees with a thud, her voice trembling with fear. "Lord Dark Sky, please don't kill me." At this moment, Black Widow finally realized the true power of Dark Sky. The supreme spark energy, the leader of the Shadow Legion, and the dark relic hanging behind him. She knew that Dark Sky could cut her in half with a single sword strike. The violent aura emanating from Dark Sky far surpassed that of Megatron. Dark Sky ignored Black Widow and instead turned his gaze to Weld, who had just gotten up. Weld, I thought you messed up. Weld quickly responded, I didn't disappoint you, Lord Dark Sky. She has been revived. Hearing this, Dark Sky slowly walked toward the trembling Black Widow. Black Widow was paralyzed with fear, haunted by the memory of being killed by Dark Sky and the constraints of the Shadow Protocol. Dark Sky stood before Black Widow and coldly said, From now on, you will serve the Shadow Legion. Black Widow nodded repeatedly, her voice shaking, Yes, my lord. Long live Dark Sky. Dark Sky silently observed Black Widow, receiving all her information through the Shadow Protocol. He thought, if not for the sudden appearance of the Decepticon army and the presence of Lockdown, Black Widow would have likely become the first member of the Shadow Legion long ago. Stand up, Dark Sky finally said. Black Widow immediately obeyed, rising to her feet. Yes, my lord. At this point, Weld stepped forward and reported, Lord Dark Sky, her database contains the metal seed data. This is something we desperately need. Dark Sky's optical lens flickered slightly, his tone tinged with curiosity. Metal seed? Weld continued to explain, Yes, it's a metal technology that can convert organic life forms into inorganic matter. It's a powerful bomb that releases energy through explosive fission, capable of instantly turning all matter into metal magma. Once the metal magma cools, it forms a substance with the same hardness as the metals on Cybertron. We currently need this metal material in large quantities to manufacture equipment and expand our soldier numbers. Upon hearing this information, Dark Sky's gaze immediately shifted to Black Widow. Under Dark Sky's scrutiny, Black Widow dared not hide anything and quickly explained, He's right. When the Decepticon army first arrived on Earth, they began searching for the Allspark and the relics of Iacon. During their search, they discovered traces of Megatronus's presence on this planet and found many of his technologies. Shockwave obtained the metal seed data, and I stole it from his lab when he wasn't looking. As she spoke, Black Widow opened a panel on her chest and took out a metal object resembling a seed. Now, I present it to you, Lord Dark Sky, she said respectfully. This object wasn't the actual metal seed bomb but a carrier for storing the data. Be careful, my lord. Weld suddenly warned nervously. That thing might carry some kind of metal virus. Black Widow quickly explained. The carrier has no virus. The metal virus was only to protect my chip database from being invaded. I won't cause any harm to Lord Dark Sky. Despite the Shadow Protocol's constraints, Weld still seemed worried. Dark Sky remained silent for a moment, then took the metal object from Black Widow. He scrutinized it briefly before tossing it to Weld and issuing a new order. Immediately create the metal bomb and head to the next planet. We need to establish a larger base and produce more Shadow soldiers. The welder received the seed data and immediately rushed to another console, beginning to load all the data into the metal carrier. Meanwhile, the Avenger had completed its absorption of the planetary core energy. In an instant, the entire planet disintegrated like a fragile cookie, turning into countless space debris. A massive spacecraft quickly emerged from the chaotic asteroid field, heading straight into the depths of the universe. Sir, all engines of the Avenger are operating normally, reported a Shadow soldier. Good. Maintain stable navigation. Release the probes and search for planets with potential energy sources nearby. Yes, sir. The Shadow soldier responded while operating the controls. In the following time, the Avenger wandered aimlessly in the depths of space. Dark Skyfall issued orders through the Shadow Protocol to the Shadow Legion, instructing them to search for planets with life forms and fragments of the spark. Black Widow, having just been revived, only had a vague understanding of what had happened before. Through the data on her body, she learned that she had been picked up and studied by humans, providing them with data on extracting spark energy and creating hybrid energy through her chip. To her disgust, she had even been parasitized by humans for a period. Disgusting. They actually parasitized inside me. Next time I encounter humans, I'll turn them all into jerky. Black Widow fumed as she walked through the ship's corridor, her mechanical face showing anger. On Cybertron, she had once been a cherished existence. But in hindsight, if it weren't for Optimus Prime, she wouldn't have fallen to this point. Forget it. I should just focus on working for Lord Dark Skyfall, she muttered to herself after pondering for a while. At that moment, two Shadow soldiers approached, each holding 2 energy cores, their faces beaming with joy. This is great. We each get 2 energy cores. Lord Dark Skyfall really knows how to reward us for our hard work, one soldier said excitedly. Yeah, with this, my spark energy will soon reach level B, the other soldier agreed. They soon noticed Black Widow approaching. Although she had just joined the Shadow Legion and was quite powerful, the Shadow Protocol had not assigned her any subordinates or position. Despite her formidable combat abilities, her status was still that of an ordinary soldier. That's the new recruit. One Shadow mechanical soldier whispered to his companion. Keep it down. I heard she's a triple changer and a double SS rank. the other soldier warned. What are you whispering about? Black Widow asked as she approached, although their conversation had already been captured by her receiver. Nothing, we were just excited, one soldier replied. By the way, Vigilant is distributing energy cores to everyone. If you don't hurry, you might miss out. With that, they ignored Black Widow and walked away. Hearing this, Black Widow glanced at the blade emblem on her chest. Her transformation gear had been damaged by lockdown, and now she had a subpar replacement. She planned to provide data to the welder and ask him to make a new one. After a moment of thought, she decided to head to the energy core distribution point. Although she was already an S-rank Spark and even Ultra Energy cores were of little use to her, she wanted to use this opportunity to interact more with other members of the Shadow Legion, as it was the only thing that currently interested her. Black Widow soon arrived at the distribution point, which resembled a massive mechanical warehouse. Shadow soldiers who had received their energy cores were jubilant, boasting about their achievements. Vigilant and several other Shadow members were distributing the energy cores. Seeing Black Widow approach, they paused their actions, mechanical expressions showing surprise. Black Widow, what a surprise. I didn't expect you to join the Shadow Legion, Thunder remarked as she approached. Among those present, Vigilant probably knew Black Widow's past the best. She had once been an Autobot and a comrade of Optimus Prime. However, something had happened that caused her to harbor intense hatred for Optimus Prime, leading her to join Megatron's Decepticons. There's nothing surprising about it. If it weren't for some special circumstances, I would have joined earlier than any of you, Black Widow responded calmly. It seems we've got quite a formidable new recruit, Vigilant said as he stepped forward. Black Widow looked at Vigilant, her mechanical face showing surprise. Oh, I remember you. You're Vigilant from the Cybertron Defense Force. We met on the battlefield. No mistake, you were Ultra Magnus' subordinate. It's been a long time. I'd rather not recall the past, Vigilant said, but I must say, welcome to the Shadow Legion. Then we are comrades now, fighting for Lord Dark Skyfall's grand plan, Black Widow smiled. Indeed. Long live Lord Dark Skyfall, Vigilant echoed. We could use some help here. Would you like to join us? Of course, Black Widow readily agreed and joined in the distribution of energy cores. Meanwhile, in the command room of the Avenger, a Shadow soldier reported to Dark Skyfall. Sir, we've located a planet with life forms in an unknown star cluster. The level of civilization and technology is unclear, but it shouldn't be too advanced, as the Avenger hasn't detected any high-tech civilization signals. Should we proceed immediately? Proceed at once, Dark Skyfall ordered without hesitation. The Avenger's technology level was nearly at level 5, and even attacking a level 4 civilization wouldn't pose any obstacles. More importantly, he urgently needed a planet to serve as a main base, which would not only save the Avenger more energy, but also provide a foothold for his ever-expanding legion. On an unknown mechanical planet, Xianjuishan suddenly awakened. His mechanical gaze reignited, and the first thing he saw was an iron-plated ceiling. Remembering his previous encounter with Shockwave, he instinctively tried to get up, only to find in horror that his mechanical body was firmly fixed to a device. Don't struggle, Lord Xianjuishan. Shockwave's iconic single eye flickered as he approached slowly. Shockwave, what do you want to do to me? And where are we? Xianjuishan's heart was pounding with alarm. He knew this one-eyed junior too well. It was highly likely that he would be made into some kind of research subject. Shockwave calmly replied, relax, I don't intend to do anything to you. I just don't want you to do anything to me, even though you're in no condition to fight right now. You still haven't answered me. What is this place? Xianjuishan pressed. This is a perilous mechanized ecological planet, Shockwave explained. Beneath us is my newly completed laboratory. Laboratory? Xianjuishan was incredulous. I heard you were taken out by Dark Skyfall, and didn't he also take your chip? How did you establish a lab here without your data? Shockwave spread his mechanical hand, explaining, in the minds of many Cybertronians, losing chip data means losing all memory and function. But as a competent scientist, I have 8 backup chips in my system. It's a foolish yet highly effective protective measure. My body was indeed severely damaged, but I always kept a few surgical tools within me as a precaution. As soon as he finished speaking, a small insect-like Decepticon robot jumped in front of Xianjuishan. That's right, it's me. The small robot cheerfully introduced itself. When Lord Shockwave's body was severely damaged, I was activated. It's astonishing. Are you really Xianjuishan, the leader of the 13 Primes? Although you look similar, you're much weaker than I imagined. Oh no, if it's truly you, you wouldn't want to consume my spark, would you? Xianjuishan was stunned. How many secrets did Shockwave still harbor? No wonder he was one of Cybertron's greatest scientists. His research capabilities were indeed unparalleled. What intrigued him even more was how Shockwave could recognize his identity when he had never revealed his true form before him. You really are a scientific freak, Xianjuishan said angrily. But why did you punch me and tie me to your device? Shockwave explained. As I said earlier, most of the 13 Primes are loyal to the new leader, Optimus Prime. I figured you were no exception. I am loyal to the Decepticons. I didn't kill you because I'm curious who is your enemy. I discovered that your spark was hit by an energy similar to that of a leader's. Surviving that is a miracle. Xianjuishan recalled the battle with Dark Skyfall on Earth, looking helplessly at the ceiling. I failed. All the injuries on me are thanks to Dark Skyfall. Shockwave's single eye darkened slightly. Dark Skyfall? So, you've been to Earth as well? Yes, Xianjuishan replied. But now, that planet is probably doomed because no one can stop him. Shockwave said nothing more, turning to his equipment. After a moment, he said, I found traces of metal seed energy in the metal substances here. I suspect Lord Megatron might be on this planet. Megatron? Xianjuishan asked in surprise. He had gone to Earth not only for the matrix of leadership, but also to find Megatron. Yes, but it's only a possibility for now. This planet was actually transformed using metal bombs. Moreover, every time I approach a building, my spark faintly senses the energy waves of the all-spark. Shockwave explained that he had wanted to investigate further but was pursued by the mechanical civilization here. He had to evade them for a long time before shaking off the pursuers. Apparently, a new mechanical life-form civilization had already emerged on this planet. Shockwave discovered that they also had sparks, but their technology was inferior to Cybertron's, likely because they were newly created. He suspected that the lost Allspark from Cybertron might be on this planet, though it might be incomplete. Xianjuishan pondered, if what you say is true, Megatron could indeed be here. But there's one thing that puzzles me. Megatron founded the Decepticon army, and Megatron and the entire Decepticon army are his subordinates. Why don't you go directly to that building and reveal your identity? Shockwave answered, what if it's not Lord Megatron? I'm isolated here, unable to contact anyone. One wrong move, and I'll truly be left with no place to be buried. Shockwave stood in front of the holographic control panel, his back to Prima, engrossed in his work. This mechanical planet was full of unknowns, but fortunately, he had discovered an energy mine. The abundant metal resources around him allowed him to successfully establish this experimental base. Prima remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. This is our first meeting. How did you know I am Prima? Without turning around, Shockwave continued to operate the panel. I have long studied the 13 primes of Cybertron. I am intimately familiar with each of your abilities and forms. I suspected you hadn't fallen. The cause of Microtron's death confirmed my suspicion she was consumed by another spark's energy. The power of the primes cannot be merged, not even by Megatronus. Thus, there are only two possibilities. Either you, as the first prime, possess the ability to merge sparks, or the last prime, now known as Nemesis Prime, does. Shockwave elaborated on his reasoning, mentioning an incident where Optimus Prime was nearly consumed by his own spark and the Decepticons' attack on Iacon that led to sparks being scattered across the universe. He concluded that the first possibility was more likely. Prima was slightly taken aback, not expecting Shockwave to be so well informed. Shockwave continued, based on what you said earlier, you have been to Earth. This further confirms my hypothesis. You not only seek Megatronus's power, but also the Prime Spark. You were once the mind behind the Autobots, but energy depletion prevented you from acting against Optimus Prime. Prima sneered, realizing Shockwave's caution and the purpose behind his earlier punch. You were once a high-ranking member of the Cybertronian Council. It's a pity to see you reduced to siding with Megatron. Shockwave responded calmly. Our perspectives differ. I simply cannot agree with the peace treaty. Everything I do is for Cybertron. Prima sighed and asked, so how long do you plan to keep me bound? A small robot named Scalpel interjected, we can't let you go. Who knows if you'll absorb our sparks? Lord Shockwave won't kill you for now. The secrets you carry are of immense research value. Prima became agitated. Shockwave, you can't do this. Still focused on the panel, Shockwave replied, don't worry, I only need your database. This planet is shielded by an energy field, making it impossible to send signals. I'm working on the space bridge, hoping to make progress. Meanwhile, in a star system within the Death Star cluster, the revenge of the Shadow Legion suddenly appeared. Shadow soldiers reported to Nemesis Prime that they had located the target planeta civilization, not yet advanced to level 1 technology. Just as the Revenge was about to enter the planet's orbit, an automated warning signal appeared in the command room. A projection of a dog-headed humanoid warned them not to interfere with the development of lower civilizations. Nemesis Prime was indifferent. The peace treaty cannot bind the future rulers of the universe. The Shadow soldiers immediately understood the command and continued to operate the control console. On the planet ruled by the Vala, towering skyscrapers filled the bustling city. A middle-aged Vala man with dark green skin, dressed in a suit, complained at his workplace, ugh, I'm exhausted. So much work today. The world might as well end. I don't want to live anymore. A Vala woman nearby laughed. You're always like this. You keep shouting about the end of the world, but it never actually happens. Enter orbit and fire the electronic pulse. The shadow soldiers aboard the Avenger busied themselves with the controls. As soon as the command was given, a resonating hum spread throughout the warship. A powerful wave of electricity swept out, instantly disabling all satellite systems. Get to the deployment pods. The battle is about to begin. Thunder, one of the shadow members, commanded loudly as the small Transformer soldiers rushed towards the deployment pods. Meanwhile, in the lab, Black Widow lay anxiously on the welding machine. The mission is about to start, and you still haven't finished, she exclaimed. She had asked the welder to fabricate a new transformation gear, but progress was slow. The welder, still soldering, replied, "Hold your horses, it's almost done. This triple transformation gear is really tough. Time is tight, so I can't load your insect form. You'll have to make do for now." Black Widow sighed. All right. I thought you were better than this, but I guess you're no Shockwave. Still thanks." The welder, finishing the last piece, explained. "All set? I've loaded a jet form. Your engine will automatically convert into a jet using the new gear. Your old Cybertronian helicopter form won't work anymore." "A jet?" Black Widow asked, surprised as she got off the equipment. "Yes, a twin-engine jet. That's the best I could do," the welder added. "Fine, we'll deal with it later." "There's no time now." Black Widow hurried out of the lab. At the same time, on planet Vala, communications suddenly went dead. On the streets, a confused Valerian shouted into his phone. "Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?" Back at home, the warrior gamers were furious, yelling at their suddenly blacked-out screens. "Damn it! What's going on?" Right at the critical moment, the signal's gone. "Get it back on now." They shook their monitors violently. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look! What's that?" The crowd looked up to see a massive figure growing larger and clearer in the sky. Is it a god? Has a god descended? Some Valerians dropped to their knees, worshipping the Avenger in the outer atmosphere. Inside the Avenger, a shadow soldier reported to Dark Skyfall. "Sir, we have selected 8 coordinates as primary attack points. These are the most densely populated areas on this planet. Their largest cities." Dark Skyfall slowly approached the control panel, the screen showing the panicked Valerians. Some were screaming and running, others were curiously taking photos, while many stood bewildered. Boom! With a deafening roar, the Avenger broke through the atmosphere, flames trailing behind. The ship descended to a few thousand meters above the ground, targeting the most populated city. "Deploy the metal seed." As the command was given, an oval-shaped metal object shot out from the bottom of the Avenger, burrowing deep into the city center. Even without exploding, the impact collapsed surrounding buildings, claiming thousands of Valerian lives. Panic spread, screams echoed. In less than a minute, the metal seed detonated underground, the resulting heat wave turning the bustling metropolis into a massive furnace, killing hundreds of thousands of Valerians. Shadow Legion, attack! Thunder's order sent numerous deployment pods hurtling towards the ground. Each pod carried 5 Shadow Transformer soldiers, who began their slaughter upon landing. Black Widow and other Shadow members leaped from the Avenger. Midair, she transformed into a twin-engine jet fighter, roaring towards the Valerian military. Dark Skyfall watched coldly, thinking, "For Cybertron, for my plan of domination, this planet has become a sacrifice." Wails and cries filled the air. The land was already ravaged beyond recognition. The Avenger, following 4 faint signals previously launched from Blue Star, had tracked them to this star system. Despite the signals being nearly imperceptible, the Avenger's powerful database managed to capture their traces. Dark Skyfall, though unaware of the signal's origin, had no time to concern himself with them at this moment. In just a few days, the Shadow Legion had seized control. The local forces on the planet were no match for this army of Transformers. If not for Dark Skyfall's intention to establish a new base here, the Avenger could have easily wiped out all life on the planet in a single day. 8 cities had become resource hubs for the Shadow Legion, and billions of Vala lives were lost in the catastrophe. The sky was shrouded in a dark haze, casting a gloomy shadow over everything. Amidst the ruins, Dark Skyfall walked alone. This nearly 11-meter-tall Cybertronian Transformer carried the Nightstar sword on his back, with millions of components in his body working tirelessly with each subtle movement. His heavy steps caused tremors with every stride. Suddenly, 2 Vala children fleeing for their lives bumped into Dark Skyfall. His sensors immediately locked onto these targets with a negative threat index. Out of curiosity, Dark Skyfall bent his knees, bringing his cold, mechanical face closer to the children. The 2 small beings, barely over 2 meters tall, were petrified, clinging to each other in fear. After a long pause, Dark Skyfall sighed, stood up, and continued on his way. At that moment, a strange black aircraft transformed into a 10-meter-tall Transformer. This veteran, named Skyfire, bore the Decepticon insignia on his chest. As an class Spark warrior and a former trusted aide of Megatron, He had been responsible for locating life-sustaining planets. However, his allegiance had wavered, unable to accept Megatron's destruction of life-bearing worlds. Skyfire had arrived on this planet earlier and had entered standby mode to avoid contact with Megatron. The appearance of the Shadow Legion had now reactivated his system. Transforming into a shuttle, he engaged his energy shielding system and ascended to observe the situation from the sky. Quickly, Skyfire witnessed the planet's devastation. Areas turned into seas of molten rock by metal seeds, a hovering Cybertronian spaceship, and Vala skeletons scattered everywhere. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted a leader-class transformer walking below. Shocked, Skyfire decided to make contact. He dived down, unleashing a barrage of molten armor-piercing rounds at Dark Skyfall. Dark Skyfall swiftly retreated to evade, the bullets blasting massive craters into the ground. He immediately entered combat mode, closing his faceplate and launching several homing missiles from his chest. Skyfire accelerated to escape, successfully outmaneuvering the pursuing missiles with a roar. Seeing this, Dark Skyfall took a running leap and transformed midair. Black Widow, leveraging the high mobility of her new form, continuously bombarded the Vala people's munitions factories and high-tech equipment. As a seasoned warrior of Cybertron, her history dates back to the era of Cybertronian rule, even predating Optimus Prime. During that time, Cybertron had not yet plunged into civil war, and Megatron was just a minor robot, occasionally earning extra money in the gladiatorial arenas of Kaon. Under the leadership of Nova Prime, Cybertron experienced its most prosperous and glorious period, ruling over much of the Cybertronian star system. Black Widow received coordinates for the Vala military factory base through the Avenger ship and prepared to send them to the Shadow members for a destructive strike mission. As the second most agile warrior in the Shadow Legion, just behind their leader Nemesis Prime, Black Widow was en route to bomb the target. Suddenly, an object flashed past her at an incredible speed, too fast for her systems to react. 2 seconds later, her system alerted her to its class spark energy fluctuation. Black Widow immediately thought of the Cybertronian explorer and scientist, Jetfire. Although aligned with the Decepticons, Jetfire maintained friendly relations with the Autobots Ultramagnus and the Decepticon Starscream. During Nova Prime's reign, Jetfire made significant contributions to Cybertron's expansion, possessing strength capable of easily subduing both the current Megatron and Optimus Prime. Black Widow quickly adjusted her flight altitude, intending to pursue this rare target. However, just as she changed direction, another shadow flashed by like lightning, and a powerful energy shockwave sent her tumbling out of control in the air. Nemesis Prime's cold voice came through the communication system. "Stay out of the way." Nemesis Prime had already identified Jetfire. Although Jetfire's spark energy was no longer at its peak, his shuttle form with enhanced energy boost engines still maintained astonishing speed. The two engaged in a frantic chase, with Jetfire attempting to use his flying skills to evade Nemesis Prime's missiles by weaving through the buildings. The Avenger ship quickly confirmed the identity of the pursued target, drawing the attention of Shadow Legion members like Welt. Nemesis Prime shouted at Jetfire during the chase, "You think you can escape?" Jetfire realized the pursuer might be some new god-made entity and decided to leave first and seek Optimus Prime's help later. He suddenly increased his speed, shooting straight into the atmosphere, instantly leaving Nemesis Prime behind. However, Nemesis Prime quickly harnessed his spark energy, activating his space flight mode and closely following at an astonishing speed. The two shot out of the atmosphere like blazing fireballs. Nemesis Prime's speed approached the speed of light, and he quickly overtook Jetfire, transforming rapidly. Jetfire, terrified, shut down his engines to avoid being shattered. Nemesis Prime's crimson eyes locked onto Jetfire, and his long-prepared mechanical right fist hurtled forward. Ah! The shuttle form Skyfire was suddenly struck by a powerful blow, causing him to lose control and plummet from space. Despite the immense force of the hit, it was merely a probing punch from Dark Skyfall. His aim wasn't to destroy Skyfire, but to interrogate this unexpected visitor. Dark Skyfall followed closely, with the two massive mechs diving into the atmosphere one after the other. A thunderous boom shook the heavens and earth, compelling all witnesses to look up. They saw two massive fireballs hurtling downward at a staggering speed of Mach 30. Skyfire was the first to hit the ground, creating a massive crater. Fortunately, he had activated his defense mode just in time. Otherwise, he would have disintegrated in the atmosphere. Even so, Skyfire's systems were nearly paralyzed, with electricity arcing all over his body, and any movement caused sparks to fly. He struggled to prop himself up, only to be brutally pinned to the ground by the descending Dark Star Sword. Skyfire screamed in agony, recognizing the legendary weapon with terror. Dark Skyfall landed steadily and walked towards Skyfire with composure. "It's the Dark Star Sword," he said coldly. "Dark Star Sword? Who are you?" Skyfire trembled as he asked. "My name is Dark Skyfall, leader of the Shadow Legion," Dark Skyfall replied, leaning closer. "You can also call me the future ruler of the universe." Skyfire angrily questioned, "Are you a new creation of the gods? What has happened to Cybertron?" "Creation of the gods?" Dark Skyfall seemed slightly surprised. "No, I am simply myself. Now, tell me why you're on this planet and about the falling. It might just save your life." Skyfire declared resolutely, "I have long left Megatron's control and am no longer his subordinate." Dark Skyfall pointed to the emblem on Skyfire's chest and retorted, "You say you're not, but you still bear the Decepticon insignia." Skyfire hesitated, then swiftly tore off the Decepticon emblem and replaced it with an Autobot symbol from within his body. "Look, now I'm an Autobot," he said with a grin. Dark Skyfall, enraged, stomped on Skyfire's chest. The surrounding Shadow members dared not approach and could only watch silently. "Do you believe I won't kill you right now?" Dark Skyfall snarled, increasing the pressure. Skyfire howled in pain, his frame creaking and sparking. Suddenly, a holographic projection shot out from Skyfire's chest, displaying Megatron's image in midair. Everyone was stunned. Even Black Widow was momentarily speechless. "Skyfire, why haven't you contacted me?" Megatron's image said intermittently, "I found the Allspark, but it's just a fragment. The Allspark is shattered. Damn Optimus Prime. Have you found the planet of life I sent you to find? If you see this message, respond immediately." After the image disappeared, Skyfire muttered, "The Allspark, shattered?" Dark Skyfall, calming his anger, pulled the Dark Star sword out of Skyfire. Skyfire cried out in pain, and Dark Skyfall said calmly, "That was light." Skyfire looked bewildered. "I can't imagine. The Allspark shattered? Is Cybertron really doomed? Do we really have no hope?" Dark Skyfall sighed slightly. "It's not entirely hopeless. Everything I'm doing is to collect the Allspark fragments. Then, return to Cybertron and reassemble the Allspark." Dark Skyfall shifted his gaze to the vast expanse of space, his expression somber. He seemed lost in thought, though what exactly occupied his mind was anyone's guess. Breaking the silence, Skyfire spoke with a hint of resignation in his voice. "The Allspark is shattered, its energy scattered across the universe. What can you possibly do?" Dark Skyfall turned around, a glint of determination in his mechanical eye. "I have my ways, but if I can't reassemble the Allspark, my plans for dominance will be thwarted. Skyfire, I need your help." Skyfire, a legend among Cybertronians, was still revered for his vast knowledge, skills, and database, even though many had forgotten his existence over time. Dark Skyfall knew that if he could enlist Skyfire, it would not only bolster the Shadow Legion's strength but also attract countless Autobots and Decepticons to their cause, significantly advancing his plans. After Shockwave, Skyfire was the next crucial figure Dark Skyfall personally sought out. More importantly, Skyfire had once served under Megatron and might know his whereabouts. It seemed Megatron was unaware of Skyfire's betrayal, or he wouldn't have entrusted him with such vital information. Megatron had obtained a fragment of the Allspark, something Dark Skyfall desperately needed. After a long silence, Skyfire finally asked, "What have you done to Cybertron? And what about Optimus Prime?" Dark Skyfall let out a cold laugh, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Cybertron is on the brink of collapse. Optimus Prime is leading the Autobots across the universe, fighting to uphold the peace accords. Megatron, on the other hand, continues to clash with Optimus over his plans for domination. Despite the Allspark being shattered, they have yet to reach a consensus on Cybertron's future." Skyfire hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly, "If you can truly reassemble the Allspark, I'll help you. But I have one condition." "Let's hear it," Dark Skyfall said, looking at Skyfire with interest. Skyfire struggled to his feet, his expression serious. "Do not harm Cybertron, and tell me your true purpose." Hearing this, Dark Skyfall suddenly burst into laughter, a maniacal edge to his voice. His mechanical body shook, as if this was the first time he had laughed so openly since becoming a Transformer. As his laughter subsided, Dark Skyfall's tone grew grave and resolute. "Do you really believe in so-called fairness? Do you think the Universal Peace Accords are effective? The plight of Cybertron and countless others proves otherwise. Even if Optimus Prime wins this civil war, Cybertron's situation won't change. Mercy can't efficiently control the situation, and as an old warrior of Cybertron, you know this better than anyone. You just don't want to face it and choose to escape." He continued, "The peace accords can't save Cybertron, nor can they bring true peace to the universe. They only set rules without caring about the lives they affect. Someone needs to stand up and stop this. Peace accords, war laws, these are just rules. I don't want to harm anyone, but there's no absolute fairness in this world. Every action comes with sacrifice. I aim to end the current state of affairs and establish new rules. For that, I'll unwaveringly eliminate any obstacles in my way. Cybertron is not my enemy, as long as it doesn't become a hindrance." Skyfire listened, his expression turning pensive. He recalled the era of Sentinel Prime when Cybertron had the full support of all Council Elders and Primes. Under Sentinel Prime's leadership, they successfully repelled the quintessence of the Nebula Alliance from the Cybertronian star system. Cybertron was incredibly powerful then. Now, even legendary figures like him were lost in the cosmos. The shattering of the Allspark only made things worse, signifying Cybertron had completely lost its future. Worried, Skyfire asked, "But can you stop Megatron? He's the most powerful of the remaining primes, and also seeks to change everything through ruling Cybertron. Even he hasn't been able to reassemble the shattered Allspark." Skyfire knew well Megatron's terrifying power. To conserve energy, Megatron would put himself into stasis, having his subordinates constantly supply his Allspark with energy. Skyfire had been searching for planets with life forms to serve as resources for Megatron. Unwilling to lose to Optimus Prime, Megatron aimed to build a larger army, always ready to retake Cybertron. However, over the years, Megatron had made no progress and was increasingly failing. Megatron had lost hope in the Decepticon forces. In fact, Skyfire's main reason for betraying Megatron was that he had ignited the Cybertronian Civil War. He had instigated conflicts among the council members, causing Cybertron to split into two opposing factions. Dark Skyfall countered, "Is my appearance not enough to shock you?" Skyfire suddenly realized, "Are you the last supreme spark born from the Allspark?" Dark Skyfall nodded in confirmation. A bit slow to react, but correct. Realizing the truth, Skyfire's eyes filled with astonishment. Understanding dawned on him, and without hesitation, he said, "I am willing to join the Shadow Legion." This response took Dark Skyfall by surprise, but he didn't dwell on it. Skyfire's allegiance was undoubtedly a significant boost. "This is the Shadow Accord. From now on, you will be my subordinate," Dark Skyfall said, opening a panel on his chest. A mass of dark energy floated out. He grabbed the energy and extended it toward Skyfire. Without hesitation, Skyfire took the dark energy, merging it with his own spark. Instantly, his mechanical eyes turned crimson, and the Autobot insignia on his chest morphed into a blade design before his very eyes. Skyfire knelt on one knee, respectfully saying, "Skyfire, at your service." Dark Skyfall extended a hand to help Skyfire up. "Rise. You shouldn't have had to endure that beating." Nearby, Prowl excitedly exclaimed, "This is fantastic. Skyfire is incredibly strong." Dark Skyfall ignored Prowl's excitement and got straight to the point. "I want to know more about Megatron." Skyfire had unilaterally cut off contact with him, but he decided to try reconnecting. Hearing this, Tian'ren fell into a brief contemplation before decisively saying, "No rush." He leaped out of the crater and continued, "Our forces are weak. He has a fragment, and he might have already formed his own legion." With that, Tian'ren strode away. Skyfire said nothing more, just glanced at the shadow members around the crater with a hint of sarcasm. "You don't plan on leaving me here, do you? I can't get out on my own, and I'm not fond of this kind of welcome." A few shadow members sneered. "You brought this on yourself. Don't blame anyone else." Black Widow added, "Sometimes, being fast isn't always a good thing." Despite their words, they quickly descended into the crater and carried the injured Skyfire out. Standing at the crater's edge, Skyfire stared at the cooling lava in the distance and asked in amazement, "A metal seed bomb? Where did you get that thing?" Black Widow elegantly approached and explained, "Yes, it was me. I got it from Shockwave's lab. I went through a lot to get it." Skyfire turned his gaze to Black Widow and said, "So it was you. But I remember the data on the metal seed was taken by Chen Tian'ren to a planet called Blue Star. He put a lot of effort into that place. It should have become his first base." Trident corrected, No. That planet is gone now. But even before that, Blue Star never became his base. He left a long time ago." Skyfire asked in shock, "He left? How is that possible?" Vigilance explained, "It's true, and he even left the hammer of Tianjiao there. But it ended up in our master's hands." Skyfire was enlightened, but still puzzled. Chen Tian'ren had spent so much effort on Blue Star, only to leave and abandon the sacred hammer of Tianjiao. He had thought that planet was Zhan Tianzuan's hideout and wanted to inform Tian'ren. Now, it seemed that idea was completely unnecessary. "What about the Soul Reaper spear and Seixianjiao's arm?" Skyfire asked. "Soul Reaper spear?" The shadow members looked at each other, clearly confused. Skyfire explained, "Yes, one of the sacred artifacts, the Soul Reaper spear, which holds destructive power. It's Zhan Tianzuan's weapon." Black Widow replied, "It's not on that planet. He probably took it with him since it's his exclusive weapon. It was once urged by the Autobot leader Chen Tian'ren for Seixianjiao to forge. But you mentioning Seixianjiao's arm is quite shocking. Did Zhan Tianzuan pry open Seixianjiao's coffin?" Skyfire sighed and said helplessly, "You're right, and I helped him." All the shadow members looked at Skyfire in astonishment, clearly shocked by this information. Black Widow, stunned for a moment, said, "That's quite something." She then limped towards the lab. Upon boarding the Avenger, Skyfire was once again impressed by its advanced technology. Amazing! The technology of this ship probably surpasses most on Cybertron. Suddenly, Skyfire stopped in his tracks. Who did you say? He stood there in shock, unable to calm down. After a moment, he said in disbelief, "Oh my God." Meanwhile, the Shadow Legion had captured all the Vala people and gathered them in one place. Initially planning to eradicate all species on this planet, and Tian'ren reconsidered, noting that the Vala people, with an average height of 4 meters, could be valuable labor. Even after selection, there could still be billions of strong Vala people. So he decided to gather them first and then decide. They had already cracked the Vala language using a system translator. "Hey, put your pants on first." A shadow soldier, holding an energy weapon, shouted at a trembling young Vala. Another shadow soldier teased, "Careful not to misfire, poor little thing." "Yais, please don't kill me." The young Vala hurriedly pulled up his pants. It was no wonder. A few shadow robot soldiers had just burst in, shouting, "Don't move," and then dragged him out without a word. Thunder contacted Tian'ren on the Avenger. "Lord Tian'ren, as per your orders, I've gathered all these guys. What should we do with them?" Sitting on the Iron Throne, Tian'ren was silent for a moment before summoning Black Widow. "Master, what are your orders?" Black Widow asked respectfully. Tian'ren coldly said, "You performed very well in this operation. I'm appointing you as the Legion's operations commander. These Vala people could be good labor. I'll leave them to you. Use your knowledge to control them." Black Widow's mechanical demeanor brightened with joy. "Thank you for your trust, Master. I won't let you down." For the Shadow, long live Tian'ren. "All right, go on," Tian'ren said. "Yes, great Shadow Leader, my master," Black Widow said excitedly and quickly left the command room. For Shadow members, gaining Tian'ren's approval was more important than any reward. After Black Widow left, Tian'ren muttered to himself, still the future ruler of the universe. A few days had passed, and the molten metal from the explosion began to cool down. Dark Skyfall stood before a pool of still molten metal, his mechanical gaze fixed on the searing liquid. A thought crossed his processor. Establishing equipment to extract the metal was of utmost importance. At that moment, Skyfire approached quietly from behind. "You've recovered well," Dark Skyfall said, turning to face him. "I can't see any trace of damage on your body." Skyfire nodded in response. The welder's skills were impressive, though a bit rough, but it got the job done. As he spoke, his optical lens briefly glanced at the 3 scars on Dark Skyfall's chest. In the glow of the molten metal, the heat-inflicted marks were strikingly visible. After a moment of silence, Skyfire spoke. "An ordinary enemy couldn't inflict such damage on an S-class body, especially given your supreme-level spark energy. You must have faced significant trouble on Earth." Dark Skyfall looked down at his chest, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. "You're right. These 3 scars were left by Tian'ren. He'll keep them until he dies by my hand." Skyfire's mechanical demeanor showed a hint of surprise. So Tian'ren did go to Earth. Everyone thought he had perished long ago. This might explain why Tian'ren left Earth. Dark Skyfall fell into contemplation. He believed the reason for Tian'ren's departure was likely more complex. Tian'ren's spark energy had already weakened significantly, and the Decepticons wouldn't normally fear him. Besides, Tian'ren had various means at his disposal and still possessed the Hammer of Tianjiao. The Hammer of Tianjiao must have fallen into Autobot hands only after Tian'ren left. Not wanting to continue the topic, Dark Skyfall asked, "You mentioned earlier that we don't need to worry about energy bodies. Do you have a solution? We need a large supply to create more troops." Skyfire explained, "Yes, Cybertron has a conversion technology that can transform any object into an energy body. However, this technology was destroyed by the previous 2 Autobot leaders because it violated the peace accords by harming all life forms in the universe. But Tian'ren's database still retains it. I gained his trust by searching for life-bearing planets across the universe, and he shared the data with me." Dark Skyfall nodded with satisfaction. "That's excellent. Our new base will be up and running soon." He then asked, "Do you know Tian'ren's current location?" Skyfire shook his head. "I only accompanied him to Earth, and I've learned what happened from other members. If it weren't for this information, I would still think Tian'ren was on that planet. He's always been cautious, never revealing his hiding place, not even to me." Dark Skyfall's mechanical gaze darkened. Finding Tian'ren in the short term seemed unlikely. Moreover, Tian'ren had probably already created a new army by now. Skyfire added, "Leader, I heard you obtained the Hammer of Tianjiao. The Night Star sword you wield was forged using it, correct?" Dark Skyfall didn't deny it. "Yes, but the Hammer of Tianjiao's energy is depleted." Skyfire smiled. "No problem. If we retrieve the Cybertron blade, we can restore the Hammer of Tianjiao's energy." Dark Skyfall was surprised. "The Cybertron blade? Can it really restore the Hammer of Tianjiao's energy?" Skyfire detailed the 10 great relics of Cybertron. The Star Sword, the Power Orb, the Soul Spear, the Time Blade, the Prime Covenant, the Supreme Armor, the Cybertron Blade, the Hammer of Tianjiao, the Void Mask, and the Leadership Matrix. Along with the Night Star Sword that Dark Skyfall possessed, there were 11 relic-level items. Some were scattered across the universe, some were guarded in Cybertron's Iron Fortress archive, and the Leadership Matrix was with the current Autobot leader, Optimus Prime. Hearing this, Dark Skyfall felt a twinge of embarrassment. His knowledge of Cybertron's relics had been superficial at best. He suddenly realized that Cybertron seemed to be falling behind. From its inception, it had reached its peak, but unfortunately, much of its super technology had since been lost. Skyfire continued, the most powerful relic, the Soul Spear, is in Chen Tian'ren's possession. His spark energy hasn't weakened much, unlike other primes. Countless life-bearing planets have been destroyed to sustain his energy. Dark Skyfall pondered for a moment and said, for now, let's focus on solving the energy conversion issue. Strengthening our army is the top priority. Skyfire nodded. No problem. I'll head to the lab immediately. With that, he transformed into a shuttle and flew back to the Avenger. Meanwhile, Black Widow and several Shadow members were discussing how to control the physically strong variants. Suddenly, Black Widow had an idea. I know what to do. Let's control all their food and water supplies, then distribute them based on their work output. The Black Widow began researching the dietary habits of the Valorans, knowing it was crucial to the success of Lord Darkfall's plan. Using a system to read Valoran brainwaves and genetic codes, a beetle-shaped robot on her mechanical arm projected a holographic data panel. To her shock, the Valorans' favorite food turned out to be humans. Even more surprising, humans had once existed on this planet, but had been entirely consumed by the Valorans. Unable to provide human food, the Black Widow decided to give the Valorans a common plant powder as sustenance. She thought coldly, these slaves won't last long anyway. Subsequently, the Shadow Avenger landed on the cooling metallic lava, and base construction began. With Valoran slaves at their disposal, the Shadow Soldiers only needed to wield their whips to supervise. Energy conversion machines were quickly set up, capable of transforming various materials into energy forms. Although the output was not as pure as energy minerals, the sheer volume made up for it. One Valoran collapsed from exhaustion and was whipped by a Shadow Soldier. Hearing the news, the Black Widow arrived and, without a word, crushed the Valoran's skull with her mechanical leg. She coldly told the Shadow Soldier, learn from this. Do it like this next time. Thousands of surrounding Valorans witnessed the scene, trembling in fear, but too terrified to make a sound. Meanwhile, outside the Cybertron Council Hall, Autobots and Decepticons stood ready for battle. Megatron instructed Blitzwing and Nitro Zeus to be prepared for combat at any moment. As one of Cybertron's top warriors, Megatron possessed 4 transformation modes, rivaling Optimus Prime in strength. Megatron walked into the Council Hall, where the Autobots had been waiting for some time. Former Supreme Leader Sentinel Prime, the so-called prophet of Cybertron Alpha Trion, current leader Optimus Prime, as well as Perceptor and Wheeljack. He scanned the room coldly and mocked. What a grand lineup. I almost suspect you plan to take me out right here. Even though he came alone, Megatron showed no fear. He was brimming with confidence, thinking that even if he couldn't win, escaping wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, his willingness to come alone indicated thorough preparation and strong backing. He knew that if anything went wrong on his side, the Decepticon army would immediately launch a full-scale attack. Inside the council chamber, the atmosphere was tense. The former Autobot leader, Sentinel Prime, spoke first. Megatron, let's hope we can have a constructive discussion this time. Megatron smirked and strode to the table, sitting down heavily. I thought Optimus Prime would be the one to say that. Optimus Prime's voice was harsh. Megatron, you know the state Cybertron is in. It's time to stop this madness. He firmly believed that Cybertron's dire situation was entirely Megatron's fault. Megatron retorted, I'll stop, but only if Cybertron is under my rule. Everyone must bow to me, and then we will find the All-Spark together. He clenched his mechanical fist and bared his metal teeth. If I were you, I'd agree to this wise proposal immediately. Optimus Prime slammed his fist on the table in anger. You're delusional. Stop making mistakes. This is your final chance. Also, withdraw Soundwave from the dead universe immediately. He is wreaking havoc on the civilizations there. Megatron's fury matched his. When did you start giving me orders? Go ahead and try to take me down now. Just forget about the civilians in the southern hemisphere and the other colonies if you dare. You. Optimus Prime began to retort, but Megatron interrupted with a sneer. Can you still awaken Omega Supreme? Oh, I almost forgot. He's out of power. As the situation grew increasingly tense, Sentinel Prime intervened to calm things down. Megatron, we invited you here for the future of Cybertron, not to escalate the Civil War. Megatron responded coldly, if it weren't for the respect I have for you elder statesmen, I wouldn't have shown up today. I've made myself clear. Cybertron has a future only under my rule. With the Allspark lost and years of civil war, Cybertron was on the brink of collapse. This negotiation was a last-ditch effort. Optimus Prime shouted angrily, "Your rule will bring no future to Cybertron. It will bring ruin to the entire universe." Megatron scoffed, "This doesn't feel like a negotiation. It feels like you're asking me to surrender." "Optimus, don't forget we were once brothers. That's ancient history." Optimus Prime roared. "You've been corrupted by the fallen and blinded by power. You're not the same anymore." Megatron stood up furiously, his red mechanical eyes glaring at Optimus. After a moment, he said coldly, "Fine, conversation over. Let's fight, Prime." With that, he swaggered toward the door. "Megatron, stop." Optimus Prime leaped up, his arm transforming into an energy cannon. Ironhide and Perceptor also drew their weapons, aiming at Megatron's back. Megatron paused, unflustered. "Go ahead and shoot me in the back, Optimus. Just make sure you won't regret it." He continued to stride out of the chamber. Optimus Prime could only watch in anger as Megatron left. He knew all too well that if anything happened to Megatron, many Cybertronian civilians would suffer. Master Yoctron, who had been silent, looked weary and sighed heavily. "I have foreseen Cybertron's doom. Our time is running out." Outside the chamber, the Decepticons were waiting anxiously. Seeing Megatron emerge so quickly, Nitro Zeus rushed forward. "Lord Megatron, are we starting the fight?" Megatron sneered. As expected, Optimus Prime can no longer awaken Omega Supreme. "This is a golden opportunity. Spread the word, Decepticons, begin the assault. Cybertron is mine." With that, he transformed into a heavy fighter jet and took off. The Decepticons followed, transforming and pursuing him. The negotiations had not only failed but had also worsened the situation. Sensing Optimus Prime's inability to awaken Omega Supreme, Megatron immediately ordered an attack on the Autobots. In an instant, Cybertron was ablaze with war once more. Despite Bumblebee and the others rushing back, the Autobots were forced to retreat under the ferocious assault of the Decepticon army. "Autobots, fall back." In the midst of fierce firefight, facing the relentless onslaught, Optimus Prime had no choice but to order a retreat. The balance of the Cybertronian civil war began to tip in favor of the Decepticons. Meanwhile, on a planet in the dead universe, the battle raged on, with cries of despair echoing everywhere. Soundwave and Lockdown had jointly invaded the planet, establishing a temporary base for the Decepticons. "The deal is done. I'm leaving," Lockdown said to Soundwave. Soundwave replied curtly, "Pleasure doing business." They had taken control of a star system of the Rolmar Empire, splitting the Energon equally, which satisfied both parties. But for Soundwave, this was more than just about Energon. It was about pressuring the Rolmar Empire to push Optimus Prime, thus easing the Decepticon situation on Cybertron and buying Megatron some breathing room. Soundwave had made the right decision by not returning directly to Cybertron for support, but instead persuading Lockdown to attack the Rolmar Empire with him. He was well prepared for the retaliation from the Rolmar fleet. Lockdown's departure suggested he too had sensed the movement of the Rolmar Empire, leaving Soundwave to handle it alone, which was just fine. Lockdown turned and left Soundwave's temporary base without another word. "Seriously, Soundwave, you're just going to let Lockdown leave like that?" Thundercracker asked, puzzled. "Isn't this the classic case of share the good times, flee the bad? He did help you before, after all." Soundwave replied calmly, "No need to keep him. He wouldn't stay anyway." At that moment, Megatron's holographic projection appeared in midair via Soundwave's communication system. "Soundwave, I have the situation under control. The Autobots won't last much longer. Now, I command you to return to Cybertron immediately with the Nemesis." Soundwave is not only extraordinarily powerful, but also has the ability to communicate with all the Min-Icons on Cybertron. Megatron is eager to defeat Optimus Prime and the Autobots, and gaining the assistance of the Min-Icons would undoubtedly make this task much easier. However, Soundwave's report brought a hint of disappointment to Megatron. "Lord Megatron, I'm afraid we won't be able to return to Cybertron anytime soon. The Death Star Cluster's guards and the Rolmar Empire's fleet have blocked the star system's nodes, disrupting the spatial magnetic field and preventing the space bridge from opening smoothly." Megatron frowned in thought, then suddenly understood. Soundwave's frequent attacks on the Rolmar Empire's subsidiary planets had caused significant damage, naturally inciting the Rolmarians' anger. However, this also put immense pressure on Optimus Prime. Although Soundwave belongs to the Decepticons, the outside world only recognizes Cybertron and directly blames the Supreme Leader, Optimus Prime. As the protector of the Universal Peace Accord, Optimus Prime now faces numerous challenges. External forces are pressuring Cybertron to hand over Soundwave for punishment and to pay double compensation in Energon. Otherwise, the Nebula Alliance, led by Quintessa, will once again take control of the Cybertronian star cluster. Megatron's plan is to first overthrow the Supreme Leader and seize control of Cybertron, then retaliate against these forces. For now, Soundwave has acquired a substantial amount of resources, and even with just one spaceship, the Stormbringer, he can hold off the Rolmar Empire for some time. The key is whether Megatron can gain complete control over Cybertron within a few decades. After a moment of contemplation, Megatron angrily declared, "Once I take control of Cybertron, I'll make those mongrels pay. Soundwave, I trust you can handle the Rolmar Empire. Return to Cybertron as soon as you find an opportunity." Soundwave solemnly responded, "Understood, Lord Megatron, my great leader." The communication was then cut off. At this time, the planet had officially become a major base for the Shadow Legion. Metal seeds had melted much of the surface into usable metal, and a vast Cybertronian industrial manufacturing chain was quietly emerging. The Shadow Avenger landed and immediately transformed into a massive steel base, with various metal structures rising around it. The planet suffered severe damage, and even the sky turned dim and gray due to metallic dust. However, this was only the beginning. Once construction neared completion, the Shadow Legion would improve the planet's environment, at least clearing the metallic dust from the air. In the base's laboratory, Jetfire handed a metal carrier to Weld. The Foundation energy fusion cannon is what the leader needs now. It can effectively strike objects outside the atmosphere. The data is complete. Give it to Black Widow and ensure she supervises the manufacturing of the components and assembles them quickly. This planet is protected by the Peace Accord and belongs to the Rolmar Empire. They will eventually discover what's happening here, so Dark Skyfall has ordered the Shadow Legion to strengthen the base's defenses. Relying solely on the Shadow Avenger won't be enough to hold this newly occupied planet. Weld respectfully took the data carrier. Understood, Jetfire. He believed that many aspects of the research still required Jetfire's guidance. Meanwhile, Black Widow was inspecting the manufacturing plant. The enormous workload and diseases had drastically reduced the number of Vala people, with many falling ill and dying daily. They had gone from being strong and robust to emaciated and frail, resembling large goblins. The proportion of deformities among newborn Vala was rising, clearly showing that their genes were being altered by the environment. A severely ill Vala passed by Black Widow, unable to suppress a violent cough. Black Widow's face darkened, and she ordered the nearby Shadow soldiers, "Throw that one into the energy converter. He's infected and will only spread the disease to other slaves." The Shadow soldiers immediately moved forward, delivering a heavy punch to the back of the Vala's head. The Vala collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Two soldiers quickly carried him away. The surrounding Vala were numb to the scene, like livestock awaiting slaughter, at the mercy of the Shadow Legion. This might be retribution for what they had once done to other species on this planet. A Shadow soldier reported the day's data to Black Widow, showing that the Vala population had dropped below 30 million. Black Widow mused, "Fortunately, most of the tasks are complete. These creatures should be eradicated." At that moment, Weld approached Black Widow from behind. "So here you are, Black Widow. Your dedication to your work is truly impressive." Black Widow turned, hands on her hips. "It's all for the Shadow. What do you need?" Weld handed her the data carrier. "This is what Lord Dark Skyfall needs next. Jetfire says this is a subsidiary planet of the Rolmar Empire, so you have only 10 days. Black Widow took the carrier and projected the data in front of her, exclaiming, 300 Foundation energy fusion cannon components. The welder hurried away, leaving a quick reminder, "Time is running out. You better speed up." Black Widow frowned slightly and sighed in resignation. "All right, it seems we can't take it easy." She quickly gathered the data in front of her into the device on her mechanical arm and strode towards the command center. In the base's command center, Dark Meteor leaned against the blade throne, resting his chin on one hand, and asked Tianhua steadily, "No news at all?" For years, he hadn't stopped searching for Chen Tian'ren, continually having Tianhua try to trace the source of the previous projection signals. Tianhua raised one mechanical arm slightly and replied, "We have a lead. Through our tracking efforts, we've discovered the signal source is within the Death Star cluster. This means Chen Tian'ren is very likely in this star cluster where we are currently located." Upon hearing this, Dark Meteor's mechanical gaze deepened slightly. He slowly rose from the Iron Throne and walked steadily to the control console in the command center. The projection screen displayed information on over 20 star systems, mostly provided by Tianhua, with the rest coming from the probe's data collected over the years. The probe had traversed 13 star systems, recording the coordinates and status of each planet, but had found no other life-bearing planets. Dark Meteor stared at the star map, murmuring, "In this star cluster? Huh?" Tianhua added, "It seems so." He mentioned that he had previously visited the life-bearing planets found for Chen Tian'ren, only to discover they had turned into lifeless worlds, with civilizations and species wiped out by Chen Tian'ren, whose whereabouts were now unknown. Dark Meteor fell into a brief silence before making a decision. "I plan to find him myself." He explained that the base was running smoothly, the energy fusion cannon was being manufactured and assembled, and the Shadow Legion was fully capable of handling external threats from within the star cluster. He speculated that the planet where Chen Tian'ren was located must have an energy field for protection, and conventional methods might take thousands of years to find it. Only by using the fire source detector within his own body could he quickly locate Chen Tian'ren. Despite the high risks, Dark Meteor had grown increasingly impatient. The shadow transformers present were shocked. B-126 quickly tried to dissuade him. My lord, I think this is unwise. The space bridge database isn't complete yet. If you encounter danger, Chen Tian'ren is a fallen prime, far more formidable than the current primes. Dark Meteor responded impassively. There's no more time to wait around. While I'm gone, you, Tianhua, and Black Widow will oversee the base's defense and all operations. Don't mess things up before I find Chen Tian'ren. He was worried about the changing situation in the Cybertronian Civil War. Whether Optimus Prime or Megatron ruled Cybertron, it would be detrimental to his plans. He aimed to retrieve all the fire source fragments before Cybertron was unified. Cybertron was a crucial stepping stone in his plan, and this step could not fail. Unable to change Dark Meteor's decision, everyone wished him well. Dark Meteor quickened his pace, rushing out the base doors. With a powerful thrust from his leg components, he leaped into the air. His mechanical body rapidly transformed into a Cybertronian heavy fighter jet. With a deafening sonic boom, he shot skyward, the powerful air currents instantly sweeping away nearby objects. Several Shadow members, including Vigilant, who were on their way to the command center, stopped in their tracks, looking up as Dark Meteor flew out of the atmosphere. Once in space, Dark Meteor activated the space bridge system, instantly disappearing into the vast cosmos. Meanwhile, on Shockwave's planet, inside a laboratory, Shockwave spoke to a newly crafted mechanical dog. All right, to prevent your abilities from consuming my fire source, I've crafted this flawless new body for you. Thanks to your database, I could harness your primal power. The mechanical dog suddenly roared in anger. Shockwave, you damn wretch. You turned me into a dog. I am Alphatrion, the first prime of Cybertron. Without me, you wouldn't even exist. Is this how you treat a prime? Shockwave calmly replied. The new body restrains your primal power, making me feel secure, and you won't be tethered to the equipment anymore. Lord Prime, from a scientific perspective, this technology benefits us both. It will also help you stay hidden in the future. A pet dog form is very logical. Shockwave spoke with a serious tone, devoid of any sarcasm, and instead carried a hint of caution. This unusual attitude left Perceptor momentarily speechless, with anger boiling within. Shockwave continued, recently, I've discovered that the Transformers on this planet have started to move. It seems they've received some kind of order. His single eye glowed coldly. After years of observation, I can finally confirm that these Transformers are the minions of the fallen Megatronus. Their spark energy waves emit a dark, corrupt aura. His voice grew deeper. They're building equipment and assembling a fleet. Among them are 10 Sklash giant Transformers serving as commanders. Although their mechanical bodies bear no markings, I can faintly sense the presence of Decepticons. What did you say? Perceptor exclaimed, the optical components on his mechanical dog face flickering. This is bad. Someone must stop him. He seemed to know exactly what Megatronus was planning next. Shockwave calmly replied, Megatronus is the master of Lord Megatron. This planet is already shielded by his energy. No one can find this place. Our presence here is merely an accident, completely defying scientific logic. Perceptor remained silent for a moment, his mechanical dog face suddenly turning incredibly serious. He said, Shockwave, you don't really want to be with them. You're just trying to save Cybertron in your own way. I know all about your past and deeply sympathize with your experiences. Now, we must stop Megatronus. Hearing this, Shockwave's single eye slightly dimmed as he fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Perceptor continued, Darkstar Saber once invited you to join the Shadow Legion, but you refused because you realized that the power he possessed could utterly destroy Cybertron. You followed Megatron because your experiences made you unable to agree with the Universal Peace Accord. In fact, you've already regained everything that was yours, including all your emotional chips. Those who hurt you have long been executed by you. But why don't you want to return to your former self? Cybertron needs you, Shockwave. Even now, you've turned me into this form that I despise. Shockwave interrupted Perceptor. Lord Perceptor, what you're saying isn't the point. We can't stop him on our own. Even if Lord Megatron teamed up with Optimus Prime, they might not be able to defeat Megatronus. You should know this better than I do. He continued, years ago, Megatronus fell, betraying Solus Prime, which triggered the Prime Wars and began the Cybertronian Civil War. His energy is not only powerful, but his prime power can also devastate entire worlds. At his peak, his spark energy approached an eternal level. Many primes were irreversibly damaged in their sparks trying to stop him. It's said that even you fell in that war, which is known as the War of the Primes. If you hadn't suddenly appeared here, I wouldn't have been able to confirm your existence. Shockwave went on. According to Cybertronian records, Megatron is allied with the quintessence of the Nebula Alliance. If it weren't for you leading the other primes to stop him and banish him from Cybertron, our planet might not exist today. His ultimate goal has always been the Allspark. If he absorbs its power, he will reach a level comparable to the greatest Cybertronian. Even now, though he's severely injured, he's still a supreme being. Only the Autobot Supreme Leaders and the 13 original primes can defeat him. His tone grew heavier, but now, most of the primes are dead or have lost their energy, unable to pose a threat to Megatronus. Of the 7 Supreme Leaders, only 3 remain. Ultra Magnus and Sentinel Prime's energies are not what they used to be, leaving only Optimus Prime. To weaken Optimus Prime's influence, Megatronus secretly supported the Decepticon army, elevating Megatron from an unknown gladiator to one of the few supreme beings on Cybertron. He explained further, Megatronus promised Megatron that he sought the power of the Allspark only to establish a new Cybertronian reset protocol, not to devour the entire planet. Megatron believed him and led the Decepticon army into a new confrontation with Optimus Prime. But they underestimated Optimus Prime's determination. To prevent Megatronus from obtaining the Allspark, Optimus Prime threw it into the space bridge. This move shocked all Cybertronians, as losing the Allspark meant losing all hope for the future. Perceptor urgently said, "If you release me from this mechanical dog body, I can find a way to stop him." Shockwave paused for a moment, then walked toward his equipment, saying, "Lord Perceptor, forgive my bluntness, but you're no different from Megatronus. You both seek the same ends." Perceptor caught up with Shockwave, angrily retorting, "It's not the same. I only want to protect our Cybertron, which requires great power. I did nothing wrong. Megatronus wants the power of the Allspark to consume all of Cybertron. You don't understand. His prime power can manipulate gravity. Once he devours Cybertron, his spark energy will become eternal, and his prime power will turn into the power of a black hole. This is just the first step of his plan." Shockwave's single eye widened in sudden realization. After a long pause, he said, "We can't stop him on our own. His army has already begun to gather, and we can't send a signal. Even if I release you, you won't be able to get close to Megatronus." Perceptor's dog face gradually dimmed. After countless battles and disputes over the ages, he had never felt so powerless. After a moment, he said with deep resentment, "Damn it, if only we could lure Dark Star Saber here." Master Xian's words left Shockwave in utter disbelief. He stared at Xian, as if to confirm he hadn't misheard. Shockwave, known for his logic and rationality, was always skeptical of anything that defied common sense. The mere arrival of Dark Nemesis already unsettled him, let alone the absurd suggestion of using Dark Nemesis to counter Megatron. Even if Dark Nemesis does show up here, it will only make things worse, Shockwave calmly analyzed. Don't forget, he's declared his intent to rule the universe's future. Compared to that, Cybertron's fate means nothing to him. Shockwave paused before continuing. What's worse is that he might team up with Megatron. As the leader of the Shadow Legion, Dark Nemesis has long been allied with demons. Despite his reservations, Shockwave had to admit the current predicament. Unfortunately, Optimus Prime is entangled with Megatron, and it seems no one else but Dark Nemesis could stop Megatron now. Xian sighed heavily, a determined glint in his eyes. "Sigh, but we can't just stand by and do nothing. I must act." Seeing Xian's resolve, Shockwave was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "Maybe you're right. We could try, but I won't let you out." With that, Shockwave turned and walked towards the lab door, his footsteps echoing in the quiet space. He silently prayed, "I hope this decision isn't a mistake." Xian's expression brightened instantly. He hurriedly followed Shockwave's steps. "Indeed, brave Cybertron warrior. This decision will be one of the great deeds. All Cybertronians will be grateful." Shockwave responded coolly, "Great deed or not, I've helped many, but they all ended up as my enemies. I just hope I don't die here." Meanwhile, in the far reaches of space, Dark Nemesis was tracking a shielded planet using a spark detector. To avoid early detection, he precisely set his crash site upon entering the target star system. Then, he transformed into his humanoid form, deactivated all systems, and glided towards the planet in freefall. The extreme cold of space quickly froze Dark Nemesis's body, forming a humanoid ice sculpture that silently drifted in the dark, quiet cosmos. Back on Cybertron, Shockwave and Xian had just exited the lab when Xian was surprised to find the lab hidden in a remote cave. The terrain was so concealed that it would be impossible to find without a thorough search. This demonstrated Shockwave's caution, explaining why Megatron trusted him so much. Shockwave cautiously scanned the surroundings and whispered, "To prevent any surprises, we need to activate the energy shielding system." Also, do not interfere with any of my actions later. Honestly, I would prefer if you stayed in the lab. It would be safer. I've already developed a space bridge. Once the shield here dissipates and the space bridge is charged, we can leave. Xian responded dismissively. I'll be careful, young man. Don't forget who I am. Besides, when the interference field disappears, it means Megatron's forces have left. What good is it if we can't do anything? Xian knew Shockwave intended to confront Megatron. After all, Shockwave was still the military operations commander of the Decepticons, Megatron's subordinate. Only with this identity could Shockwave get close to Megatron. But Xian didn't plan to let him act alone. He couldn't fully trust Shockwave yet. Shockwave reluctantly said, all right then, but if anything unexpected happens, I can't guarantee your safety, Master Xian. Xian sneered, humph. You better focus on what needs to be done. Without further words, Shockwave prepared to transform into his vehicle mode. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed from the sky. Shockwave and Xian were startled, thinking Megatron's forces had begun their assault. However, when they looked up, they saw the sound came from an object descending from the sky. It resembled a blazing fireball, plummeting rapidly towards the ground. Shockwave quickly calculated that the crash site was about 2 kilometers away. Xian stared at the fireball, muttering, at this crucial moment? Another newcomer? Shockwave analyzed, the entire planet is under Megatron's energy interference. No one could find this place. It might be another unlucky soul struck by Dark Nemesis, but it could also be one of Megatron's troops, like Skyfire. Either way, we should check it out. With that, Shockwave transformed into a Cybertronian tank and roared towards the crash site. Xian then realized Shockwave hadn't installed a transformation gear in his new body. Annoyed, he shouted, damn it, at least give me a transformation gear. Hey, wait for me. Helpless, Xian had to run on all fours, chasing after Shockwave's vehicle form. Meanwhile, on the other side of the planet, a Decepticon soldier noticed the anomaly and reported to a massive, dark figure nearby. Sir, there's an unidentified object intrusion. The Decepticon commander responded indifferently, it's probably just another meteorite. Don't bother with it now. Speed up our preparations. We don't want to anger our master. They were accustomed to such incidents, as meteorite impacts were not uncommon. Although they should investigate, the army was currently mobilizing, leaving them with no spare resources to address it. With a deafening crash, the ground was blasted into a massive crater. Thick smoke billowed from the impact site, and nearby metal objects melted into molten iron under the immense heat and force. At that moment, Shockwave and Xian arrived. They saw a towering, 11-meter-tall black transformer slowly emerging from the crater. Both Shockwave and Xian exclaimed in unison, it's Dark Nemesis. Shockwave and Covert Prime were on high alert, their frames trembling with fear as Darkfall suddenly appeared. The familiar aura of darkness emanated from him, standing like a cold mechanical demon before them. Shockwave quickly raised his arm, aiming his energy cannon at Darkfall's crimson optics. Damn it, my bad luck strikes again. Shockwave cursed internally. Covert Prime was equally stunned, his CPU buzzing in sheer panic. Especially when he saw the sacred Nightfall blade on Darkfall's back, Covert Prime's spark almost stopped. That sword had nearly ended his life once. Well, Shockwave. Darkfall sneered, his voice grating. With a burst of energy from his mechanical legs, he lunged at Shockwave in an instant. The sound of impact echoed as Darkfall's fists rained down on Shockwave. In close combat, Darkfall was nearly unbeatable. With a thunderous crash, Shockwave was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground as sparks flew. Darkfall was surprised to see Shockwave here. The last time on Earth, he had escaped, but fate had brought them together again, much to Darkfall's grim satisfaction. This time, you won't get away, Darkfall thought, convinced that Megatron must be on this planet. Seeing Shockwave as a potential ally of Megatron, Darkfall advanced, slowly drawing his massive 8-meter sword. Covert Prime saw the dire situation but was powerless. Without the universal gear, his spark energy had dwindled, and worse, he was trapped in the body of a mechanical pet dog, unable to resist. If Darkfall decided to kill him now, it would be effortless. Covert Prime began to consider fleeing. Otherwise, death was certain. Shockwave, on the other hand, remained much calmer. He could transform and escape immediately, or even lead Darkfall to Megatron. But he didn't. Instead, he asked, Darkfall, why are you here? Darkfall didn't respond, advancing with his sword ready. He raised the Nightfall blade, about to deliver a fatal blow to Shockwave. Wait! Shockwave shouted at the decisive Darkfall. The sword tip halted just before Shockwave's spark chamber. I can help you take down Megatron, Shockwave quickly said. Covert Prime snapped back to reality, hurriedly adding, that's right, you can't kill Shockwave now. He's crucial. Darkfall pondered for a moment, then released Shockwave and sheathed his giant sword. Interesting. Not only did you escape, but you've also got a pet. That's not like you, Darkfall said expressionlessly. Just a byproduct. Something I created out of boredom over the years, Shockwave replied, standing up and staring directly at the much taller Darkfall. Darkfall's gaze shifted to Covert Prime, scrutinizing him intensely. Both Shockwave and Covert Prime felt a surge of anxiety, fearing Darkfall might see through Covert Prime's true identity. After a long pause, Darkfall looked back at Shockwave. I hope what you said wasn't a trick. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Shockwave said, you didn't come here to form an alliance. And I'm not following Megatron right now. I'm trying to stop him. Covert Prime added, a future ruler of the universe doesn't ally with anyone. You want to stop Megatron? Darkfall sneered. And this dog of yours seems to know quite a bit about me. Have we met? He bent down, one hand on the ground, the other on his knee, bringing his cold mechanical face close to Covert Prime. His ring-shaped optics glowed menacingly red. Covert Prime, intimidated by the close proximity, stammered, well, Shockwave told me about you. Yes, that's it. Darkfall straightened up, still smirking. You guessed right, Megatron has something I need. Shockwave, now tell me your plan. What are you and your dog planning to do? I'm not a dog, I'm... Covert Prime began angrily but quickly corrected himself. My name is Prime, Shockwave's trusted assistant. You can call me Mr. Prime. Prime? Darkfall echoed skeptically. Why not call yourself Prime Prime? Shockwave quickly interjected. Over the years, Megatron's forces have been growing stronger. I was planning to approach him to see if I could change anything. They're gathering for some action. What I want to know, Darkfall pressed, is why you're doing this. As the Decepticons' military commander, why betray your leader? Shockwave was silent for a long time before finally spreading his mechanical hand. Megatron wants the power of the Allspark to consume all of Cybertron. He wants to become like Lord Primus, absorbing stellar energy to gain even greater power. When that happens, the Cybertronian star system will be no more. I can't let that happen. But now, your appearance has disrupted my plans. If you're willing, I can join you temporarily. Upon hearing Shockwave's report, Dark Skyfall fell into deep thought. As expected, Megatron had assembled his own legion, which meant Dark Skyfall needed to contact his Shadow Legion immediately. He quickly activated the communication system, attempting to send a signal to his forces. However, to his surprise, the signal wouldn't go through. Shockwave, noticing Dark Skyfall's serious expression, stepped forward and explained. This place is shielded by Megatron's energy field. No signal can penetrate it, and it's impossible to locate this place through external signals. Frankly, I'm curious how you managed to find us. Dark Skyfall admitted. I tracked the signal of the Allspark. This revelation hit like a hammer, causing both Shockwave and Precog to exclaim in disbelief. You can track the Allspark signal? Their optical sensors glowed with astonishment. Dark Skyfall confirmed with a stoic expression. That's right. But now we're in trouble. I can't send any signals. It seems I need to return in person. Shockwave urgently asked. Do you seek the power of the Allspark as well? Dark Skyfall explained. The Allspark has shattered into 15 fragments across the universe. I'm collecting these fragments to bring them back to Cybertron and reassemble them. Shockwave was not surprised. He had sensed the Allspark's presence faintly when he approached the Steel Fortress, suspecting it was incomplete. However, he found it hard to believe that Dark Skyfall was collecting the fragments. Precog, who had been silent, seemed to have anticipated this. He broke the silence with urgency in his voice. There is no time. The Fallen Legion has already assembled. If you leave and return, they might have moved on. A serious expression appeared on Dark Skyfall's faceplate. Even with his strength, he couldn't take on an entire army of Transformers alone, especially with one of the 13 Primes, Megatron, among them. Shockwave proposed a plan. I have an idea, though it's risky. We'll approach Megatron, then use a ground bridge to transport you. A ground bridge? Dark Skyfall pondered. He was familiar with this teleportation technology. Megatron's shielding only affected external signals, while internally, the ground bridge could still function. Shockwave retrieved a metallic device from subspace and handed it to Dark Skyfall. This is my new invention, a portable transporter. I can use it to teleport you to my location. Moreover, I've established a space bridge network on this planet. Once we disable Megatron's energy interference, we can use the space bridge to bring your Shadow Legion over. But first, I have a question. Dark Skyfall took the device and asked, What question? Shockwave asked sternly, What did you do to the Decepticon Legion on Earth? Did Soundwave and the others perish at your hands? Dark Skyfall replied candidly, Soundwave was smart. They evacuated before I destroyed that planet. But I'm surprised you're willing to betray the Decepticons to help me. Why? Shockwave answered resolutely, For Cybertron. As long as you can reassemble the Allspark, I'm willing to stand with you. Precog interjected urgently, Hey, Shockwave. Shockwave cut him off. I only care about reassembling the Allspark to protect Cybertron. He then turned to Dark Skyfall. You should have told me this plan when we were on Earth. If I had known, I wouldn't have suffered so much on this planet. Dark Skyfall suddenly remembered something. I recall taking your database chip. How did you recover so quickly? Shockwave replied nonchalantly. I have many backups. My lab is over there, Shockwave said, transforming into his tank mode. We can't stay here long. The Fallen Legion could patrol here at any moment. Shockwave, wait for me. Precog didn't want to be left alone with Dark Skyfall. Dark Skyfall said no more, transforming into a black truck cab and following closely. Meanwhile, inside Megatron's steel fortress. Megatron, mighty leader of the Fallen Legion. A Fallen Legion commander reported to a massive, dark transformer, we have a problem. We can't activate the space bridge to Earth. The planet has vanished. Megatron, one of the 13 primes and now leader of the Fallen Legion, was seated on a colossal iron throne, his body riddled with energy transfer lines. Despite his deteriorated state, with tiny Decepticon surgical bots crawling over him, his dark aura remained terrifying. Any being below a level 3 civilization would lose consciousness and perish from his overwhelming presence. Upon hearing the news, Megatron roared in fury, his mouth full of steel teeth opening wide. A blast of heat erupted from his body. This is impossible. Megatron's voice, old and filled with rage, bellowed. I had devices on that planet. Who ruined my plans? He slammed his fist onto the Iron Throne, creating a deafening crash. Blue Star is the second reserve planet of Chen Tian'ren, not only hiding a missing supreme-grade fire seed, but also the sacred artifact, the Hammer of the Celestial. Chen Tian'ren originally guarded this place until the information about the fire seed shard led him away. Most troubling is the existence of a relative spatial node between this planet and Blue Star. Chen Tian'ren sat in his iron palace, his mechanical face showing disbelief. How could it be gone in just a few short years? He growled, anger lacing his deep voice. What has the Decepticon army been doing? And those Autobots who claim to protect Blue Star? He stood up abruptly, his towering mechanical frame trembling with rage. Not only is my work gone, but the Hammer of the Celestial and the supreme-grade fire seed are also missing, he roared. Megatron, you useless fool. The entire Decepticon army is worthless. His original plan was in shambles. Clenching his mechanical fists tightly, he let out a furious roar. His right arm, unlike the rest of his body, was a vibrant red, clearly transplanted from Cai Tianjiao's mechanical arm, capable of wielding the energy of the Hammer of the Celestial. Yes, my great master, Chen Tian'ren. A 50-ma turtle fallen commander obeyed and marched out of the palace. Chen Tian'ren slumped back onto his iron throne, muttering to himself, Jetfire, why haven't you contacted me? Have you really betrayed me to follow Optimus Prime? My old friend. A few days later, in front of a gigantic steel fortress, the space suddenly distorted, and a ground bridge appeared out of nowhere. The Fallen's forces quickly assembled, their energy weapons aimed at the emerging figure. A one-eyed transformer slowly walked out of the ground bridge. I am Shockwave, the operations commander of the Decepticon army, he said calmly. I have important information to report to Lord Chen Tian'ren. A massive fallen commander stepped forward from the crowd, each of his steps causing the ground to shake violently. He bent down to scrutinize the relatively smaller Shockwave. This guy's fire seed energy is grade, Shockwave said calmly, but his massive size makes his combat power rival any S-grade. After confirming Shockwave's identity, the fallen commander turned away, preparing to report to Chen Tian'ren. Upon hearing the news, Chen Tian'ren appeared somewhat incredulous. Are you sure his name is Shockwave? He asked. Bring him in. Soon after, Shockwave was brought into the palace. He glanced at a large energy sphere in the corner, which was flickering with electricity, guessing it might be a device used to block planetary signals. Although he didn't see the fire seed shard, he felt a very similar presence. Shockwave knelt on one knee, paying respect to the towering Chen Tian'ren. Chen Tian'ren's voice sounded somewhat weak. Shockwave, my most loyal servant, why are you here? Shockwave replied calmly. I followed Lord Megatron's orders to lead the Decepticons to Blue Star. But there, we encountered Lord Sentinel Prime, and we failed. I accidentally came here through a spatial node. Sentinel Prime. Chen Tian'ren roared, ripping out the energy transmission lines attached to him. That's impossible. He died by my hand. Shockwave continued, but he is indeed alive. It was he who destroyed Blue Star. He killed Lord Microstar and absorbed his primordial energy. The other primordials might have been absorbed by him as well. Hearing this, Chen Tian'ren's fury suddenly froze. He pondered for a moment, then let out a chilling laugh. He sat back on his iron throne, sneering, very well, Sentinel Prime has fallen. He went to Blue Star, perhaps to obtain my power. As soon as Tianluo falls, Chen Tian'ren will have a plan to deal with him. A cold smile curled at the corner of Chen Tian'ren's mouth. and a glint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. After millions of years, it seems we will meet again. Tianluo, my old friend, Zhan Tianzuan said with a hint of amusement in his voice. Then, his sharp gaze shifted to Shockwave, and his tone suddenly turned icy. Did he take the matrix of leadership and the hammer of the heavens? Shockwave's faceplate showed no emotion as he paused briefly, then calmly answered, I don't know. But it's highly likely because I left before Blue Star was destroyed. In truth, Shockwave knew nothing about it. He had only heard from Tianluo that Blue Star had been destroyed by Dark Skyfall. About the subsequent events, Shockwave was clueless. Fabricating this lie was already a testament to his cunning. Zhan Tianzuan fell into a long silence, his optical sensors flickering with complex emotions. After a while, he slowly spoke. The Blue Star plan has failed, and Tianluo's whereabouts are unknown. We need to plan carefully. Without the matrix of leadership, we can't return to Cybertron. His voice carried a hint of frustration. Optimus Prime has the matrix of leadership and the power of the 13 primes. That little prime. If he had sided with me back then, the entire universe would be mine now. A trace of apprehension flickered in Zhan Tianzuan's optical sensors. In the history of Cybertron, the 13 primes were the most formidable in close combat. He was newly born and didn't even have a name when the Prime Wars began. He continued, with a hint of resentment in his tone, after the Prime Wars, he sacrificed his own spark, combining it with the essence of Microstar and Sharpstar, and merged it into the Well of Sparks, restoring it and allowing Cybertron to continue sustaining life. Later, the 13 Prime's data was extracted from the Well of Sparks by Alpha-Trion, who used an injured Autobot warrior to create Optimus Prime. Zhan Tianzuan's voice carried a trace of mockery. Optimus Prime ultimately earned the respect of Cybertron's inhabitants and was recognized by the Matrix of Leadership, becoming the new supreme leader of the Cybertronian colonies. Shockwave glanced occasionally at the energy sphere on his left, then respectfully responded, Yes, Lord Zhan Tianzuan. Zhan Tianzuan continued, his tone carrying a hint of pride. The Well of Sparks was shattered, but I found a fragment. This will greatly enhance my power. As Zhan Tianzuan spoke incessantly, completely off guard, Shockwave seized the opportunity. He quickly activated a small device on his body while Zhan Tianzuan's attention was elsewhere. With a faint click, the space around them began to distort. Zhan Tianzuan's crimson optical sensors flared up, instantly detecting a surge of supreme energy. Shockwave, how dare you betray me? Zhan Tianzuan roared, grabbing a black iron spear and leaping to his feet. At that moment, Dark Skyfall, wielding the Night Star sword, emerged from a spatial node and launched a ferocious attack on Zhan Tianzuan. With a resounding clang, Zhan Tianzuan barely managed to parry the sudden strike with his single-handedly wielded Soul Reaper spear. Little Prime. At first, Zhan Tianzuan thought it was Optimus Prime, but upon closer inspection, he mistook him for one of the 13 primes, startling his system. No, you're not. Zhan Tianzuan quickly realized, you're a newly born Supreme, but you carry a dark aura. Who exactly are you? Before he could finish, Zhan Tianzuan's spark energy erupted, sending Dark Skyfall flying. It was clear now the Supreme Matrix he had been tirelessly searching for was right in front of him, already self-aware. Dark Skyfall, thrown back, stabbed his sword into the metal ground, sparks flying, and steadied himself. He stood tall, his cold gaze locked onto Zhan Tianzuan. I am Dark Skyfall, leader of the Shadow Legion, Dark Skyfall said coldly. At that moment, Dark Skyfall's system issued continuous warnings. Threat level critical. Immediate retreat advised. Dark Skyfall's heart sank. Zhan Tianzuan's power far exceeded his expectations. Outside, the fallen Decepticon troops sensed the disturbance and swarmed in. Shockwave hurriedly raised his arm-mounted cannon to engage them, saying to Dark Skyfall, I need about 10 seconds. If I destroy that energy sphere, it will disable the signal jamming here and trap the fallen troops temporarily. Dark Skyfall, slicing an incoming fallen trooper in half with his sword, replied, I think we should leave now. He quickly transformed his left arm into an energy cannon and blasted another trooper's spark. In just an instant, Dark Skyfall realized he was no match for Zhan Tianzuan in his current state. Dark Skyfall? You seek death in hell when there's a path to heaven. Zhan Tianzuan roared, teleporting in front of Dark Skyfall and thrusting his sacred Soul Reaper spear. Dark Skyfall raised his Night Star sword to counter. The clash of their supreme energies unleashed a violent shockwave, scattering the surrounding troopers and Shockwave. Dark Skyfall gripped his sword in his right hand. His left arm transformed into an energy cannon, battling fiercely with Zhan Tianzuan. In a short time, the two fought to a standstill. In my prime, I could slay Supremes and shatter stars with a mere gesture. You dare challenge me without the matrix of leadership? Zhan Tianzuan roared. I'll show you the meaning of overestimating yourself. Facing Zhan Tianzuan's ferocity, Dark Skyfall felt immense pressure for the first time in battle, clearly at a disadvantage. forced to retreat. But he had confirmed the well of sparks fragment was within Chen Tian'ren's body. His system continuously urged him to retreat. Shockwave! Dark Skyfall shouted as he fended off Chen Tian'ren, watching Shockwave charge towards the energy sphere. Insects! None of you will leave here today. Chen Tian'ren roared, unleashing another wave of spark energy, intensifying his attacks. Bang! Chen Tian'ren swung his Soul Reaper spear with one hand, launching another thrust. Dark Skyfall quickly ducked, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. The spear's rampant energy was enough to cripple an opponent even without hitting their spark. In their close-quarters combat, Dark Skyfall, now crouched, saw an opening. He swiftly raised his left cannon, aiming at Chen Tian'ren's chest. A dark purple energy ball rapidly formed at the cannon's muzzle. Energy Convergence Cannon. Boom! A massive surge of energy erupted from Tian'ren's left arm cannon, hitting Tian'ren's core directly. The powerful impact caused the ground to tremble violently, kicking up clouds of dust. Although Tian'ren was smaller in stature compared to Tian'ren, the force of this strike was enough to temporarily push his opponent back. Tian'ren was alarmed and quickly reinforced his protective shield. The energy blast hit with precision, sending sparks flying off his mechanical body like fireworks. The immense impact flung Tian'ren across the room, and with a guttural scream, he crashed heavily into a distant corner, the clanging of metal reverberating throughout the space. Tian'ren knew this strike wasn't enough to kill Tian'ren. He swiftly turned his attention towards Shockwave, who had been forced into vehicle mode by the fallen Legion. Shockwave's turret fired backward as he nimbly weaved between the enemy's feet, dodging attacks like a toy car. Seeing that Shockwave was unable to get close to the energy orb, Tian'ren made a quick decision and charged towards him. With a flying leap, he kicked away some foot soldiers and followed up with another clean energy blast. Swinging his great sword, he then unleashed an energy slash that exploded a massive fallen commander into metallic fragments. Tian'ren had risen from the corner, his chest partially destroyed and exposing the faint glow of his core. Not willing to risk close combat with Tian'ren again, he kept his distance. Tian'ren and Shockwave stood back to back, fiercely battling the relentless waves of the fallen Legion. In a moment of desperation, Tian'ren had an idea. He reversed his grip on the Dark Star sword and hurled it towards the energy orb. Realizing their true target, Tian'ren raised his arms and unleashed the power of Tianyuan. Instantly, the entire steel fortress lost gravity, with everything suspended in midair under Tian'ren's control. Tian'ren and Shockwave found themselves immobilized. But at that critical moment, the Dark Star sword struck the energy orb, triggering a massive explosion. The blast countered Tian'ren's gravity control, sending Tian'ren and Shockwave flying to the corners of the room. Enraged, Tian'ren grabbed his Soul Reaper spear and charged at the two. Tian'ren quickly got to his feet and dashed towards the Dark Star sword embedded in the wall. Drawing the blade, he turned to face the approaching Tian'ren. The two clashed fiercely, but this time Tian'ren fought more steadily, soon piercing Tian'ren's waist with the Soul Reaper spear, shattering his transformation gear. Seizing the advantage, Tian'ren thrust again, piercing Tian'ren's mechanical right arm. The severed arm, still gripping the Dark Star sword, was flung towards Shockwave. Seeing this, Shockwave transformed into his vehicle mode and relentlessly fired energy blasts at Tian'ren. Taking advantage of the distraction, Tian'ren struggled to his feet, picked up his severed arm, and rushed towards the open land bridge created by Shockwave. The two entered the portal, vanishing before Tian'ren could catch them. Furious, Tian'ren ordered a lockdown of the planet's outer space and monitored for any spatial disturbances. Meanwhile, Tian'ren and Shockwave reappeared, battered and bruised, in Shockwave's laboratory. Sensing Tian'ren's severe injuries, Xianjuishan was overjoyed and urged Shockwave to finish him off. However, Shockwave suddenly bound Xianjuishan with chains, explaining, "Lord Xianjuishan, forgive me. You possess the power of several Tianyuan. If given to Tian'ren, he can definitely defeat Tian'ren." Tian was tightly bound by chains, struggling desperately on the ground. His mechanical eye glinted with fury as he roared at Bo. "Are you insane? Have you forgotten that Tianyuan has always wanted you dead? This is the perfect chance to eliminate him. You won't get another opportunity like this." Bo ignored Tian's outburst and strode toward the control console in the lab. As he operated the holographic display, he calmly explained, he can not only detect the fragments of the All-Spark scattered across the universe, but also reassemble them. Tian struggled to move closer to Bo's feet, his voice trembling with anger. "Damn it, I can do that too. What if he's lying? Why don't you consider giving his power to me?" Bo glanced down at Tian, his tone still composed. "You can't. Your motives aren't clear. If you were truly committed to Cybertron, why have you been hiding in the shadows all these years? You just don't want to die, old man." With that, Bo turned and walked toward the injured Tianyuan. Despite his severe injuries, Tian'ren's spark remained intact, though his energy was critically depleted and needed time to recover. Tian'ren struggled to his feet, each movement causing sparks to burst from his damaged frame. He spoke calmly. Don't you think he's right? Zhendongbo spread his mechanical hand and explained. I know what I'm doing. My brain chip has an independent program that prioritizes Cybertron's interests above all else, even my own sacrifice. Tian'ren remained silent, expressionless. Zhendongbo continued. The space bridge is fully charged. I need the coordinates of the Shadow Legion, because this place won't be safe for the next few days. Xianzhue Tian gritted his teeth. You're a disgrace. Tian'ren pondered for a moment, then projected two dark purple beams from his eyes, transmitting the Shadow Legion's coordinates to Zhendongbo. Zhendongbo reassured Tian'ren that the coordinates would remain confidential, then began configuring the space bridge. Xianzhue Tian shouted again. Zhendongbo, you're dooming Cybertron. Tian'ren's spark is tainted by dark energy. It could be the Emperor's consciousness. Zhendongbo ignored him, focusing on inputting the coordinates. Tian'ren approached Xianzhue Tian and said coldly, I hope you'll share your plans with me later. It's your only chance to stay alive. As Zhendongbo continued his work, a massive space portal formed in the lab. Meanwhile, at the Shadow Legion base, a soldier monitoring energy fluctuations exclaimed, There's an anomaly. The entire Legion immediately went on alert, gathering in front of the portal. Tianhua frowned. It's the space bridge. He sensed the dark presence of the fallen from the other side. As tension filled the air, Tian'ren slowly emerged from the portal, carrying his severed right arm in his left hand. Leader! Tianhua exclaimed. The members of the Shadow Legion lowered their guard in shock, but quickly resumed their vigilance upon seeing Zhendongbo and a mechanical dog following him. Black Widow swiftly aimed a missile at Zhendongbo. Damn it. It's Zhendongbo. Tian'ren raised his hand to signal calm. Relax, Zhendongbo is not an enemy. The space portal then vanished. Tianhua stepped forward to inquire about the situation. Tian'ren briefly explained. I fought Chen Tian'ren. Our enemy is more formidable than ever. Black Widow, expedite the production of soldiers. The war is about to begin. Black Widow obeyed and left. Zhendongbo looked at her retreating figure with curiosity. I heard she was dead. Tian'ren explained. Tongtian Zhao's spark was highly resistant. It took considerable effort to revive her. I hope she'll be of help. Zhendongbo looked at Tian'ren in surprise. Tongtian Zhao is dead? We don't have much time. Let me help you repair your body. Just the transformation gear alone will take a lot of time, and yours is quite unique. As they walked toward the base, Tian'ren said, As for the transformation gear, I have one on hand that should work. With that, he retrieved the universal gear he had obtained earlier from his body. Zhendongbo's single eye widened. This is the universal gear of Huan Tianling. Dark Tian'ren gazed at the transforming gear in his hand, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The mysterious device had finally fallen into his grasp. So, you recognize this thing, Dark Tian'ren said calmly, a glint flashing in his eyes. To be honest, I wasn't sure about it before. I just had a feeling that Xianzhue Tian relied on this gear to switch between various forms. Shockwave stepped forward, his single eye gleaming with expertise. That's right. I've studied all the primordial supremes. This is Phantom Spirit Lord's transforming gear. It contains Phantom Spirit Lord's celestial power. With the right data, it can transform into anyone and replicate their abilities, provided the user has equivalent energy. That's mine. Xianzhue Tian suddenly erupted in rage, his body trembling with fury. He glared at the gear in Dark Tian'ren's hand, his voice filled with resentment. I've been planning for hundreds of thousands of years to get that gear. I can't believe you, a mere demon, took it from me on Blue Planet. Ignoring Xianzhue Tian's fury, Dark Tian'ren turned to Shockwave, his tone calm but firm. Accept the Shadow Protocol and become my subordinate. Shockwave was silent for a moment, his single eye flickering with thought. Finally, he spoke slowly. I will accept, but I need you to promise me one thing first. Dark Tian'ren's mechanical gaze narrowed slightly. Let's hear it. I will help you retrieve all the fragments, Shockwave said cautiously, but I want you to promise me that after the spark source is reassembled, you will remove the Shadow Protocol from my spark. I believe you can do it. If you can implant it, you can remove it. Dark Tian'ren was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. After a moment of thought, he nodded. Agreed. With that, Dark Tian'ren opened the panel on his chest, and a dark energy floated from his spark towards Shockwave. Without hesitation, Shockwave accepted the Shadow Protocol, integrating it into his own spark. A surge of electricity swept through Shockwave's body, turning his frame black and marking his chest and mechanical limbs with the emblem of the Shadow Legion. Xianzhue Tian watched in disbelief and shouted at Shockwave, Aren't you afraid this guy will deceive you? Shockwave responded calmly. Lord Dark Tian'ren would not do that. Xianzhue Tian stood there, stunned, unable to say anything more before Shockwave yanked on his chains. Lord Xianju Tian, move along. To hell with you. You're dragging me to my death. Xianju Tian cursed, struggling against Shockwave. Move along, my foot. You're taking me to be dissected. But his strength was no match for Shockwave's. Shockwave easily dragged him along. Madman. You're a madman. I am Xianju Tian. Shockwave, you traitor. Xianju Tian roared in defiance. Back at the base, Dark Tian'ren said expressionlessly, Welcome home, Xianju Tian. Xianju Tian gritted his teeth, retorting, Dark Tian'ren, don't be too smug. Even if I have the power of several celestials, your spark may not be able to fuse with it. Because you are not me. Shockwave calmly analyzed. As long as we fuse your celestial power, it won't be a problem. Xianju Tian sneered, Shockwave, do you think it's that easy? His spark may be supreme level, but he hasn't become a true celestial. Even if he does, he can't fuse so many celestial powers at once. Shockwave responded evenly. It seems you have forgotten the power of the 13 celestials. Xianju Tian suddenly realized, his eyes filled with terror. You mean, the celestial power faintly appearing in Dark Tian'ren is from Little 13? Images of the 13 celestials flashed in his mind, fear flickering in his eyes. That power can counter Shockwave's celestial power. No, strictly speaking, it can counter any Transformer's power. Shockwave added. While it's not certain yet, it's highly possible. Xianju Tian was still in denial. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The power of the 13 celestials is in Optimus Prime. Ignoring Xianju Tian's protests, Shockwave quickly dragged him into the Vengeance's lab. The welder, noticing Dark Tian'ren's severe injuries, rushed forward. When he saw Shockwave, he froze in shock. My goodness. Shockwave. Am I seeing things? He patted his mechanical head in disbelief. And he's joined the Shadow Legion? Dark Tian'ren, what happened to you? Dark Tian'ren briefly explained. And Xianju Tian, our old friend? The welder looked around in confusion. Where is he? Shockwave lifted the transformed Xianju Tian, now a mechanical pet dog, and said to the welder, he's here. Stop wasting time and lend a hand. The welder was stunned to see Xianju Tian in such a form, suspecting it was Shockwave's doing. He couldn't fathom what Dark Tian'ren had gone through on this mission, finding Shockwave and Xianju Tian, recruiting Shockwave into the Shadow Legion, and returning grievously injured. In the lab, Shockwave quickly repaired Dark Tian'ren's right arm, then secured Xianju Tian to a device next to Dark Tian'ren. Xianju Tian roared in anger. Shockwave, you can't do this. I am an ancestor of Cybertron. Even if Cybertron is saved, you will be judged by the 12 Guardian Knights. This is a capital offense. Unmoved, Shockwave walked up to Xianju Tian and said calmly, I will try to preserve your database. I hope you can still survive after your power is extracted. Alright, let's get started, Shockwave said calmly to Weld, who was manning the equipment. The atmosphere in the lab was tense, with various instruments emitting a low hum. Weld nodded in response. Okay, everything's ready. His optical lens glimmered with admiration for Shockwave. Despite his long-standing awe of Shockwave's scientific prowess, he still found it hard to believe what he was witnessing. Shockwave began the operation, connecting numerous energy data lines to the sparks of Primus and Darkstar. Blue energy pulses flowed through the lines, illuminating the dim lab. Lord Darkstar, Shockwave said in his usual polite tone, Primus's essence is now contained by my device. He can't absorb spark energy, but you'll need to disable the Shadow Protocol shield, or you won't be able to harness the power of the Allspark. Darkstar acted without hesitation, following Shockwave's instructions. He silently thanked himself for having Shockwave accept the Shadow Protocol first, ensuring that in moments of danger, Shockwave couldn't betray him. Meanwhile, Shadow members gathered at the lab's entrance, their expressions wary. Despite Shockwave joining the Shadow Legion, they couldn't fully trust him. The intense flashes of light and Primus's anguished screams from inside the lab only heightened their unease. Unbelievable, Vigilant said anxiously. I can't believe Shockwave survived and even joined us. Thunder tried to reassure his comrade. We have to trust Lord Darkstar. If he trusts Shockwave, there must be a reason. Starfire had also arrived at the lab entrance, standing behind the others. Shockwave is a very rational Cybertronian. I've always respected him, despite the horrific things he's done. Hearing Starfire's words, the other Shadow members nodded in agreement. Inside the lab, Shockwave's voice rang out again. Not enough energy. Increase the power. Immediately, more violent currents surged through the lab, producing a harsh buzzing sound. Primus's screams grew more agonized. Ah! Shockwave! You demon! Shockwave shouted at Weld. What are you doing? Is this all the energy the Shadow Legion has? Increase it tenfold. Weld, terrified by Shockwave's frenzy, quickly responded. Okay. With each increase in power, Primus's essence endured tenfold more pain. Primus roared. Why didn't you remove my pain chip first? Shockwave coldly replied, Sorry, Lord Primus. I forgot, and now it's too late. You'll just have to endure it. Days later, on another planet, a fallen Decepticon reported to Megatron, who was slumped in his iron throne, Master, we've scoured this planet completely. Apart from finding a strange lab, we haven't found any trace of them. Also, we detected residual energy from a space bridge in that lab. Megatron's chest was swarming with small Decepticon repair drones. He bared his steel teeth in a furious roar. Shockwave. It seems they've been hiding on this planet for a long time. You fools didn't discover anything sooner. The fallen Decepticon tried to explain, years ago, we did find something. But at that time, he was only focused on escaping and posed no threat to us, while you were... Before he could finish, Megatron's fusion cannon fired a blast that instantly vaporized the Decepticon into rusted dust. Megatron, seething with rage, yelled, Fools! Why didn't you deal with him immediately? 6 whole years. He turned to another Decepticon in the hall, commanding, Go! Wake all the fallen leaders. Gather the entire fleet. Even if we have to destroy this star system, we will find them. The Decepticon immediately obeyed. Yes, my lord. Meanwhile, at the Shadow Legion base, Shockwave's transplant surgery had been successfully completed. Darkstar not only recovered, but also gained even greater power. Shockwave said to Darkstar, Forgive me for not notifying you beforehand, but I loaded some data into your database. Darkstar immediately noticed. It's the Predacon data. Shockwave was slightly surprised. Correct? I didn't expect you to know about the ancient Predacon race. Darkstar briefly responded. I've heard of them. He quickly changed the subject, however. I have another task for you now. Shockwave respectfully said. At your service. Darkstar tossed 2 data drives to Shockwave. These contain the data of the Shadow 12 guards and the other 10 forms of the Vengeance. The mission to reclaim the shards cannot be delayed. This is just the first one. Shockwave took the data drives, surprised. Lord Darkstar, where did you get this data? Darkstar replied mysteriously. The power of the Shadow Protocol isn't just about controlling others. In fact, after receiving Darkstar's orders, Black Widow had been tirelessly creating Shadow Soldiers. The data of the Shadow 12 guards was the result of the Legion members achieving their objectives. Shockwave slowly raised his single eye, staring intently at Dark Skyfall. His optical sensors flickered, as if calculating something. Lord Dark Skyfall. Shockwave's voice held a barely perceptible note of confusion. Your existence defies scientific logic. I've studied the 12 Guardians of Cybertron extensively, yet I've never made a breakthrough. To find that you possess the same data and shadow energy is truly astonishing. Dark Skyfall did not respond immediately. He let out a few low, chilling laughs, his mechanical voice hoarse and grating. Shockwave, you will come to understand that your decision today was indeed the right one. Through Shockwave's modifications, Dark Skyfall's form had undergone significant changes. He was now a meter shorter in his humanoid form, yet still nearly 10 meters tall. Though he retained his dark color scheme, his overall appearance now resembled that of Lockdown. His mechanical claws had become even sharper, and additional lethal blades adorned his limb joints. His head structure remained largely unchanged, but unlike Optimus Prime, he had 2 ring-like mechanical pupils in each eye socket, one large, one small, red and purple. Shockwave explained that this was the form of the 13 Primes. This design made Dark Skyfall more deadly in close combat. Considering his energy level, such a defensive system could handle opponents of similar rank and guard against sudden close-quarter decapitations. The power Dark Skyfall wielded was indeed the strength of the 13 Primes, unyielding but incomplete. The other half of the 13 Primes' power resided with Optimus Prime. Currently, Dark Skyfall had mastered the powers of Primus, Nexus, Amalgamus, Onyx, and Micronus, along with half of the 13 Primes' power. This transformation made Dark Skyfall's dark aura even more terrifying, almost matching that of the ancient Megatronus, despite having only recently been created. Shockwave remained silent for a moment before finally saying, I hope this wasn't a mistake. With that, he turned and strode away, heading to the lab. Dark Skyfall sat alone on his iron throne, lost in thought. His mechanical right hand absent-mindedly touched the transformation gear at his waist, then raised it to his eyes, clenching it tightly. 3rd time's the charm, he muttered darkly to himself. As Shockwave exited the command room, he heard a call from behind. He paused and turned to see 7 shadow soldiers approaching quickly. To his surprise, the spark energy of these soldiers had reached class bar rarity in the mechanized army. These 7 soldiers were the first members of the Shadow Legion, and now only they remained. Their eyes shone with a defiant light, something that ordinary cannon fodder lacked. We need your help, said Unit 001, the first soldier created for the Shadow Legion. Can you upgrade our transformation gears? Shockwave was slightly taken aback. You want to upgrade your transformation gears? Are even the grunts of the Shadow Legion this ambitious? Yes, just a standard combined gear will do, Unit 001 explained. The Legion is about to go to war, and the enemy is formidable. Lord Dark Skyfall will face even stronger foes in the future. We heard you are Cybertron's greatest scientist, so we took the liberty of making this request. Shockwave pondered for a moment, then turned and said, "Follow me." The 7 Shadow Soldiers exchanged glances before following in Shockwave's footsteps. 3 days later, Black Widow was inspecting the latest work at the manufacturing plant. We've given it our all, producing 200,000 soldiers, 2 small-class ships, and a large number of weapons in just a few days. Let's hope Lord Dark Skyfall can defeat the legendary enemy this time, she said gravely. Thunderstorm approached to inquire about the preparations, and Black Widow confirmed that everything was ready. Soon, over 300,000 Transformers of the Shadow Legion stood in formation before the Revenge. 2 small, 300-meter-long starships hovered overhead. The air was thick with the metallic, mechanical tension of impending battle. The Shadow Legion was ready. As everyone waited with bated breath, Dark Skyfall emerged from the base, the Night Star sword strapped to his back. He surveyed the Legion, raised his right fist, and shouted in a raspy, gravelly voice, "Warriors of the Shadow Legion, strike fear into the hearts of your enemies." The entire Legion roared in unison, "For the Shadow! Long live Lord Dark Skyfall! Activate the space bridge." Dark Skyfall ordered decisively. The Shadow Soldiers in charge of activation were already in position and immediately input the coordinates provided by Shockwave. Shockwave had meticulously set up multiple landing points on the target planet, each strategically calculated. As the space bridge began to form, 300 energy fusion cannons from the Shadow Legion fired in unison, sending a barrage of energy ions into the bridge. Meanwhile, the Fallen Legion was assembling their fleet. They possessed 5-kilometer-long starships, each powered by scours core energy. The 5 Fallen Transformers leaders were created by Megatron using the All-Spark energy combined with local biological genes. Their All-Spark energy levels were all S-class, and each possessed unique biological and humanoid forms. Energy fluctuations detected. Numerous enemies incoming. The fallen soldier responsible for monitoring shouted in alarm. "What?" The nearby fallen commander was shocked, and before he could order the activation of the energy shields, a dense barrage of energy blasts erupted from the space bridge. Explosions followed one after another, mixed with metallic seeds of energy, instantly tearing the fallen Transformers to pieces. Those who couldn't evade were melted into molten metal along with the surrounding objects. "Master, we are under attack." The fallen commander rushed into the steel fortress to report to Megatron. Megatron was furious upon hearing this. His first reaction was that Dark Skyfall and Shockwave had returned to Cybertron and revealed his location to Optimus Prime. But the fallen commander clarified, "Master, the enemies are unknown. They are not from the Cybertronian army." Only then did Megatron recall that Dark Skyfall had mentioned his legion's identity. "Tear them apart. I want to personally rip out Dark Skyfall's spark," he ordered angrily, believing that Dark Skyfall was overestimating himself by challenging him with just supreme-level energy. "Dark Skyfall, you will pay dearly for your ignorance." With a command from Dark Skyfall, 2 small Shadow Legion ships burst out from the space bridge, immediately launching a concentrated attack on the Fallen Legion. The 2 different kinds of Transformer Legions began a direct confrontation. Long live Lord Dark Skyfall! 7 class soldiers who had previously sought Shockwave charged forward. Under the command of Unit 01, they quickly combined into a 16-meter-tall, scours energy-level giant robot Chi-Yun. Upon landing, Chi-Yun immediately targeted the Fallen Legion's grunts with its energy fusion cannon and launched a fierce attack. Following closely, the Shadow Legion's flying Squadron Thunder, Croc, Bomb, and Spin emerged from the space bridge, providing aerial fire support for the ground troops, continuously launching missiles at the enemy lines. Black Widow leaped into the air, transforming into a jet and diving into the space bridge. As the battle fully erupted, Dark Skyfall issued another command. Avenger. The massive base, towering like a mountain, split into 10 giant Transformers over 100 meters tall, each bearing the blade insignia of the Shadow Legion on their chests, with scours spark energy. Despite their enormous size, these 10 Transformers showed extreme reverence towards Dark Skyfall. Eliminate all obstacles. With Dark Skyfall's order, this force, known as the Annihilation Squad, transformed into various vehicles and joined the battle. At this moment, only Sage was left behind. He had been transformed into a mechanical dog, with spark energy reduced to class, but he was the only one who hadn't accepted the Shadow Protocol yet remained alive. Dark Skyfall warned him to focus on energy extraction work and not to head to the battlefield. Power of Skyblade. Transform. Dark Skyfall leaped into the fray, ready to personally join the intense battle. With the clanging and clashing of metal, Tian'ren suddenly transformed midair into a massive mechanical beast. This monstrous form, based on Ruishiangxiu, combined the menacing features of a giant predator, boasting 4 mechanical wings and the form of a 5-clawed dragon. Its 4 mechanical eyes glinted coldly. Fully transformed, Tian'ren emanated an intimidating presence, letting out a thunderous roar before flapping its mechanical wings and soaring over the Shadow Legion's heads into the space bridge. The battlefield was engulfed in explosions, the sound of shattering metal, electrical discharges, and screams. Shocking Zun instantly moved from the castle's interior to its top, showcasing his ability to mimic Yinshanzing's spatial teleportation. He slowly raised his hands and took a small step, unleashing the power of Tianyuan. Accompanied by spatial vibrations, within a kilometer radius centered on the castle, all objects lost their gravity, causing thousands of shadow soldiers to float uncontrollably in midair. Black Widow, losing power at the edge, desperately called out to Shortnose for help. Shortnose quickly fired a steel cable, which Black Widow managed to grasp with difficulty, but inadvertently pulled Shortnose into the danger zone as well. At that moment, Shocking Zun clenched his fist suddenly, releasing a powerful burst of energy that instantly pulverized the shadow soldiers within the anti-gravity field. Black Widow and Shortnose were luckily blasted out of the zone by the explosion's shockwave, while Trident at the center was shattered to pieces. When the anti-gravity effect dissipated, all suspended objects fell, further devastating countless shadow soldiers. Just as Shocking Zun was feeling triumphant, Tian'ren dive-bombed from above, spewing magma-like flames from its mouth towards Shocking Zun. Shocking Zun narrowly dodged, but the searing fireball struck the castle, instantly melting half of it into molten iron. Tian'ren quickly reverted to human form, wielding the Dark Star Sword and engaging in fierce combat with Shocking Zun. Shocking Zun was stunned by Tian'ren's possession of multiple Tianyuan powers, experiencing true fear for the first time. Tian'ren attacked ferociously, landing a punch on Shocking Zun's consciousness chip, causing a system malfunction. In a daze, Shocking Zun mistook Tian'ren for the 13 Tianyuan and lashed out in a sudden rage. However, Tian'ren used the microstar ability to split instantly, dodging the attack and reassembling behind Shocking Zun, piercing his chest with the sword. The severely injured Shocking Zun fell to the ground, his body sparking and pleading in terror. Tian'ren approached expressionlessly as Shocking Zun frantically pulled out a piece of metal debris, a fragment of the Seed of Fire, which slowly floated towards Tian'ren. As one of the oldest mechanical life forms in the universe, Shockwave faced the brink of death for the first time. Fear flooded his consciousness as he desperately dragged his mechanical body across the ground. He silently prayed that Darkfall might show the same mercy as Optimus Prime, hoping that if he appeared pitiful enough, he might be spared. Darkfall watched as a fragment of the All-Spark drifted slowly towards him and stopped in his tracks. He sheathed his Nightstar sword and caught the fragment with one swift motion. Upon close inspection, he noticed some irregular energy patterns on it, resembling ancient symbols rather than Cybertronian script. Without further examination, he placed the fragment into his chest compartment. Darkfall then removed his mouth shield with a crisp click. Holding the Requiem blaster in one hand, he walked slowly toward Shockwave. Suddenly, he raised the blaster and plunged it into Shockwave's abdomen. Ah! The sound of metal tearing was accompanied by Shockwave's heart-wrenching scream. The fallen Legion finally realized their leader, Shockwave, had been captured by the enemy leader. A massive fallen commander attempted to rush forward to rescue him but was blasted to the ground by Jetfire and other members of the Shadow Legion. Following swiftly, Berserker leapt forward and delivered a crushing punch to the fallen commander's chest. With a deafening crash and sparks flying, the S-Class fallen commander was beaten to death by the Shadow Legion, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Pinned to the ground, Shockwave was beyond saving. Darkfall leaned down, grabbed Shockwave's mechanical head, and brought his face close, roaring, "Look at my face! I told you, I would make you my stepping stone." With that, he slammed Shockwave's head into the ground with a thunderous crash. "Ah! Don't kill me, you've got what you wanted, spare me," Shockwave pleaded in agony. Hearing this, Darkfall's rage seemed to subside slightly, but his mechanical demeanor remained cold. He said icily, "I pity you. A once great Prime, now so afraid of death. But you have no more chances." With that, Darkfall transformed his mechanical arm into several energy conduits, a technology loaded by Shockwave, allowing him to directly extract the power of the Primes. Unfortunately, this technology could currently only extract the power of the Primes. Bang, bang, bang. The energy conduits pierced through Shockwave's chest, invading his spark. Violent currents flashed incessantly, producing a sharp hissing sound. Ah! Shockwave howled in unbearable pain as his innate power was being taken away. After extracting Shockwave's prime power, Darkfall's energy conduits reverted to a mechanical arm. Without hesitation, he crushed Shockwave's spark within his chest, extinguishing the once mighty Shockwave. Having acquired Shockwave's prime power, Darkfall hung the Requiem blaster on his back. Now, he bore two immensely powerful relics. The battle raged on, and without any pause, Darkfall utilized Shockwave's teleportation ability. With a blinding flash, he appeared atop the half-ruined iron fortress in the next instant. This ability consumed so much energy, Darkfall was surprised to find that using spatial teleportation drained more energy than an entire battle. This ability wasn't something he could use freely, much like Yinshanzing's temporal abilities. He quickly scanned the battlefield and then drew the Requiem blaster from his back, slowly raising his mechanical arm and aiming at the fallen legion below. Buzz! Darkfall easily harnessed Shockwave's prime power. It was undeniable that Shockwave was a shadow of his former self. In his prime, Darkfall would have struggled to defeat him with this ability alone. Instantly, tens of thousands of fallen Transformers were lifted into the air, controlled by Darkfall's anti-gravity power. I am Darkfall, the future ruler of the universe. Bow to my will. Darkfall, like an invincible mechanical demon, controlled everyone's fate. With that, he lowered his raised mechanical arms. Boom! Everything under his anti-gravity control crashed down with a thunderous impact. The Fallen Legion suffered countless casualties. Witnessing this, both the Fallen Legion and the Shadow Legion ceased fighting, their gazes filled with terror as they looked at Darkfall. Resistors. No mercy. Darkfall raised one hand again, using his power. Instantly, a fallen commander was pulled into the air before him. With a fierce grip of his mechanical hand, the commander's body shattered, his spark exploding on the spot. Seeing this, the entire Fallen Legion dropped their weapons and knelt on one knee before Darkfall, submitting to his overwhelming power. After all, he had directly taken Shockwave's abilities. Accept the Shadow Pact. Become my subordinates. Darkfall shouted at the kneeling Fallen Legion below. He then opened his chest, releasing countless orbs of shadow energy that flew towards the Fallen Legion. We pledge our loyalty. Long live Lord Darkfall. The remaining tens of thousands of Fallen Legion members accepted the Shadow Pact, knowing refusal meant death. For the Shadow. Witnessing this, the Shadow Legion was not to be outdone and also knelt on one knee before Darkfall. The battle ended just like that. Darkfall surveyed all his subordinates below, his mechanical expression devoid of any joy from victory, still cold and stern. He knew this was only the beginning. As Perceptor had said, his enemies were not limited to Shockwave. This time, he also realized that powerful foes were everywhere. Without Shockwave's addition, this conflict with Shockwave might have ended here. Darkfall's four mechanical eyes scanned the Decepticon Legion below once more, his expression inscrutable. In a hoarse mechanical voice, he muttered, I will silence the stars, subjugate the world. The cosmos will burn beneath my feet. The endgame is to become the ruler who sets all the rules. This goal, he vowed to see through to the end. Darkfall then turned his gaze to the three surviving fallen leaders. These Transformers were created by Megatron using shard energy combined with the native life forms of this planet, each standing about 20 meters tall in their humanoid forms. The strongest among them resembled a dragon, with spark energy reaching its S level. However, unlike ordinary Cybertronian Transformers, their spark energy recovered more slowly after battles, possibly due to the shard energy. As a result, Megatron often kept them in a dormant state. After a moment of silence, Darkfall leapt downwards, landing with a thunderous crash that sent clouds of dust into the air. He slung his Soul Reaper gun onto his back and strode towards the three fallen leaders. They remained kneeling on one knee, displaying extreme submission. Having accepted the Shadow Pact, Darkfall was well aware of their abilities. He addressed the foremost fallen leader, Fallen Dragon King. From now on, that title is void. You are now the Shadow Dragon King, responsible for leading the Legion here and ready to follow orders at any time. Do not disappoint me. Despite the vast difference in size, Darkfall's imposing presence made it impossible for them to look up. Yes, Lord Darkfall. For the Shadow. Shadow Dragon King responded respectfully. Though they had endured fierce battles, the remaining Fallen Legion was still considerable, with 5 relatively intact ships. Darkfall realized that the commotion he caused would undoubtedly draw the attention of the rulers of this star cluster. Fortunately, the Shadow Legion's Cybertronian technology was close to a level 5 civilization, while the Rolmar Empire had only ruled this star cluster for 10,000 years. If not for the need to act discreetly, Darkfall would have liked to wage war against all the civilizations of the Death Star cluster directly. But the universe was full of uncertainties, and he had to use the Cybertron star cluster as a stepping stone. Meanwhile, in a manufacturing plant, Black Widow followed Spin as they walked briskly. She spread her mechanical arms and said, Phew, that was a close call. I almost died. Spin replied, but Trident sacrificed himself. It's really sad. I always said he charged too recklessly. As they walked and talked, they arrived at the place where the Vara were detained. Suddenly, a few frenzied Vara charged at the shadow soldiers guarding them. their eyes blood-red and mouths sprouting fangs, as vicious as rabid dogs. Spin and Black Widow watched in shock. Damn it! These things are infected with some kind of virus. They've all gone rabid. The guard soldiers wrestled with the frenzied Vara. After a few gunshots, the Vara on top of the soldiers fell dead, their heads blasted open. The soldier turned to see that Spin had fired the shots, while Black Widow looked serious, as if she had realized something. Ignoring the soldier's explanation, Black Widow walked straight to the Vara corpses and flipped one over with her foot. She dripped some of the Vara's blood into the system on her arm and quickly concluded, "It's a latent gene, Ralmarian gene." Spin was astonished. Ralmarian gene? They're a level 4 civilization, and these Vara are just one of their many subordinate civilizations, not even reaching level 1 technology. How could they have Ralmarian genes? Black Widow put away her equipment and said, "We didn't notice before, but it seems to be the case now." She ordered the shadow soldiers, "Eliminate all these Vara. They no longer serve any purpose." With that, she turned and left. Meanwhile, within the Death Star cluster, the Rolmar Empire's fleet had set up an inescapable net, pursuing Soundwave's Decepticons. They took advantage of the Cybertron civil war, aiming to capture this Decepticon force and seize the coveted Cybertronian technology. Just as Lockdown was preparing to leave the Death Star cluster, the holographic projection of the bounty hunter leader, Scourge, suddenly appeared before him. "Lockdown, there's a new mission. You can't leave the Death Star cluster just yet." In a dimly lit command room, Lockdown lounged lazily in his iron chair, casually asking the holographic projection in front of him, "A new mission? What's it this time? Are we after that bishop from the Pack of Mutts?" The mechanical face of Scourge appeared unusually serious in the projection as he began. "No. Quintessa has issued 2 new missions, and one of them involves a particularly troublesome individual." Lockdown impatiently urged, "Cut to the chase and give me the details." Scourge took a deep breath, speaking with a heavy tone. "First, we have a high-priority target. Locate the legendary figure of Cybertron, Megatron." Hearing the name, Lockdown sprang from his seat as if electrocuted, his mechanical face filled with horror and anger. "Why don't you just ask me to die while you're at it?" Scourge quickly clarified, "We're only asking you to find his location, not capture him. Even Quintessa fears him at the moment. But the reward for this mission is quite substantial: 100 Energon cubes and 10 life-bearing planets. High risk, high reward. With his whereabouts, we could establish an even larger force." Lockdown's expression shifted from anger to deep contemplation as he slowly sat back down, weighing the pros and cons. Megatron was notorious on Cybertron, one of the 13 primes. He feared he might be discovered before even finding him. However, the lucrative reward was undeniably tempting. After a moment of thought, Lockdown calmed down and asked, "All right, what's the other mission?" Scourge replied, "The second mission involves finding a lost Cybertronian prime known as Nemesis Prime. I'll send you the detailed information later." Lockdown's mechanical face showed shock once again as he asked incredulously, "Did you say Nemesis Prime?" Scourge checked his data and confirmed, "Yes, Nemesis Prime. It seems he's quite formidable. You might have encountered him on Earth? According to our intel, he's likely in the Dead Star cluster now. Whatever your past encounters, Nemesis Prime is worth 100 Energon cubes, more valuable than Optimus Prime. You're in for a big haul." Lockdown. Lockdown cursed inwardly, feeling more like he was in for a disaster than a windfall. Neither of these missions was easy. Seeing Lockdown's concern, Scourge suggested, "You might want to enlist help from your crew, if you can persuade them. Nemesis Prime is more valuable than any of your previous captures. You should know what to do. Good luck." With that, Scourge cut the communication. Lockdown remained stunned, starting to suspect that Scourge might be using this opportunity to get rid of him. Meanwhile, in the command room of the Revenge, Nemesis Prime was lounging on his iron throne. A shadow soldier approached and reported, "Lord Nemesis Prime, the scout has sent back some important intel." Nemesis Prime snapped out of his thoughts and signaled the soldier to continue. The soldier detailed, "The scout has returned with coordinates of several life-bearing planets, including information about the Decepticons and the movements of the Rolmar Empire fleet." Hearing the word Decepticons, Nemesis Prime showed a hint of surprise and immediately approached the holographic screen. After a few seconds of contemplation, he ordered, "Get me in touch with the scout." Soon, the upper body of the scout was projected in front of Nemesis Prime, respectfully addressing, "My great shadow leader, Lord Nemesis Prime." Nemesis Prime directly asked, "I want to know about the Decepticons. What's going on?" The scout explained, "Yes, my lord. I discovered the whereabouts of the Decepticon ship, the Stormbringer. It's Soundwave and his crew. They're being pursued by the Rolmar Empire fleet, but I didn't dare investigate further." Soundwave. Nemesis Prime was somewhat surprised. He had thought Soundwave had returned to Cybertron, not expecting him to be in this star cluster. But since Megatron wasn't coming for him, Nemesis Prime decided to leave it be for now. The primary task was to gather more information about the shards. He then asked, "Tell me about those life-bearing planets." The scout reported, "Two of them are level 1 civilizations, posing no threat to us as they can't even harness energy. However, one level 2 civilization caught my attention. Their technology has advanced rapidly in just 100 years. According to my information, 100 years ago, this civilization was still in the Stone Age." Nemesis Prime's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered, "There's something off. Keep monitoring this civilization's developments and send me its coordinates. Also, keep an eye on the Rolmar Empire's actions." The scout complied, "Yes, my great shadow leader, Lord Nemesis Prime." Nemesis Prime corrected him, "And the future ruler of the universe. This is the last time he'll remind you." The scout quickly corrected himself, "Yes, the future ruler of the universe, Lord Nemesis Prime." With that, the connection was severed. Nemesis Prime fell into deep thought, muttering, "Rolmar Empire." A moment later, he summoned Jetfire and Shockwave, inquiring, "I need more information about the Rolmar Empire." Jetfire provided a detailed overview. A relatively young level 4 civilization. Their high priest, Arthas, has taken control of the Rolmar Council and, within 1,000 years, used their advanced technology to subjugate hundreds of civilizations in the Dead Star Cluster. They call themselves the Guardians of the Dead Star Cluster and are members of the Nebula Alliance. Their foundation seems solid for now. Nemesis Prime nodded. "Indeed. You must understand, we are currently in a stable Imperial star cluster. This will greatly hinder our actions." He pondered that to make their operations smoother, they needed to destabilize the Empire. This would not only benefit them but might also provide more information about the Allspark shards. Searching for them one by one was too cumbersome. Shockwave, seemingly grasping Nemesis Prime's intention, suggested, "We could engineer a split within the Rolmar Empire." Nemesis Prime looked approvingly at Shockwave, signaling him to continue. Shockwave elaborated, "By disrupting their core civilization, the Rolmar Empire would inevitably fall into civil war, which would be highly advantageous for us." Skyfire cautiously commented, "The idea is good, but causing internal conflict within a level 4 civilization won't be easy." Shockwave spread his mechanical hand, a hint of confidence in his tone. "The consciousness control prism is my recent research achievement. It can disrupt biological consciousness and interfere with the energy core of a level 4 civilization. I originally planned to test it on Blue Planet, but haven't implemented it yet. In interstellar warfare, causing chaos in the enemy ranks before invading is a logical and necessary tactic." Dark Skyfall showed interest. "Sounds good. Let's do it, Shockwave." Shockwave reminded, "But doing this might offend the entire Nebula Alliance, considering the Roerma Empire is a member." "Tell me more about the Nebula Alliance," Dark Skyfall inquired. Skyfire took over the explanation. "It's an alliance formed by Quintessa, consisting of 20 level 4 civilizations. All members are under the protection of the Quintessa Protocol, which in reality means control." "Is Cybertron part of it?" Dark Skyfall asked again. "No," Skyfire explained. "Although Cybertron was once invaded by Quintessa, successive Supreme Leaders have only adhered to the Universal Peace Agreement. We belong to the faction of peace and freedom." Dark Skyfall was puzzled. "The faction of peace and freedom?" Skyfire nodded. "Yes, Cybertron developed independently in the universe, while most civilizations chose or were forced to form alliances." Dark Skyfall sneered. "Peace? Freedom? Without strong power, those are mere fantasies." Skyfire reminded, "The Nebula Alliance has always eyed the Cybertron cluster. This internal conflict might give them an opportunity. They could intervene in our internal affairs under the guise of the peace agreement." Dark Skyfall dismissed the concern. "Let's not worry about that now. Shockwave, execute the plan and use your research to create chaos in the Roerma Empire." "Understood, Lord Dark Skyfall," Shockwave replied and left the command room. Dark Skyfall pondered about Shockwave's ability to find fragments in this cluster, speculating there might be other pieces. He decided to invade the secondary civilization mentioned by the scout. This civilization had leaped from the Stone Age to a level 2 civilization within a century, a development speed that aroused suspicion. In the space orbit of planet K-16, several space stations and an interstellar fleet baseport floated silently. This was the work of the Bonka civilization, a species resembling beasts, similar in appearance to the predators. Surprisingly, this civilization, with only a century of development, had mastered energy extraction and utilization technologies. Unlike the warlike predators, the Bonka focused on space exploration and finding colonizable planets. Their development speed was astonishing, and no wars had broken out during their progress. Although the Roerma Empire discovered the primitive Bonka people thousands of years ago, they hadn't noticed their recent rapid development. The average height of a Bonka is 4.5 meters, retaining many primitive habits like hunting. In the command room of the space station base, an announcement played. "In 2 days, it will be the birthday of our Lord Morris. All work will be suspended." and everyone will return to the home planet to celebrate. Awesome. The annual carnival is about to begin. A young Bonka woman jumped with excitement. Hopefully, I'll be chosen by Lord Morris this time and become one of his consorts. I want to have 100 offspring for him, she continued to fantasize. Bonka man Lien Yun, monitoring the signals, teased, Roni, you do have a nice figure, but you still lack something to stand out among so many women. Roni retorted, what do you know? I'm perfect in every way. Lord Morris will definitely choose me. Lien Yun grinned mischievously, true, but you lack experience. Lord Morris doesn't like inexperienced women. Roni pondered for a moment and then asked, what kind of experience? Lien Yun grabbed her hand eagerly, come, I'll teach you. I guarantee you'll gain the experience needed to serve Lord Morris. Saying this, they hurried towards a small room. At that moment, a drone with a blade emblem appeared, transforming into a robot and landing on the Bonka space station. This was Scout, an intelligence officer of the Shadow Legion. His body contained small robots designed by Skyfire, capable of assisting in data collection and system infiltration. Scout quickly hacked into the Bonka space station, taking control of all satellite signals. He soon discovered vital information. Bonka's deity Lord Morris, a godlike figure. 100 years ago, Morris suddenly gained immense power and knowledge, drastically altering the Bonka civilization's progress. Their technology, especially in energy extraction, had advanced rapidly since then, almost identical to Cybertron's. Realizing Morris was a key figure, Scout immediately reported to Dark Skyfall. Upon receiving the information, Dark Skyfall decisively ordered, prepare the space bridge. Understood. Lord Dark Skyfall. Shadow soldiers promptly began preparations. Unbeknownst to the Bonka, a massive storm was about to sweep through, forever changing their fate. The base of the Bangla people on planet K-16 was thrown into chaos. An unexpected signal interruption left the staff responsible for receiving transmission scrambling. It seemed that the satellite had either been hacked or encountered some unknown malfunction, causing all communications to cut off instantly. Outside the base's main gate, a crowd of anxious Banka people quickly gathered, demanding an explanation for the unprecedented situation. A hurriedly appointed leader stepped forward to calm them down. Please don't worry, everyone. We are trying to contact the space station. This is just a temporary issue, and the signal will be restored shortly. At that moment, a covert probe completed its mission, swiftly retrieving all the microrobots. Seizing the opportunity, it surged towards K-16's atmosphere amidst the confusion. Almost simultaneously, the Banka people's signal miraculously returned to normal. An enraged Banka commander contacted the space station responsible for monitoring the signals. Lien Yun, Roni, what on earth are you doing? What just happened? Although the signal interruption lasted only a few minutes, the unprecedented event had already caused significant unrest among the Banka people. Lien Yun, a Banka man, stammered in his explanation, sir, there was indeed a minor issue, but it's been resolved now. I assure you, there won't be any more mistakes. In truth, Lien Yun and Roni had no idea what had just transpired. They had just come out of the break room and were inexplicably berated by their superior, leaving them no choice but to take the blame. The commander coldly warned, it better be. The great deity's birthday is approaching, and you'd best not mess things up again. With that, he cut off the communication. Lien Yun scratched his head in confusion, muttering, strange. Everything seems fine now. Suddenly, a violent distortion appeared in the void outside the space station. A space bridge node materialized out of nowhere in the pitch-black expanse. Lien Yun and Roni stared in shock at the bizarre sight. Before they could react, a blinding laser engulfed them, leaving no trace behind. With a thunderous explosion, the Banka people's space station and space base were obliterated in an instant. Immediately, countless transformers poured out from the space bridge, heading straight for planet K-16. Meanwhile, in a lavish palace on the surface of K-16, the Banka supreme deity, Morris, sat high on his throne, clad in luxurious robes and holding a scepter. His scepter emitted a powerful energy, adorned with what seemed like an ordinary metal fragmenta shard of the All-Spark. Morris excitedly muttered to himself, it really is an All-Spark shard. They have come. They have finally come. My great masters, you have finally arrived. Through the All-Spark shard, Morris had long sensed the presence of a powerful race. They were a supreme metal life form in the universe, known as the Cybertronians. Rising from his throne, Morris raised his scepter high, closed his eyes, and reverently called out, welcome, my great Cybertronian gods. I am your most loyal servant, Morris. At that moment, the Shadow Legion's transformers descended like burning meteors, breaking through the atmosphere and crashing into Banka cities. Explosions echoed continuously, buildings toppled, dust filled the air, and cries of despair resounded. Countless Banka people perished in the sudden onslaught. From the massive craters emerged soldiers of the Shadow Legion, shouting, Hail Megatron, wielding energy weapons and launching indiscriminate attacks on the surrounding Banka people. Energy beams sliced through the air, sparks flew, and the flames of war spread rapidly. Terrified Banka people scattered, shouting, "It's an alien invasion! Run!" Shadow soldiers activated their scanning systems, quickly locking onto the fleeing crowds and launching small metal seed bombs. The resulting high temperatures melted nearby buildings, and tens of thousands of Banka people instantly, leaving them no time to scream. Several Banka generals rushed into Morris's palace, kneeling and pleading, "Great deity, terrifying machine beings are invading. Their weapons are incredibly powerful. Please save your people." However, Morris, with a fanatical look, rebuked, "Nonsense. They are our gods, and we are forever their most loyal servants. It is the power of my scepter that summoned them." The generals were stunned. One of them shouted in anger, "What gods? Millions of our people have died in such a short time." Morris became even more frenzied, raising his scepter and firing an energy beam at one of the generals, reducing him to dust instantly. The other generals were terrified. Suddenly, one general roared, "I will not let Banka be destroyed like this." With that, they all lunged at Morris, pinning him to the ground and seizing his scepter. Morris, beaten and furious, screamed, "Damn you! How dare you lay hands on me? I am the god of Banka." The general who took the scepter coldly replied, "God? From now on, Morris, you are no longer the supreme deity of Banka. No, return my scepter immediately." Maurice screamed hysterically, his voice echoing through the empty palace. Without the scepter, he was no different from an ordinary Banka civilian, helpless against the towering Banka generals. Years of indulgence had severely damaged Morris's body. Without the energy from the fire source, he would have perished long ago. However, this mysterious artifact had also attracted the mechanical demons, pushing the entire Banka civilization to the brink of extinction. "We must destroy it," declared one of the Banka generals, gripping the faintly glowing scepter tightly. The generals had long grown tired of Morris's tyrannical rule. With the power of the scepter, Maurice had acted with impunity, seizing countless Banka women, even taking others' wives. Any opposition was ruthlessly crushed by the scepter. Despite this, Maurice had also brought progress to the Banka people during his reign, making most civilians still hold him in awe. But now, with the Banka race facing a life-or-death crisis, the generals were determined to stop Morris's tyranny. They quickly reached a consensus, wrapping the scepter tightly in heavy fabric before carefully placing it in Morris's treasured energy box. With that done, the generals hurriedly left the palace, leaving Maurice in a sorry state. "You insolent brutes," Maurice roared. "How dare you lay hands on your god? You will face the wrath of the Cybertron master." Before he could finish, a heavy fist landed on his face, knocking out his teeth. Green, viscous blood oozed from his mouth and nose. Shortly after the generals departed, a series of urgent whooshing sounds filled the sky. A blazing fireball descended from the heavens, crashing into Maurice's palace. With a thunderous boom, much of the grand structure collapsed. Maurice was thrown by the shockwave, hitting the ground hard, his mind buzzing and nearly losing consciousness. From the rubble came the sound of metal scraping. Dark Skyfall's towering mechanical form slowly stood up, his strange mechanical eyes emitting a chilling light, spreading a terrifying mechanical aura. "Ah, it's the Cybertron master," Maurice stammered, struggling to lift his head. "I am your most loyal servant, Maurice." Dark Skyfall turned at the sound, his sharp gaze locking onto Maurice. Following the signal of the fire source fragment, he found it had vanished, but he could still sense the residual energy from Maurice. With two Cybertronian relics strapped to his back, Dark Skyfall walked heavily towards Maurice. Grabbing him, he demanded in Banka language, "Where is the fire source fragment?" Terrified, Maurice nearly fainted, stuttering, "G Great Cybertron Master. The divine artifact was taken by some rebels." "Taken?" A flash of surprise crossed Dark Skyfall's eyes, quickly turning to rage. He slammed Maurice to the ground and stomped on him, crushing him into a pulp. Enraged by the loss of the fire source fragment signal, Dark Skyfall transformed into a fighter jet and flew towards a Banka skyscraper. Upon arrival, he reverted to his humanoid form and retrieved the Soul Reaper spear from his back. "Scout!" Dark Skyfall called from the rooftop. Moments later, Scout arrived in drone form, transforming and kneeling. "Great Dark Skyfall, leader of the Shadow Legion. Set up a signal tower," Dark Skyfall commanded. "I want these creatures to surrender the fire source fragment. At once." Dark Skyfall. Scout responded, transforming and flying off. Scout swiftly took over the Banka signal base, leading the Shadow Legion's Decepticons to seize control of the entire communication system. Soon, every screen on the planet was hijacked, displaying Dark Skyfall's image. "I am Dark Skyfall, leader of the Shadow Legion. He announced in a raspy mechanical voice, "If you don't want this planet to be destroyed, if you don't want your species to go extinct, surrender the fire source fragment." Panic spread among the Bonka people. This mechanical demon, what is the fire source fragment? Give it to him. Whoever took the artifact, give it to them and make them leave. The Bonka generals who had taken the scepter also saw the message, standing frozen in shock. "You have 10 minutes, Dark Skyfall declared, raising his arms with the Soul Reaper's spear in hand. Power of the Primes. In an instant, everything within a 2-kilometer radius of Dark Skyfall disintegrated into fragments, including tens of thousands of Bonka. "Ah! Save us! Spare us! We know nothing." The wails of the survivors echoed. All the fragments and remaining Bonka were held aloft by a powerful anti-gravity force. This scene struck terror into the hearts of all Bonka. How? How can this be? He's too powerful. The Bonka forces were instantly demoralized, their legs weak, overcome with a sense of helplessness. Just hours ago, their planet was peaceful. Now, a century of progress had been undone by a single gesture from this demon. After displaying his power, Dark Skyfall spoke again. "You have 10 minutes to surrender the fire source fragment, or I will find it myself. When that happens, your species will be erased from the universe." Terrified, the surviving Bonka fell into a frenzy. "Summon Lord Maurice." They cried out desperately, hoping their leader could save them from this catastrophe. "The supreme god is dead. Maurice is no longer our deity." This announcement struck the Bonka settlement like a thunderclap. Panic swept through the crowd, with cries and wails filling the air. Children clutched their heads and wept, while the wounded lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Chaos reigned. Suddenly, the roar of engines pierced the cacophony, causing everyone to halt and look toward the source. A hovercraft descended slowly, and several Bonka generals emerged, striding purposefully toward the crowd. All eyes were drawn to the rectangular metal box carried by one of the generals. It was the God's Scepter case, now in their possession. Facing the crowd, one general clenched his claw and shouted angrily, "These mechanical demons were summoned by Maurice. He intended to sacrifice us all for his ascension. We were nothing but his pawns." The Bonka people were stunned, their faces a mix of shock and disbelief. The general continued, "But now, we must give them what they want, or we will all perish." The mechanical demon known as Dark Skyfall wields divine power. With a mere gesture, he can annihilate everything. His mechanical army is slaughtering our kin. Several Bonka elders pushed through the crowd, speaking over each other. "We saw everything that happened." The general carrying the scepter case nodded. "That's why we are here." He slowly opened the case and, to the astonishment of the onlookers, raised the scepter high, shouting, "The supreme god's scepter holds unparalleled power. We still have a chance to kill Dark Skyfall and save our people." At that moment, Dark Skyfall, standing atop a tall building, abruptly turned his mechanical head, detecting the signal of the fire seed fragment. In the next instant, he vanished from the rooftop. "Bonka will rise again. We will defeat the dreadful mechanical demon Dark Skyfall," the Bonka general shouted passionately. Before the echo of his words faded, a sharp whistling sound tore through the sky. An inexplicable fear gripped everyone's hearts. Dark Skyfall appeared out of nowhere, landing heavily among the generals, causing a violent tremor. He held a Soul Reaper spear, his gaze cold and merciless as he surveyed the terrified Bonka people. The massive shockwave knocked everyone to the ground. The general holding the scepter was killed instantly, and the scepter fell nearby. "I am Dark Skyfall," the mechanical demon roared, raising his spear and beginning a ruthless slaughter. Each strike was deadly accurate, and Bonka people fell one after another. "Demon, I'll fight you." A brave Bonka youth dashed toward the scepter, hoping to use it against Dark Skyfall. However, with a simple gesture, Dark Skyfall summoned the scepter to his hand and crushed it effortlessly, retrieving the fire seed fragment inside. Another youth charged at Dark Skyfall with an energy weapon, but his attack was easily deflected by an energy shield. Dark Skyfall hurled his spear, piercing the youth's body, and continued its deadly path, claiming more lives before embedding itself in an armored tank. The remaining Bonka people huddled together, trembling in fear as they watched Dark Skyfall. He calmly recalled his spear, examined the fire seed fragment, and absorbed it into his body. "Black Widow," Dark Skyfall called. A jet fighter swiftly approached, transforming as it landed. "Lord Dark Skyfall, your orders?" Black Widow knelt on one knee. "These Bonka people are now yours. I trust you will find them useful." With that, Dark Skyfall transformed back into a fighter jet and flew away. "Yes, my great shadow leader, I will not disappoint you," Black Widow said, turning to the terrified Bonka people with a cold smile. "New slaves, new test subjects." Black Widow eyed the two newly arrived shadow soldiers and commanded in a low voice, "Gather these guys together for me." The two Shadow Soldiers immediately obeyed and quickly contacted more comrades. In less than 2 days, Planet K-16 was completely overrun. Aside from a few Bonka survivors wandering in space, the rest of the inhabitants, along with their home planet, became slaves of the Shadow Legion. 2 years later, Shockwave, using mind control over Prismo, swiftly disrupted the core of several Tier 3 civilizations within the Death Nebula cluster. These civilizations, once loyal to the Ralma Empire, instantly turned against it. In secret, they held a clandestine alliance meeting against the Ralma Empire. At the meeting, a crocodile-like creature covered in scales angrily said, 3,000 years ago, I told you that Arthas's ideology was flawed, but you all mocked me. I have always opposed the Death Nebula cluster joining the Nebula Alliance. Quintessa only instills evil in us, and the Nebula Alliance has always been exploiting the peace treaty. This was bound to happen sooner or later. Another member immediately retorted, but how do I remember that you were the first one to support Arthas back then? A blue-skinned primate named Lin, from the Tier 3 civilization avian race, who was firmly under Shockwave's control, interjected, That's right, Gorton, but I've heard Arthas speak of you. Gorton was startled and quickly asked, What did he say about me? Lin slowly revealed, He said you were a reptile, and your species' origins were disgraceful. He thought you should live in the rivers. Although I don't agree, Arthas wields the civilization scepter, and one strike could obliterate me. So, I didn't dare to defend you back then. Gorton erupted in anger. That bastard dared to say that. Without the support of our species, Arthas would need at least another 1,000,000 years to rule this cluster. Lin continued to fan the flames. Yes, even Gorton's species is treated this way in Arthas's eyes. I fear that to him, everyone here is just a slightly more advanced slave. These words thoroughly enraged the Tier 3 civilization leaders present, and they all vowed to bring Arthas down. The entire galaxy was suddenly engulfed in war, with more civilizations rising against the Ralma Empire. Amidst this chaos, Soundwave's Decepticons finally found a way out. Upon learning the root cause of the Death Nebula cluster's turmoil, Knockout excitedly exclaimed, This is great. Lord Shockwave is indeed alive. However, Soundwave remained silent, seemingly not as thrilled. Without further investigation, he ordered the Stormbringer to return to Cybertron immediately. Blitzwing, puzzled, asked, Shouldn't we go find Shockwave? Without him, our future operations will be much harder. Soundwave calmly replied, Shockwave may no longer be the Shockwave we knew. The energy controlling Prismo is off. It's very similar to Dark Energon's energy waves. We should take this opportunity to return to Cybertron. Lord Megatron mentioned that Master Titanium has made some new inventions, and it seems Bumblebee is now mass-produced. The Decepticons were stunned. Barricade said in disbelief, No way. Soundwave confirmed, Yes, Autobot created technology. We are about to face an entire army of bumblebees. Meanwhile, on the home planet of the Tier 4 civilization Ralma Empire Ralma Stera Grand Palace glittered with gold. Arthas convened the Empire's High Council. A serious-faced, dog-headed man spoke. Our vassals no longer need our protection. Their fleets are attacking our bases everywhere. Soundwave from Cybertron has fled, and our plan is ruined. What now? We need to contact our allies. This is no small matter. Someone is scheming in the shadows. As the elder dog-headed council members argued, Arthas shouted, Silence! Instantly, the palace fell silent. This dog-headed figure, clad in golden armor and holding a scepter, standing over 5 meters tall, was the supreme ruler of the Death Nebula cluster Arthas. He gravely said, This is Cybertron's retaliation. I need to contact Optimus Prime. With that, he used the civilization leader communicator to connect with Optimus Prime of Cybertron. Before long, the colossal projection of Optimus Prime appeared in the palace's air. All the dog-headed people, including Arthas, bowed slightly to show respect. Arthas began, Guardian of the Cosmic Peace Treaty, Great Supreme Leader of the Cybertron Cluster, Optimus Prime. Your kin are disrupting our civilization's order. We need you to take a stance on this. Optimus Prime sternly responded, I have already told you, although Soundwave is one of our Cybertronian kin, he is now under Megatron's command. You should be well aware of our current situation. I believe you need to address this with Megatron. They broke the peace treaty, and Cybertron is striving to uphold it. Arthas's face was grim as he stared sharply at the image of Optimus Prime on the communication screen. In a deep voice he said, This isn't about the Decepticons. We've discovered that another faction from Cybertron is disrupting our order. Optimus Prime, stop pretending. Everyone knows Cybertron is running out of energy. I think you're preparing for the future. Pausing for a moment, Arthas continued, The Ralma Empire fleet encountered Lockdown ship in the Death Star cluster and found a planet modified by Shockwave. We launched an attack on that planet, but were caught off guard by the Shadow Dragon King's fleet. If not for Dark Energon keeping the Shadow Dragon King low profile to avoid provoking the Nebula Alliance, the fleet would have already broken out of their star system. As Arthas was preparing to rally his fleet for a counterattack against the Shadow Dragon King, sudden internal turmoil disrupted his plans. Several subordinate civilizations were clamoring to dethrone Arthas. He immediately took suppressive action, but the unrest only escalated. With a hint of anxiety in his voice, Arthas said, "If this continues, the Ralma Empire's dominance will be severely threatened. At that point, Quintessa might remove me from the Nebula Alliance. You know, the condition for joining the Alliance is the ability to rule a star cluster." Optimus Prime frowned and responded firmly, "That's impossible. Cybertron is in the midst of a civil war. We don't have the resources to invade you. I'm very busy now. The Decepticons' attacks are getting fiercer. That's all." With that, he cut off the communication. Arthas and his council of Kobold elders were filled with worry. They recalled that everything was under control not long ago. However, ever since their people sent a signal from Blue Star, the situation had gradually spiraled out of control, with countless subsidiary planets engulfed in war. Meanwhile, Lockdown's night ship was roaming the Death Star cluster. A loyal subordinate reported to him, "This star cluster is in chaos. Battles are raging everywhere." Lockdown's face darkened, his eyes beneath the mechanical mask flickering with anger. "This is Dark Energon's doing. That heart-gouging, kidney-cutting maniac is definitely capable of this." The subordinate cautiously added, "It seems Dark Energon is really in this star cluster." Lockdown sneered, "Never doubt the Nebula Alliance's intelligence. And, don't you know how formidable Apocalypse is?" The subordinate, worried, said, "But Dark Energon is a tough opponent. We've faced him before, and this time it might be even harder. After all these years, he's surely expanded his forces. I can't understand why he disappeared after destroying Blue Star, and now suddenly reappears in the Death Star cluster." Lockdown pondered for a moment, a sly glint in his eyes. "No matter, maybe Apocalypse was right. He's more valuable than the ones we captured on Cybertron. We can try that plan." As the night ship hovered in space, believing its cloaking device made it undetectable, a drone silently flew by from a distance. The scout quickly identified the ship's model and thought excitedly, "A Cybertronian night ship. I must report this critical intel to Lord Dark Energon immediately." Mistaking it for Cybertron having received some intelligence and deployed the 12 Guardian Knights, the scout quickly moved away from the night ship. At that moment, Dark Energon was quietly sitting in his base, intently studying two fragments of the Allspark before him. He felt that these fragments held crucial information. He had inquired about them with Jetfire, Shockwave, and even Black Widow, but their knowledge of the Allspark was limited and mostly unknown. Suddenly, Dark Energon remembered Primus, the first transformer of Cybertron, the true originator. He immediately summoned Primus before him, but carefully put away the two fragments first. Staring directly into Primus's optics, Dark Energon bluntly asked, "I want to know more about the Allspark." Understanding that Dark Energon was searching for the Allspark fragments, Primus candidly replied, "The Allspark is the core of Cybertronian civilization. You already know this. There's nothing more to say." Dark Energon pressed, "What about its origin? You must know something." Primus sighed, "Honestly, there's no point in hiding anything from you. The Allspark is the power of the Primes. You could say it's the essence of Cybertron." Hearing this, Dark Energon fell into deep thought. This information was something he had already known even when he was human, yet now it felt like something was amiss. Seeing no deceit in Primus's expression, Dark Energon decided not to pursue further. Primus's answer aligned with what Jetfire and Shockwave had said. Perhaps once he collected all the fragments, the mystery would be solved. Just then, a shadow soldier monitoring signals hurriedly reported, "Lord Dark Energon, the scout has sent back critical intel." Dark Energon immediately stood up and walked briskly to the holographic projection screen. With the shadow soldier's operation, the screen displayed a complete image of a Cybertronian ship. The night ship? Before Dark Energon could speak, Primus exclaimed in surprise. Dark Energon calmly said, "That's Lockdown's ship." Primus explained, "I know, I'm just curious why he's here." Ignoring Primus, Dark Energon stared intently at the night ship on the screen, thinking, "Lockdown, you sly fox. Never did I expect to encounter you in this star cluster. Truly, fate has a way of bringing old enemies together." After a moment of contemplation, Dark Energon surmised that Lockdown must have received some intelligence to come here. Whatever it was, he wouldn't let Lockdown escape this time. He ordered the shadow soldier, "Tell the scout to keep a close watch on the night ship's movements. I'm heading there now to meet our old friend." Lockdown, after a brief moment of contemplation, decided to continue searching for Thundertron and Darksteel. He had initially worried that the Royalmar Empire fleet might cause trouble, but the Empire was now in chaos and couldn't spare the attention. However, Lockdown was unaware that the Shadow Legion's spy drone had been tailing their ship all along. Suddenly, the monitoring system of the night, which had just been activated, detected something unusual. "Sir, We've detected a faint energy signal, possibly energon, a soldier reported immediately. Upon hearing this, Lockdown's mechanical face turned serious. It's coming from a nearby planet, but the signal disappeared quickly, the soldier added. Lockdown exchanged wary glances with a few of his subordinates and then ordered, "Activate the cloaking system and head there immediately." "Yes, sir," the soldier responded promptly, getting to work. Lockdown thought to himself that an energy fluctuation from a planet indicated a high-level energon source. It was very likely Thundertron. As far as he knew, Thundertron had been exiled from Cybertron after being severely injured and had shown up on Earth before. Darksteel was less likely if that guy were nearby. He wouldn't be careless enough to leak an energy signal. The night quickly arrived in the outer space of the planet where the signal had originated. The planet was far from its star, locked in a perpetual ice age. Scans showed no signs of life on its surface. "Are you sure this signal came from here?" Lockdown questioned the soldier in charge of monitoring. "Absolutely, sir. But the signal has vanished again, which is very strange," the soldier replied. Lockdown pondered for a moment before instructing his trusted lieutenant, Deadblade, "Take a few men and scout ahead." Deadblade hesitated slightly, but responded, "Understood." He turned and left the command room. Deadblade was Lockdown's right-hand man, an S-class Energon warrior who had been modified. His body was similar to Lockdown's, but his face was just a screen. He couldn't transform and remained in humanoid form. In battle, he wielded laser weapons and arm blades, excelling in combat. Originally a trainer for the Autobots on Cybertron's third satellite, he had joined Lockdown's ranks as a bounty hunter thousands of years ago. Shortly after, a small ship departed from the night, quickly landing on the surface of the icy planet. In the dim light, Deadblade led 2 transformers and 2 mechanical wolves, cautiously exploring the area. Kneeling on one knee, Deadblade carefully inspected the ice. After confirming the area was safe, he reported to Lockdown via communicator, "Boss, it's all ice here. We haven't found anything. Could we be mistaken?" Lockdown thought for a moment before replying, "The night's system undergoes regular checks. A malfunction is unlikely. There might be something hidden beneath the ice. It could be a frozen Thundertron or even Darksteel. Set up a perimeter. We're coming down." "Understood," Deadblade acknowledged. Under Lockdown's command, the knight soon landed on the ice. Meanwhile, the Shadow Legion's Avenger appeared in the outer space of the icy planet. "Lord Darksteel, they've landed," a shadow soldier reported to Darksteel, who was seated on an iron throne in the command room. Darksteel responded calmly, "Don't alert them. Let the spy drone follow them and see what they're up to." "Yes, sir," the shadow soldier replied. Nearby, Shockwave analyzed, Lockdown wouldn't come to this planet without a reason. He must have discovered something. Shockwave, familiar with Lockdown, knew this nearest-class Energon warrior, capable of creating powerful thermal armor-piercing rounds, was extremely cautious. Darksteel nodded slightly. "With the drone tailing them, we can afford to wait." By this time, Lockdown had reached the surface of the frozen planet, his shoulder and chest lights shining brightly as he strode towards a massive ice mountain. Suddenly, a powerful energy fluctuation emanated from the mountain, startling everyone present and drawing their gazes towards the towering, toothed-sand-meter structure. Simultaneously, a system alert echoed in Darksteel's consciousness. 3 Energon sources detected. This unexpected discovery made Darksteel leap from his iron throne. At that moment, a shadow soldier exclaimed, "Lord Darksteel, we've detected a very strong energy signal from the planet below." Darksteel immediately ordered, "Quick, land on that planet." Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the confinement area. The ice beneath their feet cracked loudly and began to shatter. A powerful wave of energy swept through the area, and Lockdown immediately realized it was the power of the Allspark. "My God, it's the Allspark's energy. We're in big trouble," Lockdown exclaimed, retreating rapidly. He quickly transformed into his car mode, engine roaring, and sped toward the night ship. At that moment, a colossal ice monster over 2,000 meters tall burst from the ground. Its giant blue eyes glowed with anger in the dim light, emitting an energy wave nearly at the supreme level. This behemoth stood like an invincible demon before everyone. "Run!" Lockdown's troops panicked and fled toward the night ship. "Intruders!" the ice monster roared, shaking the earth. It swung its massive hand, smashing down on the fleeing Lockdown and his men. With a thunderous crash, ice shards flew everywhere, and the ground fractured. This blow instantly obliterated dozens of Lockdown's subordinates and several mechanical wolves. Meanwhile, the Shadow Vengeance had just reached high altitude. Megatron and his Decepticon forces witnessed the astonishing scene, stunned. Such a massive creature, and its energy levels are close to supreme. Megatron muttered. Even he felt a tinge of unease. "It's the Allspark's energy," Jetfire exclaimed. Megatron immediately ordered the Shadow Vengeance into battle mode. The gigantic warship dove toward the ice, its main cannon charging, glowing brightly. A beam of energy shot straight at the ice monster, hitting its right shoulder precisely. With a deafening explosion, the monster's arm was blown to pieces, and it howled in pain. Lockdown and his surviving troops looked up, seeing a gigantic Cybertronian warship roar overhead, heading straight for the mountain-sized ice monster. They could clearly see the distinctive blade emblem on the ship's underside. "It's Megatron," Deadlock shouted. "He built such a massive ship so quickly." Lockdown quickly regained his composure. "Forget him. Get back to the night ship. We need to leave immediately." He realized the ice monster was infused with Cybertronian Spark energy, though he didn't understand why. The priority was to escape. However, as they rushed toward the night ship, Megatron suddenly descended from the sky, blocking their path. He wielded the Dark Star Saber in one hand and the Requiem Blaster in the other, the energy wave from his landing scattering several nearby subordinates. His four ring-shaped mechanical eyes locked onto Lockdown. "This can't be." Lockdown was shocked by Megatron's new form, sensing an even more terrifying presence than before. "Lockdown, long time no see." Megatron instantly appeared in front of Lockdown, swinging his sword. Lockdown barely managed to transform a hook to block, but it was immediately sliced in half by the Dark Star Saber. Megatron then kicked him, sending him rolling across the ice, severely damaged, with sparks flying. "Damn it! My systems are failing." Lockdown looked at Megatron in horror, realizing that he not only possessed two powerful relics, but that the Requiem Blaster was previously Shockwave's exclusive weapon. Lockdown's subordinates charged at Megatron, trying to rescue their leader. Hundreds of mechanical wolves joined the attack. "Fools!" Megatron sneered, sheathing the Dark Star Saber and raising his hand to unleash a powerful anti-gravity field. Within hundreds of meters, everything lost gravity, and all attackers floated helplessly in midair. "Lockdown, submit to my will." Megatron pointed the Requiem Blaster at Lockdown but did not immediately strike. Lockdown fell silent, weighing his options for a few seconds before saying, "Spare them and I'll serve you." He knew clearly that no Transformer could match Megatron now. Satisfied with the answer, Megatron lowered his left hand, releasing the anti-gravity field. Lockdown's troops crashed to the ground. Megatron chuckled, resheathing the Requiem Blaster, and then released a shadowy energy from his chest, which slowly drifted toward Lockdown. Lockdown watched the energy sphere gravely, making a decision. To save himself and his men, he accepted the Shadow Pact. He knew that without this, Megatron would never spare them. After Lockdown accepted the Shadow Pact, his subordinates followed suit without exception. From that moment, Lockdown officially joined the Shadow Legion, and the insignia on his body changed from that of a hunter to the exclusive emblem of the Shadow Legion. Shockwave calmly announced, "We have new allies." At the same time, all members of the Shadow Legion received information about Lockdown's forces joining. Jetfire muttered in disbelief, "It's Lockdown. I can't believe it." Perceptor, lounging by the throne, dismissively said, "What's so unbelievable? Look at me now." Lockdown struggled to stand, then knelt on one knee before Dark Energon, who was striding towards him. "At your service." Dark Energon's raspy, heavy mechanical voice echoed, "Rise. Once we deal with that behemoth, I have many questions for you." Lockdown silently got up, while Dark Energon's gaze grew serious as he looked at the massive ice monster in the distance. "That creature has the energy of the All-Spark. Unbelievable." After a thorough lesson, Lockdown became completely compliant, and also focused his attention on the gigantic ice monster. "It's the energy of the All-Spark shard. The All-Spark has shattered," Dark Energon coldly remarked, then took a few steps before launching himself into the air, quickly transforming into a jet and shooting off with a whoosh. At this moment, the Shadow Avenger was engaging with the ice monster. Astonishingly, the ice monster's shattered body would instantly reassemble from countless ice fragments. "Weak ants. Kill." The ice monster roared thunderously, unleashing an even more powerful energy wave from its massive frame. In an instant, countless ice spears, dozens of meters long, shot out. "Activate the energy shield now." Boom, boom, boom. The dense ice spears struck the high-altitude Avenger, relentlessly pounding the energy shield. These spears were also imbued with energy, quickly engulfing the Avenger. "Ah! Activate the balance system now." The massive impact caused the Shadow Avenger to shake violently in the sky. In jet form, Dark Energon deftly rolled through the myriad of ice spears, flying towards the ice monster. He initially intended to use his teleportation ability, but suddenly realized that the creature had an energy interference shield, rendering his teleportation useless. While flying, Dark Energon didn't forget to fire numerous thermal armor-piercing missiles at the ice monster. As the attack was about to hit, the ice monster formed several thick layers of ice in front of itself, successfully blocking the assault. Seeing this, Dark Energon quickly transformed into his robot form, agilely maneuvering through the incoming ice spears. Pow! power of the Prime. Transform. As he closed in within a few hundred meters, Dark Energon instantly morphed into beast mode. Thermal meltdown missile. He launched a fierce attack at the ice monster's chest. Intruders. Kill without mercy. The ice monster roared again, opening its massive jaws to unleash a barrage of small ice spears towards the incoming missile. These arrow-like ice spears were extraordinary, capable of instantly freezing anything they touched. Dark Energon hurriedly activated his defense system, but was still hit by the dense ice spears heating. With a crisp, cracking sound, everything in front of the ice monster was instantly frozen. Lord Dark Energon. Witnessing this, all the Transformers were horrified. This behemoth had such formidable power. Even the supreme Dark Energon was frozen midair. The ice monster wasted no time, swiftly swinging its mountain-sized fist, smashing down on Dark Energon. Despite its massive size, its movements were astonishingly rapid. Boom! With just one strike, the frozen Dark Energon was sent flying several kilometers away. Dark Energon quickly broke free from the ice, immediately issuing an order to the Avenger, Shadow Avenger. Transform. In the high sky, the Avenger began to transform. Lockdown and the others were stunned by the sight. My God, that ship is actually a Titan-class transformer? The Shadow Avenger completed its transformation in just a few seconds. With a thud, it landed on the solid ice. Its crimson eyes locked onto the ice monster, which was a head taller than itself. With a flick of its arms, two massive thermal blades emerged from its gigantic mechanical limbs. Long-range attacks had limited effect on the ice monster. Only close combat could provide a chance to defeat it. Despite its enormous size, the Shadow Avenger moved with exceptional agility. Roar! Seeing such a colossal transformer suddenly appear, the ice monster roared again, then charged at the Avenger. The Avenger's gaze darkened, and its mechanical legs slowly gathered strength. Then, with a bang, the ice cracked. It launched itself forward, raising its arm blades to strike the approaching ice monster. The two titans clashed fiercely. Although the ice monster could quickly repair its injuries, it couldn't keep up with the relentless onslaught from the Avenger. This 700-meter-tall transformer moved with fluid grace, slashing and stabbing with its arm blades non-stop. Leaping, kneeing, and kicking, its attacks were relentless. Under the Avenger's ferocious assault, Dark Energon soon pinpointed the location of the Allspark shard within the ice monster. Seizing the opportunity, Dark Energon transformed back into a jet, charging towards the ice monster. Upon nearing, he swiftly switched to his humanoid form, clinging to the ice monster's chest. Dark Energon raised his mechanical right fist, channeling all his Allspark energy, and delivered a powerful punch aimed at the shard. Boom! The punch shattered the ice monster's body, exposing an Allspark shard. Dark Energon quickly grabbed it, causing the ice monster to howl in agony and stagger backward. The Shadow Avenger didn't give it a chance to regenerate, swiftly following up. Dark Energon used the same tactic, delivering two more heavy punches, successfully extracting two more shards from the ice monster. Deprived of its energy, the ice monster's body collapsed instantly, breaking into countless ice fragments scattered all over the ground. Dark Skyfall's gaze was heavy as he silently observed the 3 fragments of the Allspark floating before him. With these 3, the number of fragments in his possession had increased to 5. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that each fragment bore different symbols, which caused him to furrow his brow slightly. Not far away, the Shadow Avenger was vigilantly scanning the surroundings. After confirming there was no danger, it approached Dark Skyfall slowly. Then, it ascended into the air, its frame creaking, and in an instant, transformed into a massive ship, hovering silently above Dark Skyfall. Dark Skyfall focused on the 5 fragments before him. Suddenly, they began to resonate, chasing and attracting each other until they formed a rotating ring. This strange phenomenon caught the attention of Lockdown, who had been standing nearby. The Allspark is shattered, Lockdown said quietly, having approached Dark Skyfall unnoticed. Even as fragments, their energy is immense. If you could absorb it, no one on Cybertron could rival you. But I don't understand why gather the fragments and reassemble the Allspark? Is this part of some plan? Lockdown recalled the ice giant he had encountered not long ago, still feeling a shiver of fear. Without the help of the Shadow Avenger, the Shadow Legion alone would have struggled to subdue such a formidable opponent quickly. Dark Skyfall slowly raised his mechanical right arm, and the 5 fragments flew towards him, merging into his body. Clenching his fists, he turned to Lockdown and said, "Indeed, it's a plan to dominate the entire universe. I will bring that high and mighty figure down from their pedestal." He paused, then continued, "But first, tell me your story. What brings you here?" Lockdown replied with a hint of embarrassment. "I received 2 bounty contracts. One was yours, and the other was Megatron's." Upon hearing this, Dark Skyfall let out a deep, mechanical laugh that shook his entire frame like an extreme mechanical demon. The laughter abruptly ceased, and his expression returned to its usual coldness. Megatron is already gone. I ended the old era with my own hands, but he won't be the last. With a raspy voice, Dark Skyfall asked, "Who gave you the contract?" Lockdown spread his mechanical hand. The leader of the Nebula Alliance, Quintessa. More precisely, it was the head of the Star Hunter faction, Scourge. Hearing Quintessa's name again, Dark Skyfall's gaze deepened. He had few memories of Quintessa but vaguely recalled her connection to the Quintessence. As for Scourge, Dark Skyfall had some recollection. The one who resembled Optimus Prime seemed to have been a Decepticon. But according to Lockdown's information, Scourge had evidently left the Decepticons and established his own faction. Dark Skyfall paced a few steps and then asked, "How much do you know about Quintessa's ruler?" Lockdown replied, "The ruler of Quintessa is named Quintessa. I met her once. She bestowed energy upon Scourge, making him one of the godlike beings. Scourge once inadvertently mentioned the name Unicron. His trusted lieutenant, Nightbird, secretly investigated and found information suggesting a subtle link between Unicron and the Cybertronian beings, Primus and Unicron." Dark Skyfall was slightly taken aback. "Unicron? And by Primus, you mean Solus Prime, right?" Lockdown nodded in confirmation. Dark Skyfall fell into deep thought. Quintessa, ruler of the Quintessence, a level 5 technological civilization. Why would she take notice of him? Could it be related to his spark? Suddenly, Lockdown remembered something. "Now I recall something that might be related to the all-spark fragments." "Go on." Dark Skyfall gestured for him to continue. Lockdown explained, "While on a mission in the Yautja cluster, I captured a peculiar Yautja warrior. He's still detained on the night ship." Hearing this, Dark Skyfall showed a look of surprise. He turned to look at the night ship in the distance, where Shockwave and Jetfire were disembarking from the Shadow Avenger. After a moment of contemplation, Dark Skyfall instructed Lockdown to lead the way to see this peculiar Yautja warrior. Under Lockdown's guidance, the group soon arrived at a detention chamber on the night ship. The place resembled a massive prison, filled with iron cages of various sizes, containing different species. "My heavens, isn't that the Dinobot squad?" Jetfire immediately recognized the tall transformers hanging upside down in some of the larger cages. Lockdown replied from the front, "Yes, capturing these guys took quite an effort." Shockwave interjected, "Often, dirty tactics can catch one off guard. Grimlock being hung here does seem fitting." Lockdown chuckled lightly. "Compared to your horrific experiments, I'm practically a saint. At least they're just hanging here, not being dissected by someone." Dark Skyfall interrupted their conversation. "Enough chatter. Show me this Yautja warrior." Lockdown stopped and pointed to a nearby cage. "We're here." Dark Skyfall, Shockwave, and the others followed Lockdown's direction and saw a mechanical Yautja warrior hanging upside down in the cage. At the same time, the mechanical Yautja warrior glared at them with fierce, crimson eyes. Shockwave's eyes widened in disbelief, muttering, "This is truly a miracle." The response of Shockwave was identical to that of Lockdown back then. This warrior truly lived up to his name, Iron. Lockdown recalled the effort it took to capture him. This guy could not only turn invisible, but also evade energy system detection. Lockdown watched as Shockwave slowly approached the iron cage, a hint of smugness in his tone. Darksteel followed silently, sensing the energy fluctuations of the warrior's spark within, albeit only at a level. Shockwave stared at the caged warrior for a long time before finally speaking. "His creation astounds me. It defies all scientific principles." Darksteel immediately asked, "Tell me about your findings." Shockwave explained, "It seems they use some form of energy, possibly a shard of the all-spark, to directly transform flesh into metal. Every component is original. The heart has become a spark. It's truly mind-boggling." Hearing this, Darksteel looked at the warrior again. Compared to the Transformers present, this guy wasn't particularly tall, only about 3 meters, like a child in front of Darksteel. Suddenly, a hoarse roar came from the cage. "Cybertronian warrior, if you have the guts, let me out for a unknown fight." Attacking from behind when someone is unprepared is no skill. The latter part was clearly a jab at Lockdown. It was then that Darksteel noticed the warrior was missing a leg, evidently due to Lockdown's thermal armor-piercing rounds. The Transformer systems quickly analyzed and understood the warrior's language. Lockdown's mechanical face turned stern upon hearing this. He strode to the cage and pressed a switch. The cage door opened with a click, and without a word, Lockdown landed a heavy punch on the warrior's face. A tusk broke off with a crack. Lockdown coldly warned, "If you don't want another beating, stay quiet." Darksteel approached the cage and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me about your people." The warrior looked up at Darksteel. "Such powerful energy. You are a mighty Cybertronian. Let me out. I want to challenge you, even if it means death." Unmoved, Darksteel replied, "I'm asking you questions. Answer them first. Besides, with only one leg, you're in no position to challenge me. The warrior was silent for a moment before resolutely saying, I will not betray our master. She saved our home planet and granted us great power. Darksteel stared at him for a long time before turning to Lockdown. Hand him over to Shockwave. I need to know who modified this guy. Lockdown responded, as you wish. He then summoned two subordinates. Shockwave eagerly said, take him back to the Avengers lab. I can't wait to dissect the truth from him. As they were preparing to leave, Black Widow's attention was caught by Lockdown's cage. She curiously looked around and suddenly exclaimed, hey, Lockdown, you even caught a human. Lockdown quickly warned, stay away from that guy. He's not an ordinary human. He's a high-value fugitive from the Silver Pegasus Human Federation Empire, worth 20 super energy units, more valuable than you. Black Widow chuckled. What a lucrative deal. Maybe I should suggest to Lord Darksteel that we, the Shadow Legion, switch to your line of work. Lockdown retorted, not a bad idea. If you don't mind dying again, go ahead and propose it. Black Widow's mechanical expression darkened, and she turned away from Lockdown, heading towards Darksteel. At this moment, Darksteel stood before a massive cage. Inside was the leader of the Cybertronian Dinobot squad, Grimlock. This mechanical dinosaur's spark energy was nearly supreme, a two-form warrior with both Trex and humanoid forms. More impressively, he could combine with other Dinobots to form the powerful combiner Dragonfire King. Darksteel had long known the Dinobot squad's formidable strength. The members included Grimlock, Slag, Sludge, Snarl, and Swoop. As the leader, Grimlock was the strongest. The other members' sparks were all level, with comparable strength. Slag was a Triceratops, Sludge a Brachiosaurus, Snarl a Stegosaurus, and Swoop a Pteranodon. Two other members, Slash and Scorn, were not present. At this moment, these 5 Dinobots were in humanoid form, hanging upside down in the cage, their faces full of rage and defiance. Lockdown stood beside Darksteel and explained, the Dinobot squad is neutral on Cybertron. They follow whoever is strongest. Their strength is indeed impressive, but it's at the cost of intelligence chips. They are what Megatron needs. I was supposed to take them back to Cybertron for him, but at the time, Thundercracker suggested I keep them first. Grimlock's round, crimson eyes fearlessly met Darksteel's gaze. As the leader of the Dinobot squad, he feared no one, not even the Primes. His low intelligence, however, was his downfall. Otherwise, Lockdown wouldn't have captured him. In a real fight, Lockdown wouldn't stand a chance against Grimlock, and even the night ship might be dismantled. Roar! I, Grimlock, am very strong. Grimlock roared at Darksteel, clearly seeking a challenge. Darksteel remained unusually calm and said to Lockdown, release them. Lockdown was taken aback. Are you sure about this? These guys are tough to handle. I only caught them by luck. Darksteel firmly replied, yes, without a fight, they won't submit. With that, he strode out of the holding chamber. Lockdown stood stunned for a while before reluctantly saying, all right, it seems there's no other choice. In an instant, the restraints on the 5 mechanical dinosaurs were unlocked simultaneously. This sudden turn of events left Black Widow and the other Shadow members in a state of panic, causing them to quickly retreat. The mechanical dinosaurs had already made a name for themselves on Cybertron, with Black Widow having been beaten by Grimlock before, and even Megatron wasn't spared. Once freed, Grimlock immediately transformed into a massive mechanical Trex. He let out a deafening roar and swung his tail like lightning, sending the unprepared Lockdown flying. Lockdown crashed heavily against the ship's wall, with sparks flying and parts scattering. Struggling to his feet, he cursed under his breath, frustrated that his recently repaired body had taken yet another beating. Enraged, Grimlock spewed a torrent of flames into the sky, then turned to the iron cage that had imprisoned him, tearing into it with a frenzy. The sturdy iron crumbled like paper under his steel jaws, and in no time, it was reduced to shreds. The other mechanical dinosaurs also went berserk, kicking and stomping at their own cages. Witnessing this, Welder couldn't help but worry for Lockdown. Oh, I think Lockdown might still be useful. After wreaking havoc, Grimlock led the other dinosaur members out of the detention bay, storming off the night ship in search of Nemesis Prime. The onlookers exchanged glances and quickly followed. Outside the night ship, Nemesis Prime was already waiting on the ice. The dinosaurs arrived and immediately transformed into their humanoid forms, standing at an average height of 26 meters, exuding an intimidating presence. They wielded their weapons, eyes burning with intensity, as if they could pierce through Nemesis Prime. Nemesis Prime calmly surveyed the enraged mechanical dinosaurs, drawing the Requiem Blaster and the Dark Star Saber from his back, one in each hand. He paced in front of them, pointing the Dark Star Saber at them. I know you're burning with rage and eager to fight me, but let me make it clear. If you lose, you'll accept my Shadow Pact and become my subordinates. Without hesitation, Grimlock agreed. Fine, but I, Grimlock, will not lose. No sooner had he spoken than he swung his chain mace at Nemesis Prime. Reacting swiftly, Nemesis Prime backflipped to avoid the sudden attack. The ice shattered under the impact, and even an S-class body would have been crushed to pieces if hit. Despite the disparity in size, with Nemesis Prime standing under 10 meters and Grimlock towering at 26 meters, Nemesis Prime held his ground, matching Grimlock blow for blow. The Shadow members watched the intense battle with growing concern, already envisioning the dinosaurs causing havoc and dismantling their base. Welder, in particular, was anxious. However, they also realized that if the mechanical dinosaurs joined the Shadow Army, it would significantly boost their overall strength. During the fierce battle, Grimlock was eventually sent flying by Nemesis Prime. He crashed onto the distant ice, quickly getting up and furiously transforming back into his Trex form. Roaring, he unleashed a burst of flames and charged at Nemesis Prime. Facing the oncoming Grimlock, Nemesis Prime couldn't afford to be careless. He quickly retracted his weapons, realizing that to earn Grimlock's respect, he would need to meet him heat. Power of the Predacons transform. Nemesis Prime's body transformed into a beast mode, emanating an even more powerful mechanical beast aura. The other four mechanical dinosaurs instinctively took a few steps back upon seeing Nemesis Prime's beast mode. As the progenitor of Cybertronian beast warriors, Nemesis Prime possessed immense beast power in this form. Charging Grimlock was momentarily taken aback by the transformation, but then became even more ferocious, baring his mechanical jaws as he continued his charge. With a roar, Nemesis Prime slammed his claws into the ice, then spread his mechanical wings and lunged at Grimlock. The two mechanical beasts collided with a thunderous crash, engaging in a fierce struggle. In no time, Nemesis Prime pinned Grimlock with a single claw, pressing his head into the ground, with Grimlock's hind legs futilely scrabbling against the ice. I yield. I, Grimlock, have lost. Unable to break free, Grimlock finally acknowledged the power gap, though he was puzzled as to why Nemesis Prime possessed the power of the Predacons. Seeing this, Nemesis Prime released Grimlock, and they both returned to their humanoid forms. The other four dinosaur members, seeing Grimlock's defeat, put away their weapons and approached Nemesis Prime, kneeling on one knee alongside Grimlock to signify their submission. As the leader of the mechanical dinosaur squad, with Grimlock defeated, the others naturally dared not oppose Nemesis Prime. With a solemn expression, Nemesis Prime opened the panel on his chest, releasing 5 shadow energies towards the dinosaur squad members. He addressed them, "Follow the rules, become my subordinates, and fight for the Shadow Army." The mechanical dinosaurs had no objections, accepting the Shadow Pact and officially becoming Nemesis Prime subordinates. Dark Skyfall. Powerful. Grimlock. Follow. Grimlock's raspy voice echoed as several imposing mechanical dinosaurs immediately bowed to the relatively smaller Dark Skyfall. Dark Skyfall's mechanical face was as cold as ice. He said calmly, "Rise, we have much to do." With that, he turned and strode towards the Avenger, and the dinosaur squad quickly followed. The planet was thriving with a mechanized splendor. The Shadow Legion's extensive production of cleaning robots and related equipment had almost transformed the entire planet into a second Cybertron. In the coming days, Dark Skyfall searched for fragments of the All-Spark, studied the ancient symbols on them, and awaited Shockwave's research results. Since receiving Dark Skyfall's permission, Shockwave had been holed up in the Avengers lab, focusing on studying the mechanical Yautja. Welder seized this rare learning opportunity and would often run to the lab to seek Shockwave's guidance whenever he had a chance. By now, the Shadow Legion had taken control of 3 planets in the Death Star cluster. With Jetfire's assistance, they successfully linked the space nodes of these planets using space bridge technology, achieving full interconnectivity and greatly facilitating mutual support and travel. However, the addition of the Dinobots, while significantly boosting the Shadow Legion's strength, also brought a lot of trouble. On planet K-16, Black Widow was tasked with managing all affairs, but was frequently disrupted by the Dinobots. "Hey, you guys, can you stop for a moment?" Black Widow shouted at Grimlock, who was mindlessly destroying equipment. Grimlock merely glanced at her and continued gnawing on the device in his mouth. Frustrated, Black Widow stomped her foot. "I've had enough. I'm going to report this to Lord Dark Skyfall and have these brainless brutes sent to Shadow Dragon King. I can't get any work done here otherwise." A subordinate nearby reminded her, "I heard they eat a dozen soldiers a day over there, and Shadow Dragon King himself went to complain to Lord Dark Skyfall." Black Widow insisted, "I don't care. Grimlock and his gang can't stay here any longer." Hearing this conversation, Grimlock stopped and spat out the damaged device, glaring fiercely at Black Widow and her subordinate. "No, Tattletale." Black Widow was startled, but quickly regained her composure. She sternly said, "Grimlock, listen to me. This is the Shadow Legion, and I, Black Widow, am the commander here. You must obey me and stop destroying those devices, or I will report you to Lord Dark Skyfall. If that happens, he will surely lock you up." At the mention of lockup, Grimlock and the other Dinobots froze, recalling the terrifying experience of being suspended in cages for hundreds of years. After a moment, Grimlock muttered, "Grimlock, strong, not want to be locked up." Seeing this, Black Widow smirked victoriously. "As long as you behave, you won't be locked up." Meanwhile, the entire Death Star cluster was engulfed in chaotic interstellar war. Under Shockwave's control prism energy interference, several third-level civilizations' fleets led a challenge against Arthas's rule. Unable to secure support from Optimus Prime, Arthas had no choice but to seek aid from the Nebula Alliance. Arthas had led the Rolmar Empire to dominate the Death Star cluster, elevating its civilization core to a fourth-level status with the staunch support of several third-level civilizations. In just 10,000 years, he not only repelled external enemies but also solidified the Empire's foundation, achieving feats that even some fourth-level civilizations found hard to match. However, his rule was now in jeopardy, with once loyal allies turning against him and demanding a trial for his crimes. Other members of the Nebula Alliance were delighted by the turmoil in the Death Star cluster, hoping to see the downfall of the promising young Archbishop and his empire. In the Alliance's council chamber, Arthas pleaded once again, "According to the Alliance agreement, I formally request support from all members for the current situation in the Death Star cluster. Even a token appearance by an interstellar fleet would suffice." A pope from a fourth-level civilization coldly rejected, "Your request is denied, Arthas. This is an internal matter. The Alliance agreement does not obligate us to intervene. We only respond to external invasions. You could try seeking help through the peace agreement from other civilizations." Arthas retorted angrily, "The peace agreement is useless. By the time other civilizations arrive, my empire will be finished." This kind of situation was always handled by Cybertron before, but now even the great leader Optimus Prime can't protect himself. "And I am certain the chaos in the Death Star cluster is due to an external invasion." Hearing Arthas's words, the council members fell silent, their gazes shifting towards the high platform in the council chamber, where a mechanical life form was slowly floating in midair. Arthas stood respectfully before Quintessa, listening intently to the directives of the Nebula Alliance's mastermind and the ruler and creator of Quintessa. Quintessa's eternal spark energy coursed through her mechanical body, exuding an unparalleled aura of authority. The current plan of the Alliance, Quintessa's voice was cold and metallic, is to utterly defeat Cybertron and avenge our past humiliations. With the loss of the Cybertronian Allspark, this is a golden opportunity. If we can find Megatronus, one of the 13 primes, and eliminate him, we will remove any future threats. Cybertron will then have no chance. Arthas silently noted each word, pondering Quintessa's true intentions. As a unique mechanical life form, Quintessa's spark energy could remain eternal in the universe unless she used it to create life or combat an even higher existence. The title of Quintessa had been passed down through generations, with each successor inheriting the ideals, power, knowledge, and wisdom of their predecessor. She ruled over the Quintessence, a species distinct from other powerful beings, always in pursuit of the cosmic guardians across the universe. Long ago, the first Quintessa learned of the fall of a cosmic guardian civilization. Their power, technology, and core knowledge survived the war, eventually forming a mechanical life form known as the Supreme Titan. Using the knowledge of the Guardians, the Supreme Titan created two energy cores, destruction and creation. From the moment they came into existence, these two cores were locked in conflict, each seeking to consume the other's power. The destruction core was gravely injured in the struggle and went into hiding within the universe. To prevent its enemy's return, the creation core began to split its power, creating life. Prima, the first of the 13 primes, was the first mechanical life form created by the creation core, whose essence later became the Allspark, capable of birthing new life. The first Quintessa eventually discovered that the creation core was Cybertron itself. From that moment on, she set her sights on Cybertron, launching multiple invasions and creating various mechanical life forms. However, the power of the 13 primes was extraordinary, and the first Quintessa and her Quintessan army were ultimately defeated. Despite Cybertron's regained freedom, some of the primes inadvertently uncovered Quintessa's secrets. One of them, Megatronus, fell from grace, swayed by the ideals of Unicron. In his quest for the power of the matrix of leadership, he betrayed Prima, sparking the Prime Wars. Megatronus killed 2 primes on the spot, severely injuring the others. If not for the resilience of the 13 primes, Megatronus might have destroyed Cybertron entirely. Quintessa feared Megatronus' power. As long as the 13 primes lived, she dared not act rashly against Cybertron. Yet, she was also unwilling to see Cybertron flourish, so she secretly manipulated some high-ranking Cybertronian senators, deepening the rift between the Autobots and Decepticons. Shockwave discovered the truth, but was dissected due to his lack of power. Civil war on Cybertron was imminent. In this chaos, a miner saw an opportunity, believing that his rule over Cybertron could prevent such disorder. Arthas remained silent regarding Quintessa's plan. Sensing his hesitation, Quintessa added, "Find proof of external invasion, Arthas. If things are as you say, the Alliance will not stand idly by." Arthas bowed respectfully. "I understand. Great Creator, Lady Quintessa." Upon returning to the Dreadstar Cluster, Arthas mobilized Rolmar's strongest troops to gain the Nebula Alliance's support, launching a direct attack on the home planet of a Level 3 civilization. He had long suspected that this action was essential to uncovering the truth behind the turmoil. Rolmar's elite fleet teleported above the target planet, deploying the formidable Mecha-Hound units. This elite force was Arthas' trump card, each blue-armored warrior wielding an energy staff capable of absorbing energy from defeated enemies to enhance their own attacks. Utilizing the genetic traits of the Rolmar species, they could instantly strengthen their bodies using the energy within their mech suits, significantly boosting their strength, defense, and size for a limited time. Roar! Bishop Arthas of Rolmar, forever immortal. Today is Judgment Day, and your good days are over. The Mecha-Hound commander shouted, brandishing his staff. They quickly overran the Level 3 civilization's home planet, known as Athen. Once in control, the Mecha-Hound stormed the core palace of the Athen Lord, discovering that the Lord had committed suicide, clutching a deep blue gemstone. The Mecha-Hound commander sensed the gem's significance and picked it up for closer inspection. Suddenly, the gemstone emitted a blinding light. My eyes! My eyes!" The commander screamed, dropping the gem. More Mecha-Hounds rushed over, and the blue gemstone once again radiated intense light, blinding everyone in its path. Aya! The Mecha-Hounds dropped their energy staffs, clutching their eyes in agony. "Damn it! This is all the bishop's fault. This mission is cursed, and my eyes are ruined. That bastard bishop is a criminal. Arthas is the true villain of the Rolmar. It's all his fault." In the lab aboard the Shadow Avenger, Shockwave was conducting a chilling experiment. A mechanical warrior had been dismantled into thousands of parts, each carefully placed on the workbench, varying in size but perfectly intact. Even more horrifying, the warrior remained conscious throughout the dissection. Shockwave used an energy conduit to connect the warrior's head to its spark, periodically stimulating the nervous system with electric currents to keep it active. This ensured that the subject's consciousness didn't fade, preserving valuable data. As expected, "Your energy comes from a fragment of the All-Spark," Shockwave remarked to the disembodied head, his single eye gleaming coldly. "I've also found the Quintessa protocol in your spark. Now, everything aligns with scientific principles. You have no secrets left." After days of experimentation, Shockwave finally reached a conclusion, successfully uncovering the reason behind the warrior's mechanization and discovering the existence of the Quintessa protocol. Although he had his suspicions from the beginning, Shockwave meticulously dismantled the warrior into thousands of parts to confirm his theory. "You one-eyed monster, demon." The warrior's mechanical eye, once brimming with confidence, now reflected deep fear. "The great creator will not spare you." Every time he saw Shockwave, the one-eyed Cybertronian, he felt a shiver down his spine. Shockwave's perpetually polite demeanor only accentuated his terrifying nature. At that moment, Welder entered the lab. "Lord Shockwave, is there anything else you need help with?" Shockwave turned to Welder and calmly replied, "Please tidy up here. I need to report the results to Lord Dark Energon." With that, he walked towards the lab door, his heavy footsteps echoing in the vast room. "Sure thing, no problem," Welder responded and began to gather the tools scattered around the equipment. Suddenly, he noticed a blue object that looked like a mirror. "Don't touch that." Shockwave suddenly returned, sternly stopping Welder. The unexpected outburst made Welder jump, looking puzzled as Shockwave approached. "Mind control prism. Your energy can't withstand it," Shockwave explained, carefully picking up the blue object and placing it within his own body. Even with the Shadow Protocol's protection, caution is paramount. Welder, astonished, asked, "Is that the mind control prism that can shatter consciousness? They say you used it to trigger the Death Star cluster turmoil." "Indeed. It's one of my greatest recent achievements," Shockwave said, his voice fading as he walked down the corridor. Before long, Shockwave reached the command room of the Avenger. Dark Energon was engaged in a serious discussion with Alpha Trion. Quintessa's ideology is extremely malevolent. She possesses powerful technological capabilities, Alpha Trion was saying to Dark Energon. She has never given up her ambition to enslave Cybertron. If you wish to rule Cybertron, she will undoubtedly be one of your greatest adversaries. Dark Energon sat on the Iron Throne, his mechanical face devoid of any expression, silently listening to Alpha Trion. Alpha Trion continued, "Though you are strong, defeating Megatron does not mean you can overcome Quintessa. In my view, You should return the power to me and continue pursuing your dream of cosmic domination. I only wish to protect Cybertron. Dark Energon merely smirked coldly without responding. You're just after Lord Megatron's power, Alpha Trion. Shockwave interjected, catching both Dark Energon and Alpha Trion's attention. Alpha Trion frowned. Shockwave, must you be everywhere? Ignoring Alpha Trion, Shockwave directly addressed Dark Energon. Lord Dark Energon, my experiment has yielded results. Dark Energon's expression grew more serious. Shockwave continued, it is indeed the energy of the All-Spark fragment, and I have also discovered the Quintessa Protocol. The Quintessa Protocol. Dark Energon clenched his fist slightly. This discovery implied that the warrior's planet had fallen under Quintessa's control, and that she likely possessed more than one All-Spark fragment. Yes, Lord Dark Energon, Shockwave explained, thinking Dark Energon was concerned about this issue. You need not worry. Although it seems improbable, shadow energy can assimilate any energy, including the Quintessa Protocol. However, Dark Energon was more concerned about how many fragments Quintessa held. As the origin of the Shadow Protocol, he understood its power all too well. Shockwave's capabilities, however, continued to surprise him. The scientist seemed almost omnipotent. In the past, Dark Energon considered Shockwave merely a highly skilled researcher. Now, he realized Shockwave's loyalty to Cybertron far exceeded his expectations. Since accepting the Shadow Protocol, Dark Energon had become privy to nearly all of Shockwave's thoughts. After a moment of silence, Dark Energon said to Shockwave, "You've done well, Shockwave. From now on, you are my lieutenant. If I'm not present, everyone in the Shadow Legion must follow your commands." This declaration greatly shocked Alpha Trion. In his understanding, Dark Energon would never trust anyone easily, especially not Shockwave. Moreover, Shockwave had previously stated that he might leave Dark Energon in the future. Knowing this, Dark Energon still granted him such significant authority? After a brief pause, Shockwave responded, "I am honored to serve." Dark Energon was internally pleased but showed no emotion. He then asked, "How is the progress on the Shadow 12 Guardians?" Shockwave replied, "I have established the database for the first Guardian based on the data you provided. However, I have a suggestion. Considering the critical role of the Shadow Guardians, I believe we should enhance the current database with the technological core of a 4th-level civilization. The core database of a level 4 civilization." As Shockwave's words echoed, distinct expressions appeared on the mechanical faces of Chen Tian'ren and Chen Tian'ren. Chen Tian'ren looked at Shockwave with a hint of confusion, while Chen Tian'ren's optical lens widened in disbelief. The core database of a level 4 civilization is not just a string of cold data. It encapsulates the essence of a race's origin and development genes, history, knowledge, wisdom, power all included. Shockwave's ambition was clear, aimed to create a database akin to the 13 primes of Cybertron, endowing the Shadow Guardian Knights with unique skills. This went far beyond the simple concept of Guardian Knights. Chen Tian'ren was astounded. Clearly, Shockwave had made a breakthrough in his research. However, the knowledge and power of a level 4 civilization were not Shockwave's ultimate goal. His true ambition was to create a core capable of infinite enhancement, significantly raising the potential ceiling of the Shadow Guardian Knights. "Yes, Lord Tian'ren," Shockwave continued, "we need 12 cores from level 4 civilizations." Unable to contain himself, Chen Tian'ren interrupted excitedly, "Shockwave, are you insane? One in Tian'ren is already enough." Before he could finish, Tian'ren kicked Chen Tian'ren across the room. "You have no right to speak here," he roared. Chen Tian'ren crashed heavily into a corner, parts scattering. Tian'ren withdrew his fierce gaze, slowly stood up, and gestured for Shockwave to continue. Shockwave elaborated on his plan. Extracting wisdom and power from the level 4 civilization cores would not only significantly enhance the future potential of the Guardian Knights, but also generate power comparable to the primes. Though the basic database was already quite comprehensive, this method would make the results even more perfect. Tian'ren thoughtfully descended the steps and asked, "You need 12 cores from level 4 civilizations?" Shockwave cautiously replied, "Yes, Lord Tian'ren. It's just a bold suggestion. You can choose to ignore it." After a moment of contemplation, Tian'ren decisively said, "No, we'll go with your suggestion. But before that, make this." He produced a data drive from his body and tossed it to Shockwave. Shockwave caught the drive and, upon examining its contents, his optical lens flashed with surprise. "This is the key to locating the fragments of the All-Spark." Tian'ren walked to the window, gazing at the stars with an inscrutable expression. After a long pause, he turned back and said in a low voice, "That's right. I need to recover all the fragments as soon as possible. Do it and do it quickly." Shockwave solemnly replied, "Understood, Lord Tian'ren." With that, he turned and left. What Tian'ren had given Shockwave was data for constructing small detection devices. These devices needed to navigate the cosmos undetected, in vast numbers, and relay information back instantly upon detecting fragment signals. For Shockwave, This task was not difficult, and Tianyun's move was aimed at improving search efficiency while minimizing risk, avoiding a repeat of the previous Chen Tian'ren incident. As Shockwave departed, Lockdown strode in. As he passed Shockwave, he gave him a meaningful glance before approaching in Tianyun. Lord, what are your orders? And Tianyun issued a succinct command. Return to the Cybertron cluster and monitor every move of Cybertron and Quintessa. Lockdown hesitated slightly. You mean, continue my bounty hunter work? Exactly. And Tianyun added, and secretly gather information on whether Quintessa possesses any all-spark fragments. Understanding the intent, Lockdown immediately responded, I understand. I'll get on it right away. He turned and left. This mission was perfectly suited for Lockdown. And Tianyun knew Lockdown's character well, understanding that letting him operate freely was far more valuable than keeping him close. Within days, thanks to the ample resources of the Shadow Legion and the assistance of Jetfire and Wheeljack, Shockwave swiftly completed the task. On this day, and Tianyun, Shockwave, and others gathered on the open ground in front of the base gates, ready to launch millions of all-spark detectors into the depths of space. Shockwave had ingeniously transformed these detectors into miniature transformers, each only 10 centimeters in size, oval-shaped, and jet black. They could self-destruct in danger and instantly transmit all information and coordinates back to Tianyun. Under the watchful eyes of all the transformers present, the densely packed detectors soared into the sky like a swarm of locusts, heading into the vast cosmos. For this project, Shockwave had mobilized all the resources of the Shadow Legion base, with factories operating around the clock to produce and assemble the components. As the last batch of detectors vanished into the horizon, Shockwave turned to Tianyun. Lord, I have obtained the coordinates of the Yautja planet. Should we launch an invasion? There may be fragments there. And Tianyun pondered for a moment before replying slowly, the Yautja planet has already fallen under Quintessa's control. While there may be fragments there, now is not the time to confront Quintessa directly. Shockwave agreed wholeheartedly. To many civilizations, Quintessa was the creator, the supreme deity. Until all fragment locations were known, and Tianyun would not rashly engage Quintessa, though she was searching for him, having Lockdown as an insider should buy them some time. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.